Even though it doesn't exist, it lingers in the high night sky. Even though you are stuck in the gutter where no one can see you. The world lies in ruins, a testament to some forgotten cataclysm. Amidst the wreckage, a faint tremor echoes through the debris. A hand reaches out from the darkness, grasping for something, anything. If you want to shine. Kneeling amidst the desolation, the rising star seeks a path forward. If you still foster a light inside you. Tears stream down his face, a mixture of pain and a nascent hope. Then that thing. Must be a star. The rising star gazes at the sword, a small smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself, the weapon still looks cool no matter how much he looks at it. The rising star's expression shifts as he hears a voice. Jemina says, she knew he'd be distracted again. Jemina stands with her arms crossed, a concerned look on her face. She calls out, hey Vlad. Jemina asks if he is aware that he's very distracted nowadays, before telling him to stop. Vlad replies that he rarely gets to rest. Jemina asks if that is so. An unseen person says that people are saying things about him because he's wandering around carefree like this. He asks what kind of thing she is referring to. Jemina glances around, seemingly cautious. Jemina, her brow furrowed, wonders if he still hears voices when holding something like a stick. Vlad and Jemina exchange a silent look. Jemina wonders what sin he committed in his past life that. A surge of purple energy crackles around a figure. Jemina questions what the hell a lightning strike on a clear sky is. The lightning continues to arc, striking the ground. Jemina laments that out of all things, it had to be the black lightning. Jemina tells him to just stay put at the shop for now, adding that they say the new bishop is sensitive to things like signs. The text explains that he's someone who got promoted from being an inquisitor, so it's an immediate burn at the stake if he sees any peculiar sign. Vlad curses under his breath. Jemina tells him not to talk about misfortunes, finding his concern ridiculous. She adds that he has problems even if she worries about him. Jemina asks if he thinks it's just one or two people who saw him getting struck by lightning. Jemina points a finger, warning that everybody's whispering at the back and that he shouldn't just stand there mesmerized. She wonders what if he's targeted and gets taken to the church. Vlad declares that he's not going to get dragged to the church just for looking at some sword. Only their feet are visible as the pair discuss their predicament. One of them finds the situation frustrating. The other suggests buying it through credit. Vlad states that it's expensive. The redhead asks how much it is, offering to buy it for him. Vlad replies, 5. The pair stand together, discussing the price. Vlad is surprised at the price of the piece of iron. Jemina knows that with that amount of money, they could eat and party for an entire year. An unseen character exclaims, what? That piece of iron? Vlad and Jemina stand side by side, unaware of the approaching danger. An angry voice booms, you damned bastards. Get lost. A burly blacksmith charges forward, his face contorted with rage. The blacksmith continues to shout, declaring that the item is not for backstreet bastards like them. He wonders who is going to buy it, since it's hung in the backstreet and only people from there can see it. The blacksmith looms over Vlad and Jemina, demanding, have you gone? The blacksmith sputters, his face contorted in rage. What? See now. His fist clenches, knuckles white against his weathered skin. This king bastard talk? Jemina retorts, her red hair swaying with the force of her words. Why would you create a mess like this by making a sword that knights use all of a sudden? Aren't you? The blacksmith's face twists further. Yeah, it's because I'm almost at the end of my life. You be *tch. Close to dying anyway. He continues his tirade, spittle flying. Go back to your shop and wash the dishes. You half-ass failure. Jemina's eyes narrow, her anger rising. A half-ass? You call me a half-ass? I'm a full-grown woman. Her expression is fierce, her hand clenched at her chest. Vlad steps forward, attempting to mediate. Don't start a fight for no reason, Jemina. Old man, we'll leave. I'll let go. Did I say anything wrong? Why you? You just won't stop. The blacksmith glares after them, muttering under his breath. That rotten *tch. A memory surfaces, a stark contrast to the present animosity. She has never lived life starving. Now she's full of poison. The flashback continues, revealing a scene of shared warmth and generosity. You don't even know how much food I had given back then. The blacksmith turns away, his anger tinged with regret. King shit. The blacksmith stands in his workshop, the rhythmic clang of hammer against steel echoing in the dimly lit space. His brow furrows, a storm of contemplation brewing behind his weathered eyes. Footprints sink into the mud, a silent testament to time spent in the same place. Looks like he was standing here for a long time again. The mud's all gone down. He stands silhouetted in a doorway, the light painting a stark contrast against the worn walls of his forge. He should just think about making a living. A calloused hand grips the hilt of a sword, the steel gleaming with a cold, unwavering light. From a place like this, I know very well that someone born in the backstreet will never be able to get out of here, so I will only sell this to someone. The blacksmith holds the sword aloft, his gaze intense as he examines the blade's flawless edge. I can't let my last piece of work just rot here. The intricate details of the sword's craftsmanship are revealed in a close-up, each line and curve a testament to the blacksmith's skill. Looking at it now, it does indeed look, even in a gutter like this. Elsewhere, Hugh walks alongside Jemina, the city lights casting long shadows that dance around them. Something that shines on its own. being the center of the northern logistics, combined with the prestige of the House of Bayezid, the lighthouse of the north. Shoera. Under such brilliance, there is bound to be a shadow hidden by the light. A slum area, where all sorts of dirty and ugly things are put into one place, is exactly that. A sign hangs, depicting a woman's silhouette adorned with a red rose. The tavern bustles with activity, filled with patrons drinking and conversing. A man on the balcony shouts, "Ayok, this fucking bitch." A woman lies on the floor, exclaiming, what scam have I committed?" A man walks forward, declaring, "I've lived as a mercenary for 20 years now. Your dash. Selling drugs that don't even work. There is never a silent day." A man holds a crate filled with small vials, his expression grim. Burley remarks on the candle seller's perfect timing. The bald man orders him to go and get Madam. Burley is told that he'll need to bring gold coins, not silver coins. The bald man says that their service sucks, yet they're asking for gold coins. He suggests that if the madam isn't there, they should get their mom or something. Burley stares intensely. The bald man exclaims that the timer candle is a scam and wonders what kind of candle burns out fully just after having removed his top. Burley asks what fun they are expecting to have with one 5-minute candle. The bald man says that if they don't have money, they should just play with their wife's butt. The bald man is enraged and asks what Burley just said. Burley, annoyed, asks if he wants to check then. Burley points to the clock and says, "Let's see." Burley says that it lasts 5 minutes or not, and if it doesn't last 5 minutes, they can do what they want with the woman he's holding. He scowls, sweat beading on his brow. Why should I listen to what a scammer is saying? A surge of power emanates from Q, his eyes glowing with an electric blue intensity. Let's do it. Q's gaze intensifies, his eyes burning with azure fire. But if it really is 5 minutes, you're going to be beaten to death. The air crackles with unseen energy. Burley's eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The rising star's eyes blaze with power. How a little brat. A woman cowers on the floor, her face hidden in shadow. The air vibrates with tension. Q kneels, holding a candle, his expression resolute. Well, who's going to be the scammer? Burley's face contorts in a mixture of fear and anger, sweat dripping from his brow. The scene widens, showing Q standing over the kneeling woman, with Burley watching from the stairs. The brothel patrons watch from below, their faces a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. His blue eyes glow with an inner light, a barely contained fury simmering beneath the surface. A clock ticks, each second an agonizing eternity. The bald man's face contorts in rage, sweat beading on his brow as he glances towards the clock. He curses under his breath, his frustration palpable. The bald man grits his teeth, demanding, "How many minutes was it earlier?" Silence. A wooden staff slams into the bald man's head, drawing a spray of blood. He cries out in pain. Rising Star continues his assault, the staff a blur of motion as it connects with the bald man's body. Rising Star's voice is cold, devoid of emotion. "It's been 5 minutes, you bastard." He follows up with a brutal kick, sending the bald man staggering. The final blow lands, silencing the bald man's struggles. The bald man is sent flying through the air, shouting in pain. He continues to fall, crashing to the ground. Rising Star stands over the fallen man, his expression grim. Rising Star's eyes narrow as he declares, "You're dead today." The young man's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. The bald man raises a hand to his mouth, his eyes wide with fear. "Wait." He stammers. Rising Star swings his sword down with deadly intent, declaring, "You're the one who started the scam." The blade connects, the force of the blow sending the bald man sprawling. "Why are you so fat for a mercenary with 20 years in?" Rising Star asks. Rising Star's grip tightens on the sword. "And what was that? Telling me to bring my mom?" His blue eyes blazing with anger, Rising Star shouts, "You're making me all sad for not having a mother." The bald man cries out in pain as he lies on the ground. The sounds of a scuffle echo through the town square. A voice calls out, telling the rabble to pipe down. A view of a building is shown. Someone thinks the candle has been messed with, and it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Q asks if he's been understood. Jorge is addressed by name. The speaker asks if he understands that someone messed with their business. Jorge eats. A woman shouts, wondering who would dare to mess with the sacred rose candle. Q says that they're going to have to look for the cause now. A close-up of a woman's chest is shown. A voice declares that of course they are, and that someone is going to be the one to start. A woman asks Q how she's supposed to find the cause. Q says that she's already found her. Neutral Marcella smiles enigmatically, her dark hair cascading around her shoulders. Madam of the Roses smile. Marcella thinks to herself that she wanted to scam those drunk fools and get some money out of it. Elsewhere, a gray-haired man sits at a bar with Neutral Burley. Huh. Footsteps echo on the stairs. Neutral Burley descends the stairs, wondering what he could do. Someone calls out to Neutral Burley, referring to him as their junior and the poster child, and mentions that he accomplished something yesterday. Protagonist Harbin stands with his arms crossed, pleased with the fine job done in his place, and wonders why that sort of thing happened. Just when he wasn't there for it. The group discusses how Neutral Burley pocketed some tip while selling the candles yesterday, and how these seniors have some place to put that to use. They also mention that their wallets just open way too easily. Neutral Burley is asked what he is scheming. Q's expression hardens as he stares intently at someone off-panel. A man, surrounded by others, tells Q not to make that kind of face. The man proposes making a deal, his expression sinister. The man's grin widens, revealing a predatory glint in his eyes. A voice declares that it's a pickpocket. The man asks Q if the face is familiar, his tone laced with menace. Someone offers to sell the pickpocket for 40 silver, but another voice scoffs at the cheap price. The pickpocket kneels on the ground, surrounded by a group of onlookers. The man menacingly asks about Q's fingers and ankles. The man claims he just lightly roughed him up, his expression suggesting otherwise. Q's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. A bag of coins lands with a clang, described as the pride and joy. The young boy, bearing fresh wounds, is told that next time, he should kill them instead of calling for help. Vlad asks what's wrong, reminding the others that they are members of the organization, not murderers. Someone remarks that Vlad's words are rich coming from someone who leeches off their own family. Another man notes that he saw that, adding that he told them Vlad was going to agree to the deal. One of the men states that there's a reason why Vlad managed all the young street urchins, making sure the other hears him. Vlad's eyes narrow. The young boy apologizes to Vlad, explaining that he was going to book it. Vlad stares intently. Vlad asks where it is broken. The boy replies that it's nowhere. Vlad tells him to get lost, before he tramples him. The boy says he's got it. The boy thanks Vlad. He sighs, realizing he's further away from his goal of 5 gold. Vlad looks up, a hint of frustration in his eyes. Vlad writes in a book, noting that the kid got lucky. Vlad reflects that the pickpocketing incident didn't turn out as expected. Whale hunter Captain Hoover family, Harbin, was doubtful about it. A woman states that she is getting her finger and ankle cut off. The woman explains that's how she became the example of the bishop last time. Harbin says that he heard the roses smile messed with the candles this time, right? The other person asks if that story spread all the way here already. The madam makes the candles. Candles, but she's not the sort of person to do that, you know? He stated what he had said before, adding that even Jorge seemed to already know about it. Vlad reasoned that they weren't the sort of people to start a commotion for no reason. Harbin responded that if they weren't the sort of people, yet they still did it. They needed money. Then that means they had a reason. Which is very urgently too. Be careful, Vlad. There's only one case when an organization quickly gathers. A war with another organization. The slums of Shoera are rife with conflict. The 5 bosses who rule the slums of Shoera. The prostitute's knight, Jorge, stands with a sword. Pig butcher, Black Bear, is at the gambling house. Whale hunter, Captain Hoover, is on the water. And money grubber, One-Armed Jack. The dark aspects inside one's life. He tends to silently approach while hidden in the shadows. A group of people are gathered. Just like now. Oi, brat. One-Armed Jack asks, where's your boss? Q's eyes glow with an intense, electric blue, his expression hardening with resolve. Accidents happen without a notice. Ruination occurs. Without a warning. The man with the hook hand asks, the money grubber himself is here? Q's eyes narrow slightly as he considers the question. Does that mean they're preparing for war? The man with the hook hand barks, brat, did you not hear what dash? He continues, pointing a finger towards Q. The boss said? He asked where your boss is. Q's expression remains unchanged. Q replies, I'm just someone who sells candles, so I don't know. The man with the hook hand grits his teeth, his face contorted in anger. Why you, bastard who is still wet behind the ears? He roars. If you don't know, find him and bring him here. Candles shatter as they are thrown to the ground. The man with the hook hand glares down at Q, broken candles littering the floor around them. More candles are scattered and broken. A gasp escapes someone's lips. My goodness. Q kneels, head bowed low. These expensive things are all destroyed. Today's business is done. Jack the One-Armed grits his teeth, his face contorted in anger. Can't this bastard read the room? He places his foot on Q's head, pressing down. Brother, your foot. Q's expression shifts to one of defiance. What? His blue eyes blazing, Q demands, get rid of your foot. Jack the One-Armed's face is a mask of rage. Brother, your foot. You. With a swift kick, Jack the One-Armed sends Q flying. You son of a bitch. Sent sprawling, Q is kicked in the chest by Jack the One-Armed. Pushing himself back to his feet, Q prepares to strike with his staff. An intended battlefield, a planned situation. With a determined yell, Q strikes with his staff. Q. The staff blurs as it connects. In a bold decision. Q's eyes glow with determination. Those factors guarantee victory. Jack the One-Armed is struck by the staff, his face contorted in pain. 3 women watch with wide eyes. A group of onlookers react in shock and fear. Jack the One-Armed's face is shown in a close-up. Q's eyes glow with power as he thinks about the rules of the backstreets. He holds a bat, ready to fight. Jack the One-Armed is shown in a close-up, looking down on Q. Someone shouts, this mother F*** cur. Jack the One-Armed yells, how dare you fight in front of him? A hook is shown with the word stop. A group of people are shown in the background. Jack the One-Armed is shown in a close-up. Jack the One-Armed says, I really like this brat though. Jack the One-Armed says, this is the sound coming out since I only have one arm, so I hope you understand. Q states that he doesn't discriminate against the disabled. Jack the One-Armed laughs, calling Q a crazy brat. A disembodied voice suggests meeting privately later. Jack the One-Armed and Q stand face to face, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Jack the One-Armed wonders who he brought among the outcasts again, his gaze fixed on Q. Q muses that it seems like they died early. Jack the One-Armed then calls Q a money grubber, demanding to know what brings him here. The two men continue their tense exchange, the air thick with unspoken animosity. A voice from the crowd remarks that had they been notified in advance, they would have grilled some meat. Jack the One-Armed stands tall, his expression unreadable. Jack the One-Armed begins to speak, saying I mean well. A voice declares that it's not like they're that close. Jack the One-Armed remains stoic, his intentions unclear. A gruff voice cuts through the air, dismissing the thought of food. The speaker demands, forget the meat. Do you have some good old alcohol? The man's face is etched with experience, his gaze sharp. A voice narrates, Marcella is a woman who doesn't disappoint in her hospitality. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with intensity. A bustling scene unfolds, filled with various individuals engaged in their own activities. Q gasps for air, his face flushed with exertion. He admits, huff, I almost died. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a laced shirt. A voice filled with frustration exclaims, just how much did they ruin? The camera focuses on a box overflowing with scrolls. The young man looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as someone calls out, hey, rising star. A voice remarks, your boss complimented you a lot though? A figure states with confidence, I have quite the eye for people. Jack the One-Armed extends an invitation, his tone laced with a hint of darkness. If you're tired of the smell of candles, come under me. Age laughs, his arm around Q's shoulder. He admits he's not dissatisfied with the place, as they feed him, pay him, and let him sleep. A voice booms that they can do that much, too. A large hand extends, offering payment. The voice says this is for the candles. A hand holds up a gold coin. The voice trails off, ending with much. Q holds the gold coin. The older man says if he comes with him, he can give him that much anytime. The older man smiles, calling himself the money grubber. The older man, surrounded by others, declares it's time to go eat. A voice shouts, Jorge. Q looks up, wondering if the talk went well. Gemina stands on a balcony, looking down at Q. Gemina states that Jorge wants him to go up. The scene unfolds within a dimly lit establishment, where hushed conversations weave through the air. Two figures sit at a table, their discussion private and intense. Q's expression is unreadable as he stares forward. A voice explains that the dagger was supposed to be given to him later, but the circumstances have changed, warranting an earlier delivery. The voice instructs him to carry this around any time. Jack, the one-armed money grubber, appears stern. Q's gaze is sharp and focused. The speaker knew from the ongoing atmosphere. The conversation between Jorge and Jack, the one-armed money grubber, was about to take a turn. It was a catastrophe. Jack's expression is grim as he looks down. Jack orders someone to stop selling candles. The other man asks what he should do then. The response is to collect money from them. He received intel that Jack the One-Armed was looking to shop and patrol the area. Jorge considers that person. He wonders if the person is said to be a mercenary that used to be a knight, like Jorge. Jorge confirms that the person is like him. Jack the One-Armed is in command of an overwhelming number of people. Jack the One-Armed smiles menacingly, his red eyes gleaming. Even to him, Jorge, who was a knight, was a wall difficult for him to pass, because a flock of sheep cannot stand. But if he cannot stand against a wolf, Jack the One-Armed invited a knight-level swordsman. The balance would drop in a flash. It's true that they're at A. Jorge says that's also why he needs Q. Q is going to be given his first mission soon. He stands, a determined glint in his blue eyes. Harbin, a disabled man who lost a finger and struggles to walk, diligently studies his letters. Through his own brilliant mind, Harbin uses his knowledge to work under Captain Hoover. Looking at Harbin, someone realizes something. Swinging his sword, Q continues his training. A voice echoes, calling him boy. The voice advises him to narrow the angle of his elbows. Q pauses, deep in thought. He mutters, shit. He's always saying something whenever I wield a weapon. A month ago, after being struck by a black thunderbolt, he began to hear someone's voice. The whispers of the devils began whenever he held anything similar to a sword. He thought to himself that instead of a sword, he should buy holy water first. TCH. He decided to ignore it, thinking that the more he answered, the more it would cling on to him. Focus. He needed to focus. He reminded himself to always do his best in the end. He focused all his mind and power, and strike. Gripping the staff tightly, he prepared to unleash his power. He struck. It's different. He wonders if what he did just now was just a swing. The air around Q shimmers with a blue light. The blue light intensifies around his feet. The blue light pulses with energy. The light surrounds Q, obscuring his form. He wonders what the hell is in his head. Q's eyes widen in realization. The winter wind cuts deep, chilling him to the bone. The crunch of snow echoes in the silent forest as he continues his trek. The situation seems plausible enough. Whether it's foolishness or intentional, he muses. The snow crunches beneath his boots with each step. He calls out, his voice echoing through the trees. Whoever it is, please stop now. The forest remains silent, save for the sound of his footsteps. He declares, his breath misting in the frigid air, because I'm here, Are you Stanga? That's right. I'm Stanga. The figure is greeted. You must be Vlad. The voice continues, stating, the guide said you're from the streets. Stanga stands cloaked in the snowy forest. He continues, but you have blonde hair and blue eyes. Stanga continues, anyone who doesn't know would think you're from a noble family. A letter rests on a table, sealed with red wax. It's a letter from the boss. A hand holds the letter. Stanga reads the letter. You rescued a knight-turned-mercenary from the opponent group? Well, no wonder the senior wants my help. Vlad looks at Stanga. He says, then, I shall guide you. Stanga replies, we'll arrive the day after tomorrow. Stanga sighs, I don't know if I can follow. Vlad thinks to himself, this idiot. I'm sure I have the directions covered at. The two walk through the snowy forest. Stanga says, I doubt that. Vlad thinks to himself, how can a guy who makes summer migratory sounds in the middle of winter be smart? He stares intently, his expression unreadable. Stanga's face twists into a snarl. If you say something like, I guess it's not here, I'll kill you. Vlad's blue eyes narrow slightly. Vlad says, please, just follow me. Stanga thinks to himself, look at this guy. I purposely created a vicious atmosphere, and he doesn't think it's a big deal. Stanga smirks. Stanga muses, he's someone Jorge would like. Vlad and Stanga continue their trek through the snowy landscape. Meanwhile, two figures sit by a crackling fire in the snowy woods. Vlad glances away, his expression unreadable. Stanga sits across from him, leaning on a pickaxe. He asks where Vlad is from. Stanga's gaze is intense as he awaits an answer. Stanga remarks that seeing a retired knight up close is a first for Vlad. Stanga continues, telling Vlad that he looks like a bumpkin. Vlad and Stanga sit by the fire. Vlad answers Stanga's question, stating that he is from Dacia. Stanga is surprised, exclaiming that Dacia is a whole village. Vlad looks on. Stanga thinks to himself that he wishes Vlad would lose the way instead, so he can chop him down and share his part of that. Vlad asks Stanga why he is so scary. Vlad holds up some meat, but he can't even get a joke across. Stanga thinks to himself that he hopes his share is part of that. Stanga tells Vlad that he didn't bring any for him. Stanga considers the situation, a piece of meat clutched in his hand. I do, but... Skewers of meat sizzle over an open flame. Stanga grimaces, his expression sour. EW. It smells so bad. Age sits by the fire, looking up at Stanga. Kiddo, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Age sits on the ground, his legs stretched out before him. All of a sudden, Stanga raises a hand, gesturing as he speaks. I'll answer a question for each piece of your beef jerky. You won't get another chance like this. Age chews on a piece of meat, his expression unreadable. Age looks up at Stanga, a question in his eyes. How many do you want? If you want some, you could have just asked directly. Brat, I've got face. A text bubble appears, providing context. Originally, knights only received fair compensation. Stanga sits with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Age. Stanga looks down at Age, a hint of amusement in his eyes. But you're retired now, aren't you? But still, all this while, name. Age looks up, his expression serious. Age. The older man trails off, his expression unreadable. Age asks Stanga if he knows how to use aura. Age smirks, stating that Stanga looks like he's all show. He continues, saying that all knights have the ability to use aura. Age adds that using it in an actual battle is a whole different story. He then asks Stanga if he can use aura. Age presses, asking if Stanga can or cannot use aura. Stanga's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The knight's expression hardens, a hint of defiance in his gaze. Age watches Stanga intently, his purple eyes narrowed. Stanga's blue eyes gleam with determination. Stanga grips the hilt of his sword, preparing to demonstrate his abilities. He states that sometimes, they need to cheer themselves up. He continues, mentioning that he's only been chewing dried beef jerky for the past few days. Age's eyes widen. He is excited to see what Stanga is about to do. Stanga grips his sword tightly. He stands ready, his feet planted firmly on the ground. Stanga's eyes narrow in concentration. Age asks why he closes his left eye. A sword is seen pointing upwards. Stanga declares that he has to bring up his own world within his soul, a blue aura surrounding him. The reflection of Stanga is seen in the water. The aura intensifies. Stanga tells Vlad to look closely, revealing that Vlad is Kiddo. The essence of knights begins to coalesce, a radiant blue aura forming around him. The words materialize in the air, glowing with the same ethereal light. This is the essence of knights. The aura intensifies, now enveloping his sword, its blade shimmering with celestial energy. His eye flares with power, the pupil burning with the same potent blue light. The aura expands, engulfing Stanga in a torrent of vibrant energy. The word aura blazes forth, a declaration of the power being unleashed. He grips the sword, the weapon now an extension of his own radiant aura. The aura pulsates, a tangible manifestation of the knightly essence. A voice echoes in the alleyway, laced with self-doubt. Hey you, I feel bad. I feel like a bum. It's better to look moderately. The thought continues, a stark declaration. Looking like a bum is better than looking like a knight. A figure broods in the shadows, his face etched with inner turmoil. I'm talking about how I actually feel inside. A knight has a sense of honor. It can't be like this. A voice promises to bring someone in secret, specifying that they cannot enter through the main gate. Stanga remarks that the person is someone who can be easily identified. Stanga suggests they move for now, promising to prepare a bath once they arrive. Vlad walks cautiously through the dimly lit corridor, the only sound his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. He steps through a doorway, the air growing colder as he enters. Stanga observes that it's eerily quiet. Vlad responds that it's probably because of the time. The two men pause, a sense of unease washing over them. Stanga wonders if this place is usually like this. Vlad replies with a simple, somber no. Stanga notes that it looks like someone's already struck here, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. The scene is gruesome, bodies strewn across the floor, a testament to recent violence. Stanga suggests they get moving, offering to show Vlad the back door that only their group members know about. He then asks what about Vlad. He says that he'll go through the main gate, since it'd be better to divert their attention for now. Stanga then tells someone that he'll see them later. A door is covered in blood. Meanwhile, Vlad seems to be thinking. Vlad stands in a room with a table full of food. Someone says that they arrived safely and that it was a good job. Elsewhere, a woman says that the money grubber made the first move. Jorge sits on a stool. Someone says that the skills of those who've touched money are extraordinary. Vlad asks if someone is all right. Someone says that it was their first time going against someone of knight status in a long time. Vlad and Jorge are also present. Jorge asks if someone brought him. Yeah. Vlad stands in what appears to be a tavern, his expression thoughtful. He muses that the person they're waiting for should have arrived by now. Age, his face set with determination, thinks to himself that he will get the money grubber tomorrow. Age clenches his fist, resolving to settle the score once and for all. Age wonders how the person they are waiting for looked. A voice declares that he won't be going anywhere. Vlad replies that he's all right, adding that he seems like a good person, too. Stanga observes that Age has a magnanimous side to him, also noting that his body looked nimble. Someone asks if he lost weight. Age thinks that if you want to live long, you have to take care of yourself. Vlad thinks to himself that he can use Aura well, too. Age declares that tomorrow is definitely going to be their day, before questioning what he just said. Vlad turns his head, realizing someone is coming up. He is addressed by name. Vlad wonders aloud if what he witnessed was truly an aura. Age confirms that he saw it as well. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to draw it. Age states that Stanga doesn't know how to use aura. The sword is drawn further from its sheath. Vlad asks what Age means, his eyes glowing with an unknown power. A cloaked figure stands in the shadows, a sword held at their side. Age remarks that Vlad has come a long way in the meantime. A voice from the shadows says that it has been a while, senior. The cloaked figure smiles, revealing a scarred face and glowing eyes. A gloved hand wipes the blood from a long sword. Well, can't fool getting old, the figure mutters. The man's voice echoes in the cold. Winter wind is seeping all the way to my bones nowadays. He continues, his tone contemplative. That sounds about right, but... A bloodied hand lies open on the snow-covered ground, a sword resting nearby. The man's face is shadowed as he speaks, his expression grim. Are they dumb, or is that intentional? Blood spatters the man's face and clothing. The man walks away, his back to the viewer. A group of figures stand together, their faces obscured by shadow. The man with white hair faces another man with blonde hair and a beard. You've changed a lot, the white-haired man says. The blonde man replies, why? A voice echoes, did you find me now? A narration box declares, Count Gaidar has passed. A statue of a figure lies in repose. A man with a stern expression gazes forward, his features etched with grief. A golden liquid is poured from a bottle into a glass, the sound of it filling the silence. A man with white hair and piercing purple eyes looks up, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The man thinks that soon, everyone will know. An eye narrows, the intensity of its gaze hinting at a brewing storm. A hand, stained with what appears to be blood, holds a glass, the liquid within swirling gently. Raising the glass, the white-haired man offers a toast, for their poor Count Gaidar. A figure clad in armor stands silently, the weight of the loss heavy on their shoulders. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, his face contorted in a silent scream of rage. A hand grips a sword tightly, knuckles white with fury. You son of a bitch. A figure strides forward, their purpose clear and unwavering. The man's face is a mask of grim resolve, his eyes narrowed in determination. And a hand, stained with what appears to be blood, holds up a photograph. The man in the photo has blonde hair pulled back into a bun. A sword descends with incredible speed, ready to strike. The blade connects, shattering a ring into fragments. Gaidar's face is etched with fury, while the woman beside him looks on with wide-eyed shock. Vlad grits his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. A cloak billows dramatically, catching the wind. The man with the gray hair states, and for the new Count Gaidar, Sir Siegmund. Muscles tense beneath bandages wrapped around a powerful arm. Antagonist Godwin roars, his face contorted with rage, as he shouts his own name. Another sword swing cuts through the air. Two figures clash, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The fight intensifies, the combatants locked in a deadly dance of steel. An authoritative voice commands, Deserted Knight Jorge, return to base at once. The white-haired figure, bloodied but defiant, declares, "It is the first order of Sir Siegmund." Jorge roars, "Siegmund is not my liege." The shout echoes with raw defiance. The white-haired figure continues, "Of course, Sir Count does not think you'd come back in peace either." He adds, "Not that he would like you to." The figure's eyes glow with an ominous light. Jorge's face contorts in a furious yell. A fierce battle erupts. A figure plummets downwards. Vlad plummets downwards, surrounded by a flurry of debris and wind. Jorge shouts a warning, his voice laced with urgency. "Marcella, it's dangerous here." Jorge urges someone to follow him, gesturing emphatically. "This way." Jorge extends his arm, reaching for someone or something. Jorge and another figure rush forward, their movements urgent. The pair continues their desperate sprint. Someone calls out to Vlad, their voice filled with concern. "Oi, Vlad." Below, two figures discuss the unfolding chaos. "What's happening up there?" One asks. The other responds, "Burley, quickly, gather everyone and come up here." Jorge's face is etched with worry as he cries out, "Jorge's." Vlad is struck by something, the impact sending him reeling. He continues to fall, his descent seemingly unstoppable. Jorge's expression is a mixture of fear and determination. He steps forward, his sword glinting in the dim light. The rising star falls, tumbling through the air. He struggles to maintain his grip on the sword as he plummets. His legs flail, searching for purchase. A voice echoes, laced with disdain, "You still make foolish decisions as always." The building looms large, a silent witness to the unfolding events. He desperately clutches his sword, trying to regain control. What is this? He crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Coughing, he struggles to rise, pain lancing through his body. He looks down, his expression unreadable. The sword remains in his grasp, a symbol of his defiance. His face is marred with cuts and bruises, but his eyes burn with determination. The cloaked figure, bloodied and grim, stands ready. A dagger flies through the air, aimed with deadly precision. The cloaked figure stands over the fallen form of his opponent, sword still drawn, the air thick with the scent of ozone and spilled blood. A voice booms out, laced with disappointment. The knight's face is shadowed, but his words carry the weight of command. "That day, you should have just followed your orders." The cloaked figure turns, his voice a low growl. "I am a person. I don't follow that dog's head of an order." The knight's voice hardens, the word echoing with authority. "No, you are a knight." The cloaked figure's expression is unreadable, but the tension in his posture speaks volumes. Scars mar his face, a testament to battles fought and survived. The knight's eyes narrow, his jaw clenched. Sweat beads on his brow, a sign of the strain he's under. Two figures stand behind the knight, watching the exchange with apprehension. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The cloaked figure's purple eyes gleam with an inner light, a hint of the power that lies within. A thought bubble appears above the cloaked figure. "This night was too long for me." The cloaked figure turns and walks away, leaving the knight and his companions behind. His cloak billows in the wind, a dark silhouette against the dim light. The cloaked figure's face is etched with weariness, the purple eyes now dull with exhaustion. Another thought bubble appears. "I would like to rest now." The sound of footsteps echoes through the area. He sprints forward, his expression determined. A surge of blue energy erupts, illuminating the surroundings. Vlad draws his sword, the blade glowing with the same ethereal blue light. He cries out, his voice filled with anguish, "And no." He shouts, "Don't," his face contorted with desperation. From a distance, a group of onlookers watch with concern. Their faces reflect a mixture of fear and apprehension. One of the observers looks on with a grim expression. Vlad's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his face etched with determination. He is sent flying through the air amidst a flurry of energy. Arcane symbols crackle with power. Bracing himself, he attempts to shield his face from the onslaught. The air vibrates with unseen force. Shattered debris rains down around him. The ruined cityscape looms, a silent testament to the devastation. He crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. Spitting out blood, he grits his teeth against the pain. His hands tremble as he tries to push himself up. Surveying the scene, he sees the bodies of the fallen scattered around him. A wave of frustration washes over him. He curses under his breath. Clawing at the ground, Vlad struggles to rise, his face a mask of pain and determination. Blood drips from a gloved hand, staining the ground a deeper crimson. Vlad's eyes widen in shock, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The floor is splattered with blood, a grim testament to the violence that has just occurred. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of it. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, reflecting the turmoil within. The person who reached his hand out to the boy rolling around in the back alley the earliest, the person who acknowledged the boy more than anyone. Two figures sit side by side, their backs to the viewer. The scene is bathed in a warm, nostalgic light. And the person who the boy thought was stronger than anyone he had seen. By the quietly approached blue moonlight, a hand clutches at a head of hair, stained with blood. The grip is tight, desperate. Vlad's reflection is visible in his own eye, a haunting image of pain and vulnerability. The boy's world was gruesomely destroyed. He screams, a raw, guttural sound of anguish and fury. A voice booms, warning, "Don't do it." Ignoring the warning, he raises his sword, eyes glowing with determination. A fierce battle cry echoes through the air. The blade flashes, cutting through the air with deadly speed. The sword continues its descent, leaving a trail of shimmering energy. Stonga watches the display, muttering, "Sword path." Vlad's voice drips with disbelief as he wonders how a rookie amidst this ditch has the way of the sword. His expression hardens, a grimace of fury contorting his features. Stonga observes, a hint of approval in his tone. "Excellent." Vlad screams, "Dot." He swings his sword again, the blade a blur of motion. The sword continues its arc, a vortex of power unleashed. He is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The ground rushes up to meet him. Stonga watches the rising star fall. He thinks to himself that Vlad is a natural, twisting his body instinctively to reduce the impact. Vlad struggles to breathe, fighting to stay conscious. A voice muses that Vlad is a sprout that would be too much of a waste to cut now. Even if. Stonga thinks that he comes back with a sharp sword. The swords gleam in the dim light. Meanwhile, Godwin watches over things with potential, finding it always something fun. Stonga's expression is unreadable. A slight smile plays on Stonga's lips. He looms over Vlad, who remains kneeling on the ground, the dust motes dancing in the dim light. Vlad looks up, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. "What?" The man's voice deepens, losing its familiar cadence. "My name wasn't Stonga, and my age wasn't 42 years old." Vlad's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance igniting within them. He prepares himself for what's to come. Stonga continues, his tone laced with a chilling promise. "The compensation? I will give these back to you." He pauses, a predatory glint in his purple eyes. "However, I will take this with me." With a finality that chills Vlad to the bone, Stonga turns and begins to walk away, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Vlad watches him go, his face contorted with a mixture of rage and helplessness. The man's voice, now a venomous snarl, cuts through the silence. "Kill you." He continues, his words dripping with disdain. "Don't think of receiving compensation." The sound of his boots on the stone floor grows fainter as Stonga strides away, leaving Vlad alone with his fury. Vlad clenches his teeth, his jaw tight with barely suppressed rage. He's gonna. The declaration hangs in the air, thick with malice. He will make sure to kill you. Godwin's name echoes, a promise of violence. Under the dim light of the moon, Vlad and Jemina make their way through the town. Jemina supports Vlad, his steps faltering. Their feet crunch on the snow-covered ground. Vlad clutches at his chest, his face contorted in pain. Jemina's expression is filled with concern as she looks at Vlad. His grip tightens on his chest, a grimace etched on his face. Vlad gasps for air, his breath coming in ragged bursts. A voice echoes in the darkness, commanding him to rise. A woman stands over Vlad, her silhouette framed against the dim light. The woman's voice cuts through the night, demanding, "Get up. Do you want to die here?" Vlad looks up at the woman, his blue eyes filled with a mixture of pain and defiance. The woman stares down, her purple eyes narrowed. Vlad grits his teeth, his face bruised and bloody. The woman tells him to pull himself together. She asks if he knows the difference. The woman stands over Vlad and Jemina, asking about the difference between them and those who live across the street. She says it's the opportunities. The woman continues, saying that even if they fail, they can always pick themselves back up. Vlad looks up at her as she says that people like them can afford it. The scene shows the ruined building where they are talking. The woman tells Vlad to look, saying that this is the result of failure. Vlad clenches his fist as the woman says that failing once means death, and that they were born like this. A voice says not to throw away the one and only opportunity you were given. A woman cups Vlad's face in her hands, her expression unreadable in the dim light. The world fades into darkness. Vlad grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he stares upwards. A voice suggests, "Okay, should we take it slow?" Jemina kneels beside Vlad, urging him, "No, keep going." Vlad's eyes burn with determination. It can't just end like this. A hand clenches into a fist. A shout rings out, "Found him." Jemina helps Vlad to his feet. Jemina screams, "Fuck, run." The pair sprint away. 3 men give chase, swords drawn and glinting in the dim light. No matter how young the bird is, it's time for it to take flight. Jemina and Vlad continue their desperate flight, the 3 swordsmen hot on their heels. The pursuers are closing in. One of them wonders where they went. The group continues their search, following the trail. They refer to Vlad and Jemina as rats. The order is given, find them, no matter what. One of the pursuers is promised compensation for their efforts. Another vows to make them pay for the humiliation he received. His fist clenches, knuckles white with rage. 2 of the pursuers decide to split up to cover more ground. The sound of splintering wood echoes as a door is forced open. The door gives way, the lock shattered. He and Jemina stand before another door, their escape route narrowing. Vlad grits his teeth, knowing they can't continue running like this. He instructed Jemina to stay there and not come out until it became quiet outside. Jemina asked what about him. Vlad stated that he would find a way. A disembodied voice noted that those jerks were sticking to each other, and moving together would be dangerous. Jemina exclaimed that she didn't want to and wanted to go together. Vlad asked if Marcella had promised, right? Vlad stated that she was going to help them go to the right place. Another voice commanded them to get back to the convent before dawn. Gemina insisted that she didn't want to. Vlad, exasperated, said, "For fuck's sake, you're not listening to me at all." Vlad called Gemina a moron, asking if he looked like he was capable of protecting her right now. Gemina appeared to be on the verge of tears. Vlad and Gemina stand side by side as a voice demands, "Who are you?" Gemina grips a knife, her knuckles white with tension. An old man holding a lantern stands before them. "Huh?" he asks. The old man's face is etched with confusion and suspicion. The old man's voice booms, "Why are you here?" The old man raises the lantern higher, his eyes narrowed. "You don't move, old," he warns. The old man's voice rises in anger. "What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly barge into someone else's house?" Gemina's eyes burn with fury. "I told you to not move, didn't I? I will really stab you." Gemina's grip tightens on the knife, her intent clear. The old man's expression hardens, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and defiance. Vlad watches the confrontation, his expression unreadable as Gemina glares at the old man. The old man stands his ground, the lantern casting eerie shadows as Gemina prepares to strike. A voice demands that the unsightly thing be put down first. Gemina's expression hardens, her teeth bared. She screams, demanding a sword. The old man's hands tremble. He asks what is going on. A voice explains that the sword is hanging over there, and it's not safe to go outside the town. Gemina insists that she is not joking and demands the sword. Vlad tells Gemina to put it down. Gemina shouts, demanding the sword now. A voice states that this is the true colors of those who live in the back alley. It's in their nature to steal in order to live. And also, her eyes burning with fury, she mutters that it's the little one's turn. A voice declares the situation how upsetting. The old man's expression is grim, his jaw set. Gemina's face contorts with rage, her teeth bared in a snarl. With a furious cry, she lunges forward, a knife clutched in her hand. Vlad shouts Gemina's name, his face a mask of alarm. The old man's eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. The knife gleams, poised to strike. Vlad's blue eyes widen in horror. Suddenly, Gemina's hair is seized from behind, halting her attack. Her body is pulled back, the knife still raised. The old man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he stares at Gemina. A voice echoes in the distance. Tears welling in her eyes, Gemina pleads, "I know this isn't enough, but I'll definitely pay you back when the time comes." Clutching her hair, Gemina swears an oath. She begs, "So please." A voice requests, "Please give the sword to Vlad." The old man's expression hardens. Vlad stands before the old man, awaiting his decision. Vlad affirms, "Yes." The old man's gaze is intense. Vlad stands resolute, a cloak draped over his shoulders. A voice echoes, "And something I was never able to do." A disembodied voice declares, "He is yet to bite," while flapping his wings. The old man sighs, rubbing his temples. "Who? Kids bother adults too much." He is seen with Vlad and Gemina. The cart wheels rumble heavily as they roll through the snowy streets. The cart continues its slow journey through the town, the snow crunching beneath its wheels. Grunting with effort, the old man pulls the cart, muttering, "Stop complaining and push." He continues, "This is the only way." "Hey, old man." A group of people stand nearby. One asks, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" The old man grits his teeth, thinking, "These bastards." He fumes, "They're going to block me here." Another man approaches the cart. "Are you taking out garbage?" The old man explodes in frustration. "Darn it. It's because all of you have been making a mess and blocking up the entire alley." He points accusingly, shouting, "My place would be full of stuff I can't throw away." The old man's expression shifts to surprise. He mutters that someone has a temper. A cloaked figure emerges from the snowy backdrop, questioning if the old man works alone. The old man retorts that he got tired and asked for help in exchange for bread, questioning why they care. The cloaked figure stands over the old man, stating that they have something. The cloaked figure states that they are there to check on the old man. The cloaked figure warns the old man not to move, threatening to cut him if he does. The cloaked figure's hand glows with a blue light as they grip the hilt of their sword. The sword gleams, its edge sharp and menacing. The cloaked figure raises the sword, preparing to strike. Elsewhere, Gemina laments how hard it is to get food. Gemina's face is slick with sweat, her expression a mixture of impatience and discomfort. The man with the sword nods, then says, "All right, go." Jorge demands, his voice rising, "What the heck are you looking for anyway?" A narration box states, "Jorge's kid, the one with gold hair. He's the only one missing." From a distance, Gemina asks impatiently, "Can I go now?" Jorge replies, "There's one more thing. We have to check thoroughly." The man says, "Hey you, check the cart." Gemina's eyes narrow, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Jorge warns, "Don't do it here, you might get dust everywhere." The man responds, "All right." The man orders, "Go over there." Jorge curses under his breath, "Fuck, should I have taken them somewhere else?" He states that there's nowhere to go anyway. The man holds a staff, his expression unreadable. His gaze is fixed on something unseen. The red-haired youth stands beside him, also holding a staff. The youth's expression is obscured. He says, "Don't be sad. This is my job." The staff is held firmly in his hands. The staff is slammed into the ground. The youth looks down, his face shadowed. The old man's expression is grim. Someone says, "I heard Harbin launched it." The youth and the old man exchange a look. The youth's blue eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. So it's there now. The words hung in the air. You said there must be a reason as to why he. Jorge, his brow furrowed, spoke with a measured tone. Anyway, I'm just letting you know. Jorge continued, his voice firm. All right, go on. The older man stood beside Jorge, his expression unreadable as they watched someone depart. A young boy, his face etched with worry, declared, "This is how I'm paying back the 40 silver my brother owed you." The back of a man's head is visible as he listens intently. Hua's gaze softened, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A voice echoed, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Otar." A man stood tall, a staff in his hand, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Meanwhile, the castle loomed in the distance, its gates standing open, beckoning travelers to enter. Two figures stand at the end of a long, dark alley. The man in the foreground states that this is where they get rid of the trash in town. A close-up reveals a character with red hair and glowing red eyes, tears welling up. The red-haired character, wearing a brown hooded cloak, says to take care of your health. A blue-tinted landscape is shown, with indistinct figures in the distance. A blonde-haired figure with piercing blue eyes holds a sword, standing amidst rubble. An older man with a white beard is shown, with the text, "The beginning that boy tightly embraces." The red-haired character from earlier clasps their hands together, a look of distress on their face. A castle is shown in the distance, with the text, "Brought by a girl's tears." A snowy landscape is shown, with the remnants of carts and other debris scattered across the ground. A full moon shines brightly in the night sky, surrounded by clouds. Snow-capped mountains rise majestically against the night sky. A close-up of a sword blade, reflecting light. He gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable as the light catches the sharp angles of his face. The question echoes in his mind. Me? He holds the sword, its metal gleaming in the dim light, as if searching for answers within its form. Yes. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Just who are you? I don't know. He recalls the advice he received, a strange sense of irony washing over him. I can't believe you gave me so many tips about the sword, even though you don't know who you are. His gaze intensifies as he stares at the sword, a silent conversation passing between them. A flicker of acceptance crosses his face. Well, that's perfectly fine. He raises the sword, a newfound resolve hardening his features. I'll be your memory, and you'll be my sword. His eyes narrow, a hint of defiance in their depths. I don't care even if you are a demon. The weight of his fears settles upon him. What I'm afraid of. He kneels before a spectral figure bathed in moonlight, a sense of foreboding filling the air. He feels himself fading. Vlad grits his teeth, a storm brewing behind his electric blue eyes. The sword seems to call out to him. Vlad grips the hilt, his knuckles white. The sword is his purpose. A hand moves pieces across a detailed map, plotting the next strategic move. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Joseph Bayezid sits at a table, his fingers poised over a chessboard, contemplating his next move. Joseph's expression hardens, a hint of unease flickering across his features. Too smoothly. His hand clenches into a fist, a subtle display of contained frustration. Elsewhere, a figure stands before a seated man, announcing his return. Oh right, welcome back. The captain stands tall, his gloved hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He appears troubled. The captain's long coat brushes against his boots as he shifts his weight. The captain raises an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. Do you perhaps have any concerns? Meanwhile, Joseph Bayezid rests his chin on his hand, a calculating look in his eyes. The captain's voice carries a hint of unease. It's just that everything is going too smoothly. The captain gestures towards the seated figure. There are few casualties, and they are all mercenaries. Bottom text present. Are there not soldiers who went missing, who could all be considered deserters? The captain's expression hardens. Mediocre results and deserters. Joseph Bayezid's hand rests on a table covered with strategic maps. Everyone will start to question my ability to lead. Joseph Bayezid's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. My father and his vassals are a given, and Joseph Bayezid's gaze hardens as he thinks of a potential rival. So will my brother from another mother, Lutgil. The hem of Joseph Bayezid's coat is visible, the fabric a deep, rich purple. The captain looks off into the distance, a troubled expression on his face. He broods, the weight of his ambition pressing down. At this rate, only destruction awaits. If he cannot become the next count, it's clear what Lutgir will do. A vision flares, the house of Bayezid, which values military might. This is proven by its history. After all, his father too ascended to his place after trampling his brothers, whom he shared blood with. Joseph Bayezid sighs, his fingers steepled in thought. He is lacking usable blades. Of course, excluding you, Jair. Jair addresses his master. He has something to report regarding that matter. Joseph Bayezid sits at his desk, a question forming in his mind. There is a suspicious mercenary, Joseph Bayezid is told. Is he a spy? Joseph Bayezid clarifies. He does not mean the mercenary is suspicious in that manner. Instead, Jair believes Joseph Bayezid will have to see it with his own eyes to understand. He wipes his mouth with a cloth, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. A voice echoes. It's as if they were a child who just picked up a sword. The corpses of goblins hang suspended from the rafters, their bodies bearing the marks of crude and unskilled attacks. Jair stands beside Joseph, observing the scene with a critical eye. Please observe. Jair gestures towards the gruesome display. The rest of the corpses over here, too. The voice continues. These are just as shoddy as well. Footsteps echo through the training area. Joseph Bayezid lowers the cloth from his mouth, his gaze sharp. Just how is everybody gathered here so mediocre? The camera focuses on the hanging corpses, their wounds a testament to the lack of skill. Joseph's eyes narrow as he studies one corpse in particular. Same goes for this one. Wait, the same trajectory? Even so, something's different. Joseph Bayezid holds a cloth to his mouth, contemplating the scene before him. The man with the eye patch stands beside him. He wonders if just one person was responsible for all of this. The scene shows the corpses of many people. The corpses are impaled on spikes. The man with the eye patch confirms that it is correct, young master. Joseph Bayezid thinks to himself that the first one was brought in 1 month ago. Joseph Bayezid says that there's no way. The text says, in just 1 month? Joseph Bayezid wonders who it is. The scene shows a forest in winter. The sound of fighting echoes through the forest. A goblin is attacked. A goblin is stabbed. The clash of steel echoes through the snowy forest as soldiers engage in a desperate struggle against unseen foes. Blood splatters on the pristine snow, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. A soldier, his face grim with determination, barks out an order. Tighten the encirclement. His voice cuts through the din of battle, urging his comrades to press the attack. A bloodied spear points forward, a symbol of the relentless assault. The command rings out. Don't let them escape. A soldier stands triumphant over a fallen enemy, his spear dripping with blood. He mutters, finally picture us wrapping up. The soldier's face contorts in a furious yell, his mouth agape as he screams a battle cry. Another soldier, spear in hand, braces for the next attack, his eyes narrowed with apprehension. A hulking monster, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light, towers over a lone soldier. The soldier, fear etched on his face, can only stammer. What? Why are you? The monster lunges forward, its massive claws outstretched, ready to tear the soldier apart. Chaos erupts as the monster's assault decimates a group of soldiers, sending them flying through the air amidst a shower of blood. The monster swings a crude club, its impact crushing bone and flesh as it pulverizes another unfortunate soldier. 2 soldiers stand side by side, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination as they prepare to face the monstrous onslaught. The monster roars, its gaping maw revealing rows of jagged teeth, its eyes burning with savage fury. A hobgoblin grunts in surprise as an unseen force slams into it. The hobgoblin cries out as the attack connects, sending blood splattering across the snowy ground. The force of the blow rips through the hobgoblin's flesh. A soldier shouts in alarm, questioning where the attack came from. Another soldier reports that the hobgoblins have broken through Squad 5's defenses. A knight on horseback surveys the chaotic scene, his expression grim. Someone demands to know what everyone is doing and orders them back to their positions. A man with a thick mustache bellows at the soldiers to get to the front lines, furious that they would expect to be paid for such shoddy work. 2 soldiers discuss the lack of reports about hobgoblin sightings, one suggesting they should have employed more expensive mercenaries. A soldier grips his shield, while another voice declares that Sir Knight should step up to handle the situation. The man from before glares, his face contorted with rage. With a furious cry, the knight charges into the fray, his sword raised high. A hobgoblin bares its fangs, ready to strike. A man with a thick mustache looks on with concern. A man on horseback surveys the scene. Footsteps crunch through the snow, approaching the battle. A sword is drawn, glinting in the pale light. The knight and his companions stand ready, facing the monstrous hobgoblin. Hugh, the Reman of Prayers, prepares to unleash his power. He steals his resolve. He'll pull it off this time. The sword gleams, ready to strike. With a burst of speed, Hugh dives forward, sword extended. The hobgoblin snarls, anticipating the attack. The hobgoblin's crude blade slashes across his arm, drawing a line of crimson. Blood sprays from the wound, painting the snow red. The hobgoblin roars in triumph, but Hugh remains unfazed. It was shallow, he declares. A voice booms from off-panel, commanding, pull back. Ignoring the order, the hobgoblin presses his attack, swinging his weapon in a wide arc. Hugh's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination hardening his gaze. He ducks beneath the clumsy swing, the wind whistling past his ear as he narrowly avoids the blow. Springing back, Hugh prepares to counter, his sword held ready. A frustrated grimace twists his features. Damn, another failure. His voice laced with anger, Hugh demands. Are you so dumb that you can't even follow instructions? A voice echoes, dripping with sarcasm. You'd be a genius if you could do everything just by following instructions. The hobgoblin retorts, I'm just taking my time, that's all. The hobgoblin roars, raising his club high above his head. The club comes crashing down towards Q, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The club connects, sending the rising star flying through the air. He is sent hurtling backwards. The hobgoblin bellows, his red eyes gleaming with savage intent. He raises his club once more, preparing to deliver another devastating blow. The club slams into him again, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. Hugh is sent spiraling through the air, a helpless projectile against the hobgoblin's relentless assault. The hobgoblin stands amidst the swirling dust, his massive form radiating an aura of brutal power. The club descends, a harbinger of destruction. The hobgoblin vows, "This time, I will surely." A close-up of the hobgoblin's face reveals a chilling determination, his eyes burning with a fierce, unwavering resolve. A blade crackles with blue energy as it descends, the wielder declaring, "Cut it down." A hulking monster stands amidst swirling blue energy. The monster's face contorts in a savage snarl, its tusks bared. A voice whispers, "Riemann." The swordsman's eyes gleam as he utters, "Riemann of prayers, you say?" Jar commands, "Go investigate that man's background immediately." A figure with dark hair glances back, a contemplative expression on his face. The back of the figure's coat is shown, the fabric rippling. A subordinate bows, stating, "Yes, young master." The dark-haired figure's brow furrows as he thinks. This truly makes no sense. The figure looks upon the monster, now impaled, reflecting, "To think these unsteady, lousy swings." A smirk plays on the dark-haired figure's lips as he muses, "Have grown to the point where it can leave a sword path within just 1 month." A man's face is contorted in pain, blood splattering around him as he suffers a grievous wound. Hugh leaps through the air, his sword crackling with blue energy as he brings it down on his unseen foe. The panel reads, "He's a genius." The captain's words echo in the cold air, "It's all just garbage, nothing useful here either." The captain surveys the scene, a cart piled high with the corpses of fallen monsters. "Huh, seriously," he mutters. Captain Hoover exclaims, "Captain, wasn't it amazing this time too?" Hugh says, "Stop chattering and just bring the things I slashed down." The captain grips the hilt of his sword, the steel glinting in the pale light. "I've already done that," he states. Captain Hoover remarks, "There isn't even a guy who'd have the guts to take yours in the first place, Captain." Captain Hoover asks Hugh, "Anyway, since the subjugation is almost over, what will you do next?" Hugh asks, "If you don't have any particular plans, how about working on something with me?" Captain Hoover gestures as he walks alongside Hugh through the snowy landscape. "If we have your sword and my brain." Captain Hoover's expression is serious as he considers the possibilities. The mercenary badge gleams on his boot. The man with the blue eyes asks if something can last forever. Captain Hoover states that he knows someone who can counterfeit it perfectly, adding the name Got. A disembodied voice warns that if one's tongue gets light, their head will become light as well. The warning continues, stating that if it's an offer, he'll warn them, but he will kill them if it's a threat. Jack the One-Armed stares intensely. Captain Hoover explains that he only said it out of consideration for the captain, adding that earning pennies as a decurion is a waste of talent. The voice warns that if they don't want their head and body separated, they should shut their nonsense and clean up the... Captain Hoover says okay, and that he's on it now, as the blonde-haired man tells him to rest. Hugh thinks to himself that he should teach him a lesson sometime. Hugh looks down at a cart filled with goblins. Hugh walks through the snowy landscape. Captain Hoover wonders if Riemann is going to pray again. Someone observes that he's consistent. Hugh kneels in the snow, his sword planted firmly before him. Another person comments on the view, wondering if he is truly not a noble. Someone states that he's definitely not of the same birth as them. Hugh curses under his breath. He thinks to himself that he's still unable to cut it in one shot. Frustration etched on his face, Hugh grips his sword tightly. Someone calls him an idiot, reminding him that the secret to one shot, one kill, always comes out unexpectedly. The voice continues, explaining that if you lift the sword and lean your body, the opponent goes SSG. The voice asks why he can't understand, explaining that when the opponent goes SSG, you go whoosh. The sound of SSG whoosh echoes. A group of people watch Hugh from a distance. The camp bustles with activity under a sky threatening more snow. Steam rises from a bowl of stew, its aroma thick with spices. A man with pink hair eyes the contents of his bowl suspiciously. "What meat is this?" Another man, with short brown hair, eats a piece of the stew. "I don't know. It's free meat, so how does it matter?" At a long table, several people eat together. There's almost no other place where the employer provides meals. A voice from nearby comments, "Bayezid for no reason?" "Right. It's salty but tastes great." The blonde man from before says, "Enjoy yourselves." A figure walks through the tent city. Is the captain going to the priest again? Another figure walks alongside. Should I also try praying or something? A voice declares that someone is already failing just by asking to do something. The church stands tall against a bright blue sky. Blue curtains hang within the church. Priest Andrea calls for Riemann to come in. Priest Andrea hopes that someone spent the night peacefully. A child replies that they are always at peace. Priest Andrea mentions that he heard someone went to pray the previous night as well. Priest Andrea holds a book, commenting that it must have been very cold. Riemann wonders how the cold would matter after being held in the Lord's arms. He thinks of someone as a bastard. Priest Andrea laughs, saying that someone is more like a priest than himself. A child says that the meal is ready. Priest Andrea replies that it is right, thanking Jiang. Priest Andrea says that he was about to have breakfast, inviting someone to have it together. A voice declares that they didn't come here to have breakfast. At the table, a meal is laid out before the group. Riemann clasps his hands in prayer. He thinks, let us thank God for the food he has given us today too. Let us gain strength through this food. Let us make more effort in doing good things. The old man's expression is solemn as he continues his prayer. Hugh bows his head, a golden cross behind him. He thinks, truthful one. Even at the most humble place, he hasn't lost his faithfulness. A figure stands on a battlefield, silhouetted against a blood-red sky. A voice echoes, I have to lead him. This young man who'll go in search of blood-stained battlefields until his death. This, too, is a tear given by God. The old man continues his prayer. Riemann looks at Q, who is sitting across from him. He says, ahead and eat. A hand is placed on the table. A voice says, yes, thank you for the meal. Precious wheat bread and soup. Now we're talking about food. Q takes a bite of bread. Riemann says, your sword skill. The man with gray hair sits across from Jair. Joseph Bayezid says he is familiar with the situation, but it seems to have reached his ears as well. 2 days prior, Joseph continues, Sir Jair came and inquired about him a great deal. Jair responds with a simple "oh." Joseph states that he has recommended Jair. Joseph smiles warmly, his hands clasped together. Joseph says he was looking forward to what the future holds, since Jair is a truly faithful young man. The house of Bayezid is a prestigious noble household, even in the north. Joseph says that just being able to work there, Joseph continues, will be a much better environment than the one Jair is in right now. Joseph states that Jair is worthy of enjoying all that. Jair's expression remains neutral. Standing in a snowy forest, Jair thinks to himself that this is difficult. Kneeling in the snow, Jair thinks that it seems like he's done something that caught too much attention. It couldn't be helped, he rationalized, since his swordsmanship could only be honed through practice. Before that, shouldn't he consider that staying too close to the priest might be a problem? He had to confirm, he thought, his expression grim. Am I sure I'm not an evil existence? He wondered, his blue eyes reflecting the cold light. It's said that Priest Andrea is reputed and strong in divine power, so much so that he's recommended for the position of bishop. The image of Priest Andrea, clad in white robes, holding a book, flashed in his mind. But before that, should he make a run for it now, at least? With his talent level, wouldn't they turn a blind eye to his false identity? If they question him about this and that, they'll find out he killed a mercenary who was stealing. Since he wasn't caught, identity forgery along with a murder case. You're quite heinous, aren't you? His expression hardened, a flicker of determination in his eyes. You're an accomplice in the crime, too. I think it's better if you run away. It can be acknowledged as self-defense only if you have a witness. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression hardening. Then let's say he makes a. If he takes God, he can also make a forged identity badge. He thinks it will be difficult to run away. Something is approaching from behind. From its energy, it's at least an advanced night. Hugh's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. A man with a dark beard and an eye patch stood before him, his gaze intense. Hugh's expression hardened, his resolve firming. The man with the eye patch thought to himself, did he read my presence? He's more useful than I thought. The man with the eye patch spoke, Sir Joseph wants to see you. Hugh glanced at the man, a wave of regret washing over him. Oh, I should have just immediately run away without overthinking. If he gets intimidated here, it won't get him anywhere. It's an honor, he thinks. In a card game, they say an unwavering expression is a great technique. Jack the One-Armed asks if he knew he'd be coming. Jack the One-Armed states that he heard it from the priest. Jack the One-Armed admits he didn't expect him to arrive so early, finding it interesting. The sprouting young mercenary is relaxed before him, Jack the One-Armed thinks. Jack the One-Armed tells Q to follow him. Jack the One-Armed walks forward. Q watches Jack the One-Armed walk away. Should he make a run for it now? Q wonders. He knows he shouldn't think of getting away from him. A knight of that level will take your head off before you can take 3 steps, a voice in his head warns. Jack the One-Armed continues to walk. Jack the One-Armed's feet move forward. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Jack the One-Armed gripped the hilt of his sword. It couldn't be helped then. A banner bearing a sword and castle emblem hung proudly. A voice called out, I finally get to meet you. It's nice to see you. Joseph Bayezid stood in a library, reading a book. A guard bowed his head. It's an honor, Sir Joseph. Joseph Bayezid stood with Q in the library. Did you have any inconveniences during the missions? Joseph Bayezid smiled. Thanks to Sir Joseph's kind consideration, we are all grateful. A blonde with blue eyes. A voice echoed. I thought you were a child of some fallen nobles. Q lowered his head. A voice said, I should have told you earlier. Q stood with the guard. He stares intensely, his blue eye glowing with an inner light. Jack the One-Armed glares back, his own green eye burning with a similar intensity. Joseph Bayezid declares, his voice laced with disdain, I despise liars. The text identifies the blonde youth as Vlad of Shoera. Someone states that Q already knew everything. A voice questions if he knows who his father is, stating that they couldn't figure it out. A man with dark hair and piercing eyes stares intently. Q states that it's a great joke that you're asking a prostitute's son who his father is. A fight breaks out. The fight continues. The man from before tells Q to know his limits. Kiddo. Someone responds with a firm no. Someone thinks that thinking about it, it's actually a great joke. The man from before states that it's a mercenary group. They must have killed someone somewhere and brought him back. Q stands before a figure. The voice echoes, declaring that the reason for running away from Shoera has already been figured out. The question hangs in the air. Where did he learn sword fighting? A close-up reveals the intensity in Q's eyes, a hint of the power he wields. There's so much hidden in those eyes, a voice observes. A figure in dark armor trains Q, their movements swift and precise. Q's expression is one of intense focus, sweat beading on his brow as he spars. The voice returns, describing the fighting style as approaching like lightning. The armored figure kneels, perhaps after a grueling training session. The teacher who disappeared like the wind is remembered. The voice notes that he did not reveal his name. The teacher is bathed in a blinding light, energy crackling around him. It was, the voice says, a vision of singular mastery that shouldn't be revealed to anyone. The intensity in his blue eyes doesn't waver. Joseph Bayezid's eyes remain fixed on Vlad, his expression unreadable. Joseph says, "All right, I'm sorry for treating you poorly." Vlad's gaze is unwavering as he considers the apology. Did it work? Joseph continues, "I don't know about you, but I'm in a really difficult situation right now." The guard stands silently in the background as Joseph, kneeling, looks up at Vlad. He adds, "So, I would like to make a suggestion." Joseph extends a hand, his expression earnest. "Don't you want to rise to an even higher position?" The words hang in the air: authority, freedom, survival, knighthood. Vlad meets Joseph's gaze, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Joseph clarifies, "I'm talking about those things." Joseph Bayezid declares, "I, Joseph Bayezid, would like to support you." The offer hangs heavy between them, a potential alliance shimmering in the air. The clash of steel echoed through the air as he met Godwin's attack head-on, their swords sparking against each other. From the sidelines, a voice commented, "He's holding it up well." Another observer remarked, "It's because he's going easy on him." The crowd watched intently as the two warriors continued their duel. "His skills are definitely," one of them began. An observer exclaimed, "Extraordinary. I'm jealous. I want to." Vlad pressed his attack, his blade a blur of motion. Godwin gritted his teeth, feeling the force of the blow. KRRGH. A man with an eye patch scoffed, "Such a coward. Does it make any sense to hold your head up high in front of Joseph with such a mere skill?" Another man declared, "You really don't know your place." He parries Godwin's blow, the clash of steel echoing through the arena. Godwin grits his teeth, realizing the difference in their levels. If he dodges, Vlad will follow through. He thinks to himself that Vlad is too heavy to block. Godwin steals his gaze. In that case, he needs a new strategy. Vlad presses his advantage, launching a swift counterattack. The two swords meet again, locked in a deadly embrace. Steel grinds against steel, the air thick with tension. Vlad's strength proves too much, and he begins to push through Godwin's block. The blade of Vlad's sword inches closer to Godwin. The swords clash once more, the force of the impact sending sparks flying. A close-up reveals the intense pressure at the point of contact between the two blades. The onlookers murmur, impressed by Vlad's skill. One exclaims that he's pulled through, while another agrees that he's pretty great. He states that Vlad should be able to do at least this much. Vlad pants, admitting to himself that he hasn't succeeded. Jack thinks to himself that Vlad is allowing him to show himself. Jack tells Vlad to continue sparring like this twice a day, morning and evening. Vlad is surprised by the training regimen. Jack states that they should end the morning session with this, so that Vlad doesn't cool down his body too much. Jack walks away, leaving Vlad behind. Vlad thinks that Jack didn't offer advice once, and that was some great sparring. He mercilessly trimmed away the excess baggage that clung to his body. There are things you only learn by getting hit. Vlad thinks that there's no one on his side. So, the guard stood watch outside the tent. "What do you say, having seen it for yourself?" Jack the one-armed stood in the room, his expression grim. "Bad. So much that if he was from the noble family, even the count would have noticed himself." "I knew it, my eyes weren't wrong." A man with dark blue hair and piercing blue eyes stared intently. But the problem is that he doesn't know his limits and is quite arrogant. Well, he was born and raised in the streets, so it makes sense. All we got to do is teach him etiquette slowly. I think I have the right person for that. Jack the one-armed stood over a seated figure. "Job in front of me now." The man's gaze was intense. Even if he bowed his head politely as soon as he saw him, he wouldn't have believed him anyway. It's better that he revealed his true nature right away, Jack the one-armed thought. There's something he must definitely do. A close-up of the man's face reveals a steely determination in his eyes. A relationship where you give each other what they want seems great. If that's what you think, the man mused, nodding slightly. Isn't he just like a wolf? A snarling wolf bares its teeth, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Arrogant, untrustworthy, and living with a sense of superiority. Want to rush, because it will take some time to create a large cage. A voice echoes with a dark proverb, a cage so vast that a wolf mistakes it for freedom. A man gazes down, his expression unreadable. The man shivers, drawing his scarf tighter. Grr. It's cold. He considers the winter, thinking that the chief has, but no, Vlad has become the disciple of Jair. Meanwhile, a figure stands near a fire, contemplating the situation. By the way, achieving success is one thing. But to end up in a situation like this in such weather? Another man approaches. Is everything all right? He responds, ah yes, Sir Roderick. A man in armor states, I should. There seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. A stern voice commands, get to your senses and continue working hard. An unseen figure responds with enthusiasm and reassurance. A knight stands guard as Roderick acknowledges the response with a simple, good. The knight remains vigilant as Roderick looks down. The unseen speaker remarks on the knight's sturdiness. Roderick, his expression thoughtful, notes that the patrol has just left and won't be back anytime soon. Standing by a brazier, Roderick wonders if he dozed off for a bit. The wind howls through the trees as Roderick remains lost in thought. An unseen figure demands to know what he is doing here, frustrated that he hasn't left yet. The unseen figure questions what Roderick means by looking for a child. Roderick, looking slightly unnerved, wonders whom he is talking with. The unseen figure calls Roderick crazy. The unseen figure declares that they are looking for their child. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Why did she stop talking? Roderick's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as unease settles in. He begins to walk away from the flickering torchlight, his spear held loosely in his hand. Roderick's eyes widen, a silent exclamation escaping him. He continues his trek, a question echoing in his mind. Where is he going suddenly? A voice, seemingly from nowhere, observes that this is not the road to the campsite. Roderick's confusion deepens. Huh. Emerging from the snowy forest, a figure stands silhouetted against the pale sky, a long sword glinting in their grasp. A dark aura emanates from them. Roderick's eyes dart around, a growing sense of dread washing over him. A sinister magic circle begins to materialize, its purple glow casting eerie shadows on the snow. The circle intensifies, its dark energy swirling and crackling with malevolent intent. The magic circle pulses with power, a harbinger of unknown dangers to come. Hugh winces, feeling sore all over. Hugh walks through the snowy landscape. It looked like he just wanted to beat me up. That just makes me sad. Captain. Look at me for a second. When to get back? The subjugation team doesn't seem to have returned yet. Captain, I'm going to run away from here tonight. What are you talking about? He reminds Q not to forget that he came to look for him. The man asks what the heck Q means, telling him not to take his words lightly. The man says that it's what he saw himself. The man refers to that forest. The man explains that the one they're subjugating is cursed. Q asks what he means. The man explains that quite a few soldiers ran away, even though the pay and work environment are good. The man says it's because the forest took them. The man insists that they are not deserters, but missing people. The man says he saw it. The man refers to the ghost that abducts people in the forest. The man looks concerned. He stood in the snowy forest with Harbin, the silence punctuated only by the crunch of their boots on the frozen ground. Harbin insisted that Q should know his limits, but the blonde-haired swordsman remained unconvinced. He was telling the truth, Harbin insisted. Q's eyes widened slightly as he absorbed the information. Harbin revealed that even the knight had disappeared yesterday. Q questioned if he meant Sir Roderick. Harbin confirmed that he was talking about Sir Roderick. He had even checked on the way back, and knew what? Harbin's expression grew grave as he spoke of the bastards who had gone missing until now. All of them had black hair. Q's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the implications sank in. Harbin's face contorted in frustration. He thought he should have just taken his stuff and run away, and screw courtesy. A group of people rode on horseback through the snowy forest. The man with the eye patch mutters to himself, the words lost to the wind. The blonde-haired man asks, his voice laced with doubt, can we trust him? The blonde-haired man replies, his tone firm, no. The man with the eye patch stares off into the distance, his expression unreadable. Sir Joseph thinks of this as an opportunity, rather than just a typical monster subjugation performance. It could be a bigger benefit to discover something unusual. However, it's quite disturbing. The man with the eye patch wonders, all the people who went missing had black hair, huh? The blonde-haired man states, there were 3 knights at that post, so nothing would have happened. The man with the eye patch thinks, none of them were actually useful. The man with the eye patch continues to think, since even Roderick's gone missing, someone more skilled has to go. A soldier announces, Sir Jair, the subjugation team is over there. A new voice declares, I am Aaron, a follower of. Sir Roderick addresses the group. A mercenary reports, you searched through the forest and couldn't find even a trace. The mercenary confirms, yes, that's right. Despite placing an experienced mercenary in front, we couldn't find a single footprint. Sir Roderick listens intently. A mercenary considers, I guess I should confirm it myself. An order is given. From here out, we'll make groups of 3 and search the surroundings. Disperse, but make sure. Sir Roderick oversees the mercenaries. The sun sets over the snowy forest. The search continues through the dense forest. A mercenary expresses frustration. You can't be like that. Someone exclaims, how could he do that to me? This is a scam. One mercenary says, a scam that uses a person's courtesy. Another responds, stop babbling and search. I'll give you a little something later. One of the mercenaries asks if anything has been found. The response is a simple, negative reply. The blonde mercenary declares the search is pointless, stating he's from the city and questioning how to find someone who goes missing in the back streets. The blonde mercenary explains that it's simple. You find out as long as you catch someone randomly and beat them up. The mercenary's expression is stern as he looks off into the distance. The mercenary with the beard states that the blonde mercenary is really useless. The text indicates that the sun is setting and the day is going to end soon. The mercenary with the beard asks if they should just head back. The mercenary's gaze is intense as he looks off to the side. One of the mercenaries asks if they searched beyond the river. The blonde mercenary states that, from what he knows, the missing person didn't cross the river. Another mercenary replies that wasn't the direction of the subjugation. The mercenary with the beard states that nothing was found when they searched the forest before. The mercenary with the beard says that even if they do happen to find Roderick, he can't be here, and even that unidentified woman. He declared that they would cross the river. A soldier affirmed the order. One of the soldiers tested the ice with his spear, the metal tip tapping against the frozen surface. The boots of the soldiers crunched on the partially frozen river. Jack stated that winter was coming to an end, so they should still be able to cross the river. One of the soldiers suggested that if they scattered themselves while crossing, it should work. He wondered what it was. A soldier asked if something was found, but the other replied that it was not that. Jack declared that they would expand the search to the area beyond the river. Since the river wasn't fully frozen, they would move in 3 groups. The soldiers affirmed the order. The soldiers marched onto the ice, their footsteps echoing across the frozen expanse. One of the soldiers asked what was wrong. One of the soldiers stated that he had a bad feeling about this. A soldier complained about feeling his foot, but the other dismissed it, saying he was just scared. The blonde-haired youth admits to being scared, stating that he is different from great people like the captain. He believes people like him can only survive if they have a good gut feeling. Jack the one-armed, his expression grim, thinks to himself that the youth won't have a graceful death. The group continues to trek across the frozen river, the setting sun casting long shadows. One of them voices his concern, saying his gut is telling him they shouldn't cross. The blonde-haired youth replies that he doesn't know much about gut feelings, but he knows one thing. Jack the one-armed wonders what the reason could be. The blonde-haired youth thinks to himself that if anyone runs away from here, Jack the one-armed, his face contorted in anger, thinks that even if it were him, he would beat them up. The blonde-haired youth tells the concerned soldier to shut up and just follow, stating that crossing the river is their only way to live. Hugh grimaces, muttering that it's not good. The group continues to walk across the ice, the sound of their footsteps echoing across the frozen expanse. The concerned soldier cries out in fear, asking if the ice could break. The blonde-haired youth replies, of course. Jack the one-armed threatens that if the soldier continues babbling, he's going to break the ice and shove him under it. The soldier groans in response. The old man slips, his staff clattering against the slick ice as he struggles to maintain his grip. A voice booms out, urging him to get up. Hugh reaches down, grabbing the old man by the scruff of his neck to help him up. We're the only ones lagging, he says. A soldier cries out in fear. His scream echoes across the frozen expanse. The old man continues to struggle, his feet slipping on the treacherous surface. This bastard, he mutters. Hugh's eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The soldier stammers, his voice trembling with terror. A horrifying sight appears beneath the ice, the frozen faces of corpses. The soldier's voice booms, filled with dread. Corpses. The group continues forward, unaware of the horrors beneath their feet. The soldier's terrified voice rings out. There are corpses under the river. The old man's words hung heavy in the air as the group continued their trek across the frozen river. The ice stretched out before them, a seemingly endless expanse of shimmering blue. Suddenly, the ice groaned, a deep, ominous sound that resonated through the frigid air. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, revealing a horrifying sight beneath. A mass of frozen corpses, their faces contorted in silent screams. The group halted, their breath misting in the air as they stared in stunned silence at the macabre spectacle unfolding beneath their feet. The ice groaned again, louder this time, and one of the soldiers exclaimed, what the? The ice is breaking. Panic flared as another soldier shouted, cross the river quickly, right now. A hand reached up from the depths, its fingers gnarled and blue, as if clawing for escape from the icy tomb. The corpses began to stir, their eyes snapping open, revealing a chilling, vacant stare. A soldier, his voice laced with terror, yelled, fucking hell, what is that? We're surrounded. The group huddled together, their eyes darting around, searching for any sign of escape as the undead closed in. One of the soldiers cried out, Sir Gyre, what do we do now? A grim voice echoed, the speaker's face shadowed. This is a trap. The speaker continued, his eyes glinting with a cold, calculating light. It's a trap that was carefully set up as if they knew we'd be coming. Jack the one-armed, his face partially obscured by an eye patch, leads a group through the forest as the sun shines through the trees. The scene shifts to a horde of undead, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. These were not things the living ones were allowed to have. A prayer rises in the dim light of the sanctuary. Lord, thank you for looking after and providing for us. A golden chalice sits in the center of the room. The priest and a young boy kneel before the altar, their heads bowed in reverence. May you continue to guide us with your light. The boy remains kneeling, his small frame a stark contrast to the towering figure of the priest beside him. The boy tugs at the priest's sleeve. Mr. Priest. The chalice shimmers with an ethereal light. The priest clasps his hands together, his face etched with a serene smile as he continues his silent prayer. Elsewhere, a village nestles in the shadow of snow-capped mountains, the air crisp and cold. A gust of wind sweeps through the village, carrying with it the promise of a harsh winter. A voice echoes from the darkness. Child, my child. A disembodied voice echoes from the darkness, asking, Where are you, my child? A figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, their face obscured by long, dark hair. Speed lines streak across the scene, conveying a sense of rapid movement. A man with glowing blue eyes screams in anguish. A hand reaches out desperately, as a voice cries out, No, Captain, Captain. Another man, eyes wide with terror, shouts in desperation. A figure with glowing blue eyes and a bloodied face roars in fury. A sword is drawn, dripping with an ominous purple liquid. Q, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, cries out for help. A horde of figures with glowing blue eyes advance menacingly. Q stands ready, his sword glinting in the light, determination etched on his face. The clash of steel echoes as multiple figures engage in a chaotic melee. Swords swing, and blood splatters across the icy ground. Wielding his sword with unwavering determination, Q stands his ground against the onslaught. A grunt escapes an enemy soldier as he struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. Another enemy charges forward, face contorted in rage. Bastard. And no, I can't. I won't, he shouts. Q grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Damn it. Turning his gaze back towards the group, Q's thoughts drift to a pressing concern. I wonder if Sir Gyre is safe. A spear hurtles through the air, a deadly projectile aimed at an unseen target. Another spear follows, adding to the barrage of incoming threats. The enemy soldiers advance, a wall of spears pointed menacingly towards Q. The world blurs as the battle intensifies, the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. He is injured, blood dripping from his body as he pants heavily. The enemies roar in unison, their voices echoing through the space. The chorus of enraged voices continues to swell. Jack the One-Armed grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face. Damn it, there's no end to them. He realizes they planned this trap quite well. Jack the One-Armed thinks, I don't know who set this up, but I can clearly tell who they're after. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. The air crackles with energy as Jack the One-Armed decides, there's no time to lose. A green aura flares around him as he prepares to fight. The green energy intensifies, swirling around him like a protective shield. With a surge of power, Jack the One-Armed charges into the horde of enemies, his sword a blur of motion. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve, the green light reflecting in their depths. A monstrous face contorts in a furious roar, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The monster's roar intensifies, its teeth bared in a savage display. A surge of green energy crackles through the air, the sound like tearing fabric. The green energy intensifies, silhouetting figures caught within its radiant glow. A man shouts, urging everyone to group up. The group rallies, bolstered by the presence of a knight at their side. We have Sir Knight on our side, they exclaim. The knight plunges into the fray, a whirlwind of steel and determination against the encroaching darkness. A voice cries out, invoking a name in desperation, Shora's blood. Another figure bellows, demanding that a contract be fulfilled. The knight clashes with another combatant, their struggle a desperate dance against the backdrop of a snow-swept battlefield. The knight cries out, his expression a mask of fierce determination and rising panic. What? A commanding voice orders a retreat, urging the defenders to hold the base until reinforcements arrive. A hand, slick with blood, reaches out in desperation. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in alarm. He shouts, Let's go, God. A figure races through the snow, calling out, See, Captain, wait for me. A green glow emanates from around the eye of the bearded man, who thinks to himself, Dear God. Two figures clash in the snow, the sound of steel on steel echoing through the trees. One of them grunts in pain. The bearded man grips a sword that pulses with emerald light, ready to strike. His brow furrows with grim determination. The man with the glowing sword faces his opponent, the green light casting eerie shadows on the snow. A man with spiky hair shouts, Roderick, close up on the armor of one of the combatants. The snowy landscape stretches out under a dark, clouded sky. Tents stand illuminated against the backdrop of a dark, mountainous landscape. Sir Joseph sits at his desk, a book open before him, a single lamp casting a warm glow on the scene. He recoils, startled by something unseen. Arg. What are those? His eyes widen in alarm. Arg. Joseph's expression twists in fear. Arg. Get away from me. A voice calls out, An ambush? Sir Joseph. A guard stands at the entrance to the tent, his face etched with concern as he addresses Sir Joseph. Another guard, Borden, asks, What's going on? Joseph stammers. Well. His expression hardens, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Why your safety comes first. The guard's face is a mask of concern. Joseph's face contorts in rage. And yet, you came here without your sword? He recoils, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched across his face. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a suit of armor, its purpose now unclear. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with a barely contained fury. Was too kind to you. The unseen speaker continues, their voice dripping with menace. I would have hung you by now. Sir Joseph bows his head, offering a hasty apology. I'm sorry, sir. A small group approaches, their faces grim as they enter the room. Sir Andrea acknowledges the group. Ah, Sir Andrea. One of the men asks, what's going on? A second voice answers grimly, it's the demons. Sir Joseph trembles as he presents an open book. Please have a look at this. A close-up reveals the text within the book. It's the Bible written with holy ink. The holy text shimmers with an ethereal light. It means something powerful is heading our way. One of the men asks, his voice laced with fear, is there any way to stop it? Sir Andrea replies, I'm not an exorcist, sir. He states that he will try his best with his divine powers, but doubts he will be of any help to this powerful one. Lutgeir responds, questioning the statement. It is said that no other knight here has managed to form their own world. The knights acknowledge that they have no other choice. The group decides to move out. Lutgeir stands tall, ready for what's to come. An exclamation point hangs in the air as a figure stands before a burning pyre. Lutgeir's expression is grim. A chaotic scene unfolds as someone screams that they are not someone's child. Lutgeir's eyes narrow with concern. Andrea wonders if the mist is causing the soldiers to hallucinate. Lutgeir realizes that it's definitely not a natural phenomenon, and that they've been caught. He reaches down, a silent plea echoing in the darkness. My child. Elsewhere, a group stands bathed in an eerie blue light, their faces grim. A voice whispers, filled with longing, my child. A figure with long, flowing hair calls out into the void, where are you? An old man and a young boy stare in wide-eyed shock, their faces etched with disbelief. A close-up reveals a face filled with a mixture of fear and determination. A lone figure walks away, their voice fading into the distance. Are you there? A masked figure stands amidst swirling clouds, their presence radiating an unsettling aura. The group gasps in unison, their eyes widening in horror. A monstrous face looms, its voice dripping with sinister triumph. I've finally found you. The monstrous figure declares, its voice resonating with dark intent. My child. Lutgeir's face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes narrowed with purpose. A large, spectral hand emerges from the darkness. Swords fall from above, piercing the ground in a fiery explosion. A crowd screams in unison. A woman screams, her face contorted in anguish. A desperate cry echoes, child, my child. A young boy cries out, his face a mask of fear. Three figures stand amidst glowing ruins. A woman with long, dark hair stands silhouetted against a radiant light. A man's voice trails off, so the man wonders if there's no other way to defeat this monster besides Sir Jair. A voice declares that Cade and Maxim are not worthy. Two figures lie prone, their faces etched with exhaustion. A disembodied voice declares, they're not worthy to receive the blessing bestowed by Father Andrea. My child. A man with dark hair and a stern expression observes, this seems to be a curse. The same man continues, his voice laced with resignation. A curse that was designated for me. A hand reaches out, bathed in golden light. A figure with dark hair wonders, who could it be? A young man coughs violently, blood splattering from his lips. An older man, his face lined with concern, commands, hold your position, Jang, for the sun will definitely rise again. Golden light intensifies, filling the space. The young man from before looks down, his expression one of pain and regret. Ugh. The young man, Jang, is now surrounded by a radiant golden aura, his face uplifted in hope. The air crackles with energy. He is bathed in a golden light, surrounded by onlookers who watch with varying degrees of concern and anticipation. A piercing scream echoes through the chamber, a raw expression of pain or terror. The deacon, standing nearby, has reached his limit, his face etched with exhaustion. The hymn is most likely to end soon. The man's expression is grim, his words heavy with the weight of their dire situation. Waiting for the sun to rise is no longer an option. A low murmur of confusion ripples through the air. The man's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition or disbelief crossing his face. Isn't that? Her face contorts into a grotesque mask, the curse twisting her features into a horrifying parody of humanity. A monstrous visage fills the frame, its gaping maw and vacant eyes a chilling testament to the power of the curse. Hua's eyes blaze with an otherworldly light, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepares to confront the encroaching darkness. A chilling revelation, the entity is animated by a curse, its movements unnatural and malevolent. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that normal blades won't be able to cut it. Hugh wonders what he should do, questioning if he is capable of using aura by any chance. A voice responds, seemingly incredulous, before admitting there is a way. Hugh, his brow furrowed, asks what it is. Zhang's voice resonates, proposing that Q allow him to take over his body for a while. Q grips his sword tightly, his expression unreadable. His feet lift from the ground, floating in the ethereal space. He questions if that is even possible. Zhang's voice assures him that he is sure he can use aura himself, but he is unsure whether he'll be able to use it with Q's body. Blue energy crackles around Q, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Zhang's voice warns that he wouldn't recommend it, adding that unless he kills it, he's the one who's going to be killed. A voice declares that this, too, is the way of the sword. A gleaming sword stands upright, its blade reflecting the faint light. He strides forward, his sword held firmly in his grip. A voice questions his resolve. Are you sure? Hua's eyes burn with determination. He declares, I've made a promise to Joseph. The young swordsman continues, I have a duty. Hua's expression hardens as he resolves, let's do it. His boots crunch on the snow-covered ground. A voice echoes, I'm offering my faith instead of loyalty. A text box appears, stating, I shall respect your decision. Speed lines streak across the scene, conveying a sense of rapid descent. Hugh plummets downwards, his sword falling away from his grasp. A woman with long, dark hair reaches out, her expression unreadable. A cacophony of voices erupts in a unified scream. Kia! A grotesque monster appears, its mouth agape in a horrifying roar. He roars, his face contorted in what appears to be a mix of pain and determination. Now's the time, a voice booms, instructing Q to close his right eye. Arcing bolts of blue lightning crackle and dance around him, the air thick with ozone. Is this truly? The question hangs in the air, unspoken. The world of voices? Q wonders, his expression shifting as the energy intensifies. Lightning courses through his legs, illuminating his ascent. His right eye glows with an intense, otherworldly power. The lightning intensifies, the air shimmering with raw energy. His sword crackles with the same electric force, ready to be unleashed. A monstrous figure emerges, its skeletal face a terrifying visage of power. His eyes blaze with an electric blue intensity, arcs of energy crackling around him. The raw power surges outward, illuminating the space with a blinding light. He is now completely enveloped in the radiant blue aura, lightning dancing around his form. From the swirling energy, a blade of pure light begins to materialize, etched with arcane symbols. A monstrous figure looms into existence behind Q, its form wreathed in the same electric blue energy. Two onlookers watch with wide eyes, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure's eyes narrow, their expression hardening with resolve. The figure's gaze intensifies, their eyes glowing with a similar blue energy. The figure collapses to their knees, a tremor shaking their body. A guttural cry tears from their throat, the sound raw with pain and exertion. Arg! Purple energy surges around them as armor begins to coalesce, encasing their body in a protective shell. The transformation complete, the figure stands tall, their armored form radiating power and determination. He cries out in pain. That was definitely a trace of aura. I have no idea how he managed to achieve that, but I'm pretty sure that he had to pay the price for it. My child. A terrifying, zombie-like figure appears. Hugh lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. Joseph barks, don't stop to him. Vlad, hold on to me. My child. Dark energy crackles around a hand. Yes, Sir Joseph. Echo. Curse this fragile body of mine. I can't even manage to pull myself out of this. Joseph Bayezid's face contorts in a grimace, his teeth bared. A voice cries out, Sir Joseph. A shadowy hand reaches down, fingers outstretched. Joseph Bayezid, his face etched with desperation, pleads, please forgive my insolence. Arcane energy crackles in the air. A figure plummets from above, hurtling towards another below. A monstrous hand descends, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. A grotesque, zombie-like face fills the frame, its eyes hollow and menacing. A figure lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. Joseph Bayezid, his expression softening, thinks, this is the first time. I felt relieved that you are on my side. Thank you, Sir Joseph. A gloved hand grips a sword, the wielder uttering a pained, ugh. Hugh, his face etched with anguish, whispers, F Father. A voice echoes, requesting a blessing upon a sword. Tears well in his eyes, a silent scream trapped in his throat. A voice acknowledges the request, as a hand grips the blade, blood staining the metal. An old man declares that he has blessed the sword with his blessing. The sword gleams, now imbued with a sacred power, the blood a testament to the ritual. He stands resolute, a beacon of hope amidst the kneeling crowd. The blonde-haired swordsman towers over a kneeling figure, the blessed sword casting an ethereal glow. A grotesque face emerges from the shadows, pleading for something. A desperate plea echoes, begging for help to find a child, although it was just for a brief moment, but she has seen it. A vision flashes before her eyes, a glimpse into a dark and terrible truth. The women who were locked up in the dark basement below. A desperate cry echoes, the woman's voice raw with anguish. Child, my child. And the fragile child, abandoned on the cold floor, shivers in the darkness. Bare feet, pale and vulnerable, press against the unforgiving stone. A hand reaches out, fingers grasping at empty air. Please. The woman could do nothing but plead, as her child was dying right before her. Please return my child to me, I beg you. The horrifying memory of the woman sears itself into the mind. A small, bloodied arm reaches upward, a desperate plea for salvation. A guttural scream tears from the woman's throat, a lament for her lost child. May you rest in peace. His eyes blazing with righteous fury, Q whispers, "Where are you?" Tears streamed down the woman's face, carving paths through the grime and despair. A surge of power courses through him as Q prepares to draw his sword, the air crackling with anticipation. The blade gleams, stained crimson with the blood of his enemies, a promise of vengeance etched into its very core. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the blood that stained her cheek. A silent scream echoed in her eyes. Against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains bathed in ethereal light, a desperate question hung in the air. "My child?" Kneeling amidst the snow-covered ground, a lone figure mourned, their silhouette stark against the pale landscape. A pink sky hangs over a desolate landscape. A pink background fills the view. A hooded figure stands with their hands outstretched, a faint glow emanating from their palms. Dark energy swirls above a closed coffin. A close-up reveals the hooded figure's face, partially obscured by shadows, as they manipulate the dark energy. The hooded figure's hands are shown manipulating the dark energy. A close-up of the hooded figure's face shows their eyes glowing faintly. A voice echoes, filled with concern. "I can't feel her presence anymore." Questions arise in the darkness. Was she defeated? But by whom? A hooded figure stands in a snowy landscape. Only one knight should know how to use the aura among them. A voice declares, "So, you were the one." The thought echoes, a chilling accusation, the rat that was manipulating those puppets. A figure stands amidst a snow-laden forest, the moonlight glinting off their armor. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows, their face obscured, but their presence undeniable. The figure's hands, pale and slender, reach out as if to grasp something unseen. The question hangs in the air, heavy with suspicion. Is that him? The one manipulating the dead within the shadow? I believe so. Also, this seems like the thing the woman was desperate to find. It looks like a child's coffin. The message requests that something be forwarded to the priest. One of the men agrees to investigate further once he returns to Varna. The man with the wavy hair states that their conquest appears to be a total failure, and the other responds that he has no excuse. The voice admits it was a total failure, but expresses relief for some unknown reason. One of the men wonders how the other did that. The voice declares that they think they've found their guy. The man with the wavy hair states that the one they found is going to be his sword. The voice declares that the kid is a sword that shines brighter than anyone else. Q stands with his sword, surrounded by crackling blue energy. His boots are reflected in a pool of water, the blue energy swirling around him. A figure with messy blonde hair is shown. He opens his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. 3 days, he wonders, had he really been asleep for that long? A voice echoes, a reminder to be more careful next time. Lying in bed, Q stares at his hands, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected the side effects to be this significant. A sense of relief washes over him. He's still glad they didn't pack up and leave immediately. Sitting up, Q recalls being put in a wagon like luggage. They must have waited for him to recover, he realizes. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, Q rises, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. The room is silent, the air still. He glances to the side, a puzzled expression forming on his face. The post is empty. Stepping outside, Q surveys the scene. Well, he muses, it's only natural for them to flee after going through all that trouble. A voice calls out, breaking the silence. "Captain, are you awake?" The voice continues, laced with concern. "Even know how worried I was." The speaker's tone shifts, becoming accusatory. "Right? You were the first to flee the site." He responds with a confident smile. "Of course." The other knight reminds him. "You promised to pay me more once we get back, right?" The knight grumbles. "You back to the post, and I even risked my life going back to that place along with Sir Knight." He warns, "You shouldn't forget about that later." Q assures him, "All right, I'll tell them about you." The knight relays instructions. "Sir Jair told me to report to him the moment you regain consciousness. Sir Joseph is at his tent. I think you should go and see him." The knight says, "All right, keep up the good work." He shouts, "All right." An unseen character mutters, "Ugh, what a noisy fellow." A tent stands against a bright blue sky. Wine is poured into a glass. Q reflects, "Yes, I've worked at a brothel once, but I've never drank this kind of expensive wine. The liquor is specifically for the nobles." Jack the One-Armed holds a bottle of wine, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "First of all, I'd like to thank you. You could have run away. We had a contract, didn't we?" "That's right. You promised to pledge your faith rather than your loyalty. Although it was a contract by words, this kid actually fulfilled it. I can't afford to lose an individual like him. No." He thinks to himself, "I must make him my subordinate. Then, it's my turn to fulfill my end of the bargain. I shall reward you for your actions. I'd like to officially invite you to the Bayezid family." The wine swirls in the glass as he gazes into its depths, the city lights reflecting in his blue eyes. The capital of Bayezid, Varna, sprawls beneath a sky of endless blue. The city's rooftops stretch out, a tapestry of red tile and white walls. Joseph Bayezid addresses his subordinates. "Sir Joseph, I have finished sending the mercenaries back." Joseph nods. "Good job. Let's spend the night here since I still need to write the report of our conquest." The wind whispers through the streets of Varna as Joseph Bayezid walks with Q and Jack the One-Armed. Joseph asks, "Is it your first time in Varna?" Q replies, "Anywhere is a first to me." The blonde-haired swordsman's words elicit a snort from Jack the One-Armed. Country bumpkin. Joseph offers, "You may take the day off and have a tour of the city if you wish." Q responds, "Thank you, sir." Joseph warns, "Don't get lost, kid. Return to the city hall before dinner." A voice responds with deference. The man wonders what this city is famous for. Q muses that Jair is also fond of him, like Joseph. He thinks they might end up killing him with their affection. Putting that aside, since they got paid handsomely for their conquest, Joseph suggests they go and have something delicious to eat. Q wonders what this city is famous for. A hand grabs another's wrist. A voice asks, confused, "Huh? Sir Deacon?" A young boy looks up at Q and asks if he can help him. A voice says that if he's available, the priest would. The young boy, Deacon, says he'd like to invite him over. Q thinks to himself that the priest wants to see him. The sky is bright and blue. Sunlight streams through the stained glass windows of the grand chapel, illuminating the intricate designs. He and Deacon stand at the base of the steps, gazing up at the imposing structure. Deacon's eyes widen as he takes in the chapel's immensity. Wow, it's huge. Even the Shoera chapel wasn't as big as this. The boy continues, "Although the capital of Bayezid is Sutrama." A voice echoes, "Please wait inside. The priest will be here soon to see you." He walks through the massive doors, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. The chapel's grandeur leaves him speechless. Light pours through the stained glass windows, casting a warm glow on the interior. He continues deeper into the chapel, taking in the ornate details. Q muses to himself, "Now that I think about it, they call me Riemann of Prayers." He continues his internal monologue, "But I never actually prayed once." He wondered why he felt guilty about it. The priest greeted Vlad, apologizing for keeping him waiting. Andrea stood tall, his presence filling the chapel. Vlad responded, "Not at all, father. Thank you for inviting me over." Andrea chuckled, waving off the thanks. "Ho ho ho, please don't mention it." The priest held out a small wooden tag to Vlad, smiling warmly. "This is..." Vlad stared at the tag, his blue eyes reflecting the light. Andrea explained that Sir Joseph must have prepared one for him, but an identity tag is normally. The tag featured a cross and Latin inscriptions, signifying the Lord's blessing across the region. Vlad's eyes widened in surprise. The tag read, "Priest Andrea." Priest Andrea clasps his hands, offering a gentle reassurance. He urges Q not to hesitate to visit them when he's having a hard time. Deacon stands silently in the background. Andrea smiles warmly, declaring that from now on, he is Q's guarantor. Vlad's expression softens as he thinks of Andrea as father. Vlad reflects on how a kid like him, from the alley, couldn't even have his birth registered. He marvels at being able to have a guarantor and register his name to the world. Priest Andrea places a hand on Vlad's head, a gesture of blessing. A text box declares that from today, he is no longer Vlad from the alley. Vlad kneels, head bowed, contemplating the weight of this new identity. A title card declares that he is sure as Vlad. The county of Bayezid consists of 3 main cities and 12 villages. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way down a dirt road. The trade capital bustles with activity near the docks. Varna, the religious capital, stands tall and imposing. 2 figures sit within the confines of a luxurious carriage, observing the passing scenery. Kshatrama, the main capital, basks under the bright sun. A grand castle looms over the landscape. A carriage travels along a paved road. A large building stands against a backdrop of a clear blue sky. A man with an eye patch declares that from this moment, they are the guests brought by Sir Joseph. He cautions them to be careful of their actions. Any foolish act you commit will tarnish Sir Joseph's reputation. Refrain from turning. He stands before 2 figures, awaiting their response. Joseph assures them that the servants will bring snacks shortly. The blonde-haired figure looks on with a questioning expression. Joseph tells them to never mind, instructing them not to eat them and to wait for his return. Indulging them like savages might lead to the spread of strange rumors. One of the figures is told to shut up and not eat them. The blonde-haired figure asks if this is the waiting room. The brown-haired figure states that Bayezid is totally different compared to the place they're from. The blonde-haired figure agrees. One of the figures remarks that he doesn't think he's seen them around before, just when he was planning to relax for a while. Footsteps approach. The figure with blonde hair is confronted by a man with sleek black hair. The blonde-haired figure is taken aback. "Huh? That face?" The man asks who he is. He recognizes the face, but notes that the aura is completely different. The man with the sleek black hair reveals his name. "So, your name is God." God's piercing gaze narrows, his expression unreadable. Vlad of Shoera introduces himself. God studies Vlad intently. God scoffs, "Is that so? I've never heard of you. Would you look at this guy?" Vlad's eyes shine with an inner fire. God notes that he didn't even flinch in front of him. It seems Joseph has gotten himself a useful subordinate. God thinks, "I like him." God extends his hand. He asks, "Would you like some peanuts?" God holds out a handful of peanuts. Vlad looks at the peanuts. He is told that they shouldn't eat anything. They were told that they shouldn't eat anything from this place. Jair is shocked, wondering if he is out of his mind. He wonders how Vlad could decline a superior's hospitality without even thinking twice. Vlad of Shoera holds peanuts, wondering if it's true. It was to decline the hospitality of Lutgir Bayezid, the family's eldest son. Vlad thinks that these peanuts are tasty. Someone asks if it's Vlad that they're talking about. That's right. The writer thinks that Lutgier never brought anyone aside from Jair, whom his mother gave to him. The writer observes Vlad from afar. The writer thinks that he succeeded in raising this kid as a Bayezid family knight. He offers a respectful acknowledgement. Thank you, father. Vlad acknowledges his father's unspoken point. He is well aware that wielding a blade isn't his specialty. Joseph Bayezid's gaze is intense. He reminds his son, Vlad, not to forget that he is currently in Bayezid territory. Vlad responds with a measured tone. Of course. Joseph Bayezid's expression is unreadable as he inquires, how's your health? Vlad's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. Joseph Bayezid, seated at his desk, dismisses his son with a curt command. You may leave. Vlad turns and walks away, the sound of his boots echoing softly in the grand hall. Joseph Bayezid watches his son depart, his expression thoughtful. The rhythmic thud of Vlad's boots marks his exit. Joseph Bayezid speaks with an older man, his tone contemplative. I'd better make some tonic for him. Joseph Bayezid continues, a hint of something akin to fondness in his voice. That, Madame Oksana would be pleased too. She's definitely particular when it comes to her son. A voice cuts through the silence, inquiring. By the way, what do you think, Ragmus? Joseph Bayezid stands, his back to Vlad, as he speaks about Joseph's report. Joseph's expression is grave as he states that strange phenomena have been occurring recently. Vlad's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. How dare someone exercise sorcery behind this? A shadowy hand looms over several figures, as Joseph mentions that they've been getting reports from Varna as they speak. Joseph's expression hardens. It seems there's been a connection. Vlad considers the possibilities. Either the person is an exceptional wizard, or it is the result of two wizards working together. Vlad listens intently as Joseph adds that it could also be the doing of a group or secret organization. Vlad agrees, stating that's right. Joseph's hand tightens on the armrest. That doesn't change anything. Vlad's gaze hardens. The Bayezid family will continue to reign over this land. A figure clenches their fist, declaring that their family is determined to eliminate anyone who gets in their way. The man's face contorts with rage, his eyes narrowed and teeth bared. He vows to find them at once. A gleaming sword stands upright, bathed in golden light. A voice declares that those who dare to inflict harm on his son and cause chaos in his land will face his wrath. The man, now seen in full, stands tall in a tailored suit, his gaze unwavering. A dimly lit room, the details obscured by shadow. A full moon hangs in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow over the clouds. A grand building stands silhouetted against the night sky, its windows dark and silent. A voice admits that things took longer than expected, apologizing for the wait. Two men stand in a hallway, one with blonde hair and the other with brown. The blonde-haired man assures someone that it was not at all. A man asks, confirming if the other's name is Gott. The man responds, yes, sir. A man smiles, proposing a discussion of rewards for the following day. He thinks to himself that he has been waiting and starving the entire day. A voice assures that a servant will guide them to their room, urging them to rest. A voice acknowledges the instruction, stating that they will be leaving then. The room is dimly lit, with figures standing in the background as Gott sits on his ornate throne. Gott proposes, now, shall we have a discussion? Gott sits, his expression unreadable. He recalls, you saved my life and pledged to be my sword in the future. Gott's gaze is intense. The scene shifts to show Q standing before Gott. Gott continues, you also said there is something you should do, and from the way I understood it, you want the freedom to do so. Q confirms, yes. Gott reiterates, you pledged to be my sword. He adds, yet you wish to have freedom, which doesn't make sense to me. Q states, I want to make things clear between us. Gott asks, that's right, sir. What exactly is the task you're seeking to do with the freedom I grant you? I shall give you my answer once I hear. A piercing gaze, the man's electric blue eyes seem to glow with an inner power. Before a window overlooking a moonlit night, a figure stands silhouetted against the celestial glow. Godwin sits in contemplation, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He muses, I thought he was just a skilled kid. The man sits back in his chair, his expression unreadable as he stares into the distance. A voice echoes in his mind, questioning, who would have imagined he had such an exceptional background? The unknown person who destroyed. Godwin's gaze hardens, his lips pursing into a thin line. He acknowledges, the rose's smile is Godwin. A memory surfaces, a figure cloaked in shadow, their face obscured. A voice whispers, I have never once forgotten. The memory intensifies, revealing a scene of devastation. The voice continues, laced with bitterness, he killed my savior, and he's the one who destroyed my world. Godwin's eyes narrow, a spark of determination igniting within them. He affirms, that's correct. The words hang in the air, a testament to his internal conflict, but he's someone who I can't help but admire. A close-up reveals hands clasped tightly together, a silent plea for understanding. Godwin's expression softens, a hint of regret in his eyes. He admits, I'm afraid I can't help you. He sits, hands clasped, a teacup resting on the table before him. Godwin acknowledges that those people are beyond his ability. Vlad responds, stating that he is aware of that. Godwin admits that he already expected this. A voice notes that Sir Joseph is just the Count's son, but at least he is being honest about it. The two men face each other across the table, the tension palpable. Vlad of Shoera proposes some changes to their contract, suggesting a contract of 7 years. Godwin listens intently, his expression unreadable. Vlad asks to be excused. Godwin states that although Vlad may not be aware of it, he has just laid down his pride as a noble. Vlad's gaze is intense as he listens to Godwin. Vlad admits that making such a decision wasn't that easy for him, adding that he is not quite sure. A knight observes the exchange, thinking that it does seem like Vlad is telling the truth. He assures Godwin of a promising future, declaring that he is his savior. The thought of a knight fills the air. Godwin expects loyalty in return, and that he will only perform the tasks he is allowed to do. Of course, the issue with Godwin goes without saying. Vlad states that he will be able to help him with that much. The narration reveals that the girl named Gemina appears to be currently staying in the monastery. However, he will allow any. Godwin hopes to achieve by returning with a sword in his grasp. The sword isn't the only sharp thing in this world. Vlad declares that he, too, possesses a weapon of his own. Godwin asks Vlad what he says. A figure sits, their hands clasped in their lap. Godwin gazes out the window, lost in thought. Joseph Bayezid asks Godwin if there was a need to be so desperate. Godwin assures him that he is sure he can, since most of the children possess talents of their own. However, being able to awaken that talent is a different story. Joseph Bayezid asks if Godwin believes that the kid will meet his expectations. Godwin's eyes narrow. Godwin replies, of course. A figure is surrounded by lightning, their power unleashed. Godwin states that he saw it. Godwin says he saw it with his own eyes. Joseph Bayezid observes that the kid is irrational and rebellious, and will be difficult to control. Godwin remarks that Jair is by his side. 7 years, he muses, is a significant amount of time, more than enough to put a leash on someone and make them. Godwin states that he will try his best, looking forward to it. The more challenging he is to manage, the more rewarding the outcome will be. He reflects that he thought he was just a useful wolf. Godwin gazes out the window, lost in thought. He turned out to be one that chases the moon. Godwin continues to look out the window, his back to the viewer. Meanwhile, the camera focuses on Godwin's feet as he walks. The sun shines brightly through the clouds. A grand building stands tall against the sky. Godwin tells Jair that this will be his room from now on, adding that it's a bit shabby, but it's all his. Jair exclaims, wow. It looked amazing. The floor was clean, and there was even a bed. It was almost like a palace to him. Godwin stood beside Jair, observing his reaction to the room. Godwin remarked, I see. I forgot for a moment that you came from the alley. The narration box explained that the trainees usually came from affluent backgrounds, so they struggled to adapt here. Godwin continued, it seems you won't have any issues, unless you cause any trouble. Jair paused, considering Godwin's words. Oh, about the peanuts Sir Lutgear offered me. Godwin dismissed the topic. Forget it. It's not like you listened to me in the first place. Godwin instructed, meet me at the military exercise hall after you've had your meal. Godwin added, we'll be sparring in the morning and evening, just as we did during the conquest. Godwin's gaze was intense as he looked at Jair. Godwin declared, Jair, my loyal knight. Elsewhere, a green-haired woman stood surrounded by other women. The hem of a green dress brushes against the floor. A man with a beard and an eye patch states that she is Lady Oksana, the mother of Sir Joseph, and demands someone pay their respects. A voice booms, greeting the lady. Lady Oksana stands tall, acknowledging the greeting with a simple good. A man wonders aloud if someone is the child. The man with the eye patch looks down, his expression unreadable. It is revealed that Sir Joseph took him in himself. Lady Oksana's golden eyes glint in the light. A young man with piercing blue eyes stares intently. Lady Oksana's expression is serene, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. A delicate necklace adorns Lady Oksana's neck. She stands before the young man, her expression unreadable. Lady Oksana thanks him, inquiring if it's true that he saved her son. The young man blushes, stammering that he only did what he was supposed to do. Oksana declares that she will bestow a reward upon him. The lady continues, stating that he has accomplished something much greater than he realizes. Oksana compliments his hair color, noting how it complements his blue eyes. She observes that he has broad shoulders despite his slender build, suggesting he would look fantastic if he added a bit of weight. Lady Oksana offers to arrange some clothing for him soon. He stammers his thanks to her. Lady Oksana's expression is serene. A disembodied voice encourages Sir Jair to keep up the good work. Lady Oksana bids farewell, wishing everyone a pleasant day. He sighs softly. Jack the one-armed observes him, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. The younger man's unease is palpable. What was that just now? I didn't know you had that side to you. An unseen speaker asks why he was restless. Jair admits that they are right. He confesses that he's never met a noble woman before in his life. Jack the one-armed remarks that it's not bad for his first time. The older man tells Jair to go and have his meal. A voice responds with a simple, yes, sir. Meanwhile, the grand dining hall bustles with activity, filled with soldiers and servants preparing for a feast. The air hums with anticipation. A close-up reveals a man's face, his mouth slightly open, a thick strand of saliva dripping from his lower lip. The man's eyes are unfocused, lost in a haze of hunger. A steaming bowl of soup sits on a table, its surface dotted with savory ingredients. The aroma fills the air, a tantalizing blend of spices and herbs. Jair and Jack the One-Armed are seen at the table with other soldiers, ready to eat. A man apologizes, claiming he mistook someone. The man continues, saying that the other person is fit for a trash can since they smell like garbage, followed by laughter. The group sat around the table, an air of anticipation hanging heavy in the room. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, betraying a hidden intensity beneath the calm surface. A viscous liquid poured from the spout, filling the silence with a soft, gurgling sound. He held the small object aloft, its surface gleaming in the dim light. They're acting up faster than I expected, he thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he so calm? The observers wondered, their unease growing with each passing moment. From this moment, you are the guests brought by Sir Joseph. Be cautious of your actions. Any foolish acts will tarnish Sir Joseph's reputation. How should I crush these guys without tainting Sir Joseph's reputation? He mused, a dangerous glint in his eye. TSK, what a bastard. The group watched on, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. Look forward to your hazing soon. What's your name? Joseph Bazid, standing in what appears to be a dimly lit room, asks, what? His expression is one of confusion and slight annoyance. A man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes demands, I said, what's your name? His eyes glow with an unnatural light. The camera focuses on a close-up of a face, the tension palpable in the air. Joseph Bazid's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with suspicion and a hint of fear. A bead of sweat trickles down Joseph Bazid's face as he whispers, what is this murderous intent? The blonde-haired man stands behind a chair, his posture radiating authority and menace. The air crackles with unspoken threat. Surrounded by his men, the blonde-haired man declares, I'll remember that. His words hang heavy in the air, a promise of retribution. The blonde-haired man's eyes glow intensely, a silent warning to those who dare defy him. A close-up of Joseph Bazid's clothing reveals the fine details of his attire, a stark contrast to the palpable tension in the room. A lone figure walks along a stone bridge, the architecture around them grand and imposing. A man with a neatly trimmed beard stands overlooking the scene, two figures behind him. The man observes trainees engaged in sparring sessions below. The man with the beard stands with an older man. Let's watch for a bit, the man with the beard suggests. A stone balcony overlooks the training grounds. The man with the beard peers down at the blonde-haired figure. Is that the child, he wonders. A figure with blonde hair stands with a sword. The older man looks at the man with the beard. He looks sharp, the older man observes. My lord, please have a look. A close-up of the man with the beard reveals a calculating gaze. Someone is hiding and observing. A group of people stand in a courtyard, their attention focused on something outside the frame. One of them carries a lute. A man with a dark beard and an eye patch watches from behind a wall. It must be Jair, he mutters. He continues, observing. That child must have been bothering him. A man with a neatly trimmed beard and a stern expression crosses his arms, his gaze intense. The view shifts to a building under a bright sky. A voice declares, let's have a look, shall we? Hugh strides forward, his expression unreadable. Swords clash, the sound echoing through the air. Hugh engages Jair in a fierce duel, their movements a blur of steel and determination. The fight intensifies, their swords creating arcs of light as they parry and thrust. The air crackles with the energy of their conflict. He clashes swords with Jair, the force of the blow sending sparks flying. Jair grunts with the effort of parrying the blow. The observer notes the rising star's aggressive style. The swords lock together, a testament to the fighter's skill. Despite being half the size of his opponent, the rising star fights with a ferocity that belies his stature. One of the observers asks if that is so, my lord. The same time, the observer notes that he's got guts. He's using whatever he learned into practice. Remember this, Vlad. Every swordplay starts from the feet. The footwork is precise and powerful. He declares that one can instill fear. The rising star continues to explain. Hugh states that one can control their opponent with their movements, their feet, shoulders, and gaze. The opponent yells, take this. The opponent swings his sword down. The opponent's eyes widen. The opponent is surprised by Hugh's next move. With a burst of blue energy, he launches a kick. The kick continues its trajectory. The sound of impact echoes. The opponent cries out, questioning if the attack was aimed to the left. A hand grips someone tightly by the hair, pulling their head back. A sinister grin spreads across the face of the man holding him. Sobanin's lackey stares forward, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. The man's face contorts in anger as he snarls. You already had fun when you were laughing in the cafeteria yesterday, no? Try laughing again. Sobanin's lackey's eyes glow brighter, unwavering. The man's face is now bloodied and bruised, a testament to the interrogation. Two men watch with concerned expressions, unsure of what to do. The group of onlookers grows, their faces etched with worry. One of the men looks on, his brow furrowed with concern. Two men in suits stand together, observing the scene. One of the men in suits remarks, one requires such strong determination to become a knight. The man in the suit observes, that fellow over there seems to be satisfied with the result, too. The figure acknowledges the situation, speaking respectfully to his lord. Jack the One-Armed stands behind a counter, observing the scene. Meanwhile, Q brings his weapon down with brutal force. The blade continues its descent, promising a swift end. An unseen figure shouts, demanding to know if his command is being ignored. Blood coats Q's hand, a testament to the violence unleashed. Sobanin's lackey lies defeated, bloodied, and broken. Q stands over his fallen foe, the victor in a brutal exchange. The young man apologizes, claiming he got carried away. Regret etches itself onto Q's face as he reflects on his actions. Jack the One-Armed wonders what's with his gaze. Footsteps echo as Q advances. The protagonist approaches Sobanin's lackey. Q walks past a guard. Q says to send his regards to Jack the One-Armed's lackey, admitting he tends to lose control when he's too absorbed in something. Jack the One-Armed, visibly angered, calls him an asshole. Q states that he will apologize in advance. Jack the One-Armed declares he won't let him off so easily. Q stands tall, his expression unreadable. Q, standing with the guard, says he'll call Jack the One-Armed when he finds his soup lacking flavor. Jack the One-Armed thinks that Q is crazy. Jack the One-Armed glares intensely. Word spreads that Sir Joseph brought a mad dog from the alley. The man stands with his back turned. The captain is confronted. Captain, I heard you've been beating up the trainees lately. The captain continues eating. The rumor has spread among the servants. What about you? Are you okay working in the stables? The blonde man eats. The captain responds, of course, these aren't just random stables. The captain sits at the table with another man. We're talking about the stables of the Lord of Bayezid. The other man interrupts. Hold on. That's not what's important right now. The man asks, I heard you picked a fight and beat up the kids from every household. He continues, that's practically a crime. The blonde man replies, why are you surprised? Have you forgotten already? I was born into a life of crime. Violence comes naturally to me. The captain says, oh, you're right. The blonde man states, I beat them up discreetly, and they're the ones who picked a fight with me in the first place. A voice questions how any of it comes naturally. Looking around, Hua's companion remarks how nice it is that no one's bothering them anymore. A hesitant voice introduces himself. And my name is Potri. Potri Canor. Potri Canor holds out a tray of food. Q, eating a piece of food, asks what business Potri has with him. Hesitantly, Potri begins to speak. The rising star tells Potri to grab a seat or get lost, adding that he's making him lose his appetite. Potri Canor expresses surprise, asking if he really may. Potri thanks Q for letting him sit there. Q thinks to himself that he meant for him to get lost. Potri Canor says that he's always been eating alone since he got here. He continues, saying in places like toilets. Q asks if he can't see that he's still eating, just as he's about to taste this precious sausage. He states that his father is the one who supplies the meat. The Canor family supplies all the meat in this place, and they are into the animal meat industry. Potri Canor mentions he saw Q asking for more sausage a while ago and offers him his own. Q, narrowing his eyes, wonders what Potri is scheming. The rising star wonders if he could be bribed. A variety of meats are displayed. Potri explains that his father sent a variety of meat for him to eat. He continues, saying it's too much for him to eat alone. Q thinks to himself that because all the trainees here come from wealthy families, he knows he can't converse with them when he's from the alley. Potri Canor stands next to Q. Potri thinks it wouldn't hurt to form some connections here. Potri asks Q if they should eat together from now on. The blonde-haired trainee looks down at the others with a sly grin. Am I in heaven? The trainee wonders. He then asks if he can eat with them. Another trainee smiles widely, giving an affirmative gesture. Of course, the trainee replies. We, trainees, should get along with each other, he adds, standing in a room filled with hanging sausages. It's not because of the sausages. Footsteps echo through the halls. A voice muses that raising a kid while serving Sir Joseph isn't as simple a task as it seems. The man hopes Cade and Maxim make a swift recovery to help him in the future. A man with a reddish-brown beard asks why the other is in such a hurry. The armored figure stands firm. The man with the reddish-brown beard questions the other's haste. The armored figure is revealed to be Sir Gregory, who expresses his surprise. The man with the reddish-brown beard laughs, asking if Gregory isn't glad to see him. A voice states that they are a bit busy as can be seen. The man with the reddish-brown beard replies, stating, of course, and that the other must be. A voice cuts through the air, inquiring, how may I help you? The man before Sir Gregory chuckled, suggesting, for a well-respected knight like you, you should start training in. Sir Jair continued, apprentice, Sir Jair. It's not too late to begin now. Jair finished, have fun raising yours. A thought bubble reveals his inner musings. Why is he bringing up raising an apprentice? Sir Gregory's internal monologue surfaces. I raised Potri to be a bit too big. I hope he loses some weight. The knight's conversation continues. Sir Gregory asks, what are you trying to say? He thinks to himself, well, Vlad was it. Jair observes, he seems to be quite skilled. It seems he's tough, and he's got guts. The knight says, I said I'm busy. Get to the point already. Sir Jair explains, as you know, we knights shouldn't deliberately interfere with our apprentices' affairs, as it doesn't look. He concludes, good. Jair thinks, it seems that Vlad has become friends with Potri. That kid isn't the type to make friends. He observes that the other man is one hell of a snob. The first man continues, stating that he keeps the snob around because he's his nephew. Sir Gregory admits he can't have the kid getting beaten up around here. He tried asking the other kids, but they weren't so fond of the idea. Jair asks if it's for free, adding that if all goes well, he's willing to. Sir Gregory offers his service once. Jair doesn't think that the kid is going to listen to him. Gregory exclaims in agreement. Jair says that it seems like he's a star in the making, telling Gregory that he won't listen to him. Gregory laughs. Gregory states that he's sure he's going to make it big. Oh, from the captain's perspective, he's the problem. The horses refuse to have him on their back. He listens as the other man explains that the horses around here are usually well-trained and not the type to avoid humans. The man continues, stating that the horses freak out and run away when Q approaches them. He concludes that it isn't a matter of skills, but something strange. The man adds that the other stable keepers find it strange, too. Q looks down, a troubled expression on his face. It's been that way in the past. A memory surfaces. Dogs, cats, and all sorts of other animals were scared of him. They freak out when he approaches them. Q wonders who knew it'd be the same for horses. He is surprised by this realization. Q recalls that he managed to get on Sir Jair's horse that day, didn't he? He remembers that night, when they were escaping from the undead, although he was the one holding the reins. Sir Jair explains that's because it was his horse, an incredibly expensive horse. Q hums in response. Q thinks he won't be able to tell him that he can only ride expensive horses. He remembers that Sir Jair told him specifically to master horse riding. A servant approaches. She asks to be excused. The servant informs them that Lady Oksana is asking for Q. A close-up of a dress. Q looks concerned. Someone remarks that they can't tell that he grew up in the slums of the alley. Lady Oksana sits with her hands clasped. Q looks surprised. A close-up of the bottom of a dress. Someone believes he needs a larger size, adding that he will still grow if he's only 17 years old. Someone says that Joseph also grew a lot at that age. Lady Oksana suggests getting him a new pair of clothes in the summer. Lady Oksana explains that he needs clothes matching the season to preserve his stamina and health. The young man bows, expressing his gratitude. Lady Oksana insists that she should be the one thanking him for saving her son's life. The woman's hands rest calmly in her lap. Lady Oksana tells Q that he may return to his post. Q exits the room. He sighs, thinking that he's just not comfortable around her. Sweat beads on his brow as he reflects on the conversation. He wonders how much these clothes cost. The young man thinks that they're so comfortable that it doesn't feel like they're his. He continues, thinking that this one wasn't his, either. Q walks down a hallway, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Even though he's been trying his best to adapt ever since he came to the Bayezid clan, he still can't get used to it, feeling like he doesn't belong here. It feels like he's gaining weight. It feels as if his soul is gaining weight. The blonde-haired man looks off to the side, a question forming in his mind. The man continues to gaze out the window. One of the fighters demands if the other has lost his mind, calling him a pig. The fighter continues his assault, taunting that the other hasn't received a beating in a while. The other fighter is struck, reeling from the blow. He wonders if it feels good to have a new friend. The fighter declares that birds of the same feather flock together, calling the others filthy bastards. The fighter is struck again, falling to the ground. A building stands tall against the sky. The fighter's face is contorted in pain. A voice muses that it's the same wherever one goes. The blonde-haired man looks out the window, thinking that whether it be the rich or the poor. The thought echoes in his mind. Ultimately, these bastards bully the ones weaker than them. Vlad's blue eyes narrow, a storm brewing within their depths. He pulls a dark cloak over his shoulders, the fabric rustling softly. He thinks to himself that he should wear this until today. The cloak conceals his lighter attire, shrouding him in shadow. The fabric shifts, catching the light. The building looms against the night sky, a silent sentinel. A gloved hand knocks rhythmically on a door. A voice calls out, questioning who is there. The figure responds, stating that it is him. The visitor stands outside the door. Vlad pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He asks what the visitor is doing here at this hour. The visitor's face is marked with bruises. The visitor states that he is here to retrieve something from Vlad. He demands the ham, his blue eyes fixed on the bruised boy. Give that to me. The boy, his face marked with recent injuries, looks up in surprise. That ham? The entire thing? But I've been saving that one. A collection of hams hang from the ceiling, cured and ready to be eaten. The boy confirms, yeah. The boy sighs, his shoulders slumping. Huh, I knew we couldn't be friends, but I wanted to share. The boy's voice is laced with disappointment. At least, but it seems he just sees me as a piece of meat like those guys. Vlad pauses, his expression unreadable. Well. A close-up reveals the extent of the boy's injuries. The bruise is a stark reminder of his recent ordeal. Vlad and the boy stand in the doorway, the tension between them palpable. The boy offers, here. Vlad's gaze hardens. Don't feel too bad about this. Vlad holds the ham, his grip firm. The cured meat hangs heavy in his hand. Vlad's voice is cold, devoid of emotion. I'm just taking what I deserve. The boy's face is a mask of resignation, his eyes reflecting a deep sadness. He recalled the words of a knight he once knew. A knight should only take what he deserves. Meanwhile, a group of thugs stood their ground, blocking the path. Vlad's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. He stood firm, his stance unwavering. An unseen voice expressed disgust, stating that even alley thugs wouldn't stoop to such a despicable act. One of the thugs barked, "Shut your mouth." Vlad sneered, "Let's see if you'll be able to laugh later." Vlad challenged them, "Come at me all at once." Another thug roared, "Beat him up." The thugs surged forward, weapons raised. Vlad smirks, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He thinks to himself, "I'm glad I changed my clothes." A dark premonition hangs in the air. Today's gonna be a bloody day. Vlad raises his sword, his blue eyes gleaming with a cold resolve. The details of Vlad's new attire come into focus. A dark, practical ensemble ready for battle. The swordsman grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. Crimson stains the hand that grips a sword. Bruised and bleeding, Hugh is surrounded by his enemies. A voice shouts, urging the others not to back down, marveling that he broke through their defenses. The order rings out to block the area and surround him, the knights closing in. A man wonders what the heck is going on, as if Q is something else entirely. One of the knights observes that Q is a completely different person from when he was sparring. Doubts creep in as one wonders if he is truly a novice who only picked up a sword in the last 2 months. Another knight yells, demanding that no one back out, threatening to kill anyone who does. The challenge echoes, who backs out now? With a fierce cry, Q charges forward, his sword a blur of motion. He continues his advance, his sword a blur of motion. Hua's eyes glow with an inner light, determination etched on his face. The other man swings his sword, yelling, "What the hell are you talking about, you bastard?" The force of Hua's blow sends the other man reeling. The rising star continues his relentless assault. Hugh recalls a time when his sole focus was on swinging the sword with all his strength. The other man swings his sword, a desperate attempt to regain control. A voice echoes, "That's right. Your training with Gyre is starting to pay off." He presses forward, his movements precise and deadly. The other man grits his teeth, thinking, to control the fight's pace and confine your opponent. Hua's advance is relentless, his sword a constant threat. The other man's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. "Now, I'm starting to understand." He begins to throw a powerful right hook, his expression tense as he commits to the blow. The pace and space. The right hook connects with Jack the One-Armed's jaw, the force of the impact distorting his face. Following through with the punch, Hugh continues to press his advantage. And the flow of my attacks. Arc. Jack the One-Armed is sent reeling, crashing to the ground. "Ugh, am I?" Hugh prepares to attack again, his eyes narrowed with determination. The glint of steel flashes as his sword is drawn. Huh. Jack the One-Armed's eyes widen in disbelief as he looks up at Hugh. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Hugh prepares to deliver the final blow. With a swift motion, Hugh attacks with his sword, the blade arcing through the air towards Jack the One-Armed. The guards' eyes widen in alarm, a collective gasp escaping their lips as they take in the scene before them. Jack the One-Armed trembles, his face contorted in a mask of fear as tears well in his eyes. Hugh raises his sword, the steel glinting ominously in the dim light, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. He stands over Jack the One-Armed, the tip of his blade hovering mere inches from the fallen man's throat. The rising star's voice cuts through the silence, a cold, hard edge to his words. "Make sure you stay out of my sight." His eyes glow with an eerie blue light as Q continues, his voice laced with venom. "And keep your hands off the fatso." Jack the One-Armed's voice trembles as he speaks, his words barely audible. He's being serious. The moonlight catches the blade of Q's sword, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene. Q's gaze is unwavering, his eyes burning with an intensity that could melt steel. The thought echoes in his mind, a dark and unsettling revelation. He really attempted to take my life just now. One of the guards speaks, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who? It looks like I've settled my debt for the ham with this." A voice booms out, challenging all comers. "Who's next?" Hua's eyes glow with power as he declares, "Let's pick up where we left off." The guards, clad in blue uniforms, visibly tremble at the sight of the rising star. A voice, resonating with dark intent, proclaims, "If you guys aren't coming, then I'll go to you myself." The light intensifies around Q, his expression a mask of grim determination. The guards, weapons raised, watch as someone approaches. A collective gasp escapes the guards as they realize the danger they face. A building groans under some unseen force, the stone cracking. The building continues to crumble. A figure watches from a window, silhouetted against the night. A man with a neatly trimmed beard observes the scene from behind a window. The man murmurs, "Magnificent." The monthly gathering of the knights is held without fail. A long line of knights stretches down the hall. Although it wasn't intentional, one side was occupied by the knights supporting Lutgear. On the opposite side were those who supported Joseph. And those remained neutral. The schedule was reorganized to account for Sir Lutgear and his knights, who are about to embark on a mission soon. The leader of the knights holds a scroll. Is the distribution of the holy relics provided by the church? The atmosphere has changed drastically today. The knights who support Lutgear are wearing. The knights wore noticeably irritated expressions. On the other hand, Joseph's knights seemed to be in a different mood. There was no doubt that Joseph's knights had been looked down upon until recently. The knights began to disperse, the tension in the air palpable. A knight watched the others depart, his expression unreadable. He clasped his hands, a ruby glinting on his chest. Another knight stood in profile, his gaze fixed on something unseen. With that, the meeting was now concluded. The knights were instructed that they may now return to their respective posts. The sound of footsteps echoed as the knights began to leave the hall. TSK. It seemed they brought a wild dog that's out of control. This is why we shouldn't bring in. Someone is being discussed. Jack the One-Armed smirks, listening to the conversation. The rumor spreads among the knights. One knight advises to ignore him, noting that the apprentice took after his master. Jack the One-Armed chuckles, finding their annoyance amusing. Jack the One-Armed is asked what they are talking about. Another voice urges him to come on, as he knows what it is. The rumor has already spread. It is asked if it's true that Vlad caused quite a scene. One knight heard that even the training instructor mentioned that the kid is beyond the norm and won't be able to handle him. Jack the One-Armed wonders if that is so. Thinking it's true, he can be quite a pain. Sir Gyre is thanked. Sir Gyre states that, as promised, he's offering his service for once. One knight doesn't even mind if it's a challenging task, and will keep that in mind. He walks alongside a man with a beard. The man with the beard remarks that someone did one hell of a job. The man continues, stating that he trained him, so he should at least do this much. A suit of armor stands on display. A chest contains armor pieces. The man with the beard explains that his father sent this armor to Vlad as a gift. Someone wonders if the Count personally sent it, marveling at how splendid it is to be bestowed upon a mere apprentice. An apprentice is shown. Someone states that it's leather from an orc. The man with the beard clarifies that it's a gray orc, and another voice confirms that's right. It is said that the gray orcs are only found in the north, as one is shown. Hence, an armor crafted from the leather of a gray orc symbolizes the wearer as a warrior of the north. It seems he was very pleased with him. It's safe to assume he has proven his worth. Father acknowledged him within a month. You're correct, my lord. Currently, there's no apprentice who can be compared to him so far. I've heard about it too. The rumor has already spread. Which is why we can't afford to remain idle any longer. What is that, my lord? The lord holds a sealed letter. It's certainly not an ordinary invitation. Will you be able to respond? Of course, my lord. I've been restraining myself while. Jack the One-Armed states that he is cleaning up the mess caused by that kid. Another man declares that it's decided then. The group stands beneath a large, leafless tree. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way through the countryside, the sound of hooves echoing in the distance. Jack the One-Armed remarks that the city is full of lemons. The city's produce is appreciated by residents from the north who lack access to fruits. It also serves as one of the gateways to access the middle regions. Jack the One-Armed notes that this indicates the city holds significant importance to the residents of the northern regions. Hugh asks if that is why Jack the One-Armed personally instructed Sir Gyre to go there. One should never pass up the opportunity presented by a good crisis, especially when that crisis isn't intended for them. Jack the One-Armed explains that the Hainel family is currently embroiled in a dispute over selecting a successor. An invitation sent by the legitimate heir implies a request for help. Hugh considers the situation, thinking that the world of nobles is really complicated. Ultimately, it's just a conflict over control of. Moreover, a conflict between family members, who share the same blood. Jack the One-Armed listens intently. Alyssa is the legitimate heir of the Hainel family. Her uncle, Andre Hainel, claims that Alyssa was born out of wedlock. He believes that he'll have control over the prestigious Hainel family as long as she disappears. Although Alyssa is the sole offspring of the late Duke of Hainel, her status as a woman restricts her influence within the family. Hence, she had no choice but to prove her legitimacy through a duel sanctioned by the church. He muses that his relationship with her is ambiguous, neither too close nor too distant. The man continues his internal monologue, thinking she's most likely his third cousin from his mother's side, and there's no basis to question her legitimacy. He intends to take advantage of this opportunity to make the Hainel family owe him, as his father has given his approval for this plan. The man sits in a carriage, seemingly deep in thought. A figure observes a knight on horseback, thinking it's amazing. The narration describes the knight as being entrusted by the heir of another family to fight a duel on her behalf. A knight rides a horse. A character expresses surprise or confusion. The man wonders about the meaning of those impudent stares just now. The knight on horseback wonders what he did. Someone remarks that the master is riding a horse while the other is sitting in the carriage as a mere apprentice, suggesting the latter must be enjoying the comfortable ride. He admits that he has no excuse for his actions. Hugh looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Jack the One-Armed scoffs, remarking that he was proud of Q for beating the crap out of the other apprentice. The unseen character questions if he has ever ridden a horse before, expressing disbelief at the wasted time. Q sits, looking gloomy, as he reflects on the time spent training him. He thinks that he would be fine if he could ride an expensive horse. The unseen character shouts that he should be carrying that expensive horse on his back. Jack the One-Armed continues to berate Q. The sound of a heartbeat echoes. Q wonders what is going on, noting that his heart has been beating fast lately. The sound of his heartbeat continues. Q wonders if the reason for his fast heart rate is because the unseen character keeps picking on him. Sir Joseph keeps trying to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Sir Gyre keeps picking on him whenever he can. Joseph's expression hardens. Jar looks up, confused. An earthquake? The horses become agitated. The ground is shaking. The earth trembles violently. Joseph barks, "Everyone halt." He shouts, "Get off your horses at once." Panic spreads through the ranks. Someone curses, "Damn it." Hugh kicks out, his leg extended. Someone yells at Sir Joseph to get down. The man looks concerned. Another man says he appreciates the concern, but they do not need to panic. The man says, "Excuse me?" The man says, "Phew, it's gone." People kneel on the ground. Someone says, "Ha, this was." The man says the first time he encountered an earthquake. Someone says that wasn't an earthquake, look over there. A path is visible in the distance. He wonders if the ground is shaking. A path stretches into the distance. The narrator identifies the creatures as giant death worms. Joseph Bayezid states that these are the remnants of the fallen dragon. Joseph stands, clad in dark armor. The text reiterates that these are the remnants of the fallen dragon. Hugh's blue eyes reflect the scene. Joseph smirks. Hugh is amazed by the sight. Joseph stands, his armor gleaming. The text identifies the city as Diamar, the sole city of the Hainal family. The city of Diamar rises in the distance, its walls and towers bathed in sunlight. The grand building stood tall, its architecture a testament to wealth and power. Figures moved about the entrance, their purpose unknown. Joseph Bayezid addressed Vlad, stating, "Vlad, you are free to move on your own from now on." Vlad wondered, "You mean by myself?" Joseph continued, "Go, wander freely, and observe as much as you can." Vlad questioned internally, Wander freely? He pondered, "Am I really allowed to do that? Is there a problem?" Joseph added, "You may bring Ghost with you." He paused, then said, "And no." Joseph thought to himself, "Think why I've brought you here." A close-up of Joseph's face revealed a hint of a smile. A voice declared, "It's a rare opportunity to observe such a duel." Another voice added, "I'd love to. Moreover, this duel will take place in groups." The duel commenced, swords clashing in a deadly dance. The narrator explained, which means a range of knights with varying expertise will be participating. Joseph Bayezid tells Vlad that he wants him to learn as much as he can by observing the knights. Experiencing something firsthand once is more effective than discussing it 10 times. Joseph Bayezid has already decided to train Vlad to make him his own. Therefore, expanding his knowledge through exposure to different kinds of experiences is better. Joseph Bayezid tells Vlad to avoid getting into trouble and get. Vlad tells Joseph Bayezid that he'd like to spar with him tonight to warm up. Joseph Bayezid replies that he's not that stupid, you know? Therefore, expanding his knowledge through exposure to different. Joseph Bayezid tells Vlad that there's nothing he can do to regain his trust in him, and that he can't even ride a horse by himself. Joseph Bayezid tells Vlad to make sure to come and report to him every evening, especially if you notice any strange movements. It's been a while since he's had some freedom. Should he take a look around then? He took in the sight of the Bayezid residence's interior, the air thick with the scent of old stone and forgotten grandeur. The place seemed smaller than the Bayezid residence he had imagined, the silence broken only by the echo of his own footsteps. It looked somewhat aged, the opulence dulled by the passage of time. He wondered if they weren't taking care of this place. Their lemons. Does that mean they're currently lacking in funds? His hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, the familiar weight a comfort in the unsettling silence. This place looks familiar to him. He continued his exploration, the air growing heavier with each step. He remembered seeing that tree on top of that hill. The residence loomed before him, a silent sentinel of forgotten times. Vlad's gaze swept across the scene, a sense of foreboding settling in his stomach. A disembodied voice echoed through the halls. "You shall hand me your sword, and I will share my memories with you." The tree on the hill stood silhouetted against the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events. It seems it's someone's turn to return the favor. Light streams through the grand windows of the residence. Sir Joseph Bayezid expresses his gratitude for the journey made. A figure stands in the room, 2 others visible in the background. It is only right for him to do so, given that her family is in need of help. There's nothing more crucial than their families supporting each other in times of need. Ms. Alyssa's name is spoken. A woman sits, her hands clasped in her lap. Having been granted permission, all that remains is Ms. Alyssa's decision. Someone has already made up their mind. Things will unfold according to the Duke's wishes. That is, if victory is secured in this duel. A figure in a dark suit stands in a dimly lit room, the details of his face obscured by shadow. The man assures someone that they don't have to worry about anything. A glowing sword is displayed, accompanied by the declaration that the sword of Bayezid will always emerge victorious. A man stands before a grand, golden structure, his expression unreadable. The figure's back is turned, revealing the intricate design of his suit. A large building stands against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. One of the men cautions against underestimating her, addressing the other as my lord. She seemed like a strong and vigorous woman, unwavering even in crucial times like now. One of the men agrees, stating that she didn't leave any openings for them to seize the advantage. But that doesn't change anything. The man resolves that they will proceed with their plan as intended. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, Hugh stands before a weathered gravestone. A voice echoes, a somber observation on human nature. That might be why humans are obsessed with leaving behind their traces. The same voice continues, a touch of melancholy coloring the words. When they look at the traces left behind like scars, the inscription on the gravestone reads, "Rest in peace." The voice speaks of remembrance. They'd come to remember the memories of those days. A wistful tone colors the words. It would have been great if our mom did something like this for us too. Hugh gazes at the gravestone, his expression unreadable in the fading light. The voice notes the state of the gravesite. Looks like this hasn't been maintained for a while. He kneels, his hand gently brushing away fallen leaves from the cold stone. A soft breeze whispers through the leaves. A hand rests on a gravestone. The cold stone a stark contrast to the warmth of life. The rising star stands before the grave, his gaze heavy with unspoken words. He didn't say anything, his expression unreadable. Then look as much as you want. The young man grips his sword, a silent "thank you" echoing in his mind. A faint sound cuts through the air. He kneels, his sword planted firmly before the gravestone, a solemn vow etched on his face. His gaze lowers, lost in memories. A flashback begins, showing a figure bathed in ethereal light. There are things rising like bubbles. Back then, I believe that tree used to be a bit smaller. When was that? The scene widens, showing the rising star and the glowing figure standing before a large tree, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. It felt as if he had been here with someone before. A sudden realization struck him. It seemed the being in front was about to recognize him. A voice echoed, asking if he could borrow his body for a moment. He wondered what was happening. He steadied himself, preparing for what was to come. He steeled himself, muttering that it was time to go. A surge of energy crackled around him. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. He gripped his sword tightly, knuckles white. A blue aura enveloped him, the energy coursing through his veins. Strange symbols materialized in the air. He exclaimed in shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. A mystical forest glows with ethereal light, illuminating the base of a massive, serpentine form. The great white serpent, wreathed in emerald energy, watches with piercing blue eyes. He stands before a towering tree, its trunk radiating a soft, golden light. That is a spirit. The serpent's gaze intensifies, its blue eyes burning with an otherworldly light. The great serpent's tongue flickers, tasting the air as it focuses its attention. Hugh's eyes widen. A spirit? He feels like he's seeing too many mystical things nowadays. It feels like it's looking at him. It's looking at him, who's inside him. Hugh draws his sword, his expression a mixture of apprehension and resolve as he faces the immense spirit. He wonders if it's not coming down, observing that it doesn't seem to bite. The spirit questions just how Hugh would know that. Wait, now that he thinks about it, the spirit feels unfamiliar and imposing, but Hugh can't feel any threatening vibes from it. It's warm. Hugh stands before a large, white snake-like spirit, its blue eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The air feels as if the spring breeze is plentifully blowing from a hill. Looking up, Hugh asks, "Who are you?" The air crackles with unseen energy. His blue eyes glow intensely, reflecting the power of the spirit before him. The white snake's spirit looms, its presence both calming and powerful. A figure kneels in the distance, leaning on a staff, observing the scene. Hugh, now in a different location, asks, "How did you come here?" Gemina states that this place is restricted for anyone aside from the Hainel family. Gemina stands holding a bucket and cleaning supplies. Sir Jair Squire says he happened to find himself here after searching for a quiet place to pray. Gemina questions his claim, asking if he came to pray. The blonde-haired man holds up a wooden cross and states that he is Sir Jair Squire. Gemina thinks to herself, then says fine then. Gemina says she supposes he is not suspicious. Sir Jair Squire thanks her. The squire smiles at Gemina. Gemina and Sir Jair Squire stand together in silence. He wonders aloud if standing on a noble's gravesite is disrespectful. The knight thinks to himself that Sir Joseph may be troubled if she tells it to the wrong person. He continues his internal monologue, thinking that someone might get in trouble too. The knight resolves to keep her quiet, no matter what. Gemina asks if he needs her help. The knight questions what she means. He asks if she is a servant and if she is here to tend to the graveyard. Gemina is surprised by the question. Gemina explains that she was told to clean up a bit earlier, since there were a lot of leaves. Gemina's expression is unreadable. The camera focuses on Gemina's neck. Gemina says that she figured it would be due respect to greet the owners of the land. She stands beside Sir Jair, who holds a wooden box. He declares that he will do it. Sir Jair looks at Gemina, stating that in return, he'd like to ask her for something. He asks if she could please overlook this without a word. Gemina thinks to herself that if Sir Jair comes to know of this, he'll make a fuss. A slight smile plays on her lips. Gemina tells Sir Jair that she'll consider it, depending on how well he cleans it. Sir Jair thinks, damn it, why do all the pretty girls make life difficult? A look of frustration crosses Sir Jair's face. Sir Jair begins to clean a grave. Gemina smiles knowingly. A tree stands in the graveyard, its leaves rustling in the wind. Sir Jair continues to clean the grave as Gemina watches. A grand building stands tall, its architecture suggesting a place of importance and history. The clash of steel echoes as swords meet with tremendous force. The blades grind against each other, a testament to the power behind each strike. The blonde knight's face is partially obscured by his armor, but his intense blue eyes are visible. It's a spar between knights, a display of skill and strength. The knights' swords collide in a shower of sparks, their movements a blur of motion. They're quite powerful, a testament to their training and dedication. One knight asks, "Are you talking about Sir Colin? Even bones would shatter if an attack like that hit them," the man muses. The sword gleams, reflecting the light and hinting at its deadly potential. No wonder he's called the warthog of the central region. The blonde knight is powerful. "But I think Sir Pablo is much more impressive," the knight declares. The clash of steel echoed in the training hall. His shield techniques are excellent, seasoned enough to deflect most attacks. The spar felt more intense than he anticipated. It was only meant to be a warm-up for tomorrow's duel. Vlad pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he considers the implications of the spar. He wonders if he'll have to become that strong in order to become a knight. Below, Sir Brodan is mentioned as another knight. Just because they're knights doesn't mean they're the same. Vlad reflects that he didn't know when he was in Shoera, but he thinks he understands a bit now. He considers where he ranks in this vast world. Vlad realizes there's still a long way for him to go. He exhales, a visible cloud forming in the cool air. Meanwhile, the day of the duel arrives. A grand throne awaits. A gloved hand tightens around the hilt of a sword. The knight in black armor instructs Q to tighten his armor a bit more. Q acknowledges the instruction with a simple, "Understood." Someone observes that the person trying to take away the rights of succession from his niece is present. A man with light blue hair stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene. Endel Hanel tells someone to watch carefully. The knight in black armor explains that a duel between knights who give it their all isn't something that can be easily seen. And a man with a covered face says that he may not know what happened yesterday, but the other person does not need to be anxious. Q is surprised. Someone asks what Q is surprised about, stating that it's obvious by the look on his face. Endel Hanel and Q are in the same room. Someone is shocked by the duel. He stands before a large shield, lost in thought. The skills of knights are only natural for the journey to be longer, the higher your goals are. The knights he had secretly observed were literally monstrous. A child must start by taking steps. Not capable of running yet. The skills of knights are only natural for the journey to be longer, the higher your goals are. The memory of the knights looms large in Kiwa's mind. A figure stands with a sword, a silent guardian. Kiwa's expression is pensive, his eyes downcast. All shall pay respects. The doors stand open, a path forward. The master of Hanel. Think of it, I never saw them. I remember they're said to be young. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. Kiwa's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A figure stands in the doorway, partially obscured by shadow. A voice announces, Lady Alyssa Hanel has entered. The light reveals a woman with light blue hair. The hem of Alyssa's blue and white dress shimmers as she walks. Q thinks to himself, the thought bubble appearing above his head. Looks like insulting a noble is going to be added to my list of crimes. He curses under his breath, a single word escaping his lips. Fuck. The long hall stretches out, sunlight streaming through the high windows as a pair approach the throne at the far end. The woman with light blue hair observes the man approaching. Her expression remains unreadable. The details of her blue dress are visible. The armored man's eyes widen. He thinks to himself, I am screwed. She recognized me. The woman with blue hair sits on the throne, watching the man approach. She sits regally, awaiting the start of the duel. A priest raises his hand, declaring, We'll begin the duel as all the participants have arrived. He continues, May the gods be the witness, and the sun be the evidence of this duel. The woman's gaze intensifies. The text declares, the duel with everything on the line is about to begin. Two figures stand poised, the tension palpable as the duel is about to commence. An honorable, yet ruthless duel, the text declares, as onlookers watch with bated breath. The combatants stand ready, the gleaming steel of the sword reflecting the cold, blue light. A noble's blood is pale as blue, the text proclaims, hinting at the stakes of the impending conflict. Their blood is filled with the responsibility and duty that normal crimson blood won't be able to carry out. However, Alicia isn't ready to turn her blood to pale blue. Alicia cries out, her voice ringing with desperation. Enough. A voice booms out, declaring, We surrender. The armored figure stands panting, the duel seemingly over before it truly began. The wounded man, bloodied and bruised, grits his teeth. The fight wasn't over yet. A tear streaks down his weathered face as he refuses to yield. The wounded man's defiance echoes in the air. The fight hasn't ended yet. An announcer, holding a pristine white handkerchief, declares that his lord has thrown in the towel. A knight in shining armor urges the wounded man to admit defeat, acknowledging it was a good fight, master. The knight stands tall, his gaze fixed on the fallen warrior. The wounded man, struggling to breathe, wonders if he is still the knight's master. A man with a smug grin recalls raising the knight to be a warrior who would defend the Hanel family. The man continues, stating that the knight became a sword that will slay its master. The wounded man, his face etched with pain and resignation, whispers how miserable this all is. The announcer proudly proclaims that the winner of the fight is Sir Ender's knight, Syard. Neutral SYRD lets out a triumphant laugh. One of the men remarks that they are off to a good start, addressing the light blue-haired man as Sir Ender. The man asks him to elaborate. A booming voice calls for the participants to come forward. The combatants step into the arena. A stern voice declares that the use of aura is prohibited. The rules are laid out. The fight will end immediately if a participant or master wishes to surrender, or if one of the participants is seriously wounded. The blonde man stands opposite a dark-haired man in armor. The dark-haired man tells his opponent to watch and learn, calling him a clueless little brat. The blonde man is surprised. A disembodied voice announces that today's lesson will be held here. The dark-haired man holds his sword at the ready. The voice continues, stating that the subject of today's lesson will be the pig in front of him. The two combatants face off, ready to begin their duel. Ender stands ready, his sword gleaming in the light. Godwin cries out as the blade finds its mark. The sound of the impact echoes through the arena. Ender's eyes narrow, focused on his opponent. Godwin grits his teeth, thinking, I missed just by an inch. I can win this fight. He swings his sword with renewed vigor. Faster, he thinks, pushing himself to the limit. Ender blocks the attack, realizing he needs to be stronger. He prepares to strike back, his movements precise. Godwin counters, his sword a blur of motion. The figure in red clothing continues his relentless assault. The sound of clashing steel fills the air. One of the onlookers comments on Q's strength, stating it is as amazing as the rumor says. He notes that Q is pushing his opponent to the limit. Godwin stares intently, his expression unreadable. Another observer notes that the tide of the fight is flowing strangely. The narrator states that the wielder of the sword must have realized it by now. Godwin curses under his breath, frustrated by the turn of events. He wonders why he can't hit Q. Godwin's expression hardens with determination. Q swings his sword with incredible speed and force. Godwin shouts, calling Q a bastard. Q continues his assault, his sword a blur of motion. The sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of red energy. His blade descends, a flash of steel cutting through the air. The sword continues its arc, a blur of motion aimed at his opponent. An unseen observer urges a closer look, for what is about to unfold is significant. Godwin's expression is grim, bracing for the onslaught. The sword falls again, a relentless assault. The blade hurtles towards Godwin, a dance of death in the making. Godwin grits his teeth, his face contorted in a mix of pain and determination. The sword descends once more, a relentless storm of steel. Godwin's eye widens, a flicker of desperation in its depths. Godwin cries out as the sword finds its mark. The sword continues its downward path, a final, decisive blow. He unleashes an attack, the blade whistling through the air. Godwin intercepts the blow, deflecting it with practiced ease. Hua's eyes narrow, assessing the situation. Godwin grits his teeth, focused on the fight. The swords meet with a resounding crash. Hugh remains undeterred, his stance firm. Godwin stands his ground, his sword ready. A nearby observer mutters, he's on another level. Hua's aura flares, intensifying his resolve. The armored figure looms large, an insurmountable obstacle. He is like an enormous wall that I can't surpass. A sword lies discarded on the ground, its polished surface reflecting the cold light. The defeated man, sweat beading on his brow, croaks, I give up. The announcement booms, declaring, the winner of this fight is Lady Alicia's knight, Sir Jair. Lady Alicia clasps her hands together, a serene expression gracing her features. A crowd of onlookers watches with varying expressions, some impressed, others disappointed. The knight stands tall, his armor gleaming in the dim light. One man asks, did you learn anything? Hugh, his blue eyes shining, responds, yes. Thank you, sir. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the armor. The announcement rings out. The final duel is about to begin. Arnstein's stern gaze pierces the air, his jaw set with determination. Shajad of Ubayer raises a hand, declaring that there is no need for introductions. Arnstein's name echoes in the arena. A knight's armor gleams under the arena lights, a symbol of the impending clash. Shajad of Ubayer's name is spoken. Shajad of Ubayer raises his hand, a gesture of defiance, or perhaps a signal to begin. It seems Alicia was able to get a stronger contender. Alicia watches from her throne as Shajad of Ubayer stands before her. Alicia's expression is unreadable, her eyes fixed on the duel about to unfold. Shajad of Ubayer is sent crashing to the ground. The duel's outcome hangs in the balance as Shajad of Ubayer's feet are shown. A man looks on with a surprised expression. Another man wonders, why? Is he bidding farewell? Shajad of Ubayer lies defeated on the ground. A figure declares, forfeit this duel. Alicia looks on, her eyes wide with shock. Two men exchange a concerned glance. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze. A voice booms, he forfeits. Then, the duel is over. Isn't that right? A man claps his hands together, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A voice wonders, does that mean he had 4 men from the start? The man's eye narrows, a glint of malice in its depths. The man demands, now, swear upon the gods. Pledge your allegiance to serve me, and only me, under the heavens. The declaration hangs in the air. The fight isn't over yet. Joseph Bezid addresses Alicia's knight, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Alicia's knight states that he has already forfeited. Joseph acknowledges the knight's concerns, but insists that the duel is over. Joseph declares that the duel won't be considered finished until he receives a satisfactory explanation. The Baezio family, it is stated, won't tolerate the outcome of this duel. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with suppressed rage. Surinder speaks, suggesting they first listen to the story. Joseph represents the northern part. The knights are from the central part. This could easily lead to friction between the center and the north. The question hangs in the air, how would you like it to be? A close-up of Joseph reveals his stern expression. Only a complete loss can bring about a result less worse than the worst. Only then, the future can be planned. Sir Ender stands before a woman seated on a throne, his hand outstretched. Is there anyone who can represent Sir Joseph? He agrees to the request. A voice declares that Duncan is the only knight for Alyssa. The unwritten law states that the invited ones are not allowed to bring too many knights. It is stated that the duel cannot even be established. A close-up reveals a determined expression. A voice declares that there is one. Joseph of the Bayezid household declares that he, a great warrior, will take up Lady Alyssa's honor. A hand gesture is made. Hugh declares to establish Vlad of Shoera. A close-up reveals a determined expression. He declares that someone is not worthy. Ender states that an honor duel is something that can be done by anyone who holds a sword. The camera focuses on Ender's shoulder. Joseph Bayezid shouts that sending a peasant is an act of bringing down. The honor of Arnstein is mentioned. Ender exclaims to people. He asks if Joseph Bayezid did this while thinking of the honor of the Bayezid household. It's declared that someone tried to play with Bayezid with such shallow trickery. Joseph Bayezid stands with two other men. Ender guarantees his honor. It's stated that if someone really needs to do this, then all right. Joseph Bayezid wonders what a lowly peasant could even be capable of. He wonders aloud if he is really going to duel, and against a knight, no less. Joseph responds with a simple, yeah. Vlad questions if he will survive the duel. Doubt clouds the young swordsman's face. Joseph assures him that if things go to the worst of the worst, he will intrude. Vlad asks what about just the worst case. The knight hesitates, unable to answer. Vlad asks why Joseph can't say anything. Joseph calls out to Vlad. The sound of a hand gripping armor echoes. Joseph grabs Vlad's shoulder. Joseph tells him that he doesn't have to do so much. He embraces Vlad tightly. Just. Ender says he can manage for 10 minutes. Vlad thinks to himself that he had prepared everything right from the beginning. Vlad says that he's already ordered Borden. Ender asks if 10 minutes will be enough, adding that it will be better if it's him. Vlad thinks that he can withstand a little longer, and says that he understands. Vlad looks determined. Vlad thinks that he will try his best, and stay in the fight. Vlad and Ender look at each other. A knight stands ready. Vlad walks away, preparing for the fight. A woman with light blue hair sits regally on a throne. The woman's expression is serene as she gazes forward. Her armored boots rest on the floor, hinting at a warrior's life. The sound of footsteps echoes in the distance. Two knights stand guard before the throne, their armor gleaming in the light. Vlad, from Shoera, is mentioned in a speech bubble. A man in armor looks up, his expression intense. His gaze is sharp and unwavering. A shield falls to the ground with a resounding crash. The man declares, "You are not worthy of hearing my name." He extends a hand, his expression stern. A voice echoes, "Worthy." His blue eyes glowed with an inner fire, a storm brewing behind their electric depths. A silent scream echoed in his mind. "I hate that." A distant castle shimmered under a golden sky, a symbol of unattainable glory. The question burned in his thoughts. Why are you guys always monopolizing everything that shines and is beautiful? He stood amidst the fallen, a grim reminder of his past. The memory haunted him. Even though I was born in an unworthy place. His grip tightened on the sword, a silent plea escaping his lips. What am I lacking? Determination hardened his gaze. I don't plan on ending it having been nothing just like that. His eyes burned brighter, fueled by a newfound resolve. The question echoed in his mind. What about me is different from you? Joseph Bayezid's face tightened with concern. It looks like Bayezid's status has fallen down. Hugh's eyes blazed with an unwavering intensity, a promise of defiance etched on his face. The grip tightens on the sword's hilt, knuckles white as he prepares to unleash his full power. A voice booms, demanding, "Put in everything you've got, and come at me with full force." Godwin's eyes narrow, a cold promise in their depths. I shall cut off that sprout. The sword is drawn back, ready to strike with lethal force. Hugh's gaze is unwavering, focused on the battle ahead. Today, a voice declares, the boy got the right to shine. The sword slams into the ground, sending a shockwave rippling outwards. Godwin is sent flying backwards, caught off guard by the force of the blow. Godwin steadies himself, his back to the viewer, preparing for the next attack. The two warriors face each other, swords drawn, ready to clash once more. Godwin's eyes burn with intensity, a fierce determination etched on his face. Godwin crashes to the ground, defeated, his sword clattering beside him. He swung his sword with incredible force, the blade whistling through the air. For the first time, he picked up the sword not for himself, but for someone else. His eyes burned with a focused intensity as he practiced his swordsmanship. The blade cut through the air with a sharp, echoing sound. Since habit is a scary thing. One of the observers exclaimed, "Oh, he's fast." Another observer remarked, "It looks like he wasn't just a greenhorn." The sword continued its deadly dance, each swing precise and powerful. He moved with a practiced grace, his movements fluid and deadly. An onlooker commented, "He's a natural." Another observer noted, "A novice, yet there's something flashing in him. He fought like a hungry wolf." The polished steel of a sword gleams, ready for battle. Godwin's eyes glow with an eerie light. He states, "Your energy is great, but..." The sound of steel echoes. Godwin's expression hardens, his gaze intense. A blade cuts through the air with blinding speed. Hugh swings his sword, a whirlwind of motion. Godwin's face remains stoic, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He mutters, "Not ripe yet." He clashes swords with Godwin, the sound of steel on steel ringing out. Godwin cries out, "Arg." Godwin blocks the attack, gritting his teeth. "That feels like being hit with a rock." Hugh asks, "All your talents?" Godwin raises his sword high, preparing to bring it down on Hugh with devastating force. The air crackles with anticipation. From behind, the weight of Godwin's intent is palpable as he prepares to strike. The clang of steel echoes as Godwin's sword crashes down, the impact sending vibrations through the stone floor. Godwin presses his attack, his blade a blur of motion as he relentlessly drives forward. Another deafening impact as Godwin's sword finds its mark, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm Hugh's defenses. Godwin thinks to himself, "Don't block him head on." Godwin thinks to himself, "You have to somehow deflect it." With a desperate maneuver, Hugh manages to deflect Godwin's relentless assault, the clash of steel ringing in the air. The force of the impact reverberates through Hugh's armor as he barely manages to hold his ground against Godwin's overwhelming power. Eyes narrowed, Hugh prepares to unleash a counterattack, his determination etched on his face. Leaping forward, he closes the distance, ready to turn the tide of the battle with a swift and decisive strike. Hugh grunts with effort, pushing through the pain and fatigue as he prepares to strike back against Godwin. The force of the blow sends tremors through the room. Godwin stands tall, his armored form casting a long shadow over the kneeling Hugh. The knight's armored boot looms large, a symbol of his dominance. Godwin speaks, his voice carrying a hint of disappointment. The knight's expression is unreadable beneath his helmet, but his words betray a hint of respect. Godwin's face is stern, his blue eyes conveying a mix of pity and admiration. The knight stands with his sword, a silent testament to his strength. "It's unfortunate that we have come to meet each other at a place like this," Godwin says. Despite the overwhelming odds, Hugh prepares to strike back, his resolve unwavering. The young swordsman's eyes burn with determination, a spark of defiance in the face of defeat. Godwin's words echo in the air, a condescending assessment of Hugh's efforts. Good effort. A final, desperate attack is launched, a surge of energy against an insurmountable foe. A blade gleams, reflecting the light. He prepares to strike, his sword raised high. Two armored figures observe the unfolding events. A hand grips a sword tightly. A woman with light blue hair looks on with shock. The man's expression hardens. This is counterattack. Hugh stands ready, facing his opponent. A sword is held at the ready. Murmurs ripple through the assembled knights. "How does that make any sense?" one asks. Another adds, "A mere squire stopped him." One of the knights observes, "It must be a coincidence." Another tells him to, "Look at him." The thought echoes in the air, he can't even lift his sword. The knight struggles to lift his sword. The thought is spoken, "Coincidence? No way." Sir Gregory states, "It's something outside of the box. Even I, someone who matched swords with him, have a hard time accepting." Sir Gregory wonders, "Why?" A question hangs in the air. The knight wonders, "Why is it only you?" Sir Gregory wonders, "Did he lose consciousness?" He thinks, "I also." His eyes reflect a deep longing. A voice echoes, "No? Is he dreaming something inside his memories?" Hugh's expression is somber, lost in thought. Bars loom, a symbol of confinement. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, yet he seems trapped. The narration states, "The boy without rights." A gleaming sword is shown, accompanied by the words, "Has always longed for shiny things." He yearned for power. The narration continues, "And wanted opportunities. And he dreamed of possessing the rights." Hugh stands before a building, contemplating his future. His gaze is fixed on something beyond the frame, filled with determination. He yearns for something more. A shining city beckons, promising a place that gleams with opportunity. Hugh glances back, a hint of longing in his eyes. He desires to be there as well, to partake in the brilliance. Determination hardens his gaze, a silent vow etched upon his face. A knight stands resolute, a symbol of strength and purpose. Hugh, now clad in armor, grips his sword, ready to face the challenges ahead. The blade gleams, a promise of battles to come. The men look on in shock. One of them wonders what in the world is happening. A hand is covered in blood. The man states that he showed it to him to focus on his basics. Two figures clash swords. A figure moves quickly. A voice says that he's already using it. The two figures continue to fight. The sharpness at the end of his sword has disappeared. Instead, it's full of his well-settled resolve. The man states that it is interesting. Where does that resolve point to? Two knights stand ready, their armor gleaming in the dim light. One of them points his sword forward, a silent promise of the battle to come. The sword pierces flesh, a crimson bloom erupting around the point of impact. The air crackles with energy as the blade finds its mark. His gaze is intense, focused on the task ahead. The knight's jaw is set, his determination unwavering. The sword is howling? Wait, is it going to bloom? The sword is surrounded by energy. The knight's resolve hardens, his eyes burning with righteous fury. He will not falter. Carry out my duties of a knight. With a battle cry, the knight charges forward, his sword a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoes through the air. Oh! He tenses, preparing to unleash his attack. The order rings out. Bring it out. The knight raises his sword, ready to strike. His sword gleams, poised to cut through the air. Your world that's about to bloom its flowers. A tense silence hangs in the air. The onlookers exchange worried glances. What's that? One of them asks. The knight's sword crackles with energy. A chilling premonition washes over one of the observers. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A desperate cry pierces the air. Shield. The order is screamed with urgency. Bring me a shield. A subordinate responds, scrambling to obey. Why yes, Sir Pablo. He stands with another figure, both looking up at something unseen. The knight's gauntlet tightens, his grip firm. His sword is drawn, reflecting the light with a sharp glint. Pablo of Arnstein declares, I am Pablo of Arnstein. The sword is held ready, poised to strike. A voice echoes, boy who has the rights. The knight stands ready, his sword aimed downward. A figure with glowing blue eyes states, I am. A narration box reads, the boy born in a place without rights. Footprints lead the way through an unseen path. The footprints lead to a building in the distance. The path continues, leading towards a starry sky. A sprawling city gleams in the distance, beckoning with its radiant allure. Footprints mark a path through a dimly lit alleyway, hinting at a journey taken. He stands before the radiant city, its golden light bathing him in its glow. A golden light ignites within his eye, a spark of nascent power. The golden light shifts, morphing into a vibrant, electric blue. He thinks, I am. A surge of blue energy erupts, a torrent of raw power unleashed. The energy coalesces, forming the name, Vlad. Vlad screams, his voice echoing with newfound power, Shoera. The blue energy swirls around him, a tangible manifestation of his transformation. He begins to glow with an intense blue aura, his eyes burning with the same electric light. Energy gathers around him, crackling and sparking as the transformation intensifies. The light intensifies, engulfing his body in a blinding blue radiance. The energy explodes outwards in a burst of golden light. A voice echoes through the light, commanding, come. A figure stands bathed in golden light, shield raised and sword drawn, declaring, Vlad of Shoera. Vlad of Shoera stands transformed, his eyes burning with power. Energy swirls around him like a tempest, crackling with raw power. Vlad of Shoera stands ready, sword and shield gleaming in the electric light. Golden light washes over the scene, signifying the completion of the transformation. A sword lies abandoned on the ground, its purpose fulfilled or its wielder defeated. A hand, slick with crimson, clutches the hilt of a sword, a testament to the brutal exchange that has transpired. Godwin's gaze is cast downward, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the aftermath of the battle. A knight supports his fallen comrade, their armor gleaming in the light as they tend to his wounds. The bloodied hand tightens its grip on the sword, a silent vow of vengeance or a desperate plea for survival. The fallen warrior's face is etched with pain, his eyes closed as he struggles to regain consciousness. A voice cries out, recognizing the unmistakable presence of aura, a forbidden power in this conflict. Godwin stands tall, his armor reflecting the light as he listens to the pronouncements of the man in the blue robe. The man with the blue hair declares, his voice ringing with authority, that the use of aura is strictly forbidden in a duel. A voice drips with contempt, branding someone a pathetic bastard for their actions. The man's voice carries a hint of sorrow, lamenting that even when faced with beauty, some only see the potential for gain. Two figures walk away, their footsteps echoing in the silence as they leave the scene of the conflict behind. A man addresses Sir Pablo. Someone thanks Sir Priest for acting out his duties. The priest responds, stating that he has only done what he should. A knight stands in contemplation. Someone states that it was an honorable moment for them as well. Sir Priest stands before another figure. He stammers, agreeing with the previous statement. Sir Priest looks forward. The text speaks of the divine rules of a duel and the Swordmaster's code. The man from the first panel looks on. Someone questions which is the higher concept. Sir Priest exclaims in surprise. The light of the Swordmaster's blade shines brightly. The Swordmaster's sword stands tall. The Swordmaster's code is both. The priest speaks of honor and duty. It is also related to royal authority. Ender Hanel states that rule and code are butting against each other. Does honor come first? Or does duty come first? No one here can say either of them comes first. What happened here must be reported to the Holy See and the royal palace. Until we have a definite answer from there, The result of the duel will be postponed. The priest looks on. All the young and tender in the world have a deserved right to bloom their flowers. Possibility is something beautiful. Those who can express themselves as their own world are precious. And so, all must dutifully protect those moments. Knights stand with their swords at the ready. All who raise the honorable sword. A knight grips his sword tightly, the metal gleaming in the light. Bow by my name. Knights stand in formation before the throne, ready to swear their oath. That is the swordmaster, the founding king. The swordmaster's blade shines with an ethereal light. A knight's face is stern, his armor reflecting the gravity of the moment. The swordmaster's blade, a symbol of power and duty. I, Frausen's first code. Sunlight streams into the room, illuminating Q as he lies in bed, still recovering. He lets out a soft, weary sigh. The name escapes his lips, a mere whisper, God. He croaks out a single word, his throat parched, water. The sound of liquid being poured fills the room. A clear stream of water fills a simple white cup. Q groans, his face contorted in discomfort. Ugh, all my joints hurt. A cup is offered to him. He gasps, his eyes widening in surprise. A man with dark hair holds the cup, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The man says, it's a relief you regained your strength. The man offers Q a drink. The liquid sloshes gently in the cup as he holds it out. The man assures him that it's all right, and to make himself comfortable, then asks if he feels any particular pain. The cup is offered closer, the man's hands wrapped in bandages. Q responds, declining the offer. He thanks the man. The man explains that the duel has been postponed. Q, still in bed, questions the postponement. The man explains that things have become quite complicated. Q reflects on the rules of the sacred duel, flagged by the swordmaster's discipline. The swordmaster's discipline is shown. The voice had told it to him before. He thinks that in order for someone to become a knight, they must make an oath to the swordmaster's discipline. If things go well, there will come a day when you will also be making an oath. A stern expression crosses Jack the One-Armed's face. A voice exclaims, a knight. A knight clad in shining armor rides a black horse, his sword raised high. The horse's hooves thunder across the golden field. A voice says, I hope you will be taking good care of your body. Jack the One-Armed stands over Q, who is sitting in bed with a bandaged hand. Q replies, I'm okay, even right now. Jack the One-Armed states, we can't do that. Jack the One-Armed continues, because I'm someone who knows how to save money. It'll be. Outside, the sun cast long shadows across the manicured lawns. The word came that they were leaving, one by one. She felt apologetic, unable to even warn them. The woman with light blue hair wondered if Inder had also left. It was postponed. She had requested personal protection from the church through a priest. She just had to let go of those who tried to push her to her downfall. Her heart felt heavy. The man with gray hair suggested they put it on the back burner for now, adding that it was necessary to take time to get stronger during chaotic times. He thought that for now, taking over DMR completely was more important. Her gaze was sharp and focused. The woman with light blue hair asked what the lemon crop situation was like. The man with gray hair responded that it was not very good. The yield continues to decrease. Ender listens intently. A voice suggests increasing the barley farm instead. Another voice wonders about waiting and watching a little longer. An older man listens to the discussion. The industrial structure is not something that can be decided easily. Ender considers the statement. Ender remains silent, contemplating the situation. It's a bit too big of a decision at this point. After having gotten rid of a trial as big as a mountain, it feels like another mountain is waiting. Ender closes her eyes, a sigh escaping her lips. Ender's expression is one of deep concern. A voice asks if knights generally know how to ride a horse right. Ender stands with the older man, the weight of the decisions heavy on their shoulders. An older man with a white bandage around his head states the obvious. One cannot be called a knight if they cannot ride a horse. The importance of horsemanship is emphasized, being described as a virtue as important as the sword. A woman with light blue hair looks on with a slight smile. The woman and the older man stand together. The gods don't really give you everything, she thinks. The older man expresses that he can feel Lady Gyre's deep concern. A man with blonde hair is thrown from a horse as a man in black watches. The man falls through the air, his arms outstretched. The man in black watches the blonde man fall. The blonde man lands hard on the ground. He recalls someone saying it would work with. The man thinks to himself that maybe it has to be a bit more expensive. A more expensive horse? The blonde man looks up at the man in black, who stands over him with glowing green eyes. The man in black says that when you say something, God delivers a punch, telling the blonde man to think before he acts. The blonde man, Hugh, reflects that he had definitely ridden it before, although God was driving it. Hugh stands with God, who is speaking to him. Jack the One-Armed thinks to himself that this is serious. Hugh thinks it would work if he taught him himself. He wonders if the horse is actually the problem. A man stands with a horse, as though there is something scary in front of it. Hugh stares off into the distance. God asks Hugh if he should continue tomorrow. Hugh thinks that's enough for today and tells him not to do it. Tomorrow either. Hugh wonders when he is supposed to learn horse riding. Jack the One-Armed states that the current plan is going to be put off for now. He mentions hearing a certain word a lot since arriving, questioning if God has a problem with that. Jack the One-Armed suggests returning to Struma, first to consider the situation. Jack the One-Armed huffs, seemingly annoyed. The text states that this is not a problem that can be fixed immediately. Meanwhile, Q states that he has some other work to do today. The text indicates that the horses seem to hate it more as time passes. Got wonders what he should do if it doesn't work even with more expensive horses. The text suggests that they're somewhat dull as compared to horses, and that it's all words if you are babbling something. Q is told to think before he spits out words. A frustrated sound escapes Q's lips. The man helping Q with his training suggests he continue taking carriage rides. The man states that he will be leaving first, and that the horse needs to be escorted to the stable. Q wonders what exactly the problem is. He reflects that such aspects are more sensitively reacted to by animals. Q wonders what he should do. He thinks that he should know the way of controlling the momentum. He considers that it's one of the ways of dealing with the world of images, and that he should be able to freely use the aura to control the momentum. Q pauses, considering his next steps. He thinks that it's still difficult to bring it out consciously, and that his aura is also weak. He reflects that if he has to use it in a real situation, he will require a lot of training and mastership. Q thinks about what Jair told him, not to run before he can even walk, and agrees. He sighs, thinking about the upcoming farewell ceremony and the return to Struma. He wonders if he should try riding a horse one last time. Q gazes out over the town, lost in thought. A voice echoes, stating that he may have failed the mission, but the Lord would understand upon hearing about the situation. Meanwhile, a figure walks through a grand corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing. The figure's face is partially obscured by shadow, but their expression seems troubled. The figure thinks that the damage was from disasters. The figure thinks that this is getting more ridiculous the more they think about it. The figure thinks that they are a mere slave. The figure stops abruptly, their boots clicking against the stone floor. He murmurs in disbelief. An extreme greeting, someone remarks. A knight stands guard, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he watches a figure dressed in black. You don't really need to do so much, a voice echoes. His eyes narrow, a glint of determination in their depths. I just really want it though, the figure replies. The blade of a sword gleams, reflecting the light. The knight stands firm, his gaze fixed on the figure in black. Have any other business? Don't you think it's a waste of a holiday to use it like this? The knight's armor shines, the sword held ready. During holidays, you should finish the pending work first, God states. A voice declares that someone has regrets. Two figures stand in a room. One states that he couldn't help it either, adding that it is a coincidence. A voice states that being unable to help is the same here, adding that this is disappointing. A hand reaches out. A man with purple hair states that they should be a little understanding when both of them have the same jobs. A hand rests on the hilt of a sword. A voice asks what can be done. A man with glowing green eyes states that if the owner says bark, he has to bark. A man holds a sword. A man stands with a sword, talking to another man. A close-up of a man's face with glowing green eyes. A close-up of a man's face. The man thinks that warning should be enough. The others refer to them as the sword, but that's not what it really is. The man asks if the other also bites when the Lord tells them to. If there's any blood, it could be seen as a war declaration against the Shazer. Household. A close-up of a man's face. Enjoy the rest of your vacation if you're done barking. The knight advances, his sword glinting in the light. The sound of steel on steel echoes through the room. Joseph Bayezid cries out in pain, the force of the blow staggering him. A voice muses, our Lord has a good personality, so a bit of biting will be fine. Another voice sighs, damn, you've had a great life. The knight asks, is that enough for you? Joseph Bayezid grits his teeth, declaring, it's not. The knight swings his sword again, the blade a blur of motion. Joseph Bayezid gasps, the impact sending him reeling. He collapses to the ground. Joseph Bayezid coughs, blood splattering on the floor. He coughed, a dry, rattling sound that hinted at some internal injury. Joseph continued, his voice raspy. Since we're in the same field, you should know that much, right? He paused, his gaze dropping to the floor as if considering the weight of his own words. The knight responded, his voice carrying a hint of genuine hope. I really hope we meet again next time. Joseph continued, his tone hardening slightly. Since I can't get the wage out from you for playing with my lord. The knight replied, well, I think we might meet sometime soon. Joseph stated, his voice low, the country is easing up. His expression remained unreadable, a mask of stoic resignation. Joseph continued, this is the time when people start joining forces according to their will. The knight said, his voice carrying a hint of finality, let's meet again one day. Joseph turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the vast hall. The knight's gaze hardened, his eyes glinting with an ominous light. Is coming. The snake seemed like an old friend. A voice suggests trying to put in a good word. He stands in a field, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. A voice admits to recognizing the snake and expresses shock. A voice requests a quick meeting and departure, not wanting to be seen by Lady. Alicia is doing it then. His electric blue eyes glow with an intense power. He stands before a majestic white dragon, his gaze unwavering. A sharp hiss echoes through the forest. He stands cautiously, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he surveys the area. The young man wonders if the creature is friendly. He wishes it was. A massive, white snake slithers closer, its blue eyes fixed on Q. Q wonders if it's a greeting, a sign that the snake is happy to see him. The snake coils around him, its massive body dwarfing the young man. The snake's head lowers, its gaze intense. He wonders why it's doing that. The snake sways gently, its movements hypnotic. A voice echoes, stating that one cannot simply understand everything that wraps the world with a mortal soul. The snake opens its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A soft, ethereal light filters through the air, illuminating the scene. Lush greenery carpets the ground, hinting at a hidden oasis. Sparkling particles dance in the air, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Energy crackles beneath the surface, a palpable force in the atmosphere. He sits before a colossal white serpent, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Hua's eyes widen, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched across his face. A gentle warmth envelopes him, a comforting embrace that belies the serpent's imposing size. His blue eyes begin to glow, reflecting the strange energy that permeates the air. A gasp escapes his lips, the realization of what stands before him dawning in his mind. The words echo in his mind. Amazing. I didn't expect to see a forgotten mystery here. The serpent's head looms closer, its eyes radiating an ancient wisdom. A voice whispers, that's the protection of the spirit. Hugh kneels before the guardian, the weight of its presence settling upon him. A soft, turquoise light filters through an unseen window, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. The Hainel household stands tall, its brick facade and elegant architecture a testament to its enduring legacy. Birds circle lazily in the sky above. A woman with light blue hair stands beside a man in a dark coat as they are surrounded by a crowd of people. A man with dark hair and a fur-lined coat reflects on the situation. The thought is enough. The woman with light blue hair expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Sir Joseph. A man in a dark coat speaks to the people around him. Then we'll get going. An older man with white hair looks on. A voice calls out, Shoravlad, the seed of Bayezid, please come forward. Shoravlad, a young man with blonde hair, looks surprised. The man with the beard stands beside Shoravlad and the dark-haired man. A small farewell ceremony is underway. He had told them they'd have a small farewell ceremony. The blonde knight is told that he doesn't have to kneel. Shoravlad is thanked. The light, blue-haired woman looks on. If it weren't for him, the current her would not be there. He had protected her. Honor, and brightly lit a duel full of fraud. The knight remains kneeling. No amount of thanks would be enough. So, although he's not a knight, she'd like to entrust her name. She tells him that he was more honorable than a knight that day. As expected. She is a smart woman. She's trying to show her relationship with the Bayezids by sharing a prospect named Vlad. She's converting her thanks, but is gaining recognition at the same time. Vlad thinks it looks very precious at a glance. One has to receive whatever a noble gives. That's basic etiquette. Vlad's expression is unreadable. I was harshly scolded after rejecting the groundnut from Sir Lutgear. I can't get beaten up again. A purple cloth is presented. Thank you, Lady Alicia. Huh. One of the men admits he hadn't considered that. He was raised to receive a lady's hand towel. In the alleys, one doesn't have any knowledge of the noble world. The older man explains the significance of a hand towel to Q. There are two ways to receive a lady's hand towel. Either tying it to the tip of a sword, Q wonders then, or giving it hand to hand. One represents honor. A hand holds a staff with a hand towel tied to it. The other represents love. A woman hands a hand towel to Q. The woman blushes. Q seems to be wondering about something. A group of men react with surprise. The young swordsmaster kneels before a woman in a blue dress, while a gray-haired man looks on. Question marks float above them. Q holds a small box, wondering if he'll use it well. He seems confused by everyone's behavior. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the armor. A voice reflects on the absurdity of the situation, admitting to making a mistake as well. It's noted that the bards living nearby shouldn't have problems getting food for a while. A man smirks, a knowing look in his eyes. Q looks down, apologizing. A stern voice declares that from now on, whenever something is received from nobles, they should be looked at first. A man with a beard demands understanding. Q replies that he'll remember. A figure congratulates Q anyway. The words echo, declaring that someone has received the honor of Lady Alicia, a very high noble. A man with piercing blue eyes and sleek black hair regards the scene. The announcement continues, stating that the recipient has attained the rank of Associate Knight. He stands clad in armor, holding a purple object, his expression unreadable. The blonde-haired youth wonders aloud if he is an Associate Knight. A voice explains that in places where her name has power, he will receive knight-like treatment. Two figures sit in a carriage, one with blonde hair and the other with black hair. A voice exclaims with conviction that he is a knight. The blonde-haired youth stares intently. The voice continues, stating that with just her name, it would only be within DMR probably. The two figures remain in the carriage, engaged in conversation. A voice notes that she became a baroness only recently. The blonde-haired youth gazes out the window. A voice muses that is why it's called an associate knight, adding that it shouldn't be this easy. A purple pouch, embroidered with gold thread, rests in someone's hands. Joseph Bayezid warns, although it was received accidentally, he must not lose it. The man explains that it's not just a hand towel, it's Alicia's honor. Joseph Bayezid looks intently at Q, emphasizing the importance of the pouch. Joseph Bayezid continues, stating that Q will have to handle it on his own. Joseph Bayezid explains that the look on his face tells everything, and it's not something that even Sir Joseph can handle, because he took it with his 2 hands. Q clutches the pouch, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He vows to never lose it. Joseph Bayezid holds up a document, stating that although the ending was absurd, this is no. Joseph Bayezid asks if it's an IOU. The document is shown in detail. Joseph Bayezid confirms that this is the bill that says Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. Q's eyes widen in disbelief. 10,000 gold. It was a plot to secure her recruits in case they lost in the duel. A lone figure stands in a room bathed in ethereal blue light. In case she lost all status, Alicia said that she would give herself in, as that would be the only way to save her from Ender. Of course, she didn't actually borrow it. The man with dark hair asks if there is any particular reason for necessarily bringing Lady Alicia. The right to succession would be lost if they lose in the duel. Moral justification is like the embers hidden in the ashes. The man's expression is unreadable. If Alicia's existence is in the hands of Bayezid, Ender can't help but feel pressure. He says he sees. I think I understand a little about why the nobles live for a cause. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrow. The man with dark hair asks what it is. He heard something from the forest. The wind rustled through the tall grass of the open field. The sound grew louder, a rapid thundering approaching from the trees. A group of riders burst from the forest, hooves pounding the earth. He blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His eyes narrowed, a sense of unease settling in. The riders charged forward, a wave of dust and steel. The ground vibrated beneath their feet as the riders closed the distance. Realization dawned on Q's face. Bandits. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. The man beside him spoke, his voice low and urgent. Keep that inside. Q drew his blade, the steel glinting in the sunlight. He remarks that it's something he had prepared before the start of the duel, holding a small device. A voice notes that receiving fair compensation took some time. A man stands with a large bag of what appears to be money at his feet. Q wonders if that's what it is. A voice states that ultimately, power has been borrowed for some other purpose. 2 men stand in a field, engaged in conversation. A close-up reveals a man with scars on his face, lost in thought. A voice questions if it is this guy, referring to the squire who received Lady Alicia's honor. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the scarred man stands alongside Q, a younger figure with a thoughtful expression. A third man, cloaked in shadows, listens intently. The rumor is everywhere. Already, treat him tenderly at least later. The scarred man glances back at the cloaked figure, a flicker of concern in his eyes. His nature is different from the energy that I can feel from other knights. A bead of sweat trickles down Q's face as he contemplates the implications of the statement, like the strong sense of danger that you can detect at the backstreet. My instincts are telling me, this man is not someone to let your guard down around. Starima, will you go together? I think we should return. The man states that's unfortunate and thanks someone for their efforts. The man gazes off into the distance. A voice declares they were only faithful to their mission for the hidden sword of Bayezid. A scarred man places his hand over his heart. The words hidden sword of Bayezid appear. A man in armor wonders what these people are. A voice questions what the black bag is. He looks on, his expression unreadable. Someone asks if they are curious what that is. The blonde man is asked a question. A voice responds with hesitation. Yes. A little. The world of nobles is contained within it, he muses, his gaze distant. A fur collar, stained a deep crimson, hints at recent violence. Ruthless. Barbarous. A bloodied hand lies limp, the scene a testament to brutality. And a place where there is no one who forgives. The face is battered and bloodied, a grim portrait of suffering. More blood splatters across a dark garment, the fabric soaked with violence. It seems a group of pilgrims are passing through Sturma. Should I meet them? It seems that they don't want to. They said that they are, quietly just passing by, and will leave after taking a look at the dragon's traces. Divine voices that ask for nothing, the man mused. It had been a long time since he had seen some real faithful pilgrims. Giving them a little something without them knowing would be fine, right? Since you have the right to enjoy what you deserve, he thought. The man adjusted the large red gem on his collar. Sir Jair stood behind him, a book in his hands. Also, my second son and Vlad. It seems they've done an amazing job this time. A word that makes even an old man's heart race was in the air. Sir Jair stood silently, his gaze fixed on the book. The first discipline of the swordmaster. It truly is a word I missed hearing for a long time. The elite education system, implemented by selecting those with proven lineage and talent, strictly maintained gemstones. Knights stand in formation, their blue uniforms crisp and clean. Due to this rigorous training, they are pushed to extreme situations, where the love for it is tested. The first discipline that is required has disappeared. He remarks that it would have been a rare thing to see nowadays when they're raising the knights so carefully. Jack the One-Armed muses, well, it's not just me. The thought reminds him of Bayezid's golden era. A flag bearing a blue crest flutters in the wind, a symbol of a bygone age. A knight stands guard, clad in shining armor, a silent sentinel of a forgotten era. The old men, Jack the One-Armed thinks, are going to bring biscuits for the little chicks. The thought occurs that Sir Joseph would like it very much if that's done. He also reflects that he thought he would give up soon since he was out of breath. But in the end, Jack the one-armed reflects. He rummaged through the mud and brought something shining. This, it is thought, is quite worrisome. A voice muses over a difficult choice, stating that only one can be picked in the end. Two figures stand facing each other before a grand, illuminated doorway. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a dark, patterned garment. A disembodied voice asks if something has been heard. At a meal, someone mentions that Vlad has returned after completing the mission. Whispers spread, questioning the truth of Vlad's duel against the knight. The rumors continue, with some suggesting that Vlad even created his own world. Two figures stand together, the air thick with unspoken tension. A blonde-haired man remarks that it has almost been a month. Someone strides forward, their footsteps echoing in the silence. He looks up, a question forming on his lips. A grand dining hall bustles with activity, filled with people eating and conversing. Family prestige, it seems, is both a blessing and a curse. A group of soldiers discuss the changing dynamics of power. Since the children's street fight is over, Vlad stands bathed in an ethereal glow, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light, a figure seemingly from another world. The sound of chewing fills the air. He looks at the food in his hand. Seriously. Hugh finds eating to be quite bothersome. One of the men thinks it will be like this for a while. Everyone roughly knows what happened in DMR. Hugh chews on his finger, lost in thought. One of the men asks what they are going to do this vacation. Hugh is surprised. Vacation? The man explains that they get a vacation period twice a year. The man adds that all the followers have received holidays this week. Hugh wonders if he gets them too, reminding himself that he is not a. The round-faced man beams. The blonde-haired man admits that he has never taken a friend to his place before. The round-faced man states that the serving part for guests is properly done at his place, and that they provide unlimited freshly roasted meat. The round-faced man asks if the other is looking for horses. The blonde-haired man says that they can arrange a horse from anywhere near this area. The blonde-haired man thinks they have some horses that have a better pedigree. Someone asks if the other is sure, and the response is that they'll make sure to have a vacation. Hugh's blue eyes narrow, a glint of determination in them. A man questions Hugh, his fist clenched. The training hall is lined with weapons and armor, sunlight streaming through the high windows. Suddenly, a black-haired man swings a sword towards Hugh, initiating a training duel. Hugh's eyes are narrowed, focused on the incoming attack. Sweat beads on Hugh's brow as he prepares to defend himself. The black-haired man's green eyes are sharp, intent on the fight. Reacting swiftly, Hugh intercepts the sword with a wooden staff, the impact echoing through the hall. He launches a swift kick, sending his opponent stumbling back. Drawing his sword, Hugh prepares for the next exchange. The black-haired man steals his gaze, ready to meet the challenge. He swings his sword in a wide arc, aiming to disarm Hugh. The black-haired man prepares to strike. Responding in kind, Hugh clashes his blade against his opponent's. The black-haired man cries out as Hugh's sword finds its mark. Sweat drips from Hugh's brow as he maintains his stance. The black-haired man says, "I'm sure I told you not to do something you can't even do." Hugh kneels, panting. A voice booms. After dueling with a knight in DMR, do you think you've become something now? Hugh looks up, his expression a mix of exhaustion and determination. Have my words become? The man with the dark beard watches intently. Hugh hesitates, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Joseph Bayezid's green eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. Hugh's brow furrows with concern. The young swordsman stands rigidly, awaiting instruction. Joseph Bayezid's voice echoes, laced with a stern warning. If you're forcing yourself to do it, don't even come here, and if you think you can do it without me, don't come to me. The two men stand in the training hall, swords at their sides. We'll wrap it up here for today. Joseph Bayezid turns away, his face obscured by shadow as he speaks. Hugh watches Joseph Bayezid depart, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the hall. The results he has achieved and accumulated shine, and I'm proud of it, but Joseph Bayezid observes that they're still quite unpolished, like sand on a seashore. He's still weak enough to be blown off by a huge wave at any moment. Hugh stands before a grand castle, the wind whipping around him. It's dangerous. Joseph Bayezid's gaze is stern. I told you to focus on the basics. Hugh walks down a long hallway, his expression thoughtful. I would have been angry too. He thinks, I just wanted to bring it out just once more. Not all knights can use aura. But that also doesn't mean the level of knights who cannot use aura is low. Aura only manifests the possibility that one can rise higher. A disembodied sword hangs suspended in the air, as if a reminder of what is to come. A voice echoes, reminding one not to forget that it hasn't been long since he held the sword. A great flower only blooms with a solid foundation. The disembodied voice continues, stating that the person wouldn't have even scolded him if he were not worthy. It urges him to think about Jaire's words once again. Hugh exhales, his expression thoughtful. He reflects that he is used to contempt and ridicule, but that was. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air. The looming figure of Joseph Bayezid stands behind Hugh, a silent reminder of his expectations. Hugh curses under his breath. That expression hurts more than being hit by a wooden sword. His blue eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Hua's face contorts in frustration. In the end, he couldn't even bring up the vacation thing. He remembers, oh, right, the vacation. Hugh sighs, never mind. He wonders what vacation he is even talking about in this situation. He steels himself, pushing aside any distracting thoughts. With a focused breath, Hugh begins his practice, swinging his sword in a wide, graceful arc. His grip tightens on the hilt, the steel a familiar weight in his hand. The blade sings through the air, a blur of motion as he continues his training. The polished steel reflects the moonlight, each swing precise and powerful. He stands firm, the dust settling around him after another series of practiced movements. A flicker of disappointment crosses his face as he pauses, perhaps still dwelling on his earlier reflections. A voice calls out, declaring it's time to wrap up for the day, prompting a surprised response from Q. The disembodied voice echoes, stating that he has already met the daily quota. It warns that if he burns too quickly, he will only exhaust himself. The voice continues, cautioning that if he happens to get an injury or something, all his efforts until now will be in vain. Q looks up, responding with a simple huh? All right. Q's blue eyes reflect the light as he considers the words. The moon hangs high in the night sky, partially obscured by clouds. He stands in the training area, looking out at the moonlit landscape. Q thinks to himself that he's only just obtained something that shines. A bright light emanates from Q, illuminating his determined expression. A figure stands on a wall overlooking the training area, observing Q. The observer's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his intense gaze is evident. Q looks up, his expression thoughtful. The observer continues to watch, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes in the darkness, musing about a wolf chasing the moon. The full moon hangs high in the night sky, veiled by wisps of cloud. Stars twinkle in the inky expanse, their lights scattered by the atmospheric haze. Elsewhere, the county of Ravnoma, specifically Trinova, burns. Screams of terror rise above the inferno as the city is engulfed in flames. The destruction is absolute, leaving nothing but charred ruins in its wake. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, the aftermath of a brutal battle is evident, with blood staining the steps leading to a throne. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood and the echoes of dying screams. A fallen warrior lies amidst the carnage, his armor stained crimson, a broken sword beside him. A gray-haired man with a scar marring his cheek gazes down at the fallen, his expression grim. He speaks softly, a somber eulogy for the dead. You were fulfilling your last duty. Another body lies sprawled on the cold stone floor, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He stands amidst the carnage, the bodies of fallen soldiers littering the ground around him. The scarred man's face is etched with grim determination. He has come all this way. Elsewhere, a figure stands before a stained glass window, the light casting an ethereal glow upon him. His armor is splattered with blood, a testament to the battles he has fought. The scarred man reflects on the saying, the Lord's name comes first, and one's own honor is second. It doesn't mean that one should just blindly follow orders. His expression hardens as he speaks, his eyes narrowed with conviction. That's why all of them died. A surge of energy emanates from the scarred man, the air crackling with power. Your light will also extinguish someday. The figure in armor stands resolute, a sprig of leaves clutched in his gauntlet hand. Blood stains the ground and splatters across armored legs. The scarred man, his gaze intense, commands, convey this to Count Gaidar. The scarred man continues, I will be waiting in hell. The sword, slick with blood, is held at the ready. The scarred man affirms, I will. The dark cloak shifts over armored shoulders. Blood streaks down a window, illuminated by a cold light. Hua's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A man with slick-back dark hair leans forward, his expression sharp. He inquires, you were invited by the Canor household, right? Hugh sits on a plush couch, his gloved hand resting on his knee. He seems to be thinking about something. Hua's brow furrows slightly, his gaze distant. The dark-haired man continues, rumors spread quickly. Sir Gregory's attendant was going around babbling about it all. Hua's mind drifts to the faces of 4 individuals. He thinks, I was going to give you a... The dark-haired man stands beside Q, while another man sits on a couch in the background. The dark-haired man says, thank you. Hua's expression hardens, a subtle tension radiating from him. Joseph Bayezid stands near a window, his expression unreadable. Joseph sits on a chair, lost in thought. Joseph muses to himself that something had happened. Joseph thinks that if he interfered, the awkward silence would be gone, but some relationships should be respected, a voice echoes. Hugh thinks that it's getting hard to even breathe. Hua's expression is serious. Hugh wonders if he should just greet him and leave. Even though it's a vacation, Joseph thinks. A knight must never let go of the sword at any moment, Joseph thinks. Hugh looks up, his expression thoughtful. Hugh thinks that if you skip training for one day, you'll know about it, and if you skip training for 1 week, others will know about it, too. The man with the dark beard stands, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. He thinks to himself that the other will not go astray if he keeps him in check. Hugh stands at attention, awaiting further instructions. The sound of footsteps echoes on the stone floor. Jack the one-armed, his face partially obscured by a dark eye patch, states that they will see when he returns. Hugh responds with a firm, yes. Understood. Jack the one-armed sits back, clasping his hands together, a subtle gesture of authority. The text bubble reads that since his problem is one that will be difficult to deal with even in the Canner household. Jack the one-armed instructs Q to analyze how much the horses reject him, and if there are horses that don't reject him as much, find out which area they're from. The text bubble reads, "You may go." Jack the one-armed tells Q that he will see him after a week. Q responds with a respectful, "Yes, sir." He stands before Jack the one-armed, who is seated and awaiting his response. A voice echoes, filled with determination, "I will remember." Q turns to leave, his hand on the doorknob. A disembodied voice muses, "He must mean that he needs gifts, right? He seemed to enjoy the jamon that Potri got him before." The sound of footsteps echoes in the room. A voice wonders, "Household, huh?" One of the men remarks, "If they're lucky, they could even encounter each other." Another voice responds, "They could, yes, since both of them are really notable figures." The man with the beard looks off into the distance. The other man stares intently. A voice concludes, "They're the type to come and ask for it." Although he doesn't plan on giving it all, Q stands with a man behind him. The room is decorated with ornate patterns. Q looks forward. He wonders why he is here. The tailor adjusts the armor. Lady Oksana remarks that he is well suited to leather armor. She continues, explaining that since he has strong bones, everything seems to suit him well, so it's worthwhile to make him try them on. Q thanks Lady Oksana. Lady Oksana reminds him that he said he was going to the Canor household for a vacation. When you get invited and go to someone else's place, you should present yourself more neatly. He considers the weight of her words, understanding that basic manners are essential to avoid shaming one's family. So, the sound of her footsteps echoes softly on the stone floor. Lady Oksana warns Q not to bring dishonor to her name. The intricate details of Lady Oksana's green dress are visible. Q listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Lady Oksana's gaze is steady and knowing. Her necklace, adorned with green jewels, catches the light. Q responds, acknowledging Lady Oksana's words. Lady Oksana explains that making mistakes, such as receiving the lady's honor with his hands, is enough. Q apologizes, his expression contrite. The disembodied voice explains that the title of a knight is equivalent to a semi-aristocrat, so he needs to learn the appropriate way to act. Lady Oksana listens intently, acknowledging the information. "Yes, ma'am. I will keep that in mind." The maid presents a basket filled with bright yellow fruit. Oksana smiles softly. The basket overflows with the citrus fruit. A voice emphasizes the importance of proper etiquette. It's not good manners to go to someone's house empty-handed. The maid bows her head slightly. "Thank you for your careful consideration." Oksana smiles warmly. "Yeah, have a nice relaxing time." Oksana's expression is gentle. He approaches the Canor household, carrying a basket of fruit. Q's expression is thoughtful. The reflection in the glass shows Q holding the basket of fruit. Q's internal monologue reveals his discomfort. This feels very unfamiliar. The figure remarks that the clothes they are wearing do not suit them. Two figures stand behind a window, observing something outside. The woman with red hair is identified as Gemina. The red-haired woman crosses her arms, and it's mentioned that she's staying in a convent. The blonde-haired figure hopes she is doing well. It's stated that someone else would also be wearing clothes that don't suit them. A cloaked figure walks through a grand hall. A large church stands under a bright sky. It seems an attendant is getting famous in the Bayezid household. Someone asks if he pulled out the aura in DMR. The nuns comment that he's incredibly handsome. Blonde hair with blue eyes. Water splashes onto the cold stone floor. The nuns whisper amongst themselves, speculating that he could be of noble origin. A soft sigh escapes her lips. "Never mind then. That guy wouldn't have grown that rapidly." Gemina lowers her gaze, a shadow of concern crossing her face. "It would be nice if he's alive and doing well." The nuns discuss the situation, their voices hushed. One of them mentions the head sister. One of the nuns calls out, "Hey, redhead, are your hands just playing around?" The nun continues, her tone sharp. "What do you think you're doing so carelessly when you haven't donated?" Gemina is on the floor, scrubbing diligently. "Finish quickly and do the dishes if you don't want to be scolded by the..." Another nun speaks, addressing the head sister. "She doesn't have anything to do even if she goes out, nor does she have anyone to get her out." The nuns stand together, listening intently. One remarks that getting used to working here in advance wouldn't be so bad. Another nun responds, stating that they'll get going then. The head sister urges them to finish everything before lunchtime. A voice muses that it's a good thing they know all this from the Rose's smile. A figure with red hair looks down, a slight smile playing on their lips. The red-haired figure's expression hardens, a glint of determination in their eyes. A voice declares that this place isn't for everyone. The nuns stand in a snowy landscape, one stating that it's one of the places closest to God. Another nun declares that they cannot house girls who put themselves in filthy places. A woman shouts, declaring that all of these kids are virgins. The woman insists that they are kids that the bishop watched over. The woman pleads that even so, they cannot take them like this all of a sudden. She demands to know why not, questioning how much money she has donated until now. Gemina's expression hardens, her fangs bared slightly as she presses her point. The head sister is told that the amount of money donated could feed these kids for 10 years and still have some remaining. The head sister's face is stern as she states that Jimina asks what about her, madam, as the head sister stands between her and a red-haired child. The head sister tells them to worry about themselves and to go on in. The head sister stands at the entrance to the nunnery, several cloaked figures behind her. The head sister tells Jimina that she cannot enter. Jimina replies that she wasn't hoping to. Jimina asks someone to please take good care of the kids, as they're all good at work. The speaker is told that they are over there, as a group of children work in the snow. An exclamation point appears as someone is told to get in quickly. A woman with long, dark hair stands in a snowy courtyard, her expression one of defiance. In the background, a red-haired child stands near a nun. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grabbing for something. A man snarls, grabbing Marcella by the hair. Caught you, you bitch. A desperate plea echoes in the cold air. Wait, Marcella. A red-haired child cries out, reaching towards the unseen danger. Marcella is surrounded by captors, their faces grim as they close in. The captors force Marcella to the ground, her struggle proving futile. Meanwhile, a pair of boots stand before a set of doors, the snowy landscape visible through the opening. A hand reaches for a brush. Vlad sniffs the air in a dimly lit kitchen. Vlad. Hua's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Even though he's not a noble, they said they have quite some influence in Sturma. But this is insane. The blonde-haired swordsman and another figure stood before an imposing gate, its intricate designs shimmering in the light. A man with gray hair and a neatly trimmed mustache bowed respectfully. Young master, welcome. A young boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle ran forward, his voice filled with excitement. Butler. The wind rustled Hua's cloak as he observed the scene. The butler embraced the young boy warmly. It's been a long time. I missed you. The butler replied. I'm glad to see you again after a while, too. The young boy then asked, what about father? The butler explained. He's currently welcoming the guests who suddenly arrived. He has asked if it is all right with him to look around the pasture, which is the pride of their household. The older man awaits Hua's response. He replies that he is okay with that. Hugh is thanked for being considerate. A voice expresses a desire to see the horses first. Hugh is told that there are expectations. He responds, of course. A voice states that they should do that. The older man explains that the lord of the house himself will introduce the precious horses, but it's not a bad idea to look at the rest now. The older man gestures towards the large building. He tells Hugh and the young boy to go that way. He stares, a strange energy emanating from the creatures. The animals, a bizarre mix of horse and cow, trot along, seemingly oblivious to the intensity of his gaze. The rising star grits his teeth, the situation clearly grating on his nerves. He continues to observe the strange animals, a visible aura surrounding them. Hugh, Jemina, and the older man stand before a large building, the animals still visible in the distance. The young man's expression darkens, muttering under his breath for the creatures to just die already. He continues to watch the animals, frustrated that he can't even ride cows. The older man's expression turns serious. The older man asks Hugh if he has visited the church, stating that it is not a curse, and that his guarantor is Priest Andrea. Hugh apologizes, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. He watches the animals, wondering what the point of using aura is if he can't even ride horses. The narration states that when the others are making cool cavalry charges, he'll probably. Hugh stands with Jemina, who looks concerned. Jemina exclaims that he should take a look at the ones they have in their pasture. Regardless of whether they're for combat, horseback riding, work, or slaughter, he'll show him all. Jemina gestures with his hands. The narration asks if there wouldn't be at least one right for him. Jemina replies, oh, of course. Jemina states that there are beautiful horses he hasn't seen yet, the ones with a good pedigree that his father. Hugh looks away as Jemina smiles, a horse silhouetted in the background. The narration says that he'll try and plead with him to show him. It's okay, it's okay. Jemina pats Hugh on the shoulder. Jemina tells him to just enjoy his dinner first and let it go. The scene shifts to a view of a large building at sunset. Meat sizzles over an open flame, the scent of roasting flesh filling the air. The meat continues to cook, the flames licking at its surface. A bustling kitchen comes to life, filled with cooks preparing a grand feast. A man's voice booms, filled with awe. Whoa, this is spectacular. Hugh asks, a smirk playing on his lips. There's nothing moderate in your house, is there? A younger man exclaims, oh, they're here. A voice booms, welcome. I'm the lord of the house. The lord of the house places a hand over his heart, a gesture of welcome. The lord of the house continues, I'm sorry I couldn't personally welcome a precious guest. A young man with a bowl cut introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Vlad, Lord Gyre's squire. Vlad and Q stand side by side, listening intently. I know. A voice declares, I know. The rumors about you have already spread in Sturma. He welcomes the arriving guests with open arms. The atmosphere is warm and inviting. The narration speaks of the boy who activated the swordmaster's discipline, a feat of great significance. Vlad stands alongside another man, both observing the arriving guests. The narration continues, mentioning that the birth of a new star is Sturma's pride, and that Potri made a great friend. A man with a wide smile approaches, his expression radiating warmth. A voice calls out, urging the guests to enter and suggesting they talk while the meal is being prepared. The guests make their way inside, eager to partake in the festivities. Vlad recalls that there were other guests expected, wondering if they are going to sit together. It is announced that everyone present is a Bayezid native, a fact that should bring happiness. Vlad stands with the other man, listening intently to the announcement. The name Bayezid echoes in Vlad's mind, a question forming on his lips as he wonders who that could be. Several men walk through a grand doorway, their figures silhouetted against the bright light beyond. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Huh, he exclaims. A figure sits regally in a chair, surrounded by attendants. The scene is bathed in the warm glow of a nearby fireplace. From behind, a man wonders, why is this person here? Two hands clasped together in a gesture of familiarity. It's been a while, hasn't it? One of them says. A man gazes off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. A man embraces another person tenderly. Sir Lutgear, he says, hands clasped together, and a voice expresses surprise. I didn't think you'd be here. A man sits with his arms crossed, contemplating. I wonder if it's okay for you to join me for a meal today, he muses. A voice expresses regret. Oh, damn it. Why did I resist eating the groundnuts back then? Vlad stares intently, his blue eyes narrowed in thought. Vlad's gaze is intense, his blue eyes narrowed as he contemplates the situation. A group of men, including Lutgear, stand silently, their expressions unreadable. A close-up reveals the stern face of one of the men, his jaw set firmly. Vlad thinks to himself, it looks like they really hate me. The group of men, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, stand in formation. Vlad recalls Sir Lutgear's favor, and in the other, I had to beat up each of their squires. He thinks, I'd gain nothing if I got intimidated here. Vlad steels himself, thinking, be fine for today, because I was waiting for this too. The rising star's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A man's face is partially visible, his expression one of surprise. Oh. Vlad's face is shown in profile, his expression resolute. A close-up of Vlad's mouth reveals a slight smirk, hinting at his confidence. He heard that he's on vacation and is asked if he can make some time tomorrow. A group of riders gallops across the landscape. A voice asks why they keep shooting glances at her, questioning if it's their first time seeing the Beastman tribe. Dorothea, of the Beastman Lu family. There's a first for everything. Dorothea remarks that it would have been stranger if they had been seen. Joseph Bayezid states that he heard she is from the backstreets of Shoera and asks how she became one of the Bayezids. Joseph asks if there is anything fascinating about it. Joseph Bayezid looks off to the side. Dorothea compares it to Sir Lutgear's mage being a beastman, her expression sour. The cart rumbles along. Joseph asks how she is unable to ride a horse when she has managed to pull out her aura. Joseph Bayezid comments that even that fatso knows how to ride a horse. Dorothea states that things happen in life. Joseph thinks to himself if she will ever get tired of babbling. Dorothea says it is like this because she came on a vacation that clearly wasn't going to work out. Joseph Bayezid wonders why falconry is out of the blue. The beast man, with her short brown hair and neutral gaze, is speaking to a blonde man. She asks if he is even listening to her. The blonde man remains silent. The beast man wonders if all beast men are this talkative, or if all mages are. She then asks if it isn't racial discrimination. The blonde man sits on a horse, looking off into the distance. He thinks to himself that it's job discrimination. Joseph tells Dorothea not to bug him too much. It was difficult to get him here. The blonde man on horseback asks if anyone is around. The beast man scoffs, looking displeased. Sir Lutgear. One of the men on horseback asks how it is around here. It seems all right. They get a better view on all sides since the surroundings are open. It seems they're going to be hunting here. They don't look like they are trying to hunt. They aren't even taking the falcon out of the cage. A falcon sits perched inside its cage. A hand points out towards the horizon. Sir Lutgear. Over there. We're lucky. Joseph Bayezid gazes intently in the direction of the pilgrims. I didn't think I'd see a group of pilgrims here. A long line of pilgrims walks across the landscape. Joseph Bayezid's expression hardens. Raise the flag and show them our intentions. So they don't get uneasy. A flag bearing a sword and castle is raised. A knight sits atop his horse, the flag billowing behind him. Now then, shall we get started on finding prey? A vast expanse of sky stretches overhead, dotted with fluffy white clouds. A lone black horse stands proudly atop a rocky cliff, its silhouette stark against the bright horizon. Below, a vast herd of horses grazes peacefully in the green fields. The herd of horses mill about, their brown coats blending with the earth. The sound of their hooves and soft snorts fills the air. The black horse's head is held high, its dark mane flowing in the breeze. The herd continues to graze below. The black horse stands on the edge of the cliff, the wind whipping around it. Hugh rested his head on his hand, thinking that this was not hunting. The voice in the bubble stated that this was obviously an escort, and that he didn't come here for falconry to begin with. The cart wheels rumbled along the road. Hugh grimaced, thinking that he was getting motion sickness. A voice said that it would be better to walk, and asked if he was okay. The other traveler asked if he felt like he was about to puke. Hugh placed his hand over his heart, stating that it had been continuously thumping, though. He wondered if it was because the cart was shaking too much. He wonders what he can even blame. Gemina assures Hugh that she'll be fine if she walks for a bit. Hugh comments that the scenery is really nice. Gemina agrees, stating that she really wanted to show this to him. The grassland stretches all the way to Varna. Monsters sometimes appear, but they're not that worried this year, thanks to Sir Joseph. Jemina asks about Sir Joseph. She explains that it's because of that subjugation from last winter, in which Q also participated. Q and Jemina continue their conversation. Q responds with a questioning, that. Q thinks to himself that he has little at stake in this scenery as well. Jemina questions what is happening as an explosion occurs in the distance. A thunder of hooves echoes as a stampede of horses charges forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. What's that? A voice calls out. Q's eyes widen in alarm, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The landscape blurs with speed as the unseen force intensifies. Whoa! A dark horse plummets from the sky, its legs flailing as it crashes towards the ground. Suddenly surrounded by an eerie blue light, Q stands in a corridor of cold, dark metal, ready to fight. His gloved hand hovers near his side, ready to draw his weapon. Confusion hangs in the air. What's happening? Q's blue eyes dart around, searching for the source of the disturbance. His fist clenches, knuckles white, as he prepares for the unknown. The landscape continues to rush by, a blur of sky and earth. A black horse gallops forward, its eyes wide with fear as it kicks up dust. The observers note that it's a herd of wild horses, and quality ones at that. The horses continue their frantic pace along the path, unwelcome in this area. He observes the scene, his expression unreadable. The men wonder why the herd is moving south. The situation is definitely strange, one of the men remarks. The herd continues heading north, where the new sprouts would grow. It's as if they're being chased by something, Q thinks, his brow furrowed. He clenches his fist, preparing for whatever may come. Another horse gallops forward, its breath visible in the air. He races through the dust-choked landscape, a dark silhouette against the rising haze. A piercing blue eye flares with an unnatural light, sensing a disturbance in the air. The question echoes in his mind. Because of what? The air itself seems to vibrate, the very fabric of reality shimmering with unseen energy. The tremors intensify, the vibrations now visible as distortions in the atmosphere. A lone rider appears in the distance, seemingly oblivious to the impending chaos. A shout pierces the air, calling out to Sir Lutgear. Panic rises as a voice cries out, "It's an earthquake." Another voice, laced with denial, retorts, "It's not an earthquake." Recognition dawns on his face, a chilling realization creeping into his eyes. The vibration, he remembers it all too clearly. The earth ruptures, the ground splitting apart as if torn by an unseen force. He watches as the ground erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, sending a wave of panic through the assembled crowd. Horses rear and scream, their riders struggling to maintain control as the earth trembles beneath them. From the depths of the earth, a monstrous clawed appendage bursts forth, tearing through the ground with terrifying force. The air crackles with displaced energy as the creature begins its ascent. The earth shatters further as more of the colossal worm emerges, scattering debris and sending shockwaves rippling outwards. A lone horse is caught in the blast, thrown aside like a discarded toy. Driven by primal fear, a horse gallops away from the unfolding horror, its hooves pounding against the rapidly disintegrating ground. The stench of sulfur fills the air, a harbinger of the nightmare to come. The man's eyes widen, a cold dread creeping into his heart as he witnesses the scale of the emerging abomination. The air grows heavy, charged with an oppressive energy that stifles breath and chills the bone. The faces of the soldiers reflect a mixture of shock and terror as they gaze upon the unfolding catastrophe. The ground continues to tremble, a prelude to the devastation that is about to be unleashed. Hooded figures watch in silent horror, their faces obscured by shadow. A collective gasp escapes their lips as the full magnitude of the threat becomes apparent. Lutgear's blue eyes blaze with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The sheer scale of the creature is enough to make even the most seasoned warrior question their resolve. The monstrous worm's head emerges fully, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a gaping maw that promises only destruction. The air vibrates with its guttural roar, a sound that echoes through the very soul. The deathworm towers over the landscape, its massive form casting a long, ominous shadow. Its eyes gleam with malevolent intelligence, promising a reign of terror unlike any seen before. The deathworm's attack sends tremors through the earth, the force of its emergence creating a shockwave that ripples outwards. The monstrous worm continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The ground crumbles and splinters under the deathworm's immense power, the air thick with dust and the scent of upturned earth. Its cavernous maw, lined with rows of jagged teeth, looms large as it carves a path of destruction. The deathworm barrels through a field, scattering a herd of horses before it like leaves in a storm. A horse is caught in the deathworm's path, the impact a sickening crunch of bone and flesh. The remaining horses are trampled underfoot, their desperate cries swallowed by the roar of the rampaging beast. A sense of unease hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement that something is amiss. The woman with animal ears stares in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and dawning horror. Her voice trembling, she wonders aloud, questioning why the deathworm, known to be non-carnivorous, is now consuming flesh. The deathworm devours a horse, its jaws stained crimson, a gruesome testament to its newfound appetite. A sudden shift in the air, a palpable sense of wrongness, elicits a cry of alarm. A strange energy begins to emanate from the deathworm's forehead, a crimson aura pulsing with unnatural power. The source of the energy, the deathworm's forehead, glows with an ominous light. Panic grips the wild horses as they veer sharply, their thundering hooves now aimed toward a new, unsuspecting target. Sir Lutgear is alerted to the change. He shouts, his voice laced with urgency, that the wild horses have shifted their direction, now stampeding towards the pilgrims. The deathworm's face contorts, the crimson energy intensifying around its eyes as it locks onto its new prey. The monstrous head turns, its gaze now fixed on the vulnerable pilgrims. Blood drips from the deathworm's massive form, a grim harbinger of the carnage to come. The deathworm descends upon the pilgrims, its massive form obliterating everything in its path. A cry of despair echoes across the field as the realization dawns. The deathworm is now following the pilgrims. The deathworm relentlessly pursues the fleeing pilgrims, a cloud of dust marking its devastating advance. The pilgrims desperately scramble to escape, their white robes stark against the green landscape as they flee the approaching horror. A voice calls out, questioning what the deathworm is doing. An order is barked to react. It's explained that the deathworm doesn't have eyes or ears. A woman realizes that the deathworm is sensing them through underground vibrations. Someone is ordered to get a hold of themselves and find a way to lure the deathworm. Lutgear and Vlad are called out. The order is given to take Dorothea to higher ground and protect her. Someone is instructed to send a signal if they find a way to get the deathworm's attention. Vlad acknowledges the order, confirming that he understands. A sword is drawn. A voice booms, ordering everyone to listen as a sword is drawn. Whether this thing makes sense or not isn't important. A knight grips his sword, his expression resolute. What's important is being where one needs to be. A group of mounted knights rides forward, their capes billowing behind them. It is their duty to uphold the mission. A knight receives orders, received from the count. Pilgrims. A knight on horseback charges forward, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. Charge, charge, follow Sir Lutgear. This goes against the norm, and this whole situation is weird. That means. A voice booms, declaring that there's a human behind this. From the swirling pink energy, a monstrous, dragon-like figure emerges, its form wreathed in shadow. The dragon fades, dissolving back into the darkness from whence it came, leaving only embers in its wake. Flames erupt, the words, "How brave you are," burning brightly within the inferno. The darkness returns, punctuated by the faint glow of scattered embers. Eyes snap open, glowing with an inner fire. The flames rise again, this time accompanied by a challenge. "How dare you, in the land of Bayezid?" A figure astride a horse raises a flaming sword, the blade radiating intense heat. The horse charges forward, its hooves pounding against the ground, kicking up sparks. A gradient of darkness fades into light. A stark white panel is bisected by a thin blue line, suggesting a horizon. Two figures stand silhouetted against the sky atop a rocky cliff, overlooking a vast and verdant landscape. A collection of crystals floats in the air, their facets catching the light. A voice wonders about the vibration and the color of the spell engraving. Hugh, along with Sir Lutgear's mage, observes the floating crystals. A third figure stands behind them, cloaked and silent. A figure kneels, holding similar crystals, and ponders the spell engraving. Hugh glances back, stating that it's a type of mystery. The air crackles with divinity and aura. A warrior stands within a complex magical circle, his sword at the ready. A hooded figure raises glowing hands, channeling arcane energy. Mystery fulfills the trinity, the text declares. Sir Lutgear's mage expresses surprise, her eyes widening. Hugh looks on with a thoughtful expression. A voice declares that she's Sir Lutgear's mage for a reason. Hugh and Sir Lutgear's mage watch as a burst of magical energy erupts in the distance. Hugh, witnessing the spectacle, exclaims, "What's that?" A monstrous figure bursts forth, engulfed in flames. The inferno intensifies, obscuring the figure within a vortex of heat and light. Another onlooker shouts, "It's Sir Lutgear." Amidst the raging flames, a man's face becomes visible, his eyes burning with an inner fire. Magical energy crackles around his hand, a conduit for the immense power being unleashed. He's amazing. He's on a completely different level. It's shallow. He couldn't prepare properly. The transformation reaches its apex, revealing a monstrous figure of immense power. Sir Lutgear, now a demonic knight, rides forth on horseback, radiating an aura of overwhelming might. He clicked his tongue in frustration. An orange glow emanated from his right eye, a sign of his growing power. A deep, resonant voice echoed, seemingly born from the flames themselves. "So you're saying you're the toughest dragon, huh?" The dragon-like creature's face, a grotesque mask of scales and sharp teeth, was wreathed in fire. Its eyes burned with ancient malice. A knight stands before the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, its teeth like jagged daggers. A knight charges forward on horseback, a blur of motion against the desolate landscape. A heavy foot descends, crushing the earth beneath its armored weight. The monster's tail whips through the air, a destructive force ready to strike. The knight and his steed continue their charge, a whirlwind of steel and fury. A gaping hole in the ceiling reveals a glimpse of the sky above, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The monster's tail continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. A man calls out, his voice filled with concern. Luckier, are you all right? One of the men urges, don't let your guard down. Another man declares, his voice resolute. This creature won't leave peacefully. Things have become complicated. No matter how skilled he is, he won't be able to do anything while the creature is underground. Find it. It should still be around here somewhere. Yes, Sir Luckier. Where is it? Sir Luckier. Over there. An explosion erupts in the distance. The death worm is heading towards the pilgrims. Damn it. Go after it. Dorothea? Vlad looks to the side, his expression a mix of urgency and frustration. A voice urges haste, emphasizing the need to hurry. Vlad watches as Jemina kneels, her attention focused on a drawing on the ground. Shora Vlad, visibly annoyed, questions Jemina's focus on seemingly trivial matters amidst their current predicament. Jemina, taken aback, demands to know what he means by playing around. Holding up a piece of paper, Jemina declares that this is the secret art of the Beastman tribe. A surge of energy crackles around Jemina. Jemina holds a glowing object, insisting that she doesn't need to be pressured, as it's already done. Jemina shouts, instructing someone to hand the paper to Sir Luckier and to tell him to rub or cut the paper to activate it. A voice expresses confusion. Luckier looks surprised, questioning if the message is for him. The engraving drains her stamina. Jemina doesn't even have the strength to walk anymore. The only option is to have someone else ride the horse. Even riding the horse won't help, as the death worm is faster underground. Luckier's knights aren't getting any closer. Luckier realizes that there is only one option left. A hand reaches out. A hand reaches out with a cloth. Hugh and Jemina are together. Luckier is determined. Jemina shouts at Hugh, asking what he thinks he's doing. Jemina is angry. Someone shouts at the falling figure, calling him a crazy bastard. The figure plummets downwards. The cliff's edge looms closer. Sir Luckier struggles to hold on, as it is revealed that he is competing against Sir Joseph for the position of head of the family. The falling figure thinks that all those people are elite knights of the Bayezid family. The figure thinks that there's no need for an apprentice like him to get involved. A monstrous creature looms. A figure stands, a spectral horse behind him. The figure thinks that the damn beast is toying with his mind. The figure thinks that he can remember it so vividly. A close-up of a character. A figure stands silhouetted against the moon. The sensation of a colossal force shattering his world echoed in his mind. His teeth clenched, the memory is sharp, physical pain. Focus, he thought, your steps are... Ow. Vlad's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the memory intensified. Huh. A crushing blow slammed into Vlad from above. Ugh. Another strike followed, driving him further into the ground. Ugh. A voice echoed. Wrap your body around. Ouch. The assault continued, each blow landing with sickening force. Ouch. Arg. He plummets from an unseen height, the ground rushing up to meet him with terrifying speed. A strangled cry escapes his lips as impact looms. The world explodes in a cloud of dust and displaced earth as he slams into the ground. A pained groan echoes through the air, the breath knocked from his lungs. He staggers to his feet, a haze of dust swirling around him. Vlad wonders how he's still alive. Silence hangs heavy in the air as the dust settles. Jemina, watching from above with the old man, is stunned. How could he have survived such a fall? Vlad, still catching his breath, insists that he feels fine. He breathes a sigh of relief, finding that he hasn't broken any bones. A figure watches with glowing blue eyes. A black horse stands silhouetted against the horizon, a company of riders behind it. A black horse stands, its dark coat gleaming. A lone figure kneels in a clearing, bathed in a soft, blue light. The horse's eye reflects the starry sky, a deep blue galaxy swirling within. A message declares that it's all thanks to the blessing. Vlad holds something in his hands, a faint blue glow emanating from it. A text box warns that without the snake's blessing, one would be dead by now. A voice exclaims, "This is amazing." Vlad suggests making another visit later, confident they'll have another chance. He declares that before that, they should go over there. The pilgrims are. Pilgrims walk, their destination unknown. He runs across the field. Meanwhile, Andrea blesses a kneeling figure. The old man's face is etched with concern. Someone exclaims, "Father Andrea?" Another voice adds that Father Andrea was leading the pilgrim. A man's eyes glow with an eerie light. Someone asks, "Where's Sir Luckier?" The man looks off to the side, his expression grim. Vlad walks away from a distant battle. A voice thinks he is too far, and that death worm will reach him first. The man's face is filled with determination. Then, the engraving. Destiny often masquerades as coincidence, compelling difficult choices. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Damn it. The landscape blurs as he pushes forward, the wind whipping past him. The world streaks by in a dizzying rush, each gust of wind a reminder of the urgency of his mission. His hand reaches out, grasping at something just beyond his reach. He can't afford to waste any time. Now is the time to take action. His fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword, the cold steel of familiar comfort. I must succeed. The blade gleams, reflecting the light like a promise. The sword blurs, ready to strike. I can't afford to hesitate. His eyes blaze with a fierce determination, a blue fire burning within. A grim smile plays on his lips, a silent vow etched in his expression. A magical circle begins to materialize, its form etched with glowing blue runes. The circle solidifies, its intricate geometric design now fully visible, pulsing with arcane energy. A beam of intense light erupts from the circle, illuminating the figure standing at its center. The light intensifies around his legs, the runes on the circle glowing brighter. Arcane symbols flare beneath his boots, the air crackling with magical power. The light focuses on the sword he wields, its blade now shimmering with the same ethereal blue energy. A voice booms out, filled with determination. "Over here, you bastard!" Vlad shouts, his eyes blazing with resolve as he prepares to teleport. The magical circle reaches its peak, lightning-like energy arcing around its perimeter. The air vibrates with raw power, the energy crackling and spitting as the teleportation sequence nears completion. He is enveloped in a blinding light, his form dissolving as he begins to teleport away. With a final burst of energy, Vlad vanishes, leaving behind only the fading echoes of the teleportation circle. A surge of energy crackles in the air. The air shimmers with an unseen force. A voice echoes, declaring that it's not enough. The voice commands the power of the realm to be summoned, amplifying the ground's density. He grips his sword tightly, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he prepares to channel the energy. Raw power gathers around him. Kneeling, he plunges his sword into the earth, the blade radiating a celestial light. His reflection shimmers in the water, mirroring the ritual. A city's reflection appears in the water, its ethereal form shimmering with power. The ground trembles as the energy intensifies. His blue eye burns with determination, focused on the task at hand. Heeding the call, the power surges, enveloping him in a blinding light. A surge of raw power erupts, crackling with electric blue energy. The energy intensifies, distorting the air around it with a palpable force. Golden light illuminates the scene as fragments of a fallen dragon descend. A monstrous visage emerges from the shadows, its draconic features sharp and menacing. A figure is bathed in an ethereal glow, the center of a swirling vortex of green and blue energy. The energy expands outwards, beams of light radiating from the figure like celestial spokes. Eyes blazing with electric blue light pierce the darkness, a fierce determination etched upon the figure's face. Golden energy crackles and writhes, a visual symphony of raw power unleashed. The dragon-like creature stands revealed, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light. Swirls of orange energy dance in the air, a chaotic ballet of elemental forces. Meanwhile, a knight on horseback rides forth, his gaze fixed on the horizon with unwavering resolve. Two figures with animal ears stare in wide-eyed shock, their faces mirroring a shared sense of awe and alarm. The figure's cloak shifts, the shadows deepening around them as if drawn inward. Eyes snap open, burning with an intense, electric blue light. The cloak ripples again, the transformation intensifying. A surge of pink light erupts, laced with swirling dark particles, filling the space with raw magical energy. The rough, scaled hide of a monstrous form begins to materialize, its texture alien and imposing. The monstrous skin tightens, and a voice echoes, resonating with ancient power. "I stand in this place." Now wielding a blade crackling with azure energy, the figure stands ready. The ground blurs beneath their feet as they surge forward, a force of nature unleashed. The maw of the beast gapes open, rows of teeth promising a gruesome end. The monster's form crashes through the environment. The monster continues its rampage, destroying everything in its path. Leaping into the fray, Hugh draws his blade, a determined glint in his eyes. With a shout, he slashes at the monster, the blade singing through the air. A voice booms, warning, "Don't think of going up against it, and get back." The star-fostered sword master stands his ground, facing the colossal beast. Another voice declares, "Just keeping it bound here is an amazing feat." The monster's head looms, a terrifying display of power. His eyes blazing with electric blue energy, Hugh prepares for the next attack. An explosion rocks the landscape, the force of it sending tremors through the earth. A voice echoes through the smoke, wondering if he is still not ready. The monster's massive arm, thick with muscle and scarred with battles, looms into view. A guttural roar tears from the monster's throat, the sound a mix of pain and fury. Hugh stands, his back to the unseen threat, the weight of the battle pressing down on him. His eyes narrow, a spark of defiance flickering within them as he prepares for the next onslaught. Another explosion erupts, the ground shaking violently. The monster's face contorts in agony, another pained roar escaping its jaws. A sword, glowing with an ethereal light, is raised in preparation for another strike. Hugh glances down, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. He grits his teeth, muttering about being driven into the ground again. With a crash, Hugh plummets into the earth, the impact sending dust and debris flying. Looking up, his eyes burning with resolve, Hugh prepares to face whatever lies ahead. He pauses, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Which way to go? Left? Right? His eyes begin to glow with an eerie light, a surge of power coursing through him. The blue light intensifies, illuminating his face with an otherworldly glow. A knight clad in shining armor stands ready, his sword gleaming in the light. Hugh finds himself in a vast field, the wind whispering through the tall grass. A disembodied voice booms, urging him to move. The knight lunges forward, his sword aimed directly at Hugh. A voice echoes, declaring that it's too late. The knight's attack intensifies, his sword a blur of motion. A sudden shift to a crimson background signals impending doom. The knight cries out in anguish, his face contorted in horror. A monstrous claw descends, its jagged edges dripping with a viscous fluid. A massive sand worm erupts from the dunes, its segmented body rising high into the sky. He stands his ground as the sandworm towers over him, a vortex of sand swirling around the young swordsman. The sandworm roars, its maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. With a defiant cry, Hugh leaps onto the back of a spectral horse. Hugh exclaims, "A horse. It's a horse." He declares, "I'm riding." A voice booms, "A horse. Look at its forehead through your world." The voice continues, "It's a spirit." The spirit horse glows with an ethereal blue light, its form shimmering with otherworldly energy. He rides the spirit horse, a blue aura surrounding them. A voice booms, declaring that this guy has the one-horn's blood mixed in him. The horse gallops, its hooves pounding the ground. A voice shouts, "Huh." Hugh laughs, his blue eyes shining. A voice cackles maniacally, and Hugh continues to ride the horse. A close-up of Hugh's face shows his manic grin. Hugh looks up at the sky, his expression wild. The perspective shifts to a horse's point of view. Hugh raises his sword, ready for battle. A maniacal laughter echoes through the battlefield. He rides with the fury of a storm, his spirit horse a blur of motion. The situation is spiraling out of control. A voice calls out, "Vlad." The spirit horse gallops onward, undeterred by the chaos around it. A voice shouts, "Ludgear." He is imprinted on his own sword. Ludgear threw himself at that ferocious thing without hesitation. A mindset that is ready to sacrifice oneself for others, huh? This young follower has thrown himself into action with the discipline of a swordmaster. The black steed charges forward, its rider resolute. What a great and courageous decision. You have executed your duty more honorably than any of the knights here. A voice calls out, "Sir?" Vlad, looking appreciative, responds, "Ah, thank you." A question hangs in the air. What do you think? Do you think you can maneuver that guy according to your will? A horse-like creature gallops forward. The text declares that the pilgrims will only be safe when the death worm is cut down. Another character states, "We have to place our bets now." Vlad remarks, "But that thing is a fallen dragon's." A determined voice declares, "I can do it." A figure is seen wielding a sword, ready for action. Close-ups of Vlad and another character reveal their focused expressions. The horse-like creature continues its rapid advance, kicking up dust and debris. A voice states, "So you should be able to lure that thing." Another voice wonders, "Will I be able to ride this horse?" Vlad stands beside the horse-like creature, observing it closely. A piercing blue eye peers out from the shadows. A gasp escapes the figure's lips. The figure murmurs, "I see." A voice echoes, declaring that they are here to save their herd as well. He rides a dark horse, a determined look on his face. Hugh shouts, "All right, let's give it a go together." A voice responds, "Yes, sir, I can do it." A vast landscape stretches out before them. Ludgear calls out, "Ready on the other side." "Yes, sir." Hugh rides onward, his cloak billowing behind him. A herd of horses gallops across the plains. Ludgear glances to the side, his expression focused. The ground trembles as something massive approaches. A monstrous face, all teeth and bone, looms closer. It thinks, "Nice. You're following me well." A voice shouts, "Let's go." A figure on horseback races across the field, kicking up dust in their wake. Hugh, watching the riders approach, wonders what's with that acceleration. Ludgear observes with a slight smile. Someone comments that they're both great. The rider continues to pursue the monstrous creature across the open field. Closing the distance, the rider draws their sword, preparing for a confrontation. A voice commands, "Put down the sword. You have to let your existence flow through the engraving's vibration." The rider, a blonde-haired warrior, grips the sword tightly. Close up on the sword, its blade gleaming with intricate engravings. The horse gallops forward, its hooves pounding the earth with thunderous force. His eyes blazing with an electric blue light, Hugh grits his teeth, determined to outrun whatever pursues him. A piercing scream echoes through the air. The horse continues its desperate flight, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. Propelled by an unseen force, the horse leaps forward, soaring through the air with unnatural speed. A monstrous roar tears through the air as a colossal dragon gives chase, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. The horse's hooves strike the ground with relentless rhythm, each stride a desperate attempt to escape the looming threat. Hugh's gaze remains fixed ahead, his glowing eyes reflecting the intensity of the chase. The rider's legs pump furiously, urging the horse onward as the ground blurs beneath them. A commanding voice booms out, ordering everyone to move the pilgrims to a safe location. Sir Lutgear acknowledges the command with a firm, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, a figure stands ready, bracing for an unknown assault. A low rumble vibrates through the air. The ground erupts as a colossal creature bursts forth, sending debris flying in all directions. A determined gaze pierces the gloom. Here it comes. Bathed in an ethereal glow, Lutgear raises his sword, preparing to meet the impending threat head-on. The earth trembles beneath armored feet. A gauntlet hand grips the sword's hilt, knuckles white with anticipation. Sparks dance in the air, charged with magical energy. A fiery landscape stretches out, a testament to the power about to be unleashed. A maelstrom of fire roils and churns, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. A figure stands with a hulking black beast, an exclamation mark punctuating the tension in the air. A blur of motion streaks across the battlefield, the ground vibrating with unseen force. A voice cries out, That's?" The speaker's eyes wide with shock and glowing with an eerie blue light. The air crackles with energy, the sound of tearing fabric and rending metal echoing through the inferno. Lutgear stands amidst the flames, his armor gleaming in the firelight, his expression grim. He momentarily expanded his world. A voice declares, "It's a method only knights who can deeply observe themselves can use." Lutgear Bayezid. He turned out to be a much greater knight than I thought. He's ferocious. The sword is easily capable of. Sir Joseph holds his sword, gazing down at Q. Q's face is visible as he thinks, burning down my world. A monstrous, dragon-like creature descends from above, its massive form casting a shadow over a lone figure riding a horse below. The dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of jagged teeth as it prepares to strike. Elsewhere, a colossal, segmented worm rides through the earth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Q's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. The dragon's head lunges forward, closing the distance with terrifying speed. A voice cries out in alarm. Oh no! The dragon remnant is feeling threatened by Lutgear's world. A figure stands bathed in a crimson aura, radiating immense power. Q grits his teeth, a desperate resolve hardening his gaze. A voice echoes with frustration. It's not going to work at this rate. My world is too weak to get back its attention. The figure on horseback continues to ride, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding turmoil. He glances back, his expression a mix of fear and urgency as he urges his horse onward. The dragon-like creature pursues, its massive form casting a shadow over the fleeing figure. A voice calls out, "Hey, where are you going?" The horse gallops across the field, its hooves pounding the earth. The dragon-like creature continues its pursuit, closing the distance. A voice echoes, "Hey, hey." A chibi version of Q exclaims, "This is too close." Q continues to flee, his face etched with worry. Damn. Q's eyes glow with an eerie light as he realizes, this is. A surge of energy emanates from Q, the air crackling with unseen power. The energy coalesces, forming a protective barrier around Q and his steed. A voice declares, resonating with this guy, as Q rides on, bathed in blue light. Now, the forgotten mystery is rising in the world's memory, the blue energy intensifying around Q and his horse. The dragon-like creature roars, its massive jaws snapping shut. A surge of energy erupts. He rides, surrounded by a torrent of blue energy. The dragon-like creature roars, its massive jaws lined with rows of teeth. The knight shouts, "Let's go," as he urges his steed forward. The landscape blurs as they race through the ethereal terrain. A narration states, a non-horned one horn and a silent knight. The knight continues his flight. A narration states, at the horizon where you and I make contact, the I becomes we. Through the pitch-dark night sky, the dragon-like creature looms, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. A white star has finally risen. He continues to ride away on horseback, the wind whipping at his cloak. The pursuers are closing in, their horses kicking up dust. A sword glows with a menacing red aura. A figure holds the glowing sword aloft, ready to strike. Hugh grits his teeth, knowing it's still not enough. Lutgear's world is getting stronger and stronger. The pursuers continue to gain ground. It's only a matter of time before their attention is taken away. Hugh cries out, feeling himself at his limit. He thinks to himself that he can't squeeze out any more aura as he continues to ride. The pursuers are almost upon him, their swords glinting in the sun. A voice calls out, urging him not to give up, calling him newbie. Hugh pushes onward, a blue aura flaring around him. Two figures watch the chase unfold, their expressions unreadable. Two figures stand side by side, one emanating a vibrant green aura. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the very ground. A group of mounted figures charges forward, their determination unwavering. A voice declares, "It's enough now." Someone shouts, "Newbie." One figure urges another, "Don't stop, and just graze by Sir Lutgear like this." The other responds, "Yes, sir." A figure is engulfed in a blinding inferno. The flames intensify, consuming everything in their path. A voice booms, "Sir Lutgear." Lutgear's face contorts in a furious yell. His eyes burn with intense determination. A figure in shining armor stands amidst the chaos, hearing someone say, "Yeah, good effort." A monstrous creature emerges from the shadows, its gaping maw promising destruction. Engulfed in a roaring inferno, Joseph Bayezid declares, "It's my turn now." Standing firm, armored legs planted on the burning earth, he proclaims, "This is Bayezid's land." The ground erupts with searing energy, the air shimmering with heat. His eyes blazing with crimson light, Joseph Bayezid warns, "The likes of you shouldn't be creating a mess here." A predatory grin stretches across his face, promising pain and destruction. The fiery energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. A swirling vortex of fire tears through the air, a destructive force unleashed. Joseph Bayezid stands at the heart of the inferno, a master of the flames. His crimson eyes burn with unbridled fury, a storm of destruction brewing within. Silhouetted figures cower before him as Joseph Bayezid commands, "So, get lost." A torrent of fire plunges from the heavens, a cataclysmic strike. A towering pillar of fire erupts, consuming everything in its path. The flames erupt, a furious inferno unleashed. The fiery torrent intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The air crackles with raw power as the sound of the attack echoes. Explosions bloom within the inferno, each blast carrying the force of a collapsing star. The fiery onslaught continues, an unstoppable wave of destruction. The flames spread relentlessly, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. The inferno rages on, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Witnessing the devastation, the two men can only stare in stunned disbelief. A wave of shock ripples through the onlookers, their faces etched with horror. From a night, who can observe oneself? This is what a true world looks like. Flames dance and writhe, consuming everything in their path. The sight goes far beyond common sense. The world of nights is like looking at a mountain with no end, no matter how much one climbs. Is Godwin capable of this, too? Two figures stand ready, swords drawn. Sir Jair, or even Sir Pablo. Will I be capable of it, too? Of course. If your world is firm enough to not be shaken by anything. A knight on horseback rides forward, sword drawn. The horse's legs pound the earth, kicking up dust and dirt. The forest stands silent, watching the events unfold. The sky burns with hues of orange and gray, smoke billowing across the horizon. Flames lick at the sky, consuming everything in their path. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the inferno, the heat radiating outwards. Godwin watches as Q walks away, the fire crackling behind him. Godwin says, "Good work. You've made great efforts." Q wonders if the entire grassland will burn at this rate. Godwin assures him that it'll be fine since the grass holds a lot of water. Q replies that the fire will go out after burning for some time. Godwin, exhausted, says that before anything else, he'd like a cool glass of beer. Godwin collapses to the ground, Q standing over him. Jair groans, realizing that the wage for having expanded the world momentarily has come to him. Godwin sighs, the weight of the situation settling upon him. He asks if the other is going to help him up. The blonde replies that he thinks he'll die, too. Godwin remains silent. He exhales slowly. Q remarks that Godwin rode that horse really well, unlike the rumors. The two sit on the ground, exhausted. Godwin states that he wasn't the problem. Godwin looks at Q. A voice reflects on the horse, saying he was a great guy. The horse's hooves stand still. Q replies, "Right." Godwin looks off into the distance. Someone remarks that the performance was pretty good for a newbie, adding that their followers are going to. Godwin sits with Q, observing the scene. A voice praises, "Good job, kiddo." Q responds, "Thank you." Q looks on. A close-up reveals hands gesturing. Priest Andrea walks forward, a group following behind him. He calls out, "Let's meet again, Priest Andrea." A voice expresses, "It's a relief you're okay." Q watches Priest Andrea. A close-up of Priest Andrea's face shows a thoughtful expression. Andrea thinks to himself, "Just as I thought." Andrea realizes, that was a light I had definitely seen before. He gazes up at a brilliant light piercing through the dark sky. The light had cut through pitch-black darkness. The older man reaches out, as if to touch the light, while Vlad of Shoera stands behind him. The older man's expression is unreadable. The older man's hand clasps Vlad of Shoera's. The older man thanks Vlad of Shoera. Vlad of Shoera seems to be struggling. The older man closes his eyes. A prayer echoes, directed to the Lord, for the boy who received his will. Vlad of Shoera stands over the older man, bathed in the light. The older man acted. Through his own determination, please console the one who protected his world. And have mercy on this shining boy. Many hearts turn to one light today. Two figures kneel in a field bathed in golden light. The boy's world has expanded. A grand castle stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, its spires piercing the sky. A letter, filled with elegant script, is held delicately between two fingers. Two figures stand silhouetted against a large window, the light obscuring their features. One asks, "Are you sure?" A voice responds, "Yes, Sir Count. It's a script sent by Dorothea through the crystal ball." The man continues, his expression grim. "I sent it just in case." The letter is crumpled in a fist, the sound of paper tearing filling the air. A voice questions, "Is it black magic again?" "It looks like there are." An older man with a long white beard states, "Some guys who have settled in the north." A dark, swirling vortex of magic engulfs a figure on horseback, surrounded by shadowy figures. Since the Empire has gotten loose, the cursed ancient things are slowly raising their heads. Jack the one-armed stares intently, his gaze unwavering. He stands with another man in a well-lit room. The other man asks if there is any comforting news. The man replies that he's been hearing that guy's name a lot lately. The man thinks back to last year's winter monster subjugation. He recalls the battle for honor in Hainel until the Pilgrim incident. He thinks that if it wasn't for that guy, Bayezid might have suffered trouble. A sword is shown. The man's feet are shown. He thinks that it is praiseworthy. The man asks to please call Joseph. Someone asks if they are going to give permission. The man thinks that those who are worthy have a right to enjoy. The man stands in the light. The crackling fire cast dancing shadows on Q as he sat sharpening his sword. Sparks flew as the blade met the whetstone, each stroke precise and deliberate. The blade gleamed, reflecting the firelight as Q continued to hone its edge. He paused, his gaze distant. The words hung in the air. "You've been through a lot too." The sword, now razor-sharp, rested against the whetstone. A figure approached, his voice laced with amusement. "Why are you sadly sitting here alone being dramatic?" Sir Lutgear speaks, his expression serious. Andrea sits by the fire, holding a bottle. He asks about the chubby. Andrea continues, inquiring about Priest. Andrea holds the bottle, looking at Lutgear. He asks about Andrea. Andrea states that everyone is busy. Lutgear offers Andrea a sip, holding out the bottle. Andrea refuses the offer again, his gaze intense. He says he wants his sword right now. Andrea states that Lutgear didn't accept. Lutgear questions Andrea about the peanuts he gave him and the hand he stretched out. He notes that Andrea has always rejected his hand, and asks if Joseph told him to do that. Andrea continues polishing the bottle. Lutgear is surprised, his eyes widening. Andrea states that Lutgear didn't accept. The scarred man holds up a finger, a slight smile playing on his lips. "It's the noble's alcohol." A narration box states, "I guess brothers are brothers." Lutgear stands beside the scarred man, holding a bottle. A narration box reads, "Although their personality is different, their preferences are the same." The scarred man is shown holding a sword. The scarred man says, "We should get that sword worked on this time when we return." Lutgear is shown with a bottle in his hand. A speech bubble shows 3 dots. A narration box states, "I went to see the household's blacksmith last time, and he said the handle has to break to be worked on." The scarred man looks at the bottle in his hand. "Why, when the handle is perfectly fine?" A narration box states, "He said the handle and the joint part of the sword body are all over the place." A close-up of the sword's handle. A narration box states, "Unless we go in search of the person who made it." A narration box states, "He said it can only be worked on if the handle is fully broken." The scarred man drinks from the bottle. The sword, like its master, is also freewheeling. Lutgear refused. A red-haired person, surrounded by flames, declared they didn't want to lose. A blacksmith held a sword. So the blacksmith did. Everything was contained in the sword. Lutgear listened intently. He thought the sword should still be fixed, as it already looked risky to use. So the scarred man asked if he was saying he should go find the person who made the sword. Lutgear wondered where that would be. Shoera. A close-up of Shora's face. The voice acknowledges the statement, recalling how someone loudly proclaimed to be Shoera Vlad every day. A man in a black turtleneck sits, his expression thoughtful. The man's gaze sharpens, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He muses that the title is very well suited. A blinding light fills the scene, accompanied by the declaration that the boy shone brighter than anyone that day. A figure on horseback charges forward, kicking up dust and debris. A close-up reveals piercing blue eyes, filled with determination. The man's expression hardens, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He realizes that this is the reason. A sword stands upright, bathed in golden light. The reason why his little brother was running around so adamantly. A cloaked figure sits cross-legged on the ground, their hands resting on the hilt of a sword. 2 figures are silhouetted against a campfire. One asks if the sword won't be able to get fixed soon, while the other responds with a respectful "Sir?" A voice declares that if you really want it, somebody is bound to. The man's gaze intensifies, a knowing look in his eyes. He urges someone to recognize it. He gazes into the distance, a wistful expression on his face. A hand rests on Shoera Vlad's shoulder, a silent gesture of support. Lutgear stands behind him, a knowing look in his eyes. Lutgear tells Shoera Vlad to get some rest. Shoera Vlad's hand rests on the ground, the grass swaying gently in the breeze. He rises, turning to Lutgear, who says they will be heading to Sturma immediately tomorrow. Shoera Vlad replies, "Yeah, someday." The sword lies before him, its surface reflecting the dim light. A voice says that he'll definitely be able to get it fixed. Shoera Vlad thinks that since there is a place this sword, and he must return to. He holds the sword, determination etched on his face. In the distance, a town glows with the light of many fires. A horse stands on a cliff overlooking the town, its hooves clicking softly on the stone. He sits by a crackling campfire, a map and other items spread out before him. A close-up reveals the intense gaze of a horse. A majestic horse stands bathed in ethereal light. A grand building stands silhouetted against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. Inside a lavishly decorated room, Two figures sit at a table, one holding a book. Needle and thread meticulously work on an intricate embroidery. A voice wonders if this much should be fine. A woman with green hair focuses intently on her embroidery. One of the figures asks what the other thinks, questioning if it looks like the Hanel household's heraldry. A voice responds, "Yes, madam. It looks just like what was drawn in the book." Marcella carefully works on the embroidery, her brow furrowed in concentration. She murmurs, "It's here." Another voice replies, "No need for that." The Madam of the Roses smile continues her delicate work, the needle moving with practiced ease. Marcella states, "It's very clearly stuck in my head." She adds, "By the way, this is my first time making something like this, too." Marcella continues, "I've only watched my mother make it when I was little." The other character smiles softly as they read the book. Marcella sighs, "It's precious." She laments, "It's a precious tradition that's now getting erased from people's memories." Marcella finishes, "The knights who have been raised carefully like the ones nowadays don't deserve to hold that flag." A voice declares that they don't deserve to hold their own flag. A blank flag hangs suspended, its surface devoid of any emblem or symbol. The flag's pole stands tall, its structure simple and unadorned. A group of riders on horseback gallop across the plains, kicking up dust in their wake. Joseph Bayezid, clad in ornate armor, remarks, "That's breathtaking." A voice muses, "It's my first time seeing something like this." Humans and nature's heard running together in harmony. A lone horse gallops across the landscape, its hooves pounding the earth. The riders continue their journey, their figures growing smaller in the distance. Joseph Bayezid gazes off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Joseph Bayezid considers, "It could be the first and the last." A voice observes, "I guess that short meeting was special for them both." Hugh peers out of a window, his expression unreadable. Hugh states softly, "I know." A horse gallops across the landscape, its hooves kicking up dust as the rider declares that it's time to separate. The horse continues its headlong dash across the open field. He states that he has things he should do, a resolute glint in his blue eyes. Joseph Bayezid declares that the other must also have the duty to lead the herd. Another horse rears up, its powerful muscles rippling as it cries out. A lone rider leads a line of horses away, silhouetted against the bright sky. A carriage rolls along a road, carrying passengers away from the scene. Hugh's expression hardens as he declares that it ends here. Joseph's face is shadowed as he says that they can't be together beyond this place. Looking out the window, Joseph bids farewell to the departing figures. He tells Q not to be too regretful of the farewell. Joseph speaks to Q, the two figures framed by the window as the horses depart. Q muses that it's just a horse. An older man laughs, remarking that it's very difficult for a person to become honest. The older man reflects that their lives are a continuation of farewells and meetings. The older man's hands are illuminated by a warm light as he speaks of the seed dropped from tears. A voice promises farewell, but vows to return as a joyful meeting. The older man smiles knowingly. A voice states that the depth of a connection is not determined by just the amount of time spent together. A dark horse stands silhouetted against a bright sky. Hugh agrees, a slight smile playing on his lips. A voice expresses hope for someday. A voice promises that they'll meet again. A horse stands in a sunlit field, its back to the viewer. Rain lashed against the windows of a grand estate, the storm mirroring the turmoil brewing within. Lightning illuminated the sky, the flashes briefly revealing the silhouette of the building against the stormy backdrop. Inside, a figure sat in a high-backed chair, the weight of unseen burdens etched upon his face. The man, his brow furrowed, covered his face with his hand as he muttered, "Count Ravnoma has fallen, huh?" A voice responded, "Yes, sir." It was the urgent news that just came in. The speaker stood beside the seated man, his back turned, the gravity of the situation palpable in his posture. The man in the chair considered the implications. The West's movement seemed unusual recently. I didn't expect such a result. His gaze hardened, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He wondered aloud, did Count Gaidar's household have such power? It seemed the Western households had united, with Gaidar as their center. Even for Ravnoma, the dominator of the West, it seemed difficult to defeat a large number with a small number. Why did the royal castle not do anything? We can't find out about what happens in the center. He considered the implications. The North is the place that shows their own color the strongest. Since they set up a firm wall, they were free from the influence of the royal castle and the central authorities. But they can't help but not know anything about what goes on in the other areas that much more. For a country's count household to collapse so helplessly. On top of that, the oath and traditions that were established in the past have become meaningless. The suit, adorned with a ruby clasp, is a symbol of the ones who have newly gotten hold of power. Standing before the rain-streaked window, the scarred man acknowledges the sentiment. Anarchy. No matter how lenient an empire gets, there's a line that should be maintained. Will the downfall of Count Ravnoma's family be the first beacon to announce a new era? The weight of the past settles heavily on Joseph's brow. He gazes down, lost in thought. A vision of the past unfolds, figures draped in white, their faces obscured by shadow, moving with solemn purpose. Joseph murmurs a quiet denial. So it wasn't the pilgrims. It was the refugees of Ravnoma who brought the old covenant. An old man, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, is carried by the refugees. He exhales, the weight of his recent decisions settling upon him. What should he do? The question echoes in Kya's mind, a storm of uncertainty brewing within. Saving the pilgrims was a good deed, but he ended up helping Sir Lutgear in the process. It will definitely be unwelcome by Sir. The scarred man's voice booms, laced with incredulity. Are you out of your mind, Greenhorn? Kya's thoughts spiral. He might be beaten to death by Sir Gyre? Snapping his fingers, Kya announces, I'm back, Sir Joseph. Kya stands at the doorway, the weight of his report heavy on his shoulders. He is greeted by Sir Joseph. You're here a day early. Kya responds, ah yes sir. Things just. Joseph, seated at his desk, quill in hand, replies, right, I heard about it roughly. Is your body feeling? Kya assures him, I'm completely fine, sir. Joseph sighs, that's a relief. Someone tells Kya that he should still take good care of himself. Kya replies that he will do as he is told. Kya, wearing armor, asks if everything is okay. Joseph thinks that the atmosphere doesn't feel too different from usual. Someone thinks that there's no way that's the case. A man sitting at a table thinks that he is doomed. Another man standing behind him thinks that Joseph is not pleased. Joseph thinks something. Kya says that he doesn't know much about the back alley situation, but is then surprised by something. Joseph thinks that when it comes to inter-organization struggles, it usually only ends when all the members either die or surrender. Someone thinks that something is that. Kya says yes, sir, he thinks so. Someone asks how they couldn't even send letters. Someone asks what letter they are talking about. He stood, bathed in an ethereal glow, contemplating the message, to his lover, who's in the convent. Joseph Bayezid sat at his desk, his expression unreadable as he steepled his fingers. A blonde-haired figure stood in profile, the light catching the sharp angles of their face. Joseph looked down, his brow furrowed. Well, whatever. It's not like I wasn't aware of the circumstances. His hands clasped tightly, the young man considered the situation. Since he couldn't even properly convey anything to her despite her worries about the citizens of Shoera getting hurt. He thought, I wanted to be considerate too, but to solve that, time and performance were required. In a dimly lit room, Joseph sat at a desk while another figure stood nearby, a sword strapped to their back. The voice echoed, stating that the one called One-Armed Jack was quite valuable. A close-up revealed the young man's troubled expression, his eyes shadowed with concern. A figure stood amidst a shower of coins, their face obscured by the glinting gold. That must have been the case. The young man, clad in armor, reflected, since that money grubber would have made connections with the people of power in Shoera through his enormous wealth. However, the man in the white shirt states that the armored knight has excellently proved his worth and struggled for his sake. The knight stands silently as Joseph Bayezid addresses him. Joseph Bayezid adds that he, too, should repay the knight as promised. The knight responds with a questioning, sir? The knight's blue eyes widen slightly, awaiting Joseph's next words. Joseph Bayezid holds up a flag, stating that it represents one's honor. The text bubble explains that representatives carried flags like this. Joseph Bayezid thinks to himself that it's an object he cannot bear for the rest of his life. Joseph Bayezid continues, explaining that's why he was determined to find a knight who can carry it. The knight looks at Joseph Bayezid, listening intently. Joseph Bayezid states that the knight has finally grabbed it with his hands. The camera focuses on the knight's armored chest. Joseph Bayezid concludes that the knight is someone who is qualified to carry his own flag. Joseph Bayezid looks on. The document reads, as promised that day, everything will be supported by Bayezid. A voice declares Vlad as the one who received his name from Lady Alicia and the follower of the Bayezid family. Joseph faces Vlad. The words echo, take this and return home. The two stand before a bright light. A voice commands to erase the shabby things that were tying you up there. Vlad looks up. Joseph looks on. A man with an eye patch is shown. Vlad stares intently. The sword without decorations, the one the old man and girl had handed over. The identity card that was proved by the priest. A handkerchief that's imprinted with the noble lady's name. And a white flag on which the family crest will be imprinted. They were all the pieces that would complete the boy's roots. They were all achieved by him. I will uphold your command. A robed figure stands before a chained box, surrounded by other figures in white robes. Joseph Bayezid stares intently. Evidence of the covenant. A chained box glows with a sinister red light. Yes, Count. The dragon fragment is inside. An older man with white hair gestures towards the chained box. The one that was defeated by the founding king. A figure stands before a massive golden dragon. Perfect dragon. Joseph Bayezid hums thoughtfully. The old man bows his head. He apologizes for what he is about to say. The old man states that it concerns Count Ravnoma's family. The text explains that Count Ravnoma's family was the only one that could protect the covenant from the west. Joseph Bayezid listens intently, his expression unreadable. The old man declares that he will send out the knights. Joseph Bayezid sits on his throne, listening with utmost sincerity. The text states that until the preparations are made, the Count should make himself comfortable as a guest. Joseph Bayezid is seen in the distance as the Count thanks him. A group of figures in white robes surround a chained box. A long view shows the Count walking away from Joseph Bayezid's throne, followed by the robed figures carrying the chained box. Joseph Bayezid's gaze is intense. The Count tells Joseph Bayezid not to mind it. The Count sits, listening intently as Joseph Bayezid speaks. Joseph states that they would have had no other option. The Count acknowledges this. Footsteps echo through a stone corridor. The narration states that the Covenant's only guardian family that is equally qualified when viewed from the west is. A vision appears of a figure silhouetted against a snowy mountain range. The text proclaims him as the dominator of the north. The statue of a warrior is revealed, identified as Steel Lord Timur Baranov. Joseph Bayezid, standing by the window, reflects that even though he knows nothing can be done about it, his frustrated mind isn't getting relieved. A close-up reveals the intensity in Joseph's eyes. Joseph stands with a white-haired woman holding a book. He remarks that it's been a long time since he's seen that flag. The Count and Joseph are seen in profile, deep in thought. The Count sighs heavily. A flag hangs in the room, illuminated by a nearby light. A question hangs in the air. Just how long has it been since that flag was last seen? The flag ripples slightly, its emblem catching the light. Joseph Bayezid stands by a window, looking out at the scene below. A woman with white hair stands nearby. He considers that he could take some rest before going. A voice echoes, declaring that his body must be pumped up. Joseph affirms the statement. The words "a knight that became one's own master." Huh? Knight banneret, appear. A knight stands tall, holding a banneret. The knight's armor gleams in the light. Joseph's expression hardens as he thinks that he would have done the same if it were him, and that he is going to his hometown. A voice declares that what should be done must be done. A city stretches out before Joseph, a carriage waiting. The carriage awaits, ready to depart. The city sprawls beneath a sky stained with the last embers of sunset, its ancient stones whispering tales of forgotten ages. Figures move through the shadowed streets, their faces obscured by the gloom, their purpose unknown. Discarded refuse and broken remnants litter the cobblestone path. A weathered sign hangs from a wrought iron chain, its silhouette hinting at the establishment within. A throng of people presses forward, their murmurs and shouts creating a cacophony of anticipation. A man seated at a table barks, "Boy, when are you coming out?" His voice cuts through the din. A disembodied voice promises, "I'm here tonight. Play with me." The invitation hangs in the air, thick with promise. The crowd surges around the stage, their faces alight with expectation. One of them shouts, "Don't kid me." A voice declares, "More money is the owner." The words echo with a cynical truth. A woman sits before a vanity, her back to the viewer, lost in her own world. Marcella gazes at her reflection, applying lipstick with a practiced hand. A shadowy figure, pipe clenched between their teeth, observes the scene. "It's a mess in there, like pigs in heat," they mutter. An ominous voice echoes, stating that if one is ready, they should leave. The old woman, her face etched with wrinkles, wonders aloud if Marcella's debt wouldn't be paid off if just one more person came in. The light catches the old woman's face, highlighting the sharpness of her gaze. Marcella applies lipstick with a delicate brush, her expression unreadable. The old woman's eyes narrow, a hint of menace in their depths. Marcella holds the lipstick tube close to her lips, her hand steady. The old woman leans in, her voice laced with a threat. She wonders how long Marcella's boldness will last. The old woman continues, stating that there is a lot of time until Marcella's body decomposes and falls apart, and that she won't be able to leave this place. Marcella's lips are perfectly painted, a stark contrast to the grim situation. Marcella touches her face, a subtle gesture that betrays nothing. Marcella smiles faintly, her eyes glinting with defiance. "Live long, madam," she says. Marcella's hand rests on her lap, her fingers intertwined. The old woman's gaze softens, though her expression remains severe. She thinks to herself, lamenting the unbroken spirit of this stubborn one, even after being trampled upon. The old woman, arms crossed, barks an order to someone out of view. "Get it done quickly and come out." A hand delicately touches a silver spoon, the metal clinking softly against a porcelain surface. A stark declaration fills the air, "I did rise to a pretty high place just by selling my body." Marcella looks up, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. A thought echoes, "I at least chose fate, didn't I?" A woman in a dark dress stands at a table, her gaze fixed downwards. The woman walks towards a brightly lit doorway, her silhouette framed against the light. A chorus of voices rises in anticipation. "Ooh, here she comes." A voice booms, filled with anticipation. "I waited for you, Marcella." The words, "the way to appear," hinting at a destination. A grotesque assembly of monstrous faces leers from the shadows, their red eyes gleaming with sinister intent. She stands on the stage, ready to begin the auction. Below, the crowd of bidders eagerly awaits. A palpable tension fills the air as the auction is about to commence. The head sister apologizes for the wait. The head sister stands beside Marcella, a knowing smile playing on her lips. A bidder shouts, eager to show his gold. "The man who will take the Shoera Black Rose's honey, please show your gold." "Here. 1 gold here." Another bidder raises the stakes. "What will you do with 1 gold?" "I'll pay 2 gold." A pair of bidders join forces. "Club our money. The 2 of us will pay 3 gold." The head sister watches the bidding war unfold, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "You retard. You think that will work? Then I alone will pay 3 gold." Another bidder explodes in anger. "You bastard. What about me?" A voice muses on the situation. How unique. Despite being a mere wilting flower, she makes a lot of good golden honey. The head sister, with a predatory glint in her eyes, declares, I shall keep you and suck out everything generously. A final bidder makes a desperate offer. 4. For gold. She finds that to be a decent price. Someone wonders if nothing is worth more than 4 gold. The other bidders look on, murmuring amongst themselves. Another bidder speaks up. The bid reaches 100 gold. The crowd watches with anticipation. The head sister's eyes gleam with determination. The other bidders are shocked by the sudden increase in price. The head sister looks confident. The head sister declares that she will pay 100 gold. A sharp intake of breath pierces the air. It's that sound. The sound of. A figure stands tall, leaning on a cane. Destruction arriving. The sound reverberates, a visual distortion in the air. To my nest. A hand clutches an arm, a sign of rising tension. A figure stands on a raised platform, the source of the growing unease. The crowd watches with bated breath. A customer stammers, Did you just say 100 gold? A hooded figure observes the scene, their expression hidden in shadow. The tavern bustled with activity, patrons filling the dimly lit space. A cloaked figure stood amidst the crowd, the luxurious fabric of their attire subtly catching the light. A voice, laced with disbelief, echoed in the figure's mind. What's this bastard? The atmosphere was heavy, a stark contrast to the usual tavern revelry. The cloaked figure wondered if they should place an order. Everything he wore spoke of opulence, even if the 100 gold bid had been a bluff. He mused that he should be able to pay at least 10 gold easily. The head sister approached, a menu in hand, her expression unreadable. Even after leaving this place, the memories lingered. He thought about how he'd always missed these things. The menu listed roasted sausages and black pudding, and hash brown with white wheat bread. A woman's gaze, shadowed and intense, fills the frame. A hand pulls back a dark hood, the gesture both secretive and revealing. The woman covers her face, as if shielding herself from a painful memory. That's not the dirty gold that's thrown out of lust. The one brought by Jorge. The one who Marcella had washed. The color of that day's boy hair. Marcella declares, I've returned, Marcella. A young man's face, framed by golden hair, stares out with a mixture of determination and sadness. A hand, clad in dark fabric, rests against something unseen. It was a splendid shade of gold. She stands with her hands clasped, her expression unreadable. Hugh faces her, cloaked and silent. Hugh stands in a tavern, his back to the viewer. A close-up reveals Hua's concerned expression. Tears stream down Gemina's face, her eyes wide with distress. Gemina speaks, her voice strained. Quick, she urges. Meanwhile, Marcella's expression hardens as she declares, this place is being managed by the subordinates of One-Armed Jack. Her hand gestures with purpose. Marcella addresses 2 figures, her words hanging heavy in the air. The madam's face is shown in close-up as she thinks to herself. The atmosphere feels unusual. Marcella resolves, before an unexpected situation arises unnecessarily, I should separate them. A hand reaches out over the table, an exclamation point hanging in the air above the gathering. A man stands guard, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The group remains gathered around the table, the tension palpable. Vlad watches the proceedings, his expression unreadable. Vlad speaks, his blue eyes glinting in the dim light. Before I pay you the amount. A voice declares, there is a calculation that needs to be done. The group awaits the calculation, the air thick with anticipation. The scene focuses on the chest of one of the characters. Marcella, her brow furrowed, wonders aloud what calculation is being referred to. Her expression is one of deep concern. Vlad's eyes glow with an intense light as he contemplates his next move. He thinks to himself that there is something he needs to get from that person. Joseph stands surrounded by his men, his face a mask of barely contained fury. He mutters that Vlad is ridiculous and a crazy bastard. With a swift motion, Joseph and his men draw their swords, the metallic shriek echoing through the room. A voice booms out, questioning how Vlad dares use the boss name. Joseph's face is contorted with rage, his eyes burning with hatred. Joseph confronts Vlad, his sword leveled, the air thick with tension. Vlad's eyes glow brighter, a silent challenge in the face of Joseph's aggression. A man is brutally impaled, dark fluid erupting from his mouth as he chokes. Another figure plummets downwards, a constellation of swords aimed at his descending form. The old woman gazes down, her expression unreadable. A man watches from the side, his face obscured by shadows. A blade pierces through flesh, painting the scene with crimson. The old woman unleashes a piercing scream, her face contorted in rage or madness. A sword drips with fresh blood, its edge gleaming ominously. A voice commands, shut up and wait right there. Her eyes widen, reflecting a terrifying mix of fury and desperation. A voice booms, if I don't get enough from these bastards. A sword is raised, poised to strike. I'm going to take from you as well. The old woman stands amidst the carnage, her expression a chilling mask of determination. A group of men watch, their expressions a mix of confusion and irritation. What bull crap is he yapping about? One of them barked. 2 men stand ready, swords drawn, their faces grim. What the hell are you bastard? One of them snarled. A figure stands in a dimly lit room, his face obscured by shadows. Who sent you here? He demanded. A young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes declares, I'm the last dagger of Jorge. A close-up reveals a dagger, its blade gleaming ominously. Two men react with surprise, one of them exclaiming with shock. A man's eyes widen in realization. I remember. Blonde hair and blue eyes, he shouted. The man from before, now identified as Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster, is revealed. That bastard is a Vlad. A close-up shows the dagger again, this time stained with blood. Two men discuss the situation. What? That greenhorn? Wasn't he supposed to be fucked? One of them questioned. A voice wonders what one is supposed to know, before declaring that the important thing is that the pumpkin came rolling in with its vine. Another voice states that the boss will give them piles of gold even if they only take his head. Hugh stands among other figures in a dimly lit room. A voice advises that if you manage to survive, you should just breathe in. A figure declares that you came looking for a place to lie down on your own, and demands that the others stop babbling and come at him. A memory surfaces, like that day. A close-up of Kyua's face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. A voice declares that this is like, to kill me. A group of figures look up in fear, a chill running down their spines. Hugh, cloaked and hooded, looks down with glowing eyes. A voice asks, WH what? A voice wonders if he is the same person as that greenhorn. This is like, a bloodthirsty wolf. A monstrous wolf looms over the group of figures, its eyes glowing with menacing intent. Hugh, his face shadowed, declares, if you're just going to stand there. He explodes into motion, a blur of speed and intent. The world seems to warp around him as he closes the distance. Swords clash as he engages multiple opponents simultaneously, the air thick with the scent of ozone and blood. His blade sings a deadly song, each strike precise and lethal. His eyes burning with determination, Hugh vows, I'll come to you guys. The hunter's sword finds its mark, cleaving through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. Another foe falls, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. The dance of death continues, his movements a whirlwind of steel. Surrounded by the fallen, Hugh stands defiant, a lone wolf against a pack of jackals. His sword flashes once more, a final, decisive strike. One sword strike, one scream. He continues his relentless assault, a whirlwind of motion in the dimly lit space. The air crackles with unseen energy as he cuts down another foe. Standing amidst the carnage, Hugh surveys the fallen. His sword drips with the blood of his enemies, a testament to his deadly skill. His blue eyes burn with a fierce determination, a promise of further retribution etched upon his face. A close-up reveals the gruesome fate of one of his victims, a stark reminder of the brutality of the conflict. The blood of his enemies coats his hands, a grim badge of honor earned in the heat of battle. Hugh's eyes glow with an eerie light, a sign of the power coursing through him as he prepares for the next wave of attacks. Tears stream down Marcella's face, a silent testament to the horror unfolding before her eyes. She covers her face, unable to bear witness to the carnage any longer. The battlefield is a scene of utter devastation, littered with the bodies of the fallen, a grim reminder of the price of conflict. The man tilts the bottle, swallowing deeply. He sits, legs spread, a red sash around his waist. A bottle sits on a table. The man sits back in his chair, his hook glinting in the dim light. Jorge's face is etched with a grim determination. Jorge thinks, from the time he disappeared, Shora's back alley became as if it's mine. The hook rises, a symbol of his ambition. I should rise higher. I'm a person that will not. Jorge sits atop a throne of skulls, his gaze fixed on some distant goal. Stop here. He thinks, that's why I have not hesitated to take away others' belongings. Jorge's ambition burns bright, using the enemy's corpses as scaffolds, higher and higher. Only after rising to the end did Jorge realize for the first time that the back alley life is just determined by the ones up there. A figure sits atop a mountain of skulls, their gaze fixed on some distant point. This bitch-ass life, Jorge thinks, drawing deeply from his smoke. He firmly believed that everything can be obtained only through victory. But even though he's failed, he's at this position now. The victor was Jorge, but the one dead was also Jorge. Jorge exhales a plume of smoke, the scent of burning herbs filling the air. Someday the same will happen to him as well. A word uttered by someone up there could decide his fate. This. The heavy door creaks open, light spilling into the room. A figure stands silhouetted in the doorway, a weapon held loosely in their hand. Boss, they call out. A sense of dread permeates the air. Gemina, her brow furrowed with concern, asks, what is it? The realization dawns, they're surrounded. Gemina's eyes widen in alarm, her mouth agape. A close-up reveals the worry etched on Gemina's face. The entire back is compromised, cutting off their escape. The alley, once a haven, is now a trap. Gemina cries out, soldiers have surrounded us. Soldiers are positioned even at the back door, sealing off all exits. The soldiers are identified as Shora's security guards. A phalanx of soldiers stands ready, their faces obscured by helmets. Gemina, her voice laced with disbelief, asks, what bullshit are you talking about? Two figures question why the security guards are present, wondering if they've already made the payment for the month. One of them asks how the other is supposed to know. Isn't that just a regular patrol? Someone remarks on the number of heads. They're here with a plan. A figure states they had a feeling a day like this would come. So that is today? That's even better. Rather than the uneasiness of when it's going to hit. Destruction right before the eyes is more relieving. A pile of bodies lies in a heap, blood staining the ground. The figure's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. Guards march in formation through the town. A message has arrived, stating that the guards have been dispatched. A man with a thick mustache asks if the other alleys have been thoroughly sealed as well. A gloved hand clenches. A man holds a handkerchief to his face. He thinks to himself that he has given it his all. Things became like this, so much that even the Count knows. He has nothing to say. The one called One-Armed Jack was too resourceful. A man clears his throat. The man wipes his face with the handkerchief. The Count wonders where Joseph Bayezid came from. Joseph responds that Shora's tumor will be removed now that the Count has arrived, and he is happy. The Count declares that Joseph is the tumor. The Count wonders how someone like a back alley boss can control such a vast ecosystem. Joseph is surrounded by gold, which glitters in the dim light. Joseph explains that in return for favors, he obviously receives a large payment, as someone who has tried meat and bribery knows well. The Count states that he can tell immediately. The Count asks when the supposed knight is coming, the one who was specially sent from the Bayezid family. The Count stands, his expression unreadable. Footsteps echo, splashing through puddles. Joseph declares that they are already here. Figures approach through the mist, their footsteps echoing in the night. The Count looks up, his brow furrowed. Just one person? Joseph gestures with open hands. I have gathered all the knights who have been dispatched to Shoera. How about leaving it to them? The Count shakes his head, his expression grim. That's not going to work. Joseph looks at him, confused. Sir? Why? Joseph grips his staff tightly. Sir Joseph put a lot of effort into preparing this. Meanwhile, Vlad's official debut. A figure cloaked in shadow approaches, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. His boots crunch on the stone floor, each step echoing in the silence. Elsewhere, Joseph looks concerned. Joseph stands with two figures. How about entering with the soldiers? Apparently, there are at least 50 people inside. Also, if you happen to get injured, I can't face Sir. Borden replies, Joseph, even if I do, I'll make sure you don't get hurt, Sir Borden. The Count adjusts his glove, his expression unreadable. I'm telling you, that's not how it goes. Vlad stands beside the Count, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Elsewhere, a building stands silhouetted against the night sky, the only sound the wind whistling through the eaves. Two figures stand silhouetted in a doorway, cloaked and ready. The Count humps, his eyes narrowed. It's a promise, yeah? A sword, wrapped in white cloth, is presented. Joseph stands with Borden and a group of soldiers. Sir Joseph requested this. He said I should hand it over to you myself while everyone is watching. The soldiers stand at attention, their faces grim. Borden's hand grips the hilt of the sword, blood staining his fingers. Then let's begin. Borden acknowledges the order. Yes, Sir Borden. With a resounding thud, the sword is plunged into the ground, the impact sending dust and debris flying. The air crackles with unseen energy. A figure stands beneath a massive banner. The guards whisper that he is a knight sent personally by Bayezid. His gloved hand grips the staff of the banner. One of the guards exclaims, recognizing the banner. He thought it was a tradition long abandoned. Another guard wonders who the figure is and how he possesses the flag at such a young age. The knight stands silhouetted against the light, the banner unfurled behind him. His blue eye gleams with an unsettling intensity. The knight declares that this land is now his territory. His armored legs stand firm, the staff planted in the ground before him. The banner proclaims his authority, invoking honorable names as his vouch. His words hang in the air, a chilling promise that includes their very lives. The knight's gaze is unwavering, his blue eyes burning with a cold fire. A blade is drawn, its polished surface reflecting the dim light, a silent promise of violence to come. A furious voice booms out, the speaker's face contorted with rage. Listen, One-Armed Jack. Brandishing a scroll, a man declares, you've been ignoring the Bayezid rules and laws, and have been sucking the blood of the people. With this, I, the rightful owner of Shoera, Peter Bayezid, declare. A disembodied voice, filled with righteous fury, vows, will send out my agent as I can no longer tolerate your evil. All the authority he. Bathed in ethereal light, a cloaked figure stands before two imposing banners, a silent assertion of power and legitimacy. Thug in the back alley. Exercises from now on is a right that I. The text proclaims, and the faithful church both prove. Another man commands, his voice ringing with authority. Open the door quickly and accept the rightful delegate. God protects the delegate. A line of soldiers stands rigidly at attention, their polished boots gleaming in the dim light, a display of unwavering loyalty and military might. The soldiers roar in unison, their voices echoing through the halls. Bayezid, Bayezid, Bayezid. A crowd of faces, etched with worry and fear, looks on, their expressions reflecting the uncertainty of the times. The name Bayezid hangs in the air. Slumped in a chair, a figure exudes an aura of cold menace, the single word hanging in the air like a death sentence. Kill. Standing tall, the cloaked figure of one-armed Jack holds aloft a banner, his presence a stark declaration of defiance and power. The boots of soldiers march forward, their purpose unknown. Peter Bayezid, holding a scroll, declares that the cause and the public are on their side. Answering him, someone off-panel confirms that they will spill it all. Hugh expresses his gratitude. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, a faint blue light emanating from the blade. Standing before a towering building, the swordmaster prepares himself. Someone believes that he must be preparing. A voice urges him to widen his vision, warning that they will come for his life from all directions. It'll be a completely different kind of battle from the ones before. He steels himself, resolving to make it a flashy start. The sword glows with an intense blue light. Standing in a pool of swirling energy, Hugh raises his sword, ready for the coming storm. That day, he wondered, if he hadn't called Godwin, would Jorge be alive? A flashback reveals Godwin standing with others, their faces grim. Before that, he wouldn't have had to call Godwin. He'd been wondering about countless times. There was ultimately one conclusion they all led to. His eyes narrow, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. I have to kill. One-armed Jack. Energy crackles around his blade, a promise of swift retribution. He prepares to strike, his figure wreathed in power. The air shimmers with raw power as he steels himself for the coming battle. A surge of power emanates from an unseen figure. Two figures brutally assault another, their victim crying out in pain. The assault continues, the victim's cries echoing through the air. Meanwhile, a figure with white hair stands with his back to the viewer, observing a group of people in the distance. A voice declares that one world is consuming another. The voice continues, stating the need to end it here. A massive foot descends, the weight of its steps shaking the ground. A voice speaks of severing messy ties in order to advance. The cloaked figure stands amidst the chaos, his sword at the ready. Vlad of Shoera declares his presence. A group of men stand ready, their expressions grim. Vlad proclaims himself the rightful avenger. He advances, boots echoing in the vast chamber. Vlad of Shoera declares, his voice resonating with power, that he has come to end their struggle. He stands silhouetted against the light, a figure of grim determination. Vlad's gaze is intense, his eyes burning with resolve. A voice booms, announcing the return of one-armed Jack. Vlad holds his sword aloft, the blade gleaming in the light. One-armed Jack's voice echoes, declaring his return to the assembled crowd. He sits upon his throne, a figure of dark authority. Vlad's eyes widen, recognizing the voice. The realization dawns on him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. One-armed Jack rises from his throne, his presence commanding. A chilling laugh escapes him as one-armed Jack declares that the rightful delegate who will take his head is here. He reveals a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with malice. Vlad is seen from a low angle, his blue eyes glowing. A speech bubble reads, "Rising star." A soldier screamed, ordering the others to kill him. The soldiers engaged, a chaotic dance of steel and desperation. One of the soldiers was sent flying backwards, defeated. A sword blurred through the air, a deadly arc of sharpened steel. The clash of metal echoed through the battlefield. One of the soldiers yelled in disbelief, "What?" His eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of blades and bodies. He stood amidst the carnage, drenched in blood. The aggressor towers over Vlad, blade raised high. He screams a vow of death. A heavy boot presses down, grinding into the blood-soaked floor. The sword gleams, slick with crimson. A dark orb hangs suspended, surrounded by a splatter of inky shadows. The air crackles with unseen energy. The attacker's foot leaves a bloody print on the wooden planks. One of the men looks on in disbelief. In no way. Is he really the Vlad we know? Another man barks, "Don't back out. Surround him." The men advance, drawing their swords. Steel flashes in the dim light. The soldiers encircle Vlad, their blades poised to strike. A voice booms, "What are you waiting for? Go on and get them all at once." An observer notes the swordsmanship of Vlad of Shoera. One of the soldiers expresses his fear, suggesting they might be killed if they charge at him. The soldiers stand ready, but hesitant, their faces etched with concern. Vlad states there's no need for them to contemplate. A blue aura flares around him as Vlad declares his intent to kill them all. Energy crackles around Vlad as he prepares to attack. A beam of light shoots out, illuminating the darkness. The soldiers remain hesitant, their fear palpable. Vlad prepares to attack, his stance unwavering. His eyes glow with an intense light, promising swift retribution. The beam of light intensifies, cutting through the darkness. Vlad unleashes his attack, energy swirling around him as he moves with blinding speed. The sound of a sickening impact echoes through the rain-soaked battlefield, followed by a spray of crimson. A guttural roar tears from Joseph Bezid's throat, his fangs bared in a grimace of pain and fury. The soldiers, battered and bruised, voice their pain and frustration as they struggle to maintain their formation. From above, the scene reveals the extent of the carnage, bodies strewn across the muddy ground. Two men watch with growing concern, their faces etched with worry as the battle unfolds. Desperate, the remaining soldiers prepare a new tactic, scrambling to unfurl a chain net. A voice shouts, urging the soldiers to move with haste. Vlad, His white hair stained with blood stands amidst the fallen, a grim determination etched on his face. He prepares for the next wave of attacks, his eyes narrowed with focus. A desperate command rings out. Toss all the nets at him. He continues to move with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the stone floor. One of the soldiers watches him, his eyes wide. How is he moving so fast? He exclaims. Vlad ducks behind a large pillar, using it as cover. Blurring past another corner, he continues his escape. The soldiers try to keep up, their heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. He's hiding behind the pillar, one shouts. Get him. We can't reach him from here. Another soldier barks an order. Forget it. Block the stairs. He won't be able to come up if we block the stairs. The soldiers ready themselves, weapons drawn. Ready. Attack all at once when he comes up. Vlad pauses, his expression thoughtful. Asterisk, this is getting troublesome. It would be reckless to charge at them head-on. Asterisk. Someone calls out, daring the kid to come closer. The sword is covered in blood. He wonders what he should do, realizing he can't keep using his aura. Vlad stands near a thick rope. He recalls Jimena always complaining about the heavy curtains. The curtains were too heavy, making it difficult to walk. Vlad grips his sword tightly. One of the soldiers wonders what is happening. Vlad grabs the rope. He prepares to slide down. Vlad slides down the rope. The soldiers are surprised by his actions. He continues his descent, the wind whipping around him as he slides down the rope. Kicking off the wall for added momentum, Vlad picks up speed. His blue eyes narrowed in determination. He focuses on the ground below. Vlad's hand grips the rope tightly, the rough fibers digging into his skin. Jack the one-armed watches Vlad's escape, his face contorted with rage. One of the soldiers exclaims in disbelief, "No way. He flew his way up here." Another soldier shouts, "Hey, you guys at the first floor? Hurry up and come here." The soldiers can't believe what they are seeing. Vlad, eyes glowing, asks, "Is this really all you've got?" Someone shouts, "You bastards." With a furious leap, Jack the one-armed jumps down to pursue Vlad. The soldiers watch as Jack descends, their expressions a mix of shock and anticipation. The men shout to get him. The group advances. A sword is drawn. The swordsman moves in. Vlad cries out. One of the men falls to the ground. Vlad faces his attacker. His eyes narrow. Vlad stands his ground. Another man approaches. A voice declares that this is nothing compared to Sir Jair's wooden sword. Two figures clash in a flurry of motion. A flash of red cuts through the darkness. He looks down, breathing heavily. His blue eyes widen. An arrow pierces Vlad's shoulder, the impact jarring him. Archers take aim from the stairs. One of the men shouts, "Keep shooting. We'll block the stairs." More archers draw back their bows, preparing to fire. A volley of arrows streaks through the air. Vlad glances down, his expression hardening. Blood pools around his foot. Rain lashes down, washing the stone. With a burst of speed, Vlad leaps away from the ambush. A chained weapon, slick with blood, is swung with lethal intent. He leaps away from the attack, narrowly avoiding the deadly chain. Two figures advance, swords raised, closing in on Vlad. His eyes blaze with an inner power, a desperate surge of energy. The chained weapon crackles with blue energy, poised to strike. Vlad cries out, bracing himself against the onslaught. Staggering away from the ambush, Vlad hears one of the assassins exclaim in disbelief, "In no way." One of the assassins mutters, "Who?" Blood spatters the ground as he continues his desperate escape. Vlad's expression is grim, his resolve hardening with each step. The assassins, grim-faced, prepare to give chase. The door bursts open with a resounding crash. The air crackles with anticipation. Vlad, his gaze sharp, wonders if they're going to come. A voice from the shadows commands, "Come on, let's continue." Vlad's eyes narrow as he declares, "I've got to collect the rent from you all." A chilling aura emanates from the young swordsman. The assassins tense, their resolve wavering. Jack's subordinates might have thought that this place was their territory. Vlad's expression hardens as he thinks to himself that it turned out to be a big mistake. The young swordsman's eyes glint dangerously as he states, "Because this place is the Rose's Smile." His sword drips with fresh blood, a testament to the battle. It was this boy's home. The light flares behind him, illuminating the sharp angles of his face and the electric blue intensity of his eyes. His hooded cloak is clasped at the neck, the metal gleaming softly in the dim light. The city sleeps under a blanket of night, unaware of the turmoil brewing within its shadowed alleys. Jack the one-armed rubs his temples, a storm of frustration brewing behind his eyes. He mutters, "Jack is going crazy. Even street thugs don't go this far," he thinks, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. He wonders what he is supposed to do if Jorge keeps plundering things like this. The thought that Jorge died and became a completely different person gnaws at him. He squeezed out everything from the debtors, but he never pushed them to a dead end. If this continues, there is no answer. In a span of a few months, the back alley's economy will plummet. This is driving him crazy. How is he supposed to report that half the illegal goods were taken away? The door creaks open. Harbin bursts in, his voice urgent. "Did you hear? The back alley has been blocked." A voice demands to know what is being said so suddenly. The man asks who blocked the back alley. It seems someone has come from Sturma in order to defeat one-armed Jack. All of Shora's watchguards have surrounded this place. The man realizes that one-armed Jack crossed the line. This isn't something to be happy about. If Jack follows Jorge, another blood wind might blow in the back alley. But weren't you close to that guy? Vlad asks who. The man questions why Vlad is suddenly talking about that guy. He didn't see him in person, but they said the executioner from Sturma is blonde. He thought it was. One man asks about the blonde and another person. The other man replies that there's more to the story. A hand writes in a book. It seems that the person in question called himself Vlad of Shoera. The man looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Someone exclaims, F for real. His eyes widen in disbelief. One of the men calls out, hey. The speaker reveals that they've been hearing countless rumors until now. A figure stands amidst a storm of lightning, sword raised high. He manifested an aura during the Duel of Honor in DMR. He is said to have done an amazing job during the Deathworm hurt. Vlad of Shoera. A figure stands in a pool of water, a long cape billowing behind him. But if those rumors are true, I have to confirm them myself. Vlad of Shoera walks with a cane. A figure with white hair and glowing blue eyes stands amidst a scene of carnage. A fist clenches, stained with blood. A sword gleams, ready to strike. A sword lies next to a fallen body. Someone screams, die. A sword is plunged into a body. He grips his sword, the blade gleaming with a deadly light. Vlad unleashes a furious strike, the sword arcing through the air with lethal precision. A piercing scream echoes as the unseen foe feels the bite of the blade. Crimson blood drips from the edge of the sword, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the attack. Vlad gazes down at the fallen, his expression unreadable. He wades into the fray, a whirlwind of steel against a sea of enemies. More blood coats the blade, each drop a life extinguished. Vlad's face is grim, his eyes reflecting the carnage around him. A powerful aura surrounds him, a silhouette of raw strength and determination. Your movements leave me speechless. The sword gleams, an extension of his will. His talent and fierce effort. Amidst the carnage, a powerful resolve burns within him. This boy is a natural slaughterer. He stands over the fallen, his sword dripping with the blood of his enemies. Vlad wonders why his enemies didn't fill up their teeth, at least in the meantime. A pained groan escapes him. Vlad thinks that they wouldn't need them now. His blue eyes glow with an eerie light as he grips the bloodied sword. The blade is slick with crimson. A final, ragged breath escapes the fallen. Vlad surveys the scene, the silence broken only by the dripping of blood. He stood amidst the carnage, his blue eyes burning with an unnatural light, blood splattered across his face and cloak. A low murmur escaped his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the scene before him. Right. Surveying the fallen, Vlad decided that the grim tableau was sufficient. I think this much should be enough. The aftermath stretched out before him, a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. Vlad's thoughts drifted, a hint of dissatisfaction coloring his tone, though I couldn't perfectly recreate the scene from that day. His gaze hardened, a flicker of something dark passing behind his glowing eyes. Turning away from the carnage, Vlad resolved to bring this to a close. I should wrap this up now. The stone steps loomed before him, a path leading away from the scene of slaughter. With a final glance at the fallen, he ascended the stairs, leaving the darkness behind. A doorway stands ajar, beckoning with the promise of the unknown. He stands, the weight of recent battles etched upon his face. A cloaked figure stands with a sword, ready for what comes next. A voice echoes, declaring, I'm here. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stoicism hiding the turmoil within. A figure stands in a graveyard, the word boss hanging in the air. A voice calls out, rising star. A figure offers, would you like a glass? His eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, a sword at their side. A voice declares, you're no fun. A glass sits half full, its contents reflecting a distorted image. The reflection seems to say, so you were the real Vlad of Shoera. Another voice adds, I heard the rumors. A man holds a similar glass, his expression thoughtful. Although I didn't believe them, he admits. He exhales softly, the sound barely audible. The voice from the reflection continues, I should have brought you earlier. The reflection adds, the person in charge should have been beaten up or something. A figure with blonde hair and a dark cloak raises a hand, saying, wait. His eyes narrow, a shadow falling across his face. He would have already been fucked in your hands, he thinks. The figure stands tall, a sword strapped to his side. Blood stains mar his cloak. He chuckles softly. Still, thank God it's someone I know, he says. A close-up reveals the hilt of his sword, gleaming in the dim light. He grips the sword tightly, thinking, I didn't want to do it, so I neglected it all this time. Jack the one-armed, bathed in a crimson glow, declares that he is someone who always wraps things up properly. The camera focuses on a gleaming sword, its edge catching the light. A narration box states, a shabby relationship. A close-up reveals Jack the one-armed, his expression unreadable. An older man with a white beard states that he can't feel the presence that he had once looked up to. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, stating that with this, he is sure now. The scene shifts to a close-up of bloodied feet on a wooden floor. The figure from before declares that his world cannot confine him. A figure walks forward, their purpose unknown. Two figures stand silhouetted against a distant light, their intentions unclear. The figure from before states, "Here I come." Jack the one-armed smirks, a predatory glint in his eyes. Even though he was like an enemy, Vlad stands ready, his sword drawn. The swords of Vlad and Jack the one-armed clash with a resounding clang. The duel continues, the blades meeting again in a shower of sparks. Jack the one-armed declares, "I will give you your final courtesy." The sound of steel on steel echoes as their swords meet once more. Vlad's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. The clash of their blades rings out again. The combatants' feet are planted firmly as they continue their deadly dance. Vlad's boots scrape against the ground as he maneuvers. The clash of steel echoes as the duel intensifies, each strike a blur of motion. Parrying a blow, Jack the one-armed counters with a swift, calculated thrust. He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, his blade a whirlwind of silver. Bringing his sword down in a powerful arc, Vlad aims to break through his opponent's defenses. The blade finds its mark, slamming into Jack with brutal force. The force of the blow sends Jack staggering backward, the impact reverberating through his body. A pained grunt escapes him as he struggles to maintain his footing. Vlad prepares for another strike, a blue aura flaring around him as his eyes glow with intense power. A sword descends, blurring through the air with lethal intent. A guttural scream echoes as the blow lands. The swordsman continues his assault, his blade a silver flash against the dim light. His opponent braces, meeting the attack head-on. The swordsman's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The rising star, who was swinging a wooden sword, clashes against his foe, the impact ringing through the air. The one-armed man roars, his face contorted in fury. He snarls, "You couldn't have risen to this position without doing." Energy crackles, a visual testament to the power being unleashed. Vlad's eyes burn with a fierce determination, his face streaked with blood. "Your growth is genuinely admirable." A wolfish grin stretches across his face, the eyes glinting with a predatory light. He, too, had something called a dream. A lone figure stands in the center of a dimly lit town, the buildings casting long, oppressive shadows. A dream where he'd take hold of that shining thing, a castle bathed in golden light against a backdrop of swirling stars. Reaching out, his fingers stretch towards the radiant city, a desperate plea etched on his face. The back of his head is visible, the weight of the world seemingly pressing down on him. He needed power. To grasp the shining thing, more power. His hand tightens around the hilt of a sword, the blade stained crimson with the promise of more bloodshed. He did everything he could do. Kneeling amidst a sea of red, his head bowed in what could be defeat or grim determination. Since the boundary between good and evil was meaningless here. Greed. Why can't I reach it? And like that, I rose to the pinnacle of the back alley pit. Even though it lost its shine after being covered in blood, and that thing was definitely my star. Ow. So that's what it was. In order to capture something shiny. His hand tightened around the hilt, knuckles white with the strain as he prepared to strike. Joseph Bayezid's face contorted in a snarl, blood dripping from a fresh wound. Vlad was engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy as he struck his opponent. One also has to be worthy of shining. The sword blazed with celestial energy, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Despite his injuries, Vlad's eyes burned with unwavering resolve amidst the swirling chaos. Joseph's counterattack landed, splattering blood across the rain-slicked ground. Vlad crumpled to his knees, a guttural groan escaping his lips. The world swam before his eyes, the taste of blood bitter on his tongue. He stands, his expression grim as he recalls the past. Joseph's face contorts in a sneer. Heh. Droplets of sweat trickle down Joseph's face as he grits his teeth. Joseph's expression shifts to manic glee. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Joseph's eyes gleam with dark amusement. Jorge would have loved to see this. Vlad's face is a mask of fury. Vlad raises his sword, the blade catching the light as he prepares to strike. The sound of steel echoes through the battlefield. Vlad's sword slashes through the air, aimed at Joseph. Joseph looks up at Vlad, his expression unreadable. Forgiven. Joseph's face is shadowed as he speaks. Since you're the bastard who helped kill Jorge, swallowed up the broken rose's smile. Vlad stands over Joseph, his sword dripping with blood. And sold Marcella. He raises his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light of the alley. Joseph Bayezid, bloodied but unbowed, spits out a venomous curse. You must die miserably. The blade flashes forward, a silver streak against the darkness. A strangled cry escapes Joseph's lips as the sword finds its mark. Arg. Despite the pain, Joseph's laughter rings out, a chilling sound in the confined space. Today is such a worthy and delightful day. Vlad tightens his grip on the hilt, preparing to strike again. Blood drips from Joseph's arm, the metallic scent filling the air. Back alley. The sword descends once more, a blur of motion aimed at ending the fight. Even as he bleeds, Joseph continues his taunts, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. You look like you'd rise higher than me, at least. A bead of sweat trickles down Joseph's temple, mingling with the blood. Vlad's face contorts in fury, his voice a guttural snarl. I said shut up. He continues his assault, the sword a blur of motion as it slashes towards Joseph. Joseph grits his teeth, the pain of the blow evident in his strained expression. Blood splatters as Joseph spits, the metallic tang filling his mouth. Vlad presses his advantage, the sword continuing its deadly dance. A close-up reveals the extent of Joseph's injuries, crimson staining his clothes. The floor becomes slick with blood, each drop a testament to the brutal exchange. A pool of blood spreads across the stone, reflecting the grim scene above. The two figures stand amidst the carnage, their shadows stretching long and distorted in the bloody reflection. Joseph coughs, more blood escaping his lips as he struggles to remain standing. Joseph thinks to himself that he'd rather get crushed by a giant force like Jorge did. Vlad stands over Joseph, his sword dripping with blood, the victor in this brutal exchange. The words echo in the air, a grim acceptance of fate, to die at the hands of a younger force, one striving to surpass him. He looks down, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The hook drips with fresh blood, each drop a testament to the brutal exchange. Joseph smiles, a chillingly calm expression amidst the carnage. Good. The words hang in the air, a final wish, take some rest. Joseph's face is marred with blood and exhaustion, yet a strange serenity fills his gaze. Vlad's eyes narrow, his face a mask of grim determination as he stares down at his opponent. A guttural cry escapes Joseph's lips as Vlad's hook plunges into his flesh. Blood splatters on the floor, each drop a heavy thud in the silence. The scene unfolds, a tableau of violence and resignation. Vlad stands over Joseph, the victor in a brutal dance of death. Vlad's boots are stained crimson, each step a heavy echo of the battle's toll. The hook tears through flesh, a final, agonizing blow that seals Joseph's fate. The battered figure, bloodied and bruised, declares that this is enough. His white coat is stained crimson, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Joseph, his face marred with cuts, reflects on his life. Though he lived weakly, he wonders if it was still fierce. Even though he was miserably crushed by the shining world in the end. The light catches the edge of his cloak, highlighting the damage it has sustained. He thinks to himself that he did well. A close-up reveals a sinister grin, blood dripping from his teeth. Joseph raises his arm, a final act of defiance. He declares that he is coming after giving it his all. His face contorted in a final, desperate cry. Joseph calls out, Jorge. His boots, stained with blood, stand firm on the ground. He lay defeated, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. The taste of iron filled his senses as the cold stone pressed against his cheek. Looking down, Joseph's expression was a mix of disbelief and simmering rage. His body fell backwards, the impact jarring his already wounded frame. Meanwhile, Hugh stood on a balcony, his gaze fixed on the scene below. The air was still, save for the faint whisper of the wind. His blue eyes reflected a cold, calculating light. That's why it has to be done rightfully, but, a voice echoed. The sword lay discarded, a silent testament to the battle's outcome. A thought lingered. What is this bitterness that lingers at the tip of my tongue? Hugh remained motionless, his cloak billowing slightly in the breeze. A subtle shift in his expression betrayed a hint of unease. He stood near two glasses, the liquid inside catching the faint light. The silence was heavy, pregnant with unspoken thoughts. His armored legs carry him forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the large room. He reaches for a glass, his gauntlet hand stained with blood. The glass sits on the table, half filled with a dark liquid. Vlad stands with his back turned, his hand resting on the back of his neck. The room is dimly lit, the only source of light coming from a distant window. He sighs softly. Joseph's voice echoes, filled with a strange mix of respect and resentment. You look like you'd rise higher than me, at least. Vlad lowers his gaze, his expression unreadable in the dim light. His blue eyes gleam with an inner light, reflecting a deep resolve. His hand rests on the table, near the glass. He speaks, his voice low and determined. Vlad stands near the table, his gaze fixed on the glass. A thought crosses his mind, since a knight must only receive the right amount. Vlad stands alone, the glass a silent witness to his thoughts. I will return it, boss. A coin rests on a table next to a glass, its surface marred with dark stains. This is Rose's smile. He walks through a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the stone floor. A place where people just passing by gather for a little while. A hand reaches out, seemingly grasping for something just out of reach. The blonde-haired swordsman walks away from the fallen, his back to the carnage. His expression is unreadable, a mask of cold determination. A stagnant drop finally flowed to the outside, leaving a small ripple behind in the boy's world. The rising star continues his journey, his cloak billowing behind him. A hook, etched with intricate designs, gleams in the dim light. The town square stands silent, the only movement the fluttering of banners in the wind. The man wonders what the hell is going on inside, announcing that the town is silent. A lone soldier walks away from a burning pyre, the flames casting long shadows. The man's eyes widen, a silent exclamation escaping him. The man stands before his troops, a massive, blood-soaked blade resting against his shoulder. The man's expression is grim as he surveys the scene. A close-up of a man's face, his expression unreadable. Another close-up of a man's face, his expression unreadable. The man stands before his troops, his gaze fixed on something unseen. One of the soldiers wonders if that is all blood. He thought to himself, wondering if he had actually sliced through over 50 of them. It was an achievement, but still unbelievable. The soldiers could never get close to such a number. This went beyond respect. Someone was feeling fear. He stands amidst the mist, his expression unreadable. Waving a makeshift weapon, Jimina shouts, "Over here. It's me, Harbin." A voice whispers, "Harbin." The soldiers surrounding Harbin shout, "Vlad." Vlad's blue eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition in their depths. A soldier remarks, "It looks like someone Vlad knows." He orders, "Make way." The soldiers begin to part, clearing a path. Footsteps echo in the silence as the soldiers move aside. Harbin and Vlad approach each other, the distance closing between them. Vlad's expression remains guarded as he looks at the approaching figure. He calls out, "Hey, you idiot." Jimina asks, "Hey, are you okay?" Vlad responds, "Oh, right." A close-up reveals a cut on Vlad's face. A bloodied sword lies on the ground. Jimina embraces Vlad, who says, "It really hurts. Here and there, it just hurts." Vlad asks, "WH?" Jimina asks, "What's going on?" Vlad's expression is pained. Jimina continues to embrace Vlad, who thinks, returned. Their feet are shown, along with the bloodied sword. He couldn't seem to get used to this. Was it because this wasn't the usual back alley environment? Jimina entered the room, suggesting that Vlad should sleep more. Lying down was more difficult, his whole body hurt. Jimina approached, carrying a bowl of water. "What's that?" Vlad asked. Jimina held out the bowl. "A water bowl to wash your face." Vlad wondered why he was like this. Jimina smiled. "Why, you ask?" The captain's connections in Shoera are showing up one by one. It might be difficult to preserve his place. An unnamed man holds a basket, his expression unreadable. He states that he didn't follow. The narration speaks of him being around just to be Bayezid's stable keeper. Vlad seems to be thinking that it's all so obvious, calling someone an idiot in his thoughts. The unnamed man stands before him. The unnamed man tells Vlad that if he works diligently, he'll take good care of him. Vlad asks if that's for real. The unnamed man says that it's a promise. Vlad says that if the man doesn't trust him, he can leave. The unnamed man says that he believes Vlad. The unnamed man smiles. Vlad sighs, looking weary. The unnamed man exclaims that Sir Borden said he wanted to see Vlad when he woke up. Vlad says that's perfect. He states that he also had some business with him. The camera focuses on his neck. A table is laden with pastries and tarts. Vlad's expression is unreadable. Vlad warns that if they eat like this, they'll die. A man with a mustache eats a strawberry tart, thinking that they'll die if they don't eat. The man looks at all the documents. He thinks that although finishing them is important, he doesn't see them getting through them all. Jimina stands by the window as the man with the mustache says that one-armed Jack's shadow was stuck deep in the back alley, and that makes sense. The man with the mustache thinks that since he was someone who was born and raised there and dominated everything. The man with the mustache is shown in a close-up. The man with the mustache thinks that it's going to take a while to uproot him properly. He is asked what he plans to do going forward. Vlad is told that his work is pretty much finished, as the speaker can take care of the rest. The man with the mustache informs someone that they are officially on hold until Sir Joseph comes. He asks for help with his work from time to time. Vlad asks if there is anything he can help with. The man with the mustache replies that he thinks Vlad doesn't know that. The guard captain is mentioned. Someone questions the authority, which gives permission to arrest. The man with the mustache states that it's a permit that allows them to beat people up to some extent. Sir Joseph wants to use this opportunity to clean up the back alley. The plan is to uproot the weeds and fill it up with something plausible. That's the next stage Sir Joseph is envisioning. The man in the yellow coat sits across from Vlad. He says, "You're the best person for this task, since you know the back alley best compared to anyone else." "Well, I'm not saying you have to start right away." The man in the yellow coat continues, "You can rest for the time being and meet up and spend time with your old friends. You should bring your lover too." Vlad replies, "I'm telling you she's a friend." The man in the yellow coat says, "I thought you could go right away, but they said we should wait a few days." Vlad responds, "Yes, sir. Thank you." He's more meticulous than I thought. I don't need to explain my business to him now. Ah, there was one more thing. Sir Borden asks, "Sir, are the remaining followers of One-Armed Jack in prison?" Sir Borden replies, Yeah. We arrested all those who were scattered here and there." He stands near the desk, asking if he can go. Sir Brodan sits at the desk, listening to Vlad. A voice questions the destination, the prison, and asks why. Vlad states that there's someone he needs to find. Vlad wonders what he will do if they're not there. The prison looms in the distance, its stone walls and barred windows a testament to its purpose. Inmates huddle behind the bars, their faces obscured by shadow and despair. Vlad declares he will dig up the entire back alley. Vlad's eyes glow with determination as he stares forward. Jack's remaining followers are held within the innermost prison. A cloaked figure stands before the guards. He offers a simple, "Thank you." The figure turns and walks away, deeper into the prison. Behind bars, two prisoners watch the cloaked figure. One mutters, "Huh? That guy." One of the prisoners leans closer to the bars, whispering, "It's him, right?" The light catches the figure's hair. The text reads, "Jorge's dagger." A close-up reveals the face of Jorge, his blue eyes narrowed. The text reads, "No way." Bayezids. A group of people sit together, one asking, "Delegate is him?" One of the men looks disturbed, saying, "Don't tell me." The text reads, "Is he here to find everyone who had broken into the Rose's smile that day and get his revenge?" He sits alone in his cell, the bars casting long shadows across his face. Kyu's blue eyes glow with an inner light, betraying none of his thoughts. A guard stands watch, his expression unreadable. The other prisoners look up, their faces a mixture of fear and curiosity. Kyu remains in his cell, seemingly unfazed by the attention. An exclamation mark appears next to Kyu's face. A prisoner sits alone in the dark. "There you are." The other prisoners stare at the prisoner in the dark. A prisoner speaks. "It's difficult to recognize you when you're black and crouching like that in a dark space." The prisoners watch Kyu, their expressions a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The guard's expression hardens. Kyu's eyes narrow. "Just give me 40 silver. Then I'll." A man commands someone to get out of here. The man is named Otar. A young Kyu smiles. Even dark skin was ignored in the gutter-like back alleys. For the first time, the hand that was stretched out to him was. A hand reaches out. One that didn't lose its light, even within the pile of garbage. The boy from that day. A young Kyu looks on. A hand is shown. Inside a building, 3 women stand near a window. One of the women exclaims, "Oh, he's here." A man in a hooded cloak walks into the town. A voice gushes, "My goodness, he's so handsome." A close-up reveals the man has blonde hair and blue eyes. Someone declares, "He's definitely that Bayezid follower." The women wonder if a knight is coming today, and if that follower has already become a knight. Someone whispers that the rumors were amazing. The Bayezid follower walks alongside 2 women. A voice questions if people from all backgrounds would simply follow a mere follower's tale. Even they would have paid a huge sum just to make some connections with a Bayezid. No wonder, it seems the head nun bought a lot of wine. Scrubbing echoes through the halls as a nun cleans. The clatter of dishes being washed fills the air. A nun opens a door, the sound echoing in the quiet space. "Why are you guys still dawdling around?" The Mother Superior scowls. "Did you hear that we'll be having an important welcome today?" "Yes, Mother Superior. We will get it done quickly." The Mother Superior watches over the nuns. "Hurry up. The worship will begin." The nuns exchange a knowing glance. Someone calls out, addressing Jemina as Redhead. Jemina is diligently washing dishes. She murmurs an apology. A nun reminds the others that they were told to hurry, urging them to finish washing the dishes and come. The nuns stand around, observing Jemina. Jemina is told to go, as they should occupy the front row seats. A voice announces that they have a special guest today. It's revealed that the guest is from the Bayezid family. A robed figure stands before a seated audience of nuns. The voice adds that this is also the one for whom Priest Andrea made a guarantee. A question is posed. Priest Andrea himself guaranteed it? The nuns whisper amongst themselves, their faces flushed with excitement. And on top of that, he's the pride of Count Bayezid. He's like a knight from a fairy tale. The clasp of a dark cloak gleams in the dim light. I think we made eye contact. He scans the room, his brow furrowed. I don't see her. I asked them to call out all the nuns. Vlad stands beside a nun, his expression unreadable. Now let us pray. Vlad lowers his gaze, a silent moment passing. He kneels, the sound of his armor echoing softly in the grand hall. Vlad kneels before the stained glass windows, sunlight streaming down upon him. The nuns gasp, their eyes wide with awe. He walks with purpose, his footsteps echoing through the halls of the church. The sound reverberates, filling the sacred space. Vlad lowers his gaze, his expression unreadable. A sigh escapes him, barely audible amidst the silence. The light from the stained glass windows casts a warm glow upon the church. Jemina watches from behind, her expression filled with anticipation. She clasps her hands together, muttering a silent prayer of thanks. The worship isn't over yet. The nuns stand in rows, their faces turned towards the altar. They await the arrival of the special guest, their hearts filled with reverence. Vlad's blue eyes are sharp, focused. Jemina stands bathed in light, her figure almost ethereal. The nuns kneel in prayer, their devotion unwavering. He clicks his tongue, a subtle sound of disapproval echoing in the grand church. One of the nuns, her face etched with concern, asks, Is there a problem?" Vlad's thoughts drift, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. She's too thin. His gaze hardens, a silent question forming in his mind. Are you even feeding her properly? The nuns exchange glances, a ripple of unease spreading through their ranks. One of the nuns, her brow furrowed, asks, Pardon? What do you mean? Vlad curses inwardly, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. Fucking hell. I can't even act recklessly. Turning away from the nuns, Vlad begins to walk, his cloak billowing behind him. He strides forward, his footsteps echoing through the hallowed halls. The nuns whisper amongst themselves, their voices hushed and secretive. Vlad's expression hardens, his eyes fixed on some distant point. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. He is observed closely, his features scrutinized. Is that Vlad? The platinum-haired commander stands with Jemina, observing Vlad with a critical eye. The commander's cloak obscures his form, the clasp glinting in the dim light. The commander dismisses the possibility. There's no way he's Vlad. Vlad's expression remains unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The commander turns, his gaze sharp. Yes, sir? The commander and Jimina stand together, awaiting instructions. The commander's blue eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion lingering. A nun stands with her head bowed, her hands clasped tightly. Her knuckles are white, her posture tense. The commander's frustration is palpable. Huh, damn it. His jaw tightens, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Vlad kneels before Jimina, his head bowed. She looks down at him, concern etched on her face. Jimina wonders aloud why this part looks so messy. A group of nuns behind them murmur in hushed tones, their eyes wide with surprise. The nuns question what the situation is, and how they know each other. Jimina continues, her voice laced with worry. She asks if they don't give him food properly and don't let him wash his clothes. Vlad's red eyes stare blankly. His blue eyes are downcast. A hand reaches out to him. Vlad's hand is shown. Vlad looks up, his expression unreadable. Jimina urges him to answer her. His blue eyes are shown. Tears stream down Jimina's face, her expression a mixture of sadness and concern. Tears fall from Jimina's face. The young man's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Vlad stands cloaked, looking down at Jimina. Vlad says, screw all the procedures, let's just leave today. A voice echoes, let's go home, Jimina. Vlad leads Jimina away, surrounded by onlookers. The words, let's go home, linger in the air. Meanwhile, the words, the girl who didn't have a, appear. Jimina cries, tears streaming down her face as she reaches out. The words, no home, no parents, appear. Homeless children huddle together around a fire in a back alley, seeking warmth and food. Jimina's face is streaked with tears, her expression one of profound sadness. The scene fades, leaving only a sense of loss and longing. She was embraced by Vlad, the words hanging in the air, they were each other's. Home and parents, a faint image of a family appearing in her mind. Jimina clutches a pillow to her chest. Jimina's expression is unreadable. Vlad rests his chin on his gloved hand, a question forming on his lips. Why, what is it? Vlad and Jimina sit in silence, the tension palpable in the train car. Jimina asks, why do you keep looking at me? Vlad seems to be thinking. Vlad sits with his legs spread. Jimina thinks, you've changed too much. Vlad and Jimina sit in silence, the tension palpable in the train car. Vlad thinks, it's only been half a year since we've seen each other, yet you're acting awkward. He sits across from Jimina in the train car, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a constant backdrop to their strained silence. Jimina glances away, her expression unreadable. Vlad says to Jimina, assume what you want. Jimina looks away, a sad expression on her face. Vlad is surprised by something. Jimina is crying. Vlad asks, why the hell are you crying again? Vlad looks down, thinking, too late. Jimina hugs a bag tightly. Vlad looks out the window, lost in thought. The narration states, the weather's nice. The train car continues its journey through the countryside. The road stretches out before the train. A star-filled night sky stretches out, a vast expanse of twinkling lights against the dark canvas of space. No matter where you're born in this world. A figure walks towards a building, the doorway open, inviting them inside. But, inside, a man sits by a forge, the fire casting a warm glow on his face as he works. Fostered star up in the night sky is a different issue. It looks just like me. Everybody has the right to foster a star in their heart, wilting in vain without having achieved anything. The man sits at his workbench, the tools of his trade scattered around him. He thinks, I should wrap it up for today. Nowadays, even the wanderers don't visit here. The door creaks open. A figure stands in the doorway, silhouetted against the light. The man at the forge wonders, I wonder how that boy's doing. Hugh stands before Jimina, a sheathed sword held in his hand. The air smells faintly of coal and metal. Jimina thinks to himself, feeling sorry for the boy. The old man shivers from the cold. Jimina wonders why Q is closing up already. Q tells him to come back later. Jimina thinks that he'll get busy starting tomorrow, so he has to do this today. Jimina wonders how busy back alley guys can even be. He thinks that this sword needs some fixing, and that he couldn't get it fixed for so long. Jimina wonders what the reason could be. He thinks that the other blacksmiths said they can't fix it. Q smiles, holding the sword. Q thinks that there's no one who can do it other than Jimina, whom he calls Gramps. She stares intently, her brow furrowed in thought. A younger Q stands with the sword, a questioning look on his face. Jimina's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. I can. Of course, I can, she repeats, almost to herself. Her expression hardens with determination. Here, come in and take a. The flashback continues, showing Q and another figure in a dimly lit environment. Jimina examines the sword closely, her fingers tracing its worn surface. Oh, right, she murmurs, a realization dawning on her face. That's what, during the duel of honor at DMR. The camera focuses on the sword itself, revealing the wear and tear it has endured. You've been using this very well. In the flashback, Q stands alongside Jimina, who asks, where did it get this scar from? The memory continues, while subjugating the goblins last winter. The flashback continues. I wasn't used to the sword back then, Q recalls. Then what about this? The flashback concludes with Q seated, examining the sword. She acted as bait while hunting a death worm some time ago. It got those while she was scraping it on the ground in order to lure it in. And hunting a fallen dragon on top of that. I'm proud of you. The memory of Q, cloaked and younger, flickered in her mind, alongside the image of Otar. Unlike her, who is wilting in the back alley, he's faithfully doing his part. A hearty laugh echoed in the forge. Otar exclaimed, I'm more excited right now than when I made this masterpiece. Wait here. He declared, I'll fix it right away. The blacksmith stood before the furnace. While breathing heavily near the furnace, the sword glowed with heat. The old man's enthusiasm lit up after a long time. The star that was. The old man's forge was twinkling again, its light returning. The metal glowed with intense heat. The garden of sword IOU that one-armed Jack had. A man with short brown hair asks, You have it? A voice declares, It's a fair price. Hugh smirks, his blue eyes gleaming with amusement. He asks, Huh? So you're running this place now? The man replies, Heck no. I returned it to Marcella immediately. Hugh states, I won't be able to go right now, but it should be settled soon. A voice asks, Then what do you plan to do from now on? The man looks off to the side, lost in thought. A return to Sturma? He states he'll stay here for now, confirming he is on standby. The man with him remarks that it's nice to see him like this. The man states he receives orders from a noble family. Elsewhere, two figures sit on a dock. One says he was told to look into it from time to time. The other asks what he should look into. One-armed Jack's hidden property, and the things that haven't been recovered yet. The man with Q says it seems money bugs were digging holes here. There. The man says he should be able to help Q. That whiskey isn't free. The man looks at Q. The man says it looks like Marcella wants to find the others. The figure on the dock says they would have all been sold. He wonders where they could be, thinking about gold coins and res. The man with brown hair notes that there must be something in common between them, adding that this might be bothersome. Q says that he did a quick search, but some didn't even leave any traces behind. Someone mentions a person named Anna. The man with brown hair says that there are a few others besides her, adding that it's definitely weird. There's no way there are no traces whatsoever, even though there were some strange things that happened while one-armed Jack was wandering through the back alleys. The man with brown hair says that he'll look into it as well. He says that he might not be of much help since their organization shrunk recently. Hugh and the man with brown hair look at a man standing at the top of a staircase. Someone took a look around, as they were told to do. There was one. The man considered it a questionable place. Hugh offered words of encouragement. He suggested they go there right away. He waved goodbye, stating he would get going first. The man assured him that if he found anything, he would let him know immediately. He sighed, noting that he had finally returned, yet he couldn't even. The man told him to rest. A pair of hands held a small object. A sign hung above a doorway. Hugh stood in the doorway with the robed figure. A hand held a note with writing on it. The man looked at the note, asking what about this. Why would anyone look for a person in a butcher shop? This place doesn't sell people. Hugh stares intently. Really? The butcher says, so, if you're done here, get lost. The butcher continues his work. Hugh wonders if this place was always a butcher shop. The butcher replies, I don't think it was till about half a year ago. The butcher says, ask your questions to Black Bear. One of the 5 bosses of the back alleys, the pig butcher, Black Bear. It looks like he's trying to scare me by bringing up his boss. He finds the situation amusing, but decides to ask about it later. But you know what's really fascinating? How did you know a name was written on this paper? Hugh's eyes glow with an eerie light as he presses the butcher for answers. In the back alley, people get ticked off if we hand them a piece of paper. I guess you didn't know much since you're a foreigner. I'm not talking about human meat. You're selling people, right? He is shoved forward, stumbling into a dimly lit space. The sound of the impact echoes in the confined area. The young man steadies himself, glancing around the unfamiliar surroundings. A gruff voice booms, demanding, Who are you? The same voice presses, Where did you come from? Hugh smirks, replying, If you cooperate quietly, you don't have to see blood. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He replies with a curt, Yeah. The man gestures around the alley, stating, Now, this is what you call the back alley. He orders, Otar, close the door. A sign appears, declaring, We're closed for today. Hugh's eyes gleam with a dangerous light, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. One man wonders when someone like that got in. Someone asks if it's that messed up. After that day, he became different. Someone saw a lot more outsiders. The slave traders are the ones who know the details. He was boldly buying and selling people in the corner of the back alley. He started this job without thinking much. He didn't expect it to be such a, I am only a middleman who collects, deeply rooted case. Since the reality has been confirmed, is this enough for now? Well, the higher-ups will probably figure out the rest. Hi, young Vlad. The boy with gray hair exclaims that he has checked it out. He continues, stating that it seems some guys have seen it. An unseen figure says good work and offers something. Vlad is offered lamb skewers, and the gray-haired boy exclaims in delight. The gray-haired boy wonders what the guys saw, and Vlad mentions that brown-haired woman named Anna. The gray-haired boy explains that about a month ago, a guy saw her getting into a carriage he'd never seen before. Vlad thinks to himself, wondering if she was sold to another place. The gray-haired boy says that the guy was saying it's strange. Vlad asks what's strange. The gray-haired boy explains that the women who were getting into the carriage were pregnant. Vlad is surprised and asks what. The gray-haired boy confirms that all of them were, and that the guy was saying all of their tummies looked puffed up. He overhears a strange conversation. Someone is buying pregnant women who can't even. The situation is starting to weigh on him. It's time to work. A man asks Vlad what is it, and if there's a problem. Anna being pregnant is one thing, but someone buying and selling those pregnant. Vlad sits, deep in thought. He doesn't get it, even with the back alley mindset. Something that should never happen. Vlad's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Tell me. He thought to himself that he should learn to pay attention to his own warnings. A bad gut feeling is bound to be right. He cursed under his breath. He hoped it wasn't that, but preparing for it won't hurt. Vlad braced himself. Meanwhile, Sir Brodan was asked if he discovered suspicious movement. He confirmed that he had. Sir Brodan took a bite of cake. He was reminded that he was told to investigate one-armed Jack. He didn't think he'd ask a question this soon. He states that Vlad should rest so that he can properly rest. Vlad mentions that he just finished all the paperwork and asks if they can postpone this for 2 days. Vlad looks on. Sir Brodan replies that it seems they cannot, and tells Vlad to think about it carefully. Sir Brodan asks if this isn't an immediate danger they're dealing with. Vlad pauses, then asks if it's beyond Sir Brodan's authority. Should he speak with the mayor? Sir Brodan humphs, stating that it's not that. Sir Brodan thinks to himself that he just doesn't want to work on a hard-earned holiday. Sir Brodan looks on. Sir Brodan looks out the window. Sir Brodan thinks to himself that everyone's coming to peck him from all sides. A banner is displayed. The sound of approaching hooves echoes. A carriage, flanked by riders, approaches the city. A voice declares that he would arrive in 2 days. The carriage approaches a grand building. The sound of the carriage grows louder. Sir Joseph, a man with dark hair and a stern expression, arrives. A servant greets Sir Joseph with enthusiasm, stating it is an honor to have him visit in person. Sir Joseph asks if everyone has been doing well. A man responds with an absolute affirmation. The servant hopes Sir Joseph's journey wasn't too troublesome. The servant asks if nothing happened while he was gone. A man replies, of course. Sir Joseph's eyes narrow. He stands beside Sir Joseph, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Sir Joseph observes, looks like something did happen. Sir Joseph states, we'll talk about it inside. The sound of footsteps echoes as Sir Joseph walks. A man gestures towards a doorway, announcing, this is the mayor's office. Please come in. Sir Joseph says, let me check first. A hand reaches out, prompting a silent question. One man says to another, look here, this might sound a little unpleasant, but... A voice booms, I'll be the judge of that. The man's face is revealed, an eye patch covering his left eye. The man gasps, there's. A voice declares that there is nothing suspicious inside, and that if they don't trust him, they can check. Q stands beside Joseph. Joseph tells Q, great work. Q responds, yes, sir, thank you. Joseph asks, so what did you want to talk about? Q says, I hope this isn't complicating things unnecessarily. Joseph replies, it's fine, tell me. Q states, I'd like to receive support for different reasons. It would be better if I could speak to the mayor personally. Joseph thinks to himself, all that teaching has paid off. A voice narrates, he is now able to understand the time and situation on his own. Joseph replies, good decision. Q responds, Sir Joseph. The subordinate is told that he can enter. The subordinate murmurs in response, acknowledging the permission. The group stands in the mayor's office. Joseph observes that Shora's view from there is also quite nice. The subordinate confirms that he can oversee all of Shora from there. Joseph states that there is one thing. Joseph remarks that the chair needs to change, finding it too loud, and Q wonders why Joseph would. A sharp sound echoes. The unknown character stammers, addressing Joseph. The unknown character trembles. The unknown character is told that he may tell everything without worry. Joseph sits at his desk, his fingers interlaced as he contemplates the city. Meanwhile, Shoera, accompanied by 2 men, walks through the city streets. Back in the office, Joseph is to be the new mayor of Shoera. The sound of boots echoes on the cobblestones. He wrinkles his nose. The smell is intense. No matter when he comes here, it's hard to withstand. Vlad continues deeper into the alley, his expression grim. This is the most dismal alley in the back alleys. Back alley where all sorts of smells mix with the scent of blood. On top of that, Vlad takes a deep breath, steeling himself. He arrives at the end of the alley, a crowd gathered before him. The look in the eyes of people who live alongside death is chilling. A close-up reveals the vacant, bloodshot eyes of a denizen of this place. A hand reaches out, grasping the cold, unyielding bars of a prison window. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoes in the confined space. Hugh approaches the barred window, his cloak billowing slightly behind him. The air is thick with the smell of mildew and despair. He is accompanied by another figure, their face obscured by shadow. The silence is broken only by the distant drip of water. From behind the bars, a gruff voice rasps, who is it? The sound of shuffling feet and the clinking of chains fill the small space. The prisoner's face is tense, his eyes narrowed behind the bars. From the entrance of the alley, everyone's faces were super tense. A voice calls out from behind the bars, wait. Hugh stands before the prison, his back to us. This is a battle of nerves, he thinks. I don't think I should let myself be ignored like this. The young man's expression is unreadable. The old me would have been in a situation like this on the daily, but he reflects. A memory surfaces, a reminder of the stakes. Currently, a lot of people's honor is on my name. The memory continues, a montage of faces and events that weigh heavily on his mind. He continued his approach, the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders. The air hung still around Q, the silence amplifying the turmoil within him. He steeled his resolve. He couldn't let this continue. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination igniting within them. The sky above mirrored the turmoil in his heart, a canvas of shifting hues. The building loomed before him, a silent sentinel guarding secrets untold. He pressed onward, each step deliberate, each footfall echoing in the stillness. Q stood before the entrance, a figure standing guard beside the doorway. The guard stood aside, gesturing for Q to enter. A voice called out, inviting him inside. Q paused, his expression unreadable as he considered the invitation. A man's voice echoed from within, impatience lacing his tone. What are you doing? Aren't you coming in? The man in the hooded cloak stands before another man, who says something. The second man clicks his tongue, looking serious. The second man warns that if the door is closed now, Vlad of Shoera declares that they won't be able to handle what happens today. The light catches the edge of Vlad's jaw. The second man asks what? The second man insists that they started it first. A weapon is slammed into the ground. Vlad of Shoera declares his identity. Vlad holds a flag. Vlad declares that under the honorable names that guarantee him, he will exercise the authority that has been given to him. Vlad orders someone to relay this to Black Bear. A disembodied voice booms, demanding someone come out and meet the rightful representative of Bayezid. Joseph Bayezid's face is grim as he asks if they are aware of it from the rumors. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a bright light, surrounded by a field of bodies. The ground is littered with corpses, their blood staining the snow-covered earth. A voice warns not to take this lightly. A voice declares that this is the last favor they are doing for someone. A man's face is shown, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Darkness envelopes the scene, with only faint glimmers of light piercing through. A grand building stands tall under a clear sky, a lone figure walking towards it. Joseph Bayezid peers out from a carriage, his expression unreadable. Joseph Bayezid stands before the grand building, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The man behind the window states that he feels sorry and that it was unintentional. Joseph Bayezid, with a stern look, declares that the man is only carrying the karma that he himself created. Since all kinds of corruption in the city administration have been exposed, he won't be able to avoid punishment in Sturma. Joseph says that he is just sorry that the time for the punishment got. It is said that he moved up because of him. By the way, what did Black Bear say? The man behind the window is listening intently. He said he'd do his best to cooperate. The man in armor is surrounded by guards. It seems things went quite easily. I thought he'd be a stubborn one. The man in armor states that he guesses the both of them being from the back alleys worked in their favor. The man behind the window thinks to himself, no way. Whatever the case, he's a boss who rules an area. There should have been a problem since it was work he wasn't familiar with. He gazed out the window, a contemplative expression on his face. The mission had been accomplished successfully. The plan to raise him into a perfect knight, rather than just a simple swordsman, was being carried out successfully. The knight stood tall, clad in shining armor. The man in the fur-lined coat gave his approval. All right, good work. A gloved hand clenched into a fist. Beneath the grand chandelier, the man in the cloak stood before a gathering. A sea of soldiers stood at attention, their helmets gleaming. A group of people stood together, observing the proceedings. 1 mage, 10 administrative personnel, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire. He is clad in shining armor, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The armored figure stands with another man in a grand hall, their destinies intertwined. A group of men in formal attire stand together, their expressions serious. A glowing doorway shimmers with potential, promising privilege to those who become the next head of the family. The armored figure stands before the glowing doorway, knowing that if he is eliminated from the competition, they will all sink together. Vlad thinks that Shoera is like the last stepping stone for everyone. Joseph vows to do his best, though he won't have time to worry. Though they are not yet able to fight against the darkness that stains the different corners of Shoera, the armored figure stands resolute. A cityscape stretches out before them, a reminder that it is impossible to be fully prepared for everything. Joseph thinks that if squirming was what they were doing up to this point, they should start walking from now on. This moment could be the final opportunity given to Joseph. Joseph states that this work will be left in the hands of Sir Gregory and asks to select members of the investigation team here. The man with the spiky brown hair expresses his gratitude. He acknowledges the trust placed in him regarding this responsibility. He clasps his hands together, a gesture of resolve. A knight stands in a sunlit room, a statement echoing in the air. A knight who always stays neutral, even within the family. The words hang heavy. He's not a person who'd be blinded by the fight among brothers. A figure with sleek black hair reflects on someone's qualifications. Although he doesn't completely belong to me, he's qualified to be in charge of this matter. The man with the spiky brown hair considers the mission. Due to the nature of the mission, since there will be many situations where you will have to chase after someone. A man with wavy brown hair states his preference. He would like to work with Circade, who has excellent tracking techniques. An exclamation mark hangs in the air, a silent warning. The blonde knight stands in armor, a question hanging in the air, and the man with the spiky brown hair closes his eyes, a moment of contemplation. Rain falls from a dark sky, a somber backdrop to the unfolding events. Rain lashed against the windows of the grand estate. Each drop a tiny hammer blow against the glass. The storm mirrored the turmoil brewing within its walls. The estate belonged to the Baron of Utman, Mosiam. Lightning illuminated the estate, momentarily revealing its imposing silhouette against the raging storm. Inside, a lone figure stood vigil, the shadows cast by the storm dancing around him like restless spirits. A young boy lay in bed, his face pale and drawn, sweat beading on his brow. His breathing was shallow and labored. Mosiam stood at his son's bedside, his face etched with worry. Beside him, a woman wept silently, her hand resting gently on the boy's arm. The Baron's voice was a low, gravelly murmur. Will I really be able to save him if I do that? A woman's voice, soft but firm, cut through the tension. Of course, Sir Baron. Mosiam gazed down at his son, his expression a mixture of love and desperation. His hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with the force of his resolve. I'll entrust it to you then, he vowed, his voice thick with emotion. I will bear any cost if it means I can save my son. Tears streamed down Mosiam's face, each one a testament to the depth of his love and the weight of his burden. A figure descends from above, boots emerging from the darkness into a swirling mist. The camera focuses on the figure's eyes, glowing with an eerie purple light. A voice echoes, it's because God cannot look into every matter. The robed figure stands tall, surrounded by swirling tendrils of purple energy that crackle with unseen power. Below, a vortex of pure, dark energy churns, a silent promise of destruction. The figure smiles, revealing sharp fangs as their purple eyes gleam with malicious intent. A person like me exists, they declare. Rain lashed down, obscuring the path ahead. The downpour intensified, blurring the distant lights of what might be a town. Jemina, her face grim, stated the obvious. The weather's shitty. Hugh and Jemina trudged onward through the relentless rain. Just a little more, and we would have reached the destination, Jemina said. Hugh sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. Life doesn't always go as planned. The rain continued to fall, each drop a tiny hammer against the world. Jemina held out a small flask. A small sip should be fine, right? Even the weather's cold. Want some? Hugh watched the rain, his expression thoughtful. I'll gather some broken branches. They won't catch fire easily since they're wet. Jemina looked at Hugh, her brow furrowed with concern. But we should still try. Jemina stared at Hugh, a strange expression on her face. You really resemble him. A voice assures that no one will doubt that he is Sir Gyre's squire. The rain continues to fall as Hugh trudges through the forest. He crouches down, attempting to light a fire, but it isn't working. Circade stands nearby, holding a bundle of firewood. He notes that they should work, as they are hollow inside. Hugh thanks Circade. Circade offers to carry the firewood. The two stand together in the rain, an unspoken question hanging in the air. The rain continues to fall. Hugh pauses, considering something. He thinks to himself that he didn't have a chance to say this on the way here, but Circade is thanked for earlier. Circade replies that he was just doing what he had to do. He offers a reassuring smile, telling Circade not to worry about it. Circade asks if Hugh is feeling okay now. The blonde replies that he is, thanks to the night. A voice reflects on a past time, thinking that losing a part of himself might have been better. The voice continues, believing he picked the right members. The man with the beard states that there are a lot of people who wouldn't do this, even if they call themselves knights. The cloaked figure nods. Oh. The bearded man suggests they keep going like this, since they're mercenaries now, not knights. The man with the beard declares that from here onwards, this land belongs to the family of the Baron of Utman. With the Black Bear's cooperation, they've tracked his activities, but they don't have definite evidence yet. The bearded man notes that even though they're still in the north, this territory is outside the Bayezid flag. The blonde-haired youth listens intently as the others discuss their mission. The group acknowledges that this is the furthest Joseph can support them. Their mission is to observe the town without exposing themselves. Rain lashes down, obscuring the distant town in a veil of gray. The wind howls through the trees, carrying the scent of wet earth and distant wood smoke. The cloaked figures huddle together, their faces partially obscured by the deep hoods. The rain drums against the fabric of their cloaks, a constant, rhythmic percussion. A voice responds, yes, Sir Gregory. The group continues their discussion, the speaker emphasizing that they should reserve their energy for tomorrow. The air hangs heavy with the promise of a coming confrontation. The cloaked figures stand silhouetted against the rainy landscape, their forms blending into the gloom. The faint lights of the town twinkle in the distance, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. A memory surfaces, the sad cry that was heard on that winter day. The blonde youth's blue eyes are visible under the hood, reflecting the faint light. A somber expression settles on his face, hinting at a troubled past. A voice expresses a hope that something doesn't happen there, the words hanging in the air like a dark omen. A lone figure stands on a ridge, the rain plastering their cloak to their back. The town lies below, shrouded in mist and mystery. Two figures ride on horseback through the misty landscape, their destination unknown. The air is thick with anticipation, the silence broken only by the rhythmic clopping of hooves. The one-armed man, Joseph, looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. A voice expresses a feeling of impending danger, as if something is about to pounce on them. Gregory and Q are seen traveling together, their faces etched with concern. Q suggests that the feeling is probably due to the early hour. Gregory points ahead, stating that there's something there. A voice expresses satisfaction, stating that it's something they wanted to hear. In the distance, a building is visible through the fog. A voice declares, "Let's go." A man with a mustache stands in what appears to be a shop. The man explains that they couldn't enter the town yesterday because of the rain, even though it was right in front of them. He then asks if they could each get a plate of warm soup. A voice asks if they are mercenaries, adding that they are a little. He explains that he is reluctant to take in just anyone, especially with all the terrible things happening nearby recently. Jemina peeks from behind the door. Jemina says that they plan to stay there for a few days because of the weather, asking if he is really going to turn them away like this. She adds that they also intend to eat their meals there. The shopkeeper thinks that she looks just like Jemina did when she was little. Vlad raises his hand, signaling something. Jemina smiles. Vlad is called by name, and he seems surprised. The shopkeeper stands behind the counter, watching Vlad. Jemina stands near a wooden structure. A soft murmur fills the air. The shopkeeper asks what is it, saying that Vlad is acting strange. Vlad thinks that this is the place. Vlad's eyes glow with a faint light. Vlad thinks that he will lend his world. Jemina is seen holding a knife. Vlad stands silhouetted in a doorway, a stark white cloak draped over his shoulders. A dark energy swirls around a cross pendant, tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The words echo, "It's a curse." A young girl smiles innocently, unaware of the dark aura surrounding her. Dark shadows twist and writhe across a person's back, obscuring a cross pendant. Little ones don't have sins, but they're often the first sacrificed. A young boy stares blankly ahead, the words hanging heavy in the air. I've seen it happen often. Adults taking things away from little kids. A young Q stands alone in a desolate environment, a sword resting against his shoulder. The weight of the world seems to bear down on him, yet his posture suggests a quiet resolve. Elsewhere, the harsh realities of life unfold. People huddle together, seeking solace from the cold and despair that permeates their existence. The air is thick with the stench of poverty and hopelessness. The only choice left for those kids whose things were taken away was death. The cycle of suffering continues as children are subjected to violence and abuse. Their cries echo through the desolate streets, a testament to the cruelty of their world. The taste of blood and tears fills their mouths. I made a determination from that hellish place. I vowed to never become like those adults. A man's face contorts in a mask of anguish, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and rage. The weight of his past burdens him, threatening to consume him entirely. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A child gazes up at a man, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. He seeks guidance and protection in a world that offers little of either. The scent of sweat and desperation hangs heavy in the air. Two children huddle together, their faces etched with fear. The shadows dance around them, amplifying their sense of vulnerability. The sound of their ragged breathing fills the silence. A man's voice explodes in a torrent of anger, his words laced with bitterness and despair. He rails against the injustices of the world, his cries echoing through the desolate streets. The taste of ash fills the air. Hua's eyes narrow with determination, his gaze fixed on a distant horizon. He steels himself against the challenges that lie ahead, vowing to forge his own path in a world that seeks to break him. The feeling of resolve hardens his heart. Rules are meant to be followed, and knights are the ones who uphold them. The castle looms, silent and imposing. His expression is grim as he surveys the area. There are children who need protection. He walks deeper into the castle. He thinks it's over here. The energy flowing from the necklace leads to this place, and then disappears. Hugh decides to go in, steeling himself for what he might find. He continues his exploration. Hugh asks if anything looks suspicious, but the response is negative. Everything looks normal, but he wonders what it could be. An unsettling feeling of unease washes over him. Someone's here. He thought to himself that he shouldn't appear like he's investigating this place. He reminds himself to act as naturally as possible. Hugh crouches, his expression carefully neutral. A voice calls out, "I haven't seen you before." Hugh glances up, his blue eyes sharp. He recalls that he arrived yesterday morning. The priest says, I've heard about you. You're one of the mercenaries." The priest continues, "I apologize for suddenly barging in like this, priest." Hugh looks at the priest, who holds a red book with a cross on it. A close-up of the red book with a cross on it. Hugh thinks, so, this is the unfamiliar feeling of discomfort. The castle looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding encounter. Since arriving in this town, the buildings loom large, dwarfing the children who pass by. He looks down at the priest, who holds a book bearing a cross. The symbol seems foreign, unfamiliar. He internalizes, a sense of unease settling in. He hasn't seen any church emblems that look right. Andrea, holding a red book with a cross, raises a hand in reassurance. He says that Q doesn't have to apologize, adding that God's arms are always open, Whenever, wherever. Q squints, stating that he doesn't see it, at least, not right now. Andrea smiles, telling Q that it's alright. Q admits that he actually feels more comfortable now that he knows he has permission. The rising star states that he'll leave as soon as he finishes his prayer. Andrea gestures around the grand church, stating that this is a house for everyone seeking God, adding that Q is free to do as he wishes. Q looks down, thinking that the girl's necklace led them here. He thinks that there is definitely something unusual dwelling in this town. He's always smiling, but Andrea can't let herself relax in front of him. Andrea reminds herself that she must not let her guard down. Andrea offers her thanks, addressing him as priest. Andrea suggests that they also offer a prayer. Andrea asks that the epidemic sweeping through the area not affect the brothers' group. Q's eyes widen in surprise, the word epidemic echoing in his thoughts. And Andrea adds that they should protect their children as well. The old man looks concerned. The epidemic? Where did you hear that? The man continues. While I was offering a prayer at the church, the priest told me. The old man hesitates. Well, if the priest himself says so. Q smiles. To stay in this town for a few days according to our schedule. He continues. Me to hear there's an epidemic going around. The old man reassures him. Well, you don't have to worry. Since it's an epidemic that only kills children, the text bubble reads. Only the children? He looks down at the old man. But how? How would I know? The text bubble reads. I heard it's a phenomenon occurring in most of the towns under the Baron of Utman. The text bubble reads. The god is angry. He acknowledges the gravity of the situation, finding it unpleasant but accepting it as reality. Jemina expresses her gratitude. A narration box speaks of women disappearing in Shoera and only children dying in this place. The text suggests that these grim omens are connected. The text states that it's definitely not an epidemic, as an image of a young girl is shown. Q thinks to himself that he has no evidence to prove he's right. He wonders if he should return to Shoera and borrow some holy object to bring here. The text states that a holy object they can lend you won't do. The text suggests that it's a curse made by some powerful dark mage. A robed figure stands amidst swirling purple energy. The text states that one should definitely be at least an educated priest to be able to determine this. Q wonders how Jemina knew it was something that significant, but admits he's not sure either. He finds the situation frustrating, but is pretty sure he's right, even though he has no clear evidence to show. The church gave this item to him. He is shocked by something. A robed figure stands before a group of children in front of a house. The priest distributed it to his friends, too. The robed figure hands a cross to his smiling child. The robed figure holds up the cross. The robed figure gives the cross to a child. He thinks it's suspicious. The robed figure walks away, stating it's no problem. He reveals he was a former thief and a robber. He muses that the job he did the longest was pickpocketing. A windmill stands in the distance, shrouded in mist. Q expresses his lack of pride in his past actions. Why does he feel this way? The robed figure continues to walk away. Q realizes he is being lured to the outskirts of town. The robed figure walks further into the distance. The former pickpocket realizes he has been noticed. Tailing him won't work now. Since he's confirmed the description, he decides he should return and report this to Sir Gregory. Well, he remarks that it doesn't seem like they're ready to let him go just like this. In the distance, the robed figure stands silently. Here they come. Reacting to the sudden threat, Q swings his sword in a wide arc. He braces himself, sword held defensively as the attack approaches. The clash of steel rings through the forest as Q meets the unseen assailant's blade. A look of surprise flashes across his face. What? Don't stop. To your left. Steel screams again as Q parries another blow, the force of the impact jarring his arm. He struggles to maintain his guard, the unseen attacker relentless. The force of the final blow sends Q flying through the air. Still airborne from the previous attack, he steadies himself, drawing his sword. Q grits his teeth, declaring he can gauge his opponent's skill simply by the clash of their blades. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he focuses intently. Vlad realizes, with a start, that he faces a knight. The knight's armor gleams faintly in the dim light of the forest. The knight's eye, visible through the helmet's slit, glints with an unknown intensity. The knight's gauntlet tightens around the hilt of their sword. The knight's gaze remains fixed, unwavering. Q prepares to land, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Vlad admits to himself that he cannot discern the full extent of the knight's abilities, whether they are a former knight or a current one. In that case, Vlad's expression hardens, resolve etched on his face as he prepares for the coming battle. He stands cloaked in shadow, the rising star ready to strike. Lunging forward, Q closes the distance with blinding speed. The secret to delivering a fatal blow. His blue eyes sharpen, focusing on the task at hand. The young swordsman presses his attack, his blade a streak of emerald and azure. Steel meets steel, the clash echoing through the desolate landscape. Q's voice cuts through the din of battle. You have only one opportunity. Just this moment. His gaze intensifies, the air crackling with anticipation. The blades lock once more, a dance of death under a watchful sky. His sword blazes with golden light, a beacon of power ready to be unleashed. Q's eyes glow with fierce determination, the final strike imminent. His blue eye widened, a surge of power emanating from within. An aura began to manifest. A voice cried out, "Vlad," as the young man prepared to strike with his blade. Another voice boomed, "Stop." Vlad's expression was intense, his gaze fixed on his target. Energy crackled around him, the air shimmering with power. The energy intensified, a blinding light erupting from his sword. Heavy footsteps echoed, the sound of someone approaching rapidly. In the distance, a figure stood amidst the smoke and debris, their form obscured by the haze. Vlad's eyes narrowed, his focus unwavering. His jaw tightened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The young man stood firm, his sword raised high, ready to face whatever came next. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, the narration stating, "We encountered one in a strange situation." A sharp glint flashes in the Holy Knight's eye, a silent promise of action. Golden light dances across the Holy Knight's face, illuminating their unwavering gaze. A voice declares, identifying the figure as a Holy Knight. Bathed in radiant light, the Holy Knight stands as a beacon of divine power. The Holy Knight's armor gleams, a testament to their sacred duty. The Holy Knight reflects, the weight of their title heavy on their mind. What does it truly mean to be a Holy Knight? The Holy Knight considers the situation. Well, I should clear up the misunderstanding. The Holy Knight's thoughts turn to action. Swords move swiftly, words less so. That person may have already come to their own conclusion. The Holy Knight resolves to act, to have a conversation after subduing you. The Holy Knight's gaze hardens, their resolve unwavering. The Holy Knight's armored gauntlet grips their sword, ready for battle. The sword flares with an intense light, bathing the surroundings in a golden glow. Vlad of Shoera is seen in the distance, poised with the blade. The voice echoes, surprised by the attack's weight and noting its difference from Sir Pablo's. How did she produce such an aura without any signs? The sword, emblazoned with a cross, radiates a holy light. It's something called blessing. The rising star holds the sword aloft, the light reflecting off the polished steel. That person doesn't need to create her own world, since the word of God is already above this world. Vlad of Shoera stands ready, the sword gleaming with divine power. This is disgustingly unfair. He grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light. A voice echoes, stating that she gains this much power just by accepting the will of God. A surge of energy crackles around him. Vlad of Shoera swings, blessing, the blade radiating a vibrant mix of blue and green energy. Although the blessing thing is heavy, he thinks. His eyes burn with holy light, the voice echoing that this holy night is full of openings. The air vibrates with building power. Vlad of Shoera's blade flashes, leaving a trail of golden light in its wake. He declares, now. The sword meets an unseen force, unleashing a torrent of blue and green energy. Vlad's eyes burn with a fierce, golden determination. His gaze intensifies, his eyes now glowing with a piercing blue light. Vlad of Shoera prepares to strike, blue energy crackling around him. He brings blessing down in a powerful arc, the blade humming with contained energy. Joseph Bayezid, anticipating the blow, declares that he has Vlad exactly where he wants him. The enchanted blade continues its descent, crackling with blue and green light. The sword, now a blur of motion, closes in on its target. The strike lands, sending splinters of light and dust into the air. Joseph, taken aback by the force of the blow, can only utter a confused huh? Focusing, Vlad steels himself, determined to regain his balance and press the attack. He prepares for another strike, the air around him shimmering with barely contained power. Vlad's eyes narrow, his resolve hardening as he prepares to deliver another blow. The sword descends once more, a streak of emerald and azure against the dim light. The blade finds its mark again, sending another spray of debris into the air. A pained cry escapes Joseph's lips as the force of the blow throws him back. He groans in pain, lying on the ground. A sword glances harmlessly off the Holy Knight's armor. The Holy Knight stands tall, their back to the sun. Vlad looks up from the ground, struggling to comprehend what just happened. What was that just now? How did that happen? It's an armor technique. It's the Holy Knight's unique method of using plate armor to redirect the trajectory of a sword. Blessing and armor technique combined. That's a scam. On top of that, she didn't even break a sweat. She was showing openings on purpose to lure me into attacking. Vlad realizes he got played for real. The Holy Knight asks, "Who are you?" A voice declares that they are from Shoera. Another voice states that they had something to investigate there, their expression serious. A woman with long white hair asks if they are from Shoera, her green eyes piercing. A close-up shows a braid adorned with a white flower. Sunlight streams through the clouds, illuminating a building in the distance. The woman introduces herself as Yeshja, dispatched from the Northern Archdiocese of San Logino, her hands clasped in front of her. A voice declares that it is definitely heaven's will that they met Shora's knights here. Another voice agrees. A man with a thick beard and spiky brown hair refers to her as Dame Yeshja. The man suggests that they take a seat and discuss the matter. The group begins to gather around a table. A voice states that they were investigating the strange things happening around here. Another voice agrees. Yeshja begins, stating that she initially believed it to be some kind of epidemic. The group gathers around a table, listening intently to the dame's explanation. She clarifies that it appears to be a curse. Yeshja explains that she discovered traces of an old thing from the past. The knight with the spiky brown hair replies that evil things shouldn't have been able to run wild. Yeshja suspects that the church is the main agent of the curse. The dame's expression is grim as she considers the implications. The knight exclaims, realizing something. He states that she's sharp. Then, the knight thinks to himself that the situation seems to be more serious than he thought. A holy knight who follows God's will is pointing to the church as the culprit. Yeshja thinks to herself that this isn't Bayezid's territory, and the issue is slowly getting beyond her authority and ability. She clenches her fists. Her expression is unreadable, her gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The knight requests that his thanks be conveyed to the new mayor of Shoera, a hint of curiosity in his tone. The mayor's foresight was impressive, a testament to their strategic planning. Yeshja speaks of making preparations with information they didn't have, her voice laced with a hint of concern. The knight relays that it's a request for them to stay away, his brow furrowed in thought. He wonders if it's being considerate, while the narration states that issues related to dark magic are something the church must deal with. The knight declares that they have no reason to go further, his tone firm. Yeshja acknowledges the statement, understanding settling in her eyes. Her gaze is resolute, a determination hardening her features. In the face of the weight of authority and responsibility, Yeshja grips her sword, a silent vow etched on her face. The knight's armor gleams, a symbol of duty and protection. A distant structure looms against a stormy sky, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. A heavy mist clings to the stone walls of the building, obscuring the details of its architecture. The air hangs still and damp, carrying the scent of wet earth and aged stone. Q, his expression clouded with doubt, admits, "It looks like we won't be able to find Anna." A young girl, her green eyes wide, asks, "Are you leaving?" The air crackles with unspoken tension. Q responds, "Yeah, I think we're leaving soon." Anna, standing behind him, questions, "Why are you leaving already?" The girl's small hands clasp a simple cross necklace. "We've finished our..." Q, his gaze distant, states, "There's no work in this world that ever truly gets finished." A voice muses, "This little one is hitting the nail on the head without warning." Q, seated at a table, asks, "Don't you have friends? Why have you been staying here all this time?" The room is dimly lit, casting long shadows. Anna, standing alone, replies, "Dad told me not to go out." Q, his brow furrowed, thinks, "Well, considering the situation in this neighborhood is not normal." A man in the background wipes a dish. Anna, her expression hopeful, asks, "Can you stay a little longer?" The church said they're going to give presents. A present. A voice states, "They're soon going to gather the children and give a congratulatory message." He holds a glass, his expression thoughtful. During these difficult times, it's something he's very thankful for. The child stands nearby as Q wonders when they are planning to do it. He heard it's happening in 3 or 4 days. The child looks up at Q, her green eyes wide. "Can't you stay until then?" she asks. Q looks down at the child, a flicker of concern in his blue eyes. Q's expression hardens. This is cutting it close. The child smiles brightly. "I think I'll stay until then." Q's hand clenches slightly, his brow furrowed. "Really?" The child offers something to Q, her small hands outstretched. "Please take this." In the child's hands, a small object glows with a soft, ethereal light. Q stares at the glowing object, a question in his eyes. There are no flowers, so how is this a flower ring? Oh, it must have been made from something like the vine that hung on the inn walls. A town where not even a small flower can easily be given. A man tells Marion, "Marion, it's time to head up now. Time to sleep." Marion looks down, her expression somber. The cross around Marion's neck hangs still. Marion asks Q, "You'll be here tomorrow as well, right?" Q responds, "Probably." Marion's eyes are wide with anticipation. Marion's face is flushed, her expression hopeful. Marion, raising her arms, insists, "You have to be here, okay? You have to." Marion's feet shuffle nervously. Marion stops. Marion looks up at Q, her expression pleading. A figure plummets downwards, their descent swift and uncontrolled. The figure continues to fall, another hand reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp them. Q watches with a look of dawning horror. A voice cries out, filled with anguish, "No, Marion." Marion is held tightly by a woman, both their faces etched with fear and desperation. Q declares, "I'll lend you my world. You may not be able to solve it just by seeing, but at least grasp the situation." A close-up reveals an eye blazing with an intense, otherworldly light. A scream pierces the air as a torrent of purple energy engulfs a figure. The purple energy intensifies, swirling and crackling with raw power. A stark message appears. The curse has been activated. Q's face is partially illuminated, his eye glowing with the same eerie light. Energy surges and flows, a conduit opening to an unknown power. Vlad and Yeshja are present. A man with a beard stands between them. He wonders what is happening. A man holds Marion, telling her to get a hold of herself. Vlad looks at Dame Yeshja, wondering what is happening. Marion's breath is slipping away. This is definitely a type of curse that draws out life energy. Vlad realizes that the white smoke is heading towards the church. Vlad wonders how he can explain what he is seeing right now. It seems they've noticed his presence. Vlad and Yeshja are present. Someone realizes they were careless. The silver-haired figure thought she had it under control, not expecting them to detect that much divine power. The silver-haired figure looks to the side, where the blonde-haired figure and the brown-haired figure are standing. The silver-haired figure thinks to herself, "If I don't return?" The silver-haired figure asks, "Please explain." The silver-haired figure thinks to herself, "The situation to my comrades when they arrive." The brown-haired figure says, The brown-haired figure asks, "Why?" The blonde-haired figure asks, "Why are you just watching her?" The blonde-haired figure thinks to himself, "Is it just because you're bound by responsibilities and authority?" The brown-haired figure shouts, "Ah." Someone shouts, "H honey, our child is acting strange." Someone shouts, "Breathe." A man holds a child, who is screaming in distress. The man pleads with him to get a hold of himself. Rain falls heavily on a desolate street. A desperate cry echoes through the night, "No." A close-up reveals a man's face, his teeth gritted in determination. Vlad's eyes glow with an intense blue light. He thinks to himself that it wasn't just to survive. The reason he wanted the sword wasn't just because he admired the knights. A group of children huddle together, their faces etched with fear. It's no different from the back alleys, which are like gutters. Vlad vows to go forward. Vlad, cloaked and determined, looks ahead. He walks forward, his purpose clear. A hand reaches out, perhaps offering help or guidance. An older man speaks to Vlad, telling him that he knows very well what he's feeling and to listen carefully, Rising Star. The older man states that a knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. He will definitely become a knight, so he needs to understand that their sword requires both cause and responsibility. A hand reaches out, as if to grasp something important. If they cannot protect what they should protect, what's the use of cause and responsibility? Right, he pointed out the right thing. So from now on, follow what he's saying. What? What are you? Vlad's expression hardens, a resolve settling in his blue eyes. This is the only cause they can lean on right now. The light glints off the blade of the sword, a symbol of hope and responsibility. A figure stands within a circle of arcane symbols, a powerful magic at play. Mystical symbols shimmer in the air, their forms both alien and strangely familiar. The robed figure stands before a structure of light, arcane energies swirling around them like a protective aura. The symbols pulse with power, resonating with an unseen force. A voice echoes, filled with determination, no matter how dark the energy they covered this with. A declaration rings out, a statement of faith and purpose. This is a place established on land, made by God. The robed figure stands silhouetted in a doorway bathed in ethereal light, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The symbols continue to resonate, their power growing with each passing moment. A crimson splatter stains the air, a stark reminder of the conflict at hand. Eyes burning with resolve pierce the shadows, a silent vow etched upon the face. The scene shifts to a grand hall, the robed figure standing before a throne, bathed in an otherworldly glow. The robed figure lies prone, their form still amidst the encroaching shadows. Traces of blasphemy lingered in the air, a silent accusation against the sanctity of this place. The knight's armored boots echoed softly on the stone floor as he advanced deeper into the temple. He paused, his gaze settling on the robed figure standing silently in the distance. "You're here earlier than I thought," the knight stated, his voice resonating in the vast chamber. But why had he come alone? The question echoed in his mind, a nagging sense of unease settling in his stomach. The cold stone pressed against the soles of his boots, a constant reminder of the temple's ancient and somber nature. With just the knight and the robed figure present, a heavy silence descended, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the cracked stained glass windows. He knew they could not offer prayers for the people here, not in this desecrated place. His eyes fell upon a book resting on a nearby altar, its cover emblazoned with a symbol that sent a shiver down his spine. The people who were here, who were they, and what had become of them? This place was saturated with foreign energy, a palpable force that pressed against his senses, yet he couldn't sense the presence of other people. The knight stood resolute, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to face whatever darkness lurked within the temple's depths. He stares ahead, his eyes wide with the dawning horror. This is a sphere of crackling energy pulses with arcane symbols. Now then, a pale hand extends, cradling the orb. The energy intensifies, a surge of power unleashed. A figure bathed in violet light spreads their arms wide, a sinister smile etched on their face. Shall we begin the worship? Shadowy figures gather, their forms indistinct in the gloom. The throng presses closer, their faces gaunt and eager. A cacophony of whispers rises from the assembled crowd. A massive door looms, its surface etched with strange patterns. The knight stands ready, clad in shining armor, a grim determination hardening his features. Pale, skeletal hands reach out from the darkness, their touch promising oblivion. The knight's eyes widen, a cold sweat beading on his brow as the full horror of the situation dawns on him. The figure cries out, lost in the oppressive darkness. It's too dark, they can't see anything. A desperate plea echoes through the void. A voice begs for their child to be found, their words laced with anguish. A voice filled with disbelief and betrayal cuts through the silence. How could you do such a thing? A stern face challenges the very notion of fear. Do you not fear God? A dismissive voice speaks of someone to be feared, but to them, they don't matter that much. An ancient tome lies open, its pages whispering secrets of forgotten lore. A declaration of independence rings out, stating that they no longer need to return to his arms. The question echoes once more, laced with divine judgment. Do you not fear God? A group of figures stand silhouetted against an unseen threat, their forms blurred by the chaos around them. A gleaming sword stands ready, its point piercing the ground with unwavering resolve. The glorious commander of the heavenly armies, Saint Rosino, stands bathed in ethereal light. A voice echoes, declaring that a high price must be paid under the oppression of evil. Gaunt, spectral figures reach out, their silent pleas begging for someone to come and save their forsaken souls. A figure, bathed in golden light, declares, I shall pay. The words materialize in radiant light. The price. An angelic figure stands resolute, a sword held firmly in hand, ready to face the coming storm. The air crackles with raw, untamed energy. A vast, star-strewn sky stretches out, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A brilliant light pierces the darkness, a beacon of hope against the encroaching night. Emerald light cascades down, washing over the world in a wave of cleansing energy. A towering structure, bathed in golden light, stands as a symbol of unwavering faith. The air shimmers with divine power, the very fabric of reality bending to its will. The world trembles as the forces of light and darkness collide, their clash echoing through the ages. A figure with radiant wings descends from above, bathed in divine light. Below, a group of figures reacts to the descending being, their faces etched with awe and fear. A voice echoes, filled with anticipation. This is... The light intensifies, revealing a face contorted in what could be either ecstasy or agony. A question hangs in the air, zealous demonic purge. The winged figure continues its descent, the light growing ever more blinding. A man raises his hand towards the light, as if welcoming or commanding it. A voice proclaims, a light visible to the blind. The light reflects off a gleaming sword, its edge promising judgment. Andrea, his hands glowing with purple energy, declares, you can summon such light without any preparation ceremony. You're more powerful than I anticipated. However, from the shadows, a dark figure emerges, seemingly targeted by the holy light. No matter how bright a torch burns, its light has limits when it stands alone. Jack the One-Armed remarks that the spell has a strong recoil. The winged figure states that it is a miracle that comes at the cost of one's lifespan. The winged figure continues, stating that of all people, they should know this. Only a thicker darkness will remain. Jack the One-Armed's eyes glow with an eerie light. A beam of light descends from the heavens, illuminating a grand structure below. A chorus of cries echoes amidst a field of corpses. The air hangs heavy with the stench of death as a hand reaches out from the carnage. A lone figure stands before a towering structure, bathed in an ethereal glow. Golden light emanates from the eyes of a warrior, their gaze fixed and resolute. A gauntlet hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready for battle. A group of figures emerges from the shadows, their forms indistinct and menacing. A voice whispers, lamenting the countless victims. There are still so many. Just how many victims are there? A figure stands poised with a dark blade, ready to strike. Now then. A figure declares, it's time for darkness. The knight gazes down at a figure kneeling before him, the weight of his duty settling upon his shoulders. He exhales, the breath misting in the cold air, a silent promise to steel himself for the coming conflict. A voice echoes in his mind, a prayer for strength. O glorious commander of the heavenly armies. Turning away from the kneeling figure, the knight strides forward, his resolve hardening with each step. A smirk plays on his lips, a flicker of grim satisfaction at the prospect of the battle to come. Such a useless thing, he thinks. The silent prayer continues, a fervent plea for divine intervention. Your church destroy all enemies. Grasping the hilt of his sword, the knight feels a surge of power coursing through him, the steel beginning to glow with celestial energy. The sword radiates a blinding light, a beacon of divine wrath ready to be unleashed upon the unholy. Standing triumphant over a fallen foe, the knight's armor gleams in the golden light, a testament to his unwavering faith and martial prowess. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he witnesses the full extent of his power. This is... The knight's resolve hardens, a grim determination settling in his heart. I should at least take this man with me, he vows. The sword blazes with incandescent light, the knight's face illuminated by the divine energy coursing through him, ready to deliver judgment upon his enemies. Even if he has to give his whole life. A cataclysm of fire erupts, consuming everything in its path. The sound of the explosion reverberates through the air, a deafening roar that drowns out all other noise. His eye glows with unwavering determination, a beacon of defiance against the inferno. His jaw tightens, a silent vow etched upon his face as he braces for the inevitable impact. His eyes burn with an inner fire, mirroring the inferno that rages around him. He stands firm, a solitary figure against the overwhelming force of the explosion. His legs dig into the ground, muscles straining as he fights to maintain his footing. A guttural cry escapes his lips as the full force of the blast slams into him. He roars, a defiant command to push through the pain and destruction. Bracing himself, he endures the searing heat and concussive force, refusing to yield. He remains standing amidst the inferno, a testament to his unwavering will. A voice declares the situation to be laughable. Purple energy surges, crackling through the air. A figure stands amidst the swirling energy, their reflection shimmering on the ground below. He emerges from the inferno, seemingly unscathed by the blast. A figure descends from above, wreathed in flames. A voice declares, "You've crossed the line by targeting children." A voice explodes with rage, shouting, "You fucker." Two figures face each other, the air thick with tension. One wields a blade crackling with dark energy. Arcane symbols shimmer in the air. The knight stands firm amidst the raging flames, his resolve unwavering. A face contorted with fury, eyes burning with intense anger. The man's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable as he stares intently ahead. A distorted perspective reveals a piercing blue eye, the world around it fractured and uncertain. The intense blue eye dominates the view, its gaze unwavering and powerful. Engulfed in a torrent of crackling blue energy, a figure stands poised, ready to unleash their power. Bathed in an ethereal glow, a figure emerges, their presence radiating immense power. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. "Oh my." A voice booms, echoing with a familiar challenge. "Here we meet again." His face contorted in rage, the man grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. The figure's expression hardens, their resolve solidifying as they prepare for the coming conflict. Clutching a blade, the man snarls, "Fucked. I only recognized you now." The figure raises their sword, crackling purple energy swirling around the blade as they prepare to strike. Surrounded by a vortex of dark energy, the figure lunges forward, their attack poised to tear through the very fabric of reality. The group stands amidst the ruins, the air thick with tension. Sir Gregory, his brow furrowed with concern, asks, "Dame Yustja, are you okay?" A voice booms out, filled with warning, "You shouldn't have come here." Another voice, laced with despair, cries out, "The children are dying." Someone asks, "Anyway, what's going on here?" A sense of urgency fills the air. "We have to get to the bell tower." Dame Yustja, her expression grim, declares, "The source of the curse is there." A man responds, his voice heavy with understanding, "Understood." The urgency intensifies. "We don't have time to slowly clear things and go up there. We have to separate the personnel, even if it means pushing ourselves." A figure with a bow and arrow states, "Since Sir Cade can't use aura." The man's gaze hardens, a silent determination settling over his features. A figure leaps into action, ready to confront the unknown threat. A voice declares that they should separate that bastard first. The air crackles with unseen energy. Joseph Bayezid, wreathed in an orange aura, prepares to strike with his sword. He stomps his foot down, the force creating a shockwave that ripples through the debris-strewn ground. Joseph announces his arrival, his voice booming with power. Again, his foot slams into the earth, the impact sending tremors through the battlefield. Vlad of Shoera clashes swords with Joseph, the impact sending sparks flying. The force of the blow knocks Vlad backwards, his body blurring as he struggles to maintain his footing. He falls, the world tilting as he loses control. Vlad's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. Joseph Bayezid roars, his face contorted with rage. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, bathing the surroundings in a searing light. Amidst the settling dust and debris, Joseph stands firm, unfazed by the blast. Joseph's face contorts in anger as he shouts, "Something in the bell tower. I don't know." Vlad grits his teeth, determination blazing in his blue eyes. "All right," he exclaims. Vlad charges forward, his cloak billowing behind him as he closes the distance. Joseph's sinister grin widens as he barks, "Where do you think you're going?" A hand crackles with ominous purple energy, ready to unleash its power. The undead, their faces gaunt and eyes hollow, shamble forward, their presence a chilling omen. Vlad's expression twists in frustration. "Shit," he curses. He sprints through the ruined halls, the undead horde relentlessly pursuing him. A skeletal hand shoots out, grasping Vlad's arm in a deathly grip. The undead close in, their numbers overwhelming. One of them groans, "There are too many." A figure is struck by a barrage of attacks, the force of the blows echoing through the air. A stream of golden liquid flows, its purpose unknown. One of the undead throws its head back and emits a guttural scream, its decaying face contorted in agony. A single blue eye reflects the chaos, a bead of sweat trickling down the cheek. Bathed in golden light, Vlad and Joseph stand ready, their resolve unwavering. A voice calls out, "I'll cover you." Vlad shouts, "Keep running forward." Another voice responds, "Yes." Sir Cade charges into the fray, his sword a blur of motion as he engages the undead. Cade lets out a battle cry. A surge of golden energy erupts, pushing back the encroaching darkness. A guttural scream tears through the air as one of the undead lunges forward, its decaying face contorted in a silent roar. The undead fall, their bodies crashing against the stone floor as the battle intensifies. Vlad stands amidst the fallen, his expression grim as he surveys the remaining horde. A voice echoes, urging him to hurry. The urgency in the command is palpable. Determination hardens Vlad's features, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to face the next wave. A command rings out, a single word cutting through the chaos. Move. Vlad's eyes flare with azure light as he shouts, aside. The air crackles with energy. His blade sings through the air, a glowing arc of emerald energy that cleaves through the undead ranks. Vlad dances through the battlefield, a whirlwind of steel and determination as he cuts down the encroaching undead. The faces of the undead are frozen in eternal screams, their eyes wide with a hunger that will never be satisfied. Vlad's jaw is clenched, sweat beading on his brow as he pushes himself to the limit. He stands victorious once more, surrounded by the silent remains of his enemies. But the fight is far from over. Vlad stands with determination, his gaze intense as he grips his sword. The text declares that all worlds on this earth are honorable things. It is stated that not everyone can protect themselves. A young girl smiles, holding a glowing light in her hands. The text states the need to protect. A man with a determined expression is shown, accompanied by the text, if you are where you should be. A woman with braided hair is shown, accompanied by the text, and you are ready when you need to take action. The text urges, do not hesitate. A close-up of a sinister grin is shown. The text reads, to burn yourself and become a torch that brightens the darkness. 3 figures stand together, ready for battle. Vlad stands with his sword, the text declaring, that is my second discipline. The ghoul lunges forward, its claws reaching out to strike. Its mouth opens in a silent scream, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Dark energy crackles around its hand, promising a deadly touch. The ghoul continues its relentless assault. Vlad of Shoera retaliates, slashing at the ghoul with his sword. He prepares to strike the ghoul, his eyes narrowed in determination. The ghoul is struck by the man's attack, recoiling from the force. Vlad continues his assault, pressing the advantage. He strikes the ghoul, the impact echoing through the air. The ghoul screams in pain, its body contorting in agony. He advances, his eyes burning with an unnatural light, the air around him crackling with unseen energy. Vlad struggles against his restraints, each breath a ragged gasp in the oppressive atmosphere. The dark figure clenches his fist, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. Damn it! A skeletal hand reaches out, its touch leaving a trail of dust and decay. The dark figure's gaze intensifies, his eyes like twin embers in the gloom. The dark figure sneers, his voice dripping with malice. Including your face, smiling like an idiot until the end. Towering over Vlad, the dark figure exudes an aura of inescapable dread. Vlad retorts, his voice strained but defiant. Do whatever you want. Bound and helpless, Vlad's expression hardens with grim resolve. I'm not someone who can be finished off by death. The dark figure's teeth grind together, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The dark figure raises his sword, the blade glowing with malevolent energy. Let's see if you can keep babbling after I chop off your head. The leather straps of Vlad's restraints creak under the strain, a silent testament to his desperate struggle. A sinister smile plays across the dark figure's face. The words echo with malice. Keep laughing until you die. A man's face contorts in rage, his eye glowing with an ominous light. The sound of something breaking fills the air. A figure sprints forward, sword in hand, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. The man's glowing eye intensifies, burning with fury. A body lies motionless on the ground, surrounded by a pool of dark blood. Silence. Someone stands over the fallen, their feet stained with the blood of the defeated. A group of pale figures stare blankly ahead, their eyes empty and lifeless. A man observes the scene, noting, the women's movements have stopped. A woman with braided white hair declares, to destroy the army, you must capture the commander. Sir Gregory's strategy had proven successful. The knight, his cape billowing behind him, strode away from the fallen figures. Gregory hissed, shit, that was really close. A hand reached for a flask, the metal cool against the palm. The thought echoed, a silent promise, drink tonight. A voice mused, by the way, there was no wine at today's mass. Gregory's brow furrowed, his blue eyes narrowed in thought. 2 figures watched him, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. A man's voice, strained and desperate, called out, can I take a sip of that liquor? Gregory paused, turning his head slightly. What the? The brown-haired man's eyes widened, his mouth agape. The man stammered, Sir Gregory. He stares intently, his brow furrowed with concern. A swirling blue flame flickers intensely. The knight grips the hilt of their sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light. A swirling vortex of blue energy pulses with power. A faint whisper echoes, barely audible. The word Dullahan appears, glowing with an eerie light. A figure emerges, its head replaced by a blazing blue flame. This is the Dullahan. A figure walks forward, their purpose unknown. Hugh descends the stairs with haste, his cloak billowing behind him. His foot strikes the ground with force. The sound of impact reverberates. Magical energy crackles in the air. He stands in the center of a room, surrounded by glowing symbols etched into the floor and walls. The air crackles with arcane energy. The curse of a noble warlock, he thinks, this is it. Gripping his sword tightly, Q steels himself. A voice echoes in his mind. Give it your all and break the spell at once. His blue eyes narrow, focusing intently on the swirling magic before him. The curse manifests as a vortex of swirling blue energy, pulsating with malevolent intent. The swirling energy intensifies, the air growing heavy with the weight of the ancient magic. Channeling his own power, Q ignites his blade with a spectral blue flame. The heat radiates outwards, distorting the air. A disembodied voice booms, "Watch out." His eyes burn with determination, the blue flames reflecting in their depths. He takes a deep breath, centering himself, and prepares to unleash the full force of his power. With a cry, Q lunges forward, his blade a streak of blue fire aimed at the heart of the curse. His eyes widen in shock. Something is wrong. The ground is shattered, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. Deep fissures spiderweb across the stone, testament to the raw power unleashed. A strangled cry echoes through the ruins, a sound of pain and disbelief. Amidst the devastation, a figure stands, sword held low, surveying the scene. Chunks of rock float in the air, suspended by some unseen force, a silent ballet of destruction. The blonde-haired figure grips the sword tighter, knuckles white against the worn leather of the hilt. Staggering, he nearly falls, the weight of the aftermath pressing down on him. More debris rains down, a constant reminder of the cataclysm that just occurred. A final explosion rips through the remaining structures, obliterating what little was left standing. The dust settles slowly, revealing the full extent of the devastation. Kneeling amidst the ruins, Hugh struggles to catch his breath. Ugh! His blue eyes, usually bright with determination, are now clouded with pain and a dawning realization. The ruined building stood as a silent testament to the destructive power unleashed. He stood amidst the devastation, his back to the viewer, surveying the scene. Blue flames flickered around Q's hands as he muttered, "Impressive." His blue eyes narrowed, reflecting the intensity of the moment. The blue flames danced around his hands as he remarked, "That was a cool landing." Sword in hand, Q confronted an unseen foe, his voice laced with menace as he said, "You." His gaze sharpened, a flicker of concern in his eyes. What happened to the others? He wondered. The blue flames pulsed with energy. "Well," he began. A cold voice echoed through the ruins. "Their lives have meant nothing to me." A fallen knight lay amidst the rubble, a testament to the battle's ferocity. The blue flames intensified, swirling around a skull-like visage. "This is the only thing I want," the voice declared. He is engulfed in blue flames, cradling an object that pulses with violet light. A voice, cold and demanding, cuts through the air. "Hand it over." The young man's voice drips with defiance. "Try taking it from me." The violet light intensifies, bathing Q in an ethereal glow. The unseen figure's tone hardens, the demand echoing with renewed force. "I told you to hand it over." Q's eyes flare with emerald fire, a silent promise of the battle to come. He summons his blade, the steel wreathed in cerulean flames that dance and crackle with barely contained power. The blue fire licks hungrily at the metal, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding ruins. The sword is raised, ready to strike, the air thick with anticipation. A warning, laced with menace, hangs in the air. "Don't push your luck." Q's grip tightens on the hilt, his voice a low growl. "I don't know when my courtesy towards my peers will disappear." He unleashes a furious challenge, the blue flames flaring brighter. "Am I your peer?" A voice booms out, declaring, "I wasn't talking about you." He stares, eyes wide with shock, as the robed figure questions, "What?" Blurring forward, the robed figure launches a swift attack. The blow lands with a resounding crack. The robed figure presses the assault, a whirlwind of motion. The onslaught continues, a relentless barrage of strikes. The figure attacks with a spectral blue flame emanating from its head. Q manages to parry the blow, sparks flying as his blade meets the ethereal flame. The robed figure's speed intensifies, becoming a blur of motion. He struggles to keep up, realizing, "I can't counterattack at that speed." The robed figure warns, "Don't make any assumptions." The inhuman speed of the figure is undeniable. Those are not human movements. He lashes out with a palm strike, a surge of emerald energy crackling around his hand. The energy intensifies, a vibrant, almost liquid light coalescing at the point of impact. A voice emanates from the figure, taunting, "Aren't you too slow?" The robed figure's eyes widen as the attack connects, a flicker of surprise crossing their face. "Vlad," they exclaim. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground trembles beneath the unseen weight of the impact. A dark, swirling energy erupts around the robed figure, struggling to contain the force of Vlad's strike. Staggering back, the robed figure voices their disbelief. "Armor technique." The force of the blow continues to resonate, distorting the air around the point of impact. The robed figure's defenses buckle under the relentless assault. The robed figure's face is contorted in surprise. "This is surprising." The robed figure's voice is laced with astonishment. "You even have the spirit's protection?" Vlad stands his ground, his eyes glowing with an intense, azure light. The blade hums with power, wreathed in ethereal green and azure flames. The star-fostered sword master swings his blade, a vibrant green aura crackling around the edge as he brings it down on the Dullahan. The enchanted sword cleaves through the Dullahan's flaming blue head, scattering sparks and ethereal fire. The green aura intensifies around the blade, a testament to the power flowing through it. The sword continues its descent, biting deeper into the spectral flames that engulf the Dullahan's head. The blue flames writhe and twist as the sword cuts through them, the air crackling with displaced energy. The sword master presses his attack, the green blade a blur against the backdrop of the Dullahan's fiery visage. With a frustrated yell, the sword master continues to press his attack. He thinks to himself that at this point, he has no chance of winning. The sword master grits his teeth, his green eyes burning with determination. He wishes he could meditate as deeply as Sir Lutgear. His eye reflects the swirling green energy, a desperate hope flickering within. A vast, dark world stretches out, punctuated by shimmering lights that drift like distant stars. In the vast world of that child, there was more to be fulfilled. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a stormy sky, lightning crackling in the distance. Whatever world the child was in contact with, it was also the voice's world. On the horizon, you and I stand, amidst the electric storm. A figure stands ankle-deep in water, the ripples spreading outwards as a voice echoes, "I will become us. I will allow." A figure is engulfed in crackling energy, lightning dancing across their form. Power surges through a face, eyes narrowed with intense focus. A skull wreathed in ethereal blue flames burns with otherworldly intensity. My world. The storm rages on, a symphony of light and power. Light erupts, engulfing the figure in a blinding radiance. The light intensifies, obscuring all but the faintest outline of his form. His eyes snap open, burning with an electric blue intensity. Energy crackles and explodes outward. A swirling pattern of azure energy manifests across his torso. Raw power surges and arcs. The air crackles with untamed energy. A blinding explosion of light and force erupts. The energy intensifies. A sword materializes, wreathed in crackling lightning. The newly formed sword hovers in the air, crackling with raw energy. The energy surges outward, spiderwebbing across the cracked earth. The power intensifies, bathing the area in an ominous, electric glow. Hugh grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Damn it. He clenches his fist, a grim realization dawning. He thinks, I'm too weak to wield the world. Gripping the sword tighter, Hugh steels himself. He thinks, I can maybe use it only 2 or 3 times more. Blood trickles down his hand, a testament to the strain the sword is placing on him. A dark aura emanates from Q, a chilling warning. I was letting you off easy since I considered you an ally, but the sword's energy courses through his legs, like molten ice. The blue flames lick at his armor, a visible manifestation of the power surging within. The energy continues its ascent, now engulfing his chest. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a mixture of power and pain etched on his face. He wonders, what is? A swirling vortex of dark energy coalesces, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The Dullahan stands amidst the swirling darkness, his flaming blue head a beacon in the gloom. His armor gleams with an ethereal light. The air crackles as the dark energy lashes out, leaving trails of distortion in its wake. The Dullahan remains unmoved, a silent sentinel surrounded by the storm he commands. Hugh narrowly avoids the onslaught, the force of the attack sending tremors through the ground beneath him. He dodges, the word echoing in his mind as he narrowly avoids the deadly strike. The Dullahan raises a gauntlet hand, preparing to unleash another wave of dark energy. Hugh's eyes widen in alarm, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. The Dullahan unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the air shimmering with its malevolent power. Drawing his blade, Hugh prepares to meet the attack head-on, the steel singing as it leaves its scabbard. He sidesteps the incoming blast, the force of it scorching the ground where he once stood. The air explodes with raw power as the Dullahan's attack continues, relentless and unforgiving. He is sent hurtling backwards through the air, the force of the blow staggering him. The Dullahan stands amidst the swirling dust and debris, his form radiating an eerie blue glow. He had been able to parry in that split second by amassing all of his aura. The Dullahan is wreathed in blue flames, his presence radiating immense power. The potential he holds should not be ignored. Hugh lies prone on the ground, battered and bruised from the onslaught. He remains motionless, the fight seemingly knocked out of him. The Dullahan contemplates, deciding he should cut all possibilities. That I cannot foresee. Hugh remains on the ground, defeated. The Dullahan's blue flames flicker ominously, casting long shadows across the battlefield. The Dullahan asks, his voice laced with disappointment, "Didn't I tell you to just do the bare minimum?" Hugh lies prone, defeated and vulnerable. A surge of protective blue energy erupts, swirling with ethereal sparkles. The energy intensifies, forming a barrier against an unseen threat. A voice booms, "Stop." A clenched fist, crackling with dark energy, slams against the radiant blue shield. The protective force emanates from a figure wreathed in blue flames. He said it once before, right? The figure stands resolute, eyes blazing with righteous fury. The figure's voice echoes with power, a warning resonating through the air. to not lay your hands on the children. The figure's eyes burn with an incandescent light, arcs of pure energy dancing around them. Raw power surges forth, a torrent of lightning illuminating the darkness. The figure is now a vessel of pure energy, radiating an aura of invincibility. A pained cry pierces the air, the sound of agony echoing from the unseen attacker. Arc. The protective energy explodes outward, a final, devastating wave of power. They don't know who they are. However, they know what must be done, although it has been long since the entity's memories were gone. What they must protect is engraved in their soul. They are simply alive for this reason. Electrical energy crackles around them. Now, as adults, they will fight. A fierce determination hardens their features, their eyes glowing with power. Blue flames engulf them, a sign of their awakening power. The sword is gripped tightly, ready for battle. They take a step forward, unleashing a surge of power that shakes the very ground. The air crackles as an unseen force gathers energy. The energy intensifies, shimmering with an eerie blue light. The blue energy condenses, swirling into a concentrated mass. The energy forms a sphere, pulsating with raw power. The sphere explodes outward, unleashing a torrent of blue energy. The energy surges forward, an unstoppable wave of force. He is struck by the blast, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through his body. Ugh! Hugh grits his teeth, bracing against the onslaught of energy. His gaze narrows, focusing on the swirling blue energy. The energy continues to surge, threatening to overwhelm him. He struggles to maintain his footing, the force of the attack unrelenting. Hua's eyes glow with power as he retorts, "Did you really think you could stomp on me with your pathetic power?" The blonde-haired youth is surrounded by crackling blue energy. A voice echoes, demanding, "Who are you?" His blue eyes narrowed. Hugh retorts, "I have no reason to speak to pests who suck on the blood of the youths." A blinding flash of lightning descends, accompanied by a chilling declaration, "Therefore die." The lightning slams into the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the air. Tendrils of electricity lash out, seeking their target. Hugh cries out as the lightning finds its mark, engulfing him in a surge of purple energy. A spectral face wreathed in blue flames materializes, its hollow eyes burning with malevolent intent. "Does this make sense?" it rasps. The flaming visage looms closer. "To think I would feel fear." His eyes glowing with an eerie light, Hugh prepares for another onslaught. The spectral face exhales, its voice a chilling whisper. "Oh, that entity certainly could do it." A pearly white monster is approaching with his sharp fangs bared. The monster's form solidifies, its fangs gleaming in the darkness. He stands his ground, a storm of crackling energy swirling around him, the air thick with the smell of ozone. A voice echoes, laced with malice. "He's approaching as if to feast on me." Reacting to the unseen threat, Hugh raises his guard, the energy around him intensifying as he prepares for the onslaught. A blinding flash of light erupts, and the force of the blow sends him staggering back, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He vanishes in a swirl of displaced air, leaving only the lingering scent of electricity behind. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent testament to the speed of the attack. Reappearing abruptly, the fostered sword master finds himself in a different location, disoriented and struggling to regain his bearings. The world blurs around him, a dizzying display of speed and power. His head swims, and Q glances around, confusion clouding his features. Where? Left? Or right? A mocking voice cuts through the haze. "Were you really boasting like that when you're actually this slow?" Realization dawns on Kya's face, a mixture of shock and frustration etched into his features. A strangled cry escapes his lips, a desperate sound lost in the chaos. Purple energy erupts from the ground, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. He is instantly wreathed in blue flames, a protective barrier against the encroaching darkness. The azure flames writhe and crackle, hungry for fuel. A guttural scream tears through the air, a sound of pure agony. The purple energy intensifies, a swirling vortex of destruction. The sword master stands defiant, engulfed in the cerulean inferno. A voice booms, dripping with contempt. "To think a lowlife like you." The voice continues, laced with challenge. "Dare." The blue flames dance around Q, illuminating his determined gaze. A surge of blue energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of power. The voice echoes, filled with disdain. "Ridicule my disciple." Q's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his resolve unwavering. A surge of power washes over him, a state beyond death, a resilience against pain itself. And yet, the trial continues, the pressure mounting, the ethereal flames licking at his resolve. What is this unbearable pain? It feels as if his very soul is being ripped apart, torn from the fabric of his being. The colors of torment swirl around him, a vortex of red and violet, each hue a fresh wave of agony. But amidst the chaos, a spark of defiance ignites. He pushes back, a surge of white energy countering the encroaching darkness. Focus sharpens, the will to endure hardening into an unbreakable shield against the onslaught. He grits his teeth, channeling every ounce of his strength to withstand the soul-rending assault. The resolve in his eyes burns brighter, a beacon against the encroaching shadows, a promise of survival. With a final surge of will, he pushes back against the pain, the white energy flaring, a testament to his unyielding spirit. Though battered and bruised, the star-fostered sword master stands firm, his spirit unbroken, his resolve unwavering in the face of unimaginable torment. He groans, the pain tearing through him with relentless intensity. Lightning crackles around him as the star-fostered swordmaster wonders, how could someone like him even exist? Another wave of agony washes over him, each pulse a searing brand. He cries out, the sound swallowed by the storm of energy that surrounds him. The energy intensifies, threatening to consume him entirely. Through gritted teeth, the star-fostered swordmaster demands, give it back. The pain redoubles, a relentless assault on his senses. He roars, back, his voice raw with desperation. The energy surges again, a blinding inferno of power. Agony contorts his face, each moment a test of his will. The torment continues, a trial without end. He endures, the pain a constant companion. He is engulfed in a tempest of raw energy, blue and white arcs crackling around him like miniature lightning strikes. The air vibrates with power, carrying the scent of ozone. The energy intensifies, the chaotic display threatening to overwhelm him. The sound of the crackling grows louder, a deafening roar in the confined space. The energy coalesces into a blinding core, the light so intense it washes out all other details. The heat radiating from it is palpable, a searing wave against his skin. Arms outstretched, the star-fostered sword master fights to maintain control, his body trembling with the effort. A faint aura shimmers around him, a testament to his will. A guttural cry escapes him, the pain searing through his nerves. Each pulse of energy feels like a hammer blow against his soul. His face contorted in a grimace, he grits his teeth, refusing to yield. Determination burns in his eyes, a fierce light against the encroaching darkness. The energy around his hands twists into spectral skulls, their hollow eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. They seem to mock him, whispering promises of power and destruction. His hands now glow with a defiant purple energy, a counterpoint to the blue. He clenches his fists, channeling his will into a desperate attempt to regain command. With a surge of will, Hugh commands, now, return to your bodies. The energy roils in response, a vortex of light and power threatening to consume him. A desperate denial echoes in his mind. And no. More energy crackles around him, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the taste of fear. The ground trembles beneath his feet. Despite the agony, the star-fostered sword master refuses to break, his will a fortress against the encroaching chaos. Another cry of pain rips through the air. A surge of purple energy crackles around outstretched hands, the power seemingly uncontrollable. The energy coalesces into a sphere of pure, crackling force, threatening to explode. He is engulfed in a blinding white light, the energy radiating outwards like a supernova. The white energy erupts outwards, a cataclysmic display of raw power. Streaks of light pierce the darkness, like celestial spears thrown from the heavens. Meanwhile, a father, mother, and child watch with concern, their faces etched with worry. The child begins to glow with the same white energy, his eyes widening in shock. A stream of white energy pours from the child's open mouth, an involuntary expulsion of power. Swirls of white energy dance in the air, an ethereal ballet of light and power. Vlad struggles to maintain his stance, the sword held high as he is surrounded by a turbulent mix of white and blue energy. A pained groan escapes his lips as the energy threatens to overwhelm him. He was certain he knew how to do this, but the memory eluded him. How should he kill scums like you? His eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination igniting within them. He isn't the same kind as me. He was certain that he was also someone who escaped death. Although he can't remember. It doesn't mean that he can't remember how. A surge of power crackled around him. His hand clenched, energy coalescing around it. Ark. If I rip your limbs apart, then you're as good as dead. The figure with the sword cries out in defiance, lightning crackling around the blade. Lamachu lies defeated on the ground, his blue flaming head dimming. The flames flicker around Lamachu's head. Another figure screams in pain. Lamachu is still on the ground, defeated. A figure's eye glows as they command Lamachu to say his final prayer. Lamachu reaches out, his hand trembling. Lamachu cries out, calling for his master. The figure's eye narrows. A figure stands over Lamachu, purple energy swirling around them. A purple explosion erupts. Lamachu is engulfed in the purple energy. A surge of blue energy erupts, coalescing into a spectral form. The figure booms. I'm over here. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, crackling with malevolent power. The dark energy continues to spread, engulfing the area. Hugh stands amidst the chaos, his expression grim. Hugh's eyes widen, a jolt of realization coursing through him. That's... Lightning-like energy crackles around Hugh's cloak, a visible manifestation of his rising power. The spectral figure, now clearly visible, is Lamachu. He questions, am Master Lamachute? The dark energy continues its relentless assault, tearing through the environment. A close-up reveals the terrifying detail of the dark energy tendrils, each one a conduit of destructive force. The air crackles with the sound of tearing as the dark energy rips through reality. The dark energy surges forward, an unstoppable wave of annihilation. The oppressive weight of the dark energy crushes everything in its path. The dark energy converges, forming a vortex of pure destruction with Lamashu at its center. He is taking on a new form. A surge of energy crackles around Lamashu, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The energy coalesces, focusing on the source of his immortality. A swirling vortex of power surrounds him. The transformation seems to be causing him pain. And no, he cries out, his face contorted in agony. The transformation reaches its peak. A voice booms out, declaring, Master Lamashu. The energy intensifies, engulfing Lamashu in a blinding light. The air crackles with power. The transformed energy is released, creating shockwaves that ripple through the environment. The very air seems to vibrate with power. The energy continues to surge, reshaping the landscape around him. The ground trembles beneath the force of his transformation. The transformation is complete. Lamashu stands silhouetted against the radiant energy, a figure of immense power. Although he can't remember, vivid memories flood Kyo's mind. His eyes widen in alarm. Kyo's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Who on earth? He mutters, his voice barely a whisper. Realization dawns on Kyo. Oh no, I've overexerted myself, he says, his voice laced with concern. Kyo stands firm, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He prepares for whatever may come. He thinks to himself, but that was an amazing accomplishment. The young man is amazed that he was able to withstand the battle. He thinks he better apologize when he wakes up. A cloak billows in the wind, obscuring the ruined landscape. A figure lies prone amidst the rubble, their sword cast aside. The sun pierces through the shattered remains of a once great city. Dust motes dance in the golden light, illuminating the scale of the destruction. The wind howls through the skeletal remains of buildings, a mournful dirge for a lost civilization. In the distance, a grand structure stands silhouetted against the misty sky, a beacon of hope or a monument to hubris. Elsewhere, a figure sits upon an ornate throne, shrouded in shadow, their purpose unknown. A close-up reveals a face with piercing pink eyes, hinting at immense power and hidden depths. Although it was a radiant soul, the marks it left behind were cruel. A woman's lips are visible. A figure crackles with blue energy, their eyes glowing with power. A cloaked figure descends, surrounded by swirling energy and wielding a sword. An ancient beast awakened from its slumber. That's right, the time is near. A woman with blue hair looks down. The time when fissures begin to form. A close-up of an eye is shown. The troubled times I've been waiting for. A figure sits on a throne in the distance. A woman stands before a crowd of shadowy figures. My knights, take your pick from what's in front of you. They won't be lacking as they were once. Knights of Utman, you paid the price. A man stands before several seated figures in a dimly lit room. A room is dimly lit, a figure standing near a bed. A voice echoes, speaking of resurrection, and resurrected his one and only son. A young boy sits with a somber expression, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. An older man's face is etched with worry, tears welling in his eyes. A voice declares, Mosiam has now been devoured by darkness. A close-up reveals a man's face, his mouth open to reveal sharp, predatory teeth. A woman's eyes glow with an eerie purple light. Her voice resonates, remain in this land. The woman's face is partially obscured by shadows, but her red lips are clearly visible. Korean text floats in the air. Purple energy crackles and swirls, accompanied by Korean text. A knight in shining armor sits, surrounded by a purple aura. The knight is engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy, Korean text hovering nearby. A figure kneels before a dark structure. A voice echoes, as you command. A figure stands amidst swirling purple energy. The text proclaims, Master Lamashu. The woman with blue hair and a dark hood gazes forward, a faint smile playing on her lips. A woman's hand rests on her lap, her fingers gently curved. She wears a dark purple dress with a laced corset. Vlad's eyes snap open, a wave of disorientation washing over him. He wondered aloud, was I lying in bed for 3 days? A voice responded, you should be glad it was that short. The man continued, when we first found you, we thought you were a mop. Vlad heard, you have no idea what I went through to drag you here. Vlad recalled the events that led to his current state. The man stated, the knights. He asked, are they all okay? A voice responded, the captain's condition is the worst. Stop worrying about others and rest up. The man said, call me if you need anything. Vlad replied, yeah, thanks for the help. Vlad sat up in bed, lost in thought. He sits up in bed, sighing in relief. Still, he's glad everyone's alive. A voice responds, agreeing that is the most important thing. The voice notes that the barrier Yeshja set up lasted for an impressively long time. Elsewhere, several knights lie on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The voice marvels that it's truly an unimaginable skill. The voice affirms, you're right. Vlad thinks to himself that it feels strange. The voice explains that it's because their worlds have now aligned. For a moment, their worlds were intertwined. The voice reveals that they can now speak telepathically. Vlad wonders if it's like this. Vlad realizes he doesn't have to wait and see if anyone's watching him, nor will he have to pray either. The voice confirms that's right. Vlad pauses, lost in thought. He considers that they've never spoken like this before. A crowd of villagers stands outside, bathed in the warm sunlight. A voice expresses gratitude, saying, "Not only me and the other knights, but also the rest of the villagers." The voice continues, "Thank you." Vlad places a hand over his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips. The unseen person pauses, gathering their thoughts. Vlad sits on the edge of a bed, the sunlight streaming through the window. The voice stammers, what I mean is. Vlad sits in a chair, a slight smile playing on his lips. The voice adds, "You did well too." A subtle smile graces Vlad's face. Vlad lies in bed, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. The guard raises his hand, ordering a halt. The guard warns that no one may come any closer. Vlad states that he is from Shoera. Vlad continues, saying that Dame Yeshta knows him. The guard narrows his eyes, scrutinizing Vlad. The guard orders him to wait there. Vlad glances around, a flicker of impatience in his blue eyes. It's a relief the king's knights were able to make it here. The villagers seem to be at ease now, too. The guard stands firm, blocking the path as Vlad waits. The guard finally relents, telling Vlad that he may enter. He hears a voice offering thanks. An exclamation hangs in the air. Vlad's blue eyes are shadowed by the dim light. The rows of shrouded corpses stretch into the darkness. The bodies are lined up in neat rows. Vlad reflects on his past self, admitting he didn't fully understand the situation at the time. He continues, thinking that he never imagined there would be so many sacrifices. A red book is held in a gloved hand. Dame Yeshta, holding the red book, asks Vlad what brings him here. Vlad asks Dame Yeshta if he may examine the corpses. Vlad bows his head slightly as he speaks to Dame Yeshta. Dame Yeshta explains that Gregory has already searched through the missing women, but there's a particular woman Vlad is looking for. The blond man's piercing blue eyes narrow as he surveys the scene before him. A voice echoes, "We're not sure if the curses still linger on the bodies. Receive my blessings once you're done." Dame Yeshta stands nearby, her green eyes filled with concern. Vlad responds, "Yes, thank you." He kneels amidst the rows of shrouded bodies, the silence broken only by the soft rustle of cloth. Vlad's eyes widen, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. A woman's face is revealed beneath the shroud, her expression peaceful in death. He gently pulls back the sheet, the sound a soft whisper in the cavernous space. Vlad murmurs, "Oh." Vlad's voice is laced with disappointment as he says, "I had hoped you wouldn't be here." Yeshta observes the corpse, noting, "Your eye looks so swollen. You should take a break." He states that he can handle it for a few days. Yeshta looks at his eye. Yeshta touches her chest, saying that it seems like there isn't a part of her that isn't broken. Yeshta holds up an egg. Yeshta says that it's her job, of course, and that he should eat or rub the egg on his eye. Yeshta thanks Vlad. Yeshta smiles, holding the egg. Yeshta says that she'll be in his care next time, too. Yeshta's face is shown, with light shining on her. Vlad, looking down, thinks that life is really just horrid. Vlad thinks that she shouldn't do anything dangerous in her next life. Vlad thinks that she may be reborn into a loving, noble family. Vlad kneels over a corpse. A woman lies on her back, hands clasped over her chest, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Her expression is serene, almost lifeless. Close up on hands clasped together, a ring with a flower design adorns one finger. The light catches the delicate details of the ring and the surrounding skin. A grand structure stands tall, its white fabric billowing in the wind. A golden emblem adorns the top, catching the sunlight. So, a spoon stirs a teacup, the liquid swirling gently. The clinking sound echoes softly. Yeshta leans forward, her gaze intense. She asks, "So you're saying you were sucked into a black hole that appeared out of nowhere, right?" Vlad sits across from her, his expression unreadable. He simply replies, "Yes." Yeshta presses, "Can you elaborate?" Yeshta holds her teacup, the steam rising to her face. Vlad states, "That's all I have to say." Vlad holds his teacup, his blue eyes reflecting the light. He continues, "The fight ended too quickly." Yeshta looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face. "It was overwhelming, even in a one-on-one," she admits. He takes a sip of tea, contemplating the art of mixing truth with lies and skirting the details. Vlad reflects on his past, recalling that he lived with women who knew how to talk, and that he knows when to keep his mouth shut. The aftermath of the battle was truly horrific, requiring them to face and resist a massive amount of demonic energy. But I can't reveal the real truth. He remembers someone mentioning a name, though. He can't exactly remember. It was when he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yeshta, looking down at him, suggests, "Wait a moment. Don't you think you might recall it while eating?" Yeshta continues to peel the apple, the sharp sound of the knife slicing through the fruit filling the air. Vlad tries to recall the name. Lama something. Lamashu, Vlad asks, the name finally surfacing in his memory. Yeshta, her eyes narrowed slightly, confirms, Lamashut. He recalls, remembering the name. "Oh right, yes, that was the name." The sound of peeling fills the air. A voice speaks, "Right, thanks for your cooperation." Vlad's eyes widen in surprise. "San Logino will not forget your brave commitment to battle." San Logino stands before Vlad at a table. The older man dismisses him. You can go back and rest now. Vlad's expression is unreadable. Still, we should be glad she didn't suspect us. He continues. Besides, did you notice her expression? The person's face is shown. Elsewhere, a grand building stands under a bright sky. A stream of amber tea pours from a porcelain teapot into a waiting cup. A voice asks when he arrived. Shoera holds a cup of tea, his gaze steady. It's been a while since I got here. The older man sits across from him, his expression thoughtful. The young master's voice echoes in the room. The older man continues. We would have escorted you with just a short notice. The older man speaks of the current situation. The older man takes a sip of his tea. Me is merely a lowly servant. The older man wonders how he could ask the young master to come and go at his whim. The older man pauses, adding, besides. The older man's eyes gleam with curiosity. I'm curious where that person is. Within the ornate chamber, a figure relays that they are in the midst of completing their mission, and the Baron of Utman's message should arrive shortly. The elder man reveals that they met him before coming here. A voice expresses the desire to finalize the details, lamenting that only 2 ducats remain. 2 figures stand in what appears to be a hallway. A close-up reveals a single, gleaming ducat. A man wonders if someone came all this way to see that person. A voice notes that all the young ones in Sturma seem pretty dense. Someone expresses surprise at how any of those fools managed to become influencers for the Bayezid. The elder man wonders if someone's disciple is the same. A man states that someone is better than those guys and acts on their own initiative. One of the men states that even the complainer finds him useful. The old man sits back, listening intently. The younger man asks why he is flinching, questioning what he has shown he can and cannot do. The man with the eye patch sweats nervously. The younger man continues, saying he used to complain about everything all day long. The old man hopes this youngling is to his liking. The middle-aged man thinks that the Nepo brat, Sobanin, or whatever he's called, will definitely deserve a hit from their young master, even if he is a disciple. Someone states that their disciple has no parents. Now that he's figured out why Sir Lamond is here, he needs to capture his interest as much as possible. It is said that he grew up in the back alleys, without parents, relying solely on his own strength to get where he is today. It's important to mention that he started with nothing. Those who have risen to the top often find it compelling when they meet someone with a similar background. The man's expression is unreadable, his face partially obscured by shadow as he listens intently. The man, Black Bear, states that he doesn't need to hand over Dukert, but would appreciate it if the other could teach that kid a thing or two. He admits that he hasn't been impressed with any of the youngsters he's seen so far. Since the young master has requested it, he declares that he will evaluate him personally. The man sits with his hands clasped, a sense of anticipation in the air. A distant village is shown, with figures gathered in the town square. The San Logino will never forget your courageous decision in this battle. The man with the beard speaks to the other man, addressing them. The words hang in the air. Our boss is not that stubborn. Black Bear continues, stating that they will do their best to consider Gregory's position. Yashja sighs, suggesting that it might be better if they don't do anything at all. Yashja's eyes widen, a silent exclamation. Vlad stretches a piece of clothing. Yashja observes, it seems Vlad has taken the flag. Black Bear remarks that Vlad is one of the few promising figures to emerge in Bayezid's presence. One of the men states that it would be wise to handle him with care, noting that there are clear signs he's endured great struggles. The man thinks that a disciple would rival the morale of Dullahan, adding that Vlad has certainly proved himself worthy. Black Bear states that they will now be heading back. The words echo. May Logino's silver bullet stay with you all. The sound of hooves echoed as the group rode into the town, the buildings bathed in the warm glow of the sun. Vlad raised a hand to shield his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. The townsfolk looked much healthier now that the fog had lifted. The man with the beard remarked that the area received plenty of sunlight. Vlad breathed a sigh of relief, whispering, thank goodness. Compared to Shora's dark and gloomy alleys, it was definitely better for Anna to be here, where she could get plenty of sunlight. A silent prayer rose to the heavens. I pray that you will stay warm in this cherished place. The town nestled peacefully in the valley, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Elsewhere, a fire burned against the encroaching darkness. The campsite was a total loss. Vlad's eyes narrowed, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. I would have died if it weren't for that voice. A voice echoes, mentioning Jorge and Anna. The scene shifts to a figure sitting by a campfire, a massive, ornate statue looming behind him. A thought surfaces. He would have been crushed by the force of his world. Vlad sits by the fire, lost in thought. Black Bear asks what he's so deep in thought about. Various things occupy his mind. Black Bear replies that he doesn't think it's just thoughts. Vlad and Black Bear sit by the fire. Black Bear reflects that there are so many great people in this world. Vlad wonders if he can endure in a place filled with such greatness. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows. Black Bear says, well. Black Bear continues, stating that it was only a matter of time before Vlad started. He adds that there's no single right answer, but he's generally come to his own conclusions. Vlad asks what kind. The path ahead remains unseen. Black Bear advises, you just need to keep climbing, kid. A roaring fire burns, a symbol of the challenges ahead. The text above it warns, there's no guarantee you won't lose your balance in strong winds. The path to success is still there, you'll keep climbing. Vlad sits by a fire, its warmth failing to reach the chill in his heart. Black Bear responds with a simple, yeah. The fire crackles, the words above it a stark reminder. But if your eye can't achieve such a milestone in one breath, endure and endure more so I can keep this fire alive. Vlad's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination igniting within them. Let's just focus on this for now. A silhouette stands against a massive moon, the text declaring, to face one of the greats on such short notice. The fire blazes, a sword reflecting its light. The heat is intense, the challenge undeniable. Vlad sits, his gaze fixed on the flames. I, too, need to become my own kind of fire. He looks out at the landscape, a lone figure on a path to greatness. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted against a mountainous landscape, the details obscured by the dim light. A lone wolf stands atop a rocky crag, its silhouette stark against the night sky. A close-up reveals an eye reflecting a galaxy of stars, hinting at immense power or a connection to the cosmos. A grand building stands bathed in the soft light of dawn, its architecture suggesting importance and authority. The building bustles with activity as people gather in the courtyard, their purpose unknown. A man with neatly parted dark hair and a stern expression speaks. Well done. He continues, his voice measured and formal. I want to commend you for your sincere devotion to your mission. The man addresses a group of figures, their faces obscured by shadows and cloaks. His voice echoes through the hall. Moreover, your accomplishments have reached our home as well. His expression shifts, a hint of concern in his eyes. However, one of the figures speaks, their tone apologetic. In Bayezid's name on another lord's grounds. We apologize. The man responds, his voice resolute. As the main bearer of this mission, I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. The young man wonders what era they live in. The other figure muses that someone would act so recklessly on another lord's territory. The blonde-haired youth predicts that he can already see how the rest of this will play out. A voice declares that such behavior puts one even more in the wrong. The speaker's eyes narrow. Vlad's aura feels intense. The man responds, agreeing with the speaker. A voice states that in a tumultuous time like this, any incident can tip the balance. The voice continues, noting that the nation is being pushed closer to ruin, since the royal family isn't fulfilling their duties properly. A voice declares that everyone else is trying to destroy what they have built. Vlad stands with the man and another figure, as a voice states that in each territory, there are respective wars. A voice declares that there's no law the North can't break. The man's expression is stern. Vlad stands beside a man with a thick, braided beard. A voice declares that seeing the cursed ones at a time like this is concerning, and that the Steel Lord is also looking at it. A group of figures stand in a grand hall, discussing a town with interest. Someone wonders if the Duke is involved. A man with dark hair states that someone really overdid it. Vlad says that someone should have controlled themselves. A figure with white hair clicks their tongue, stating that someone should have controlled themselves. An old man stands in a room, stating that he heard there was a holy knight of San Logino there too. A figure in a red outfit states that it would have made the most sense to leave things to them. The white-haired figure declares that someone has no right to say that when they know nothing. A voice says that someone wasn't even there. The old man laments that bastards these days don't even care about the consequences of their actions. The white-haired figure states that the kids would have died. A voice echoes, stating that if they hadn't stepped in. A gruff voice remarks, "Oh ho, look at this kid." The same voice wonders how Joseph found a guy like him. The older man thinks he was just a naive youngling. It is declared that this man is a wolf. Vlad's eyes glow with an intense blue light. One of the men states that Sir Gregory did everything he could for the children. Gregory declares that they secured San Logino, believing his actions were commendable and deserving of praise rather than criticism. A hand clenches into a fist, the word enough hanging in the air. A hand reaches for a pen, ready to write. Someone warns not to test his patience any further. Gregory's blue eyes narrow, a hint of frustration in his gaze. Two figures stand in conversation, their expressions serious. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression unreadable. Several figures gather in a room, their purpose unclear. Gregory responds with a simple yes, sir, his tone respectful. He offers an apology, his expression somber. Two figures stand in what appears to be a study, the shelves behind them lined with books. The man's dark eyes are downcast, his face etched with concern. The voice assures that Sir Gregory understands as well, noting that he is deeply sensitive about the second rule of the Sword Masters. Two men stand at a table, one with spiky orange hair and the other with dark hair slicked back. Sir Joseph agrees, stating that the issue was due to his carelessness. Boots stride across the tiled floor, the sound echoing in the hall. The voice declares that before the Baron of Utman sends a direct complaint, they must act swiftly. A voice booms, declaring that someone will be punished for insulting Sir Gregory. A figure stands with their hands clasped behind their back, their posture suggesting a mix of apprehension and resolve. A man with blonde hair looks up, a sudden realization dawning on his face. The voice states that although they haven't given someone their pay, they will not be able to enjoy any of the rights guaranteed by Bayezid. The speaker declares that the same punishment will be given to Knight Cade as well. A man with a neatly trimmed beard stands in profile, his expression unreadable. The figure is identified as young Vlad. A voice expresses deep disappointment for remarks that were made without permission, recalling past generosity. A figure with glowing blue eyes is surrounded by swirling energy. A voice declares that someone is still uneducated. The figure with glowing blue eyes stares intently. The speaker reiterates their deep disappointment for remarks made without authorization. A voice wonders if someone's rage is due to disgrace. Hands clench tightly, knuckles white with tension. A voice states, "No, it's simply because he's sad." The figure turns away, their back to the viewer. His blue eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. Gemina declared, "I will give you the same punishment." A lone figure in a dark cloak walked down a long corridor. A deep voice rumbled, "To keep him by my side, I must restrain him further." A voice echoed, "I do not want you in my sight until I have summoned you." Vlad's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The cloaked figure continued their lonely trek through the grand hall, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. The young man's brow furrowed, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within him. It's so complicated. Black Bear's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition and something darker within them. To think I would see those eyes again. Vlad stared down, his expression unreadable. He is told that he greatly disturbed his master when he was so young. The older man stands with his arms crossed, a staff resting on his shoulders. Vlad stares intently. The older man remarks on Vlad's youth. The older man continues, stating that Vlad wasn't taught manners. Vlad responds that he has learned enough about manners. The words echo from the warm eyes of the noble woman. A woman with green hair and yellow eyes smiles. Vlad states that the older man is right. Vlad stands cloaked. Vlad declares, "I am." Vlad is asked if they may inquire his name. The older man studies Vlad, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He wonders aloud what could be the reason for this encounter. It's as if he's asking his name before a duel. Vlad stands tall, his expression unreadable as the older man continues to observe him. The older man's blood, which had settled, is starting to boil again. A sinister grin spreads across the older man's face as he reflects on how long it has been since he felt this way. The older man leans on his staff, his gaze fixed on Vlad. "So," he begins, "you're curious about my name?" Vlad looks down, his expression thoughtful. "Unfortunately," he replies, "I do not have a name I can give you." The older man's staff rests heavily on the floor, the sound echoing in the room. Vlad's blue eyes narrow, his gaze intense as he speaks. The older man declares it's because he is one who has walked the lowest road. The older man stands with a banner behind him. The older man says he hasn't completed all of his tasks yet. A group of old knights continues to age without dying, their legacy etched in the flames consuming the world around them. Because they haven't retired honorably on the battlefield, they are left to wander a desolate land. Swords litter the landscape, a testament to battles fought and lost. They continue to walk the lowest path, their footprints fading into the dust. Picking up the honor they spilled along the way, they traverse the barren landscape. A sword and cloak stand as symbols of their past glory. Similarly, they appear as if they founded a nation or become sword masters, their presence looming over the land. A figure stands silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, sword in hand. A building stands tall against a bright blue sky. So, the journey begins across the map of Dermar. A map displays the land, marked with several red flags. The speaker reveals that Count Gaidar has decided to give them a bridgehead to head north. To be exact, they've taken the region. Gemina, standing in a grand hall, acknowledges that the region provides the bridgehead. She states that to reach the north, they'll need to pass through them. Gemina wonders if they think they'll come to them. The man with white hair says that they need to prepare. Gemina notes that the central regions in the west are coming, too. She decides that she will need to write a letter to Count Bayezid. Gemina believes that if it's them, they're sure they'll help them. That way, they'll need a reason to work with them. Looking at the map, the speaker considers that if they can get through Diamar, the next location will be Count Bayezid's region. Gemina reflects that she was right to give him the handkerchief. She adds that she's heard multiple rumors about that young boy. Black Bear observes that someone is growing at an incredible rate. Gemina responds that it seems they have made a connection with San Logino, too. Black Bear acknowledges this. Black Bear thinks to himself that there's no harm in getting close to the church, too. Black Bear clears his throat, drawing Gemina's attention. Gemina states that she has invested in that boy, after all. Black Bear agrees, saying he thinks it's great that she did. Black Bear thinks to himself that the Lord has continued to track the boy's movements, and thankfully, their intelligence network has been greatly fortified. Black Bear smirks, and Gemina smiles back. Gemina states that with this, she believes it would be wise to broaden their scope. Black Bear thinks to himself that they might be able to save time with their limited military force. Gemina gazes out the window. Gemina hopes they pass through safely. The world is changing rapidly, so much so that even those who claim to see the future cannot foresee what is to come. Of course, he is not the only one who thinks that change won't solely bring bad fortunes. Especially after that young one left, even the flowers that bloomed. Perhaps they give comfort and consolation. The flowers bloom, their petals a vibrant contrast to the changing world. The blacksmith shop stands silent under the night sky, the only light emanating from within. That old damn man. Vlad stands in the blacksmith shop, arms crossed, a dark look on his face. He thinks to himself, would have bashed my head against him. Vlad's brow furrows, his expression hardening. Another man speaks. Aside from that, what did you cut down this time? It hasn't been long since I last took care of it, yet the sword is already rusty? Vlad continues, if it weren't for my pride, it was a man without a neck. He was truly troublesome. What do you mean by? Vlad pauses, considering how to explain himself. The older man states that Vlad continues to fight beings he's never even heard of, adding that this is what he does as a mercenary. The older man asks if Vlad doesn't think it's time. He asks, pardon? The older man says that Vlad changed his blade, adding that he'd be lucky if it could still cut down monsters, as the materials are just simple steel. The text states that the person who made the blade was merely a basic blacksmith. Vlad looks up, listening intently. The older man asks what Vlad is saying. The older man states that the longer Vlad uses something that isn't suited to him. The older man finishes his thought, saying that the more likely it is to break someday. The blacksmith looks up, a question forming on his lips. The blacksmith recalls, last winter, some knight suddenly asked me to make that kind of sword for him. He wondered about the request. The blacksmith remembers the knight's words, cut down what he was talking about, but apparently, he knew of your name. The blacksmith continues, a Vlad cut down some kind of ghoul. The younger man responds, oh, I think I know who you mean. The blacksmith recalls, I met that knight during our goblin raid, but he was persistent about finding out who crafted that blade. The blacksmith remembers, I remember him saying Shoera. The old blacksmith begins, stating that since he had no way of controlling his aura, he asked if the blade had any special qualities. Even until then, the blacksmith kept thinking to himself that he was still alive. He tells Q that he was still alive. The blacksmith continues, explaining that the fact that he accomplished such incredible feats means he came dangerously close to dying. He looks up, confused. He asks what the blacksmith means. The blacksmith sighs, his expression grave. The blacksmith explains that the blade has held its form through all that. The narration states that if the blade had broken, it wouldn't have been the only thing shattered. A figure stands in the darkness, clad in armor and wielding a blade. The blacksmith says he just hopes it doesn't hold him back more than it already has. The blacksmith continues, saying he's sure this guy doesn't want it either. He adds that he's not saying he needs to change it. The blacksmith tells Q to just think about it for now. Q looks off to the side, asking if he is still receiving orders. The blacksmith holds the sword, examining its edge with a critical eye. The blacksmith states that this sword is his final piece and suggests that Q find another blacksmith. Q looks at the sword, his expression thoughtful. Despite how much he's grown, the blacksmith sees him like this and realizes he's still the same. It's natural for youngsters to feel sorrow when parting with something they cherish. For someone like the blacksmith, an old, worn item is just another part of life. The blacksmith asks, aside from that, if he is planning to carry it today. It's nothing urgent, but Q thinks to himself that he might need to use it later, but says nothing. The blacksmith says all right, he'll sharpen it for him. The blacksmith sharpens the sword. The young man's expression is thoughtful. The blacksmith remarks that the sword looks brand new and even sharper than when Q first got it. Q thanks him, stating he'll be counting on the blacksmith's help in bringing some real good rum to go with it. The blacksmith tells Q to stop by occasionally and not to try to exploit an old man like him. Q replies that it's for the future. The blacksmith tells Q that next time, he'll bring some good meat, calling him a darn youngster. What good is meat alone? Q smiles, thinking about the rum. The blacksmith tells Q that he'll be waiting and to get back safely. The blacksmith watches as Q departs. Q walks away, the sword strapped to his back. He walks away from the blacksmith, his hooded cloak billowing behind him. The blacksmith coughs, the sound echoing in the dimly lit shop. The blacksmith coughs again, his body hunched over. The blacksmith thinks to himself, phew, I'm going to have to close up for today. I've really given it my all. The blacksmith sighs, his face etched with exhaustion. Q continues to walk, his cloak swaying with each step. Confidence and certainty fill the air. A view of the city is shown, the narrator thinking, surely, he can navigate out of a tricky place easily. Q walks through the town, his shadow stretching behind him. The narrator thinks, of course, that's to be expected. He walks away from the light, his footsteps echoing in the quiet street. The doors of the buildings stand closed, the windows dark. The town is shrouded in darkness, the buildings looming like silent giants. He continues down the street, the fog swirling around his feet. His expression is unreadable in the dim light. He passes under a wooden archway, the shadows deepening around him. The archway is old and weathered, the wood cracked and splintered. He walks on, the only sound his footsteps and the distant murmur of the town. The fog thickens, obscuring the buildings and the sky. The stone wall is damp and cold, the mortar crumbling. An old man's face appears in the shadows, his eyes narrowed. Gemina stands in the street, watching him approach. The older man chuckles, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He thinks that Q has good instincts. The sound of footsteps echoes. The man muses that there's a reason Q was able to wear Bayezid's leather armor. The air crackles with unseen energy around the older man. Q asks why he is being followed. Q's blue eyes narrow. He states that he is simply walking his own path, and that he knows he's been tailed since leaving City Hall. Q glances back at the older man. The young man says that it feels like the older man has been trying to pick a fight with him since they met. Kyu's eyes glow with a fierce light. The older man acknowledges that's right, and that he likes that sharpness of Kyu's. The older man tells Kyu to put a little more force into it, and to not let his rage control him, but to learn to master it. The older man considers he has far more potential than he expected. The man named Lamashute hums, a question mark floating beside his head. Lamashute wonders why he did what he did. The man's blue eyes narrow. Lamashute is shocked. Lamashute calls him a rascal. Lamashute asks if he was intentionally being disobedient. The man named Lamashute thinks back to the actions from the start, wondering if he said anything wrong back then. Kyu asks him to please tell him if something bothered him. Lamashute thinks it's been a long time since he felt this much vigor, and as much as he missed it, he welcomes it. Lamashute suspects he'd prefer clashing swords over talking. A sword is drawn. A highly decorated Bayezid knight stood ready. The speaker mused, not knowing who he was or why he was acting like this, but acknowledging that he was a well-known man to Sir Yosef. There must be a purpose behind this, he thought. He declared, I will state that you started this. If you have your reasons. Kyu drew his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. He held the blade firm, ready for what was to come. Steel met steel, the clash echoing in the confined space. He gripped something tightly, his knuckles white. It's all over if I break it. A burst of energy erupted. Kyu smirked. So you know a few tricks, huh? His expression hardened, a fierce determination etched on his face. He clashes swords with his unseen opponent, the sound echoing in the darkness. The impact sends sparks flying as the blades meet with incredible force. The exchange continues, a whirlwind of steel and motion. The fight intensifies, each strike met with a precise block. The swords meet again, the clash ringing out in the confined space. Deflecting another blow, Kyu feels the pressure mounting. He parries, the force of the attack testing his strength. Kyu realizes, in a flash of insight, that his opponent is deflecting all of his attacks with the very tip of their blade. It's not by chance, he thinks, recognizing the skill in his opponent's movements. He's reading his moves after just a few exchanges. He can tell from the way his opponent fought at that moment. The figure is shrouded in shadow, but the text reveals that he's been in countless duels. The intensity of the fight is palpable, the air thick with tension. The old man's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp despite the wrinkles etched around his eyes. Is this it? His expression hardened, a flicker of defiance in his blue eyes. Surely not. A grim determination settled over his features, the lines around his mouth deepening with resolve. A surge of energy crackled around him, the air shimmering with an ethereal blue light. He gripped the hilt of his sword, the blade glowing with a vibrant green aura, a testament to the power he commanded. In those days filled with anarchy, there weren't many who could wield such a strong aura at his age. A manic grin stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It makes me feel alive. The magical energy intensified, swirling around him like a tempest, a prelude to the storm he was about to unleash. The star-fostered sword master descends from above, his blade gleaming with a faint, green light. He clashes with Black Bear, the impact sending sparks flying as their swords meet. The energy of their collision radiates outwards, a blinding flash of green and blue. The two continue their furious exchange, each strike carrying the weight of their resolve. The star-fostered sword master grips his sword tighter, channeling his power into the blade. Black Bear narrows his eyes, a flicker of determination in his gaze. The star-fostered sword master unleashes a sweeping strike, a wave of green energy erupting from his sword. Black Bear grits his teeth, channeling his own power. Power, he shouts. The force of the attack sends Black Bear hurtling backwards, crashing against the ruined walls. The star-fostered sword master stands victorious, his sword still crackling with green energy. He thinks to himself that he won't miss. Even though he's not up to par with his experience or skill, the swords clash, energy crackling between them. Black Bear thinks he can at least overpower him with his strength. The star-fostered swordmaster's blade glows with power. The swords meet again, the impact echoing through the air. The combatants stand their ground. Black Bear thinks it's impressive, but he will win. Black Bear says that Kyu will have difficult days ahead of him. Kyu asks how much longer Black Bear will keep smiling, old man. The star-fostered swordmaster thinks it's a tactful move, but Black Bear thinks that Kyu chose the wrong opponent. The star-fostered swordmaster and Black Bear stand face to face, their blades gleaming in the dim light, ready to continue their intense duel. A voice explains that it's a technique for enhancing the body. Kyu grunts, feeling the shift in his opponent's power. It feels completely different than before. Black Bear's hand glows with power as he taunts. It's too early to be surprised, boy. A voice adds, with a little bit of creativity, even this is possible. Black Bear's eyes widen in disbelief. No way, resisting an aura-fortified sword with just one hand. Black Bear realizes, his voice laced with frustration, my sword is stuck. He stands, back to the viewer, as the fight continues. Kyu holds his sword, ready to strike. The young swordsman maintains his stance, his grip firm on the hilt. Black Bear glares, his eyes narrowed in thought. Kyu's hand tightens on his sword, preparing for the next move. Black Bear's lips curl into a sneer. How daring, he muses. Black Bear continues, his voice laced with disdain. How smart of him to abandon his sword. If he was a properly trained knight, He wouldn't make those moves. Q stands ready, his sword held firmly in his grasp. This is simply a daring move, Black Bear thinks. Black Bear's thoughts continue, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone, that only someone with the heart of a beast could make. Blue energy crackles around Q's hand, gathering power. Black Bear's anger flares. "You scoundrel," he roars. Black Bear's face contorts in rage, his eyes blazing with fury. He focuses his energy, gathering it into a blinding sphere of power. The rising star unleashes the accumulated force, sending a concentrated blast hurtling towards his opponent. The energy projectile streaks across the battlefield, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The blast slams into Black Bear, the impact throwing him backwards. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The energy explodes outwards, a cataclysm of raw power. Q stands his ground, his sword radiating a faint, ethereal glow. Black Bear's eyes widen in shock. Oh no. Black Bear lies prone on the ground, seemingly unconscious. He wonders if Q is unconscious. "It seems I lost control of my strength." Black Bear thinks to himself. "I took him on for real by accident. He's a prodigy I treasure. Please don't hurt him too much." An older man stands over Q, his hand outstretched. How should I explain this to the young? Gregory had mentioned this before. Q's eye glows with a faint blue light. "Your flame must not go out in any circumstance." The older man looks concerned. And that boy had still not given up. Q grits his teeth. Q stands in a destroyed city. "You cheater." He stands, his white hair a stark contrast to the shadows around him. A faint blue glow emanates from his hands. The old man, Gemina, admits to himself, "I would have been knocked out had I underestimated him." The clasp of his cloak gleams in the dim light. Gemina continues, "Aside from that, he's certainly talented." Q lies on the ground, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a grand castle stands bathed in sunlight. A voice announces, "Sir Lamond has arrived in Shoera." A man with a neatly trimmed beard sits in a chair, a document in his hand. It seems he has taken a liking to Squire Vlad. The man with the gray hair states that it seems they had a small scuffle. The other man replies, "Of course." A narration box states that Sir Lamond was a knight of the previous family head. The gray-haired man strokes his beard, lost in thought. He thinks that even he would certainly find it difficult to deal with a great man like him. The black-haired man thinks to himself that someone like him would turn his back after looking at the condition of the squires here. The gray-haired man thinks that it leaves a bad taste in his mouth. He wonders if he should say that Sir Lamond was able to save face after all these years. The man continues to ponder, wondering if Sir Lamond is lamenting because he can only do this much. The gray-haired man thinks that the times have changed, haven't they, sir? A narration box states that Sir Lamond has been called the living witness of the anarchy. During those times, although there were squires and knights with reputable skill, the gray-haired man thinks that the squires Sir Lamond is looking after now do not catch his eye. The gray-haired man concludes that even if the times have changed, a decree is made, certain things must not change. It is painful to hear an old knight's tantrum. Anyway, in a well-lit room, Gemina sits with Sir Gregory, discussing recent events. It seems that Squire left quite an impression. To think he would personally receive armor from San Logino. A chest sits open, revealing pieces of armor. It would certainly add a special meaning to his recognition, Gemina remarks to Sir Gregory. I should send it over to Shoera. Fortunately, it hasn't ended yet. The old traditions of Bayezid were still being upheld, starting from that one squire. He sits with his hand on his head, looking troubled. A voice echoes, filled with disdain, "That damn old man." Vlad sits on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. His blue eyes are narrowed, focused on something unseen. The voice continues, "It's the first time I've seen that. To think he would strengthen his body with aura instead of his sword." The image of an old man with glowing blue eyes appears, the voice stating, "Talent manifests itself in many forms, you see." Vlad remains seated, the voice concluding, "Well, since he's capable of doing that much, no wonder he's able to live with such prestige." The door bursts open with a loud crash. Gemina asks, "Oh, you're up?" Gemina stands in the doorway, looking at Vlad. She says, "I thought you were talking in your sleep." Vlad replies, "At least knock before you barge in." An unknown voice states that they need an available hand to knock. Another voice asks why someone is doing the laundry. Hugh looks off to the side, a troubled expression on his face. An unknown voice says that they would have done it if someone left it alone. An unknown voice states that this is also a service provided by their inn, and that it's expected to do this much. An unknown voice states that since someone is their respected customer who's staying on the most expensive floor. Hugh wonders if this is a joke. An unknown voice says to wait, and that they still don't have that kind of money. Gemina tells Q that he's staying here for free, and that just by being here, he's helping. An unknown voice states that the Rose's Smile is now an inn, but there are some silly men who think this place hasn't changed. Gemina asks if just being here is sufficient. An unknown voice states that Marcella said someone built up quite a reputation, and that they have the support of the mayor of Shoera, who is part of the Bayezid family. Hugh sits on the bed, stating that he's not one yet. There's no need for you to go through all this trouble. Gemina holds out a folded, purple handkerchief. Though, the handkerchief is embroidered with the name, Alicia Meinl. He looks at the handkerchief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. That's. Gemina states that it was worth cutting off her hair and sending it along with the sword. It seems quite clear. Gemina holds the handkerchief closer. She asks if he has made quite the name for himself. Hua's expression hardens, a slight grimace forming on his face. The handkerchief was simply a way of thanking me. A vast, desolate landscape stretches under a twilight sky, the horizon blurred by distant dust clouds. A dark horse gallops across the plains, its powerful strides kicking up dust and debris. Feathers drift through the air, falling gently upon a field of tall grass. A group of horses thunders across the landscape, their hooves pounding the earth in a rhythmic cadence. With it, there are always those who are desperately trying to catch those that are bright. The dark horse continues its relentless pace, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. After handing over his duty of being the head of the group, he dashes in search of the boy in pursuit of the memories of that day. A coiled rope lies against a dark, starry background. A hand grips a rope, the dark horse's head looming close, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. But there are those who are greedy and want to block the bright one's path. The dark horse gallops forward, its hooves pounding the earth. One of the men watching the chase exclaims that the horse is troublesome. The other man shouts to chase him, declaring they will not let him go. A group of horses thunders across the landscape, relentlessly pursuing their quarry. The text reveals that the bright squire he spent his days with is not here. The dark horse continues its desperate flight, a blur against the landscape. So, he had no choice but to bear all of this responsibility alone. A close-up reveals the dark horse's face, its eyes glowing with determination. The pursuing group of horses is seen in the distance, still giving chase. A man with glowing yellow eyes watches from the shadows. A voice declares that they shall catch him. The old man says he is sorry to the youngster as he cuts into sausages. The old man offers a good piece as an apology. The old man tells him to stop scowling. The old man offers Q food. The old man says that he really liked this one. Q acknowledges that the armor is only given to those with promising talent. The old man recalls trembling with excitement when he received that armor. Q asks if he made it like this despite knowing that. Q looks at the old man. He sits across from Joseph, who asks where they should go. Joseph states that Q's probation week is over and questions if he will be able to work again if he keeps dallying like this. The offer sounds tempting to Q. Joseph mentions that he treats that old knight very kindly. Q asks how he would prove Joseph his worth. Joseph suggests that they work on a job together and that he will be sure to write Q a great recommendation. Q is surprised by the offer. Joseph asks if Q likes horses. Joseph smiles slyly. Meanwhile, the sky is filled with fluffy white clouds. A caravan of wagons travels across a grassy plain. It's not confirmed, but there's been word that a sleek black horse has been roaming around the gates of Shoera. Vlad sits in the back of a cart, his expression thoughtful. He remarks that someone disappears just like that. Gemina, listening intently, responds that she's heard of someone disappearing as if a ghost possesses them. Vlad mentions that they call him the ghost horse amongst the guards. Gemina, her brow furrowed, questions, ghost horse. Vlad admits that he really doesn't have a good feeling about this. Elsewhere, a figure surrounded by purple energy summons ghostly apparitions. The figure states that he is able to summon ghost girls just like that. Vlad, kneeling on the ground, states that if it's true that it's a ghost horse, then they can't simply say that it's unrelated. Gemina asks if he is sure he can just lie down like that. Vlad, reclining comfortably, wonders what he would need to do when they're simply riding a carriage. Gemina retorts, asking if he doesn't think he should be a bit alert, at least. Vlad suggests that she catch a break, stating that guy will find them on their own. He wonders how the horse will find them. That horse, it's incredibly quick, but seems to follow. Vlad trails off, lost in thought. That horse watches from afar. He continues, stating that it surely knows its purpose. Gemina says that she is sure it's not an ordinary horse. Vlad admits he's getting uncomfortable. If it really is the horse from that headless guy, the scouts should have felt an ominous vibe and requested assistance from Shoera. Vlad says he doesn't know what Gemina is pondering, but there's no point in simply thinking about it. Vlad tells her to shut up and know how to do it when the time comes. Gemina says she's sure it wouldn't matter, even if it is a horse. He is simply observing and deciding what to do while they search. Gemina thinks to herself that if he's worthy, maybe she'll teach him a thing or two. She then wonders how long it has been since he handled the aura. Vlad estimates about 3 months, but Gemina corrects him, suggesting it might be 4. Gemina remarks that 3 months is quite fast. Vlad asks what she means. Gemina states that his aura is strong despite the short time he's used it. At the same time, Gemina finds it surprising that he still hasn't found his own color. Vlad is taken aback. He wonders about his own color. Aura is essentially a manifestation of one's subconscious. Not finding your color means that you haven't defined your world yet. Vlad asks how he can find his own color. He stares intently at the old man, a silent question hanging in the air. The young man's blue eyes glint with curiosity as he's asked if no one taught him anything about aura. In the background, 2 figures sit around a campfire, one with long blue hair and the other with short brown hair. One of them admits that he hasn't learned the basics. The old man raises an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Oh, really now? It seems Beardy has his own way of teaching him, so the old man decides he shouldn't tell Vlad too much. The old man urges Vlad not to hide it too much. Vlad looks up, a question forming on his lips. What do you? The old man means to create a mechanism to bring out the world inside Vlad. The old man's expression turns serious as he says the knight's call. Vlad asks if it's a key, surely he's. The old man asks if Vlad has seen knights use aura, and if he really thinks they just use it for the sake of using it. Vlad furrows his brow, deep in thought. He considers the question, pondering how others might use the technique differently. He thinks carefully, wondering if they take any specific movements or actions before summoning it. Well, they were always in urgent situations, so? A swordsman's technique unleashes a blinding flash of light. The swordsman's eyes glow with power as he exclaims, "Oh, yeah, everyone had a certain stance." Pablo clashed his sword and shield together. Gregory stomped his foot really hard. I think Sir Lutgear flicked his sword with his finger. And finally, a swordsman stands silhouetted against the backdrop of a full moon, his blade reflecting the ethereal light. The swordsman grips his weapon tightly, knuckles white with tension. The swordsman's eyes glow with an intense blue light. Hugh observes that Vlad seems to remember something. The old man explains that the key is one's tool and consciousness that opens one's imaginary world. Hugh admits that he just uses it, though, and goes with the flow. The old man states that is why Vlad can't find his own color. Hugh continues, saying that when the time comes, Jair will teach him, but the old man says it wouldn't hurt to keep it in the back of his mind. Hugh's eyes dart upwards, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. He shouts a warning. Duck! Reacting instantly, Hugh grabs Vlad and pulls him down to the ground. An arrow streaks through the air, aimed directly at their position. The arrow slams into the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, a guard shouts in alarm, exclaiming that something is flying over them. He barely has time to react as an arrow flies towards Q, narrowly missing them. A voice booms out, declaring that it's an ambush, and that things aren't going to be easy. Another voice shouts for everyone to be on guard. A confused voice questions the declaration, asking if it's an ambush. Vlad and Jimena stand among a group of people, the tension palpable in the air. Another arrow streaks through the air, adding to the chaos. A group of mounted figures charges forward, their horses kicking up dust. A voice cries out in alarm, demanding to know where the attackers are. An officer points, stammering that they're over there. A voice declares that it's bandits. The mounted bandits continue their charge across the open field. A stern voice orders that enough talking has occurred, and to make sure that guy doesn't escape. Another voice asks for pardon. A voice responds with fervent agreement. He stands alongside Jimena, the tension of the ambush still hanging in the air. An older man observes, his gaze hardening. Those aren't simple bandits. The man declares, they're barbarians. A horde of barbarians descends, their crude weapons raised high. Arrows streak across the sky, descending upon their targets. The soldiers brace themselves, raising their shields in anticipation of the onslaught. Someone shouts, demanding they hold their position. The soldiers maintain their formation as the arrows rain down upon them. An archer draws back his bow, preparing to loose another arrow. Mounted archers join the fray, adding to the barrage of arrows. The arrows continue to fall, blanketing the ground around the soldiers. The soldiers brace once more, their shields taking the brunt of the attack. As expected, they started attacking the mercenaries first. They bought some time since they were behind the merchant group. One of them wonders how the barbarians, who live beyond the northern border, came. That's what he'd like to know. It's his first time seeing a barbarian that came all the... Someone hoped this would go away here. A figure holds a sword. A man states that they need a horseman and to put the saddle on the horse. The man with the horse says that this one is a luggage horse, but it will be better than running at least. Someone says that they need a horse if they are to deal with them. As such, man or woman, they are all excellent cavalry. But, excluding a few warriors, they are those who cannot. Remember this well. When facing barbarians, you must kill their unique mobility. Listen well. We need a... We've no plans to kill you either. So long as you pay the toll, we'll let you live, at least. A voice questions the demand. A toll? The soldiers wonder if they're simply going to be let go. A voice responds, making it understood. The soldiers offer to pay the toll, asking how much they want. A figure on horseback declares that everything will be taken, except their lives. The horseman commands them to leave with their bare hands. A close-up reveals a man with a stern expression. It is stated that anyone who is gripping onto anything will have that as their fare for the afterlife. A figure is bathed in a menacing red glow. A character laments that there's no hope with the mercenaries they've scoured cheaply. Who would have thought you'd meet mounted bandits in Bayezid's land? Barbarians, even. Well, the best choice is to keep our lives for now. But can we truly trust them? A lone rider moves through the dusty landscape. The reins are held firmly as the horses continue their journey. A man's expression is unreadable as he looks off into the distance. The group of riders continues their journey across the land. They began to move, looking like they're trying to loot. You know, I don't like him. I've tried hard to like him. Them as well, but that didn't really work out. Start getting ready. For you, who can't ride a horse, there's only one chance. The horses gallop across the open field, their hooves drumming against the earth. The horses' eyes widen with fear as they continue their headlong flight. Ender Hainel's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. The horses thunder through a darkened area, their riders urging them onward. The horses' panicked cries fill the air. "Ah, what's up with this guy?" one of the riders shouts. The horses are afraid. Ender Hainel grits his teeth. "Damn it, that damn vigor or whatever is always grabbing my ankles." An old man shouts, "Go!" The old man trips Ender Hainel, sending him sprawling. The old man raises his sword, ready to strike. A horse leaps over the prone Ender Hainel, its hooves narrowly missing him. The intended distance remains, and the pursuers haven't even dismounted from their horses. But the only chance is now. One of the men on horseback wonders who they are, questioning if it's just a single old man and a child. The order is given to wipe them out. He continues to ride, attempting to outpace his pursuers. The man with glowing eyes snarls, "You shit heels." Two men clash, blades meeting in a shower of sparks. One of the men falls, blood splattering as he hits the ground. A voice shouts, "Where do you dare approach?" Ender Hainel continues his desperate flight. The men react to the sudden surge of power, exclaiming, "Aora!" One of the men questions why there's a knight here. The order is given to turn the horses around and make distance. His expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his features. He parries a blow from a mounted soldier, the clash of steel echoing through the air. A soldier shouts, "Where you going, you fuckers?" Ender Hainel's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. A soldier cries out, "Wah!" He finds himself surrounded, blades flashing in the sunlight as he battles multiple soldiers simultaneously. The ground trembles beneath the hooves of the pursuing horses. A lone rider gains ground, his sword raised high, intent on intercepting Ender. Ender's expression hardens, his blue eyes burning with determination. He stands his ground, the horse beside him a silent witness to the impending clash. Another soldier charges forward, bellowing a war cry. He walks away from the fallen, his cloak billowing behind him, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. The man's face is partially obscured by his hood. Vlad shouts, urging someone to follow him, realizing that his attempt has only half succeeded. Before those bastards can reorganize, Vlad knows they must reduce their numbers. A close-up reveals the intensity in his eyes. Someone shouts a warning to look above. A rider and horse gallop forward. The intensity in the rider's eyes is evident. The rider's gaze is fixed on something ahead. The horse and rider continue their rapid advance. The old man, gripping his sword, mutters in disbelief. "Oh dear, where did a bastard like this come from?" Another man, with long blonde hair, prepares for battle, his gaze fixed on an unseen enemy. The man's sword begins to glow with an intense blue energy, crackling with power. A voice echoes, filled with a sense of revelation. "You were a knight." A close-up reveals a determined eye, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A voice booms out, laced with disbelief. "Look at this guy, not even a blink after seeing it." The old man is surrounded by an aura, his expression grim. He thinks, he's not someone I can look to take down in a single breath. Vlad is urged to flee. "Run, Vlad." A voice declares, filled with contempt, "Those damn mercenaries will run away the moment they see a chance." Another voice shouts, filled with urgency, "You go and protect the people." The man from panel 8 pauses, a conflicted expression on his face. "But," the old man from panel 12 is asked, "what help will you even be without a horse?" He thinks, "Just run." The figure acknowledges the order with a sharp, "Yes, sir." The chase begins, Ender Hainel sprinting forward, sword in hand. Vlad continues his escape across the open plains, the mountains looming in the distance. Ender gains ground, now mounted on horseback. The wind whips through Ender's hair as he urges the horse onward. One of the observers wonders, "Who's that?" Another asks, "Are the other group's warriors coming back?" A third replies, "It doesn't sound like multiple people are coming though." The observer states, "It's a single." The observer realizes, horse. The sound of hooves echoes across the plains. Ender's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his gaze. "This cry is..." One of the observers exclaims, "Huh, it's that one." The voice booms, declaring that something escaped but returned on its own. The rider, revealed to be Vlad, is hailed as the son of the plains. Hooves thunder against the earth, each stride a burst of displaced energy. The call to gather echoes across the plains, and mounted warriors converge, kicking up dust as they prepare to ride. "It's the son of the plains," a voice booms. Another voice urges, "We must catch at this." With a thunderous roar, the mounted warriors surge forward, a cloud of dust billowing in their wake as they give chase. A warrior grips the reins, urging his steed onward, his face grim with determination as the pursuit intensifies. The horse's powerful muscles ripple beneath its dark coat, its eyes gleaming with focused intensity as it gallops across the open land. The wind whips through the horse's mane, its breath coming in ragged bursts as it strains to maintain its speed, driven by the urgency of the chase. Hooves pound against the earth, each stride a percussive beat in the rhythm of the pursuit, the ground trembling beneath the relentless advance. Frustration etches itself onto the warrior's face. He grits his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, so easily." The mounted warrior leans low over his horse, urging it to greater speeds as he races across the landscape, determined to close the distance. A voice shouts, "What are y'all doing? Quick, chase after him." The mounted warriors continue their relentless pursuit, a distant cluster against the vast horizon. Dust billows as someone plummets from above, a trail of debris marking their rapid descent. The impact of a boot echoes through the desolate landscape. Landing atop a rocky outcrop, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster raises a sword to the sky, declaring, "Here." Eyes blazing with an intense blue light, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster proclaims, "I am here." The declaration reverberates, a visible force emanating from Star Fostered Swordmaster. A spectral horse with glowing blue eyes appears, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. Arcane symbols crackle with power, the air thick with magical energy. Bathed in a blinding light, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster stands before the spectral horse, power surging around them. The spectral horse's hooves strike the ground, shattering the earth beneath with each step. The spectral horse gallops forward, its form a blur of dark energy and determination. Sword drawn and crackling with energy, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster charges ahead, a determined glint in their eye. The sword slices through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. He sprints forward, the wind whipping at his cloak as he shouts, "Where are you running?" Behind him, the rider urges their spectral steed onward, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The horse's hooves thunder against the earth, each stride sending tremors through the ground. The rider's cloak snaps and billows in the wind, a dark silhouette against the harsh light. The spectral horse gallops relentlessly, its ethereal hooves barely touching the ground. Debris explodes from beneath the horse's pounding hooves, a chaotic spray of dirt and stone. The chase continues along the edge of a precipitous cliff, the wind howling through the narrow passage. The rider's eyes burn with an unnatural light, a chilling intensity that promises no escape. Below, the fleeing figure is a small speck against the vast landscape, desperately trying to outrun the inevitable. Without hesitation, the rider leaps off the cliff's edge, plunging into the abyss on their spectral mount. The chase continues unabated, the rider and horse a blur of motion against the darkening sky. The horse's eyes glow with an eerie light, a supernatural energy that fuels its relentless pursuit. The son of the plains, born of divine blood, bares his teeth in a grimace. Below, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster is being watched from above by a rider on horseback at the cliff's edge. The horse gallops forward, kicking up dust and debris as it closes the distance. Charstar Fostered Swordmaster's eyes glow with an eerie light as he laughs maniacally. He clenches his fist, a surge of power coursing through him. This feeling he felt that day is telling him that he no longer has to hold it in. The rider urges his steed onward, a desperate command echoing in the wind. "May Kuin now." The horse's hooves thunder against the earth, each stride a desperate attempt to overtake their prey. Another man shouts, "Do not hand over the son of the plains to a mere rookie from the Empire." He continues his desperate flight, sword drawn as he urges his steed onward. The ground tears apart under the thunder of hooves, a testament to the speed and force of the pursuit. Suddenly, a shimmering blue light erupts from the ground, the telltale sign of a magical barrier taking form. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a solid wall of arcane power. The air crackles with raw magical energy as the barrier rises higher. A man watches with grim satisfaction as the trap is sprung. The barrier solidifies, its blue glow casting an eerie light on the surrounding landscape. Arcane symbols shimmer within the barrier, reinforcing its magical integrity. The barrier reaches its full height, an impassable wall of pure energy. The magical construct hums with power, its purpose now clear. The men watch, their faces betraying a mixture of anticipation and triumph. Ender Hanel and his horse find themselves trapped within the confines of the magical barrier, their escape cut off. He deflects the incoming attack with a surge of blue energy emanating from his blade. The sword glows with green energy as he continues his assault. A man shouts in frustration, "God damn it. That one's a knight too." The unseen speaker wonders just how many have been taken out. A voice commands, "Don't face him head on." Ender Hanel rides on horseback, preparing to engage his opponents. The speaker curses, realizing they've been flanked. "Damn it, we got our backs caught." Ender Hanel prepares to strike, his sword crackling with both green and blue energy. The man orders his troops to split two ways and circle around to surround him. The horse rears back, its eyes wide with terror. What's up with this horse?" Other riders struggle to control their mounts as the horses become increasingly agitated. "I can't turn it. The horse got scared." A man with a beard shouts, "Just what is causing?" The horse's eyes glow with an unnatural light, a surge of energy emanating from within. He struggles to maintain his seat as his horse is engulfed in a blue aura. The horse gallops wildly, a spectral glow surrounding it as it carries Ender Hanel away from the other riders. The other riders give chase, their horses struggling to keep up with the unnatural speed of Ender Hanel's mount. A swordsman prepares to strike, his blade glinting in the light. The swordsman's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. "Now, you are the hunted." Swords are drawn, their edges sharp and deadly. The swordsman lunges forward, his blade aimed at Ender Hanel. A man with tribal tattoos watches intently, his face obscured by shadows. The air crackles with unseen energy as the pursuit intensifies. He grips his sword, preparing to face his pursuers. The unseen force continues to buffet the area. Golden sparks fly as the unseen power manifests. The energy intensifies, closing in. He spurs his horse onward, desperate to outrun the unseen threat. A voice, strained with effort, speaks, "Shoot." The horse can't hold out. As expected, it was too difficult with a transport horse. A blade is drawn, the words echoing in the air. This is the Yendi. Determination hardens the man's features. The ground erupts as the unseen force draws closer. Ender Hanel continues to flee, the wind whipping through his hair as he urges his steed forward. The horse's hooves pound against the earth, kicking up dust and dirt as it races onward. He urges his horse onward, the pounding hooves kicking up a cloud of dust as they tear across the barren landscape. The horse continues its desperate flight, the wind whipping through its mane as it races towards the horizon. The horse's eyes are wide with exertion, its breath coming in ragged gasps as it strains to maintain its pace. An old man's face twists into a cruel smile, his eyes glinting with malice. The old man's voice echoes in the air, a venomous thought made audible. So there was another bastard who boils my already cooled blood. A figure stands amidst swirling dust, the glint of steel betraying the presence of a drawn sword. A man with tribal tattoos snarls, his face contorted with rage. Persistent bastard, he spits. However, that ends. The old man continues, his voice a low growl. Now as the tattooed man's eyes widen, a realization dawning on his face. This is... The old man's face is grim, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. The sound of the barbarian's horn, is it not? A horn blares, signaling the charge of a mounted war band, their figures blurred by speed and dust. The old man watches as Ender Hanel flees, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. The horse's hooves pound against the earth, kicking up dust as it gallops forward. He urges his steed onward, the wind whipping through his blonde hair as he races across the plains. A guttural sound escapes the pursuer's throat. The pursuer shouts, "How dare you!" The pursuer closes the distance, his horse a blur of motion against the horizon. The son of the plains yells, "Stop, you bastard!" A confused thought bubbles in the pursuer's mind. The son of the plains grits his teeth, rage burning in his eyes. The son of the plains that rejected even me? Ender Hanel shouts, "Dismount from that horse at once." Ender Hanel wonders, how did that guy? He pauses, a realization dawning on him. Wait, did the old sir dash? The son of the plains continues his relentless pursuit, his eyes fixed on his target in the distance. He wasn't having it. The son of the plains roared, "Do you not hear me telling you to step down?" The son of the plains continued, "That is not a horse you can dare ride." Ender Hanel's expression hardened. The son of the plains demanded, "Who the hell are you to be bossing me around?" The son of the plains, surrounded by a red aura, bellowed, "Shut your mouth." Ender Hanel stumbled back, momentarily blinded by the sudden burst of energy. Ender Hanel's eyes widened. That's... The son of the plains was using a hex. A narration box explained that certain barbarians can carve in their own world using hexes. A narration box stated, "On the level of knights who use aura, is that it?" Ender Hanel realized the son of the plains was on the level of knights who use aura. He declares that he will take the son of the plains' life as the price for tainting the divine horse. Ender Hanel taunts, telling him to go ahead and try if he can. The son of the plains and Ender Hanel ride towards each other on horseback, closing the distance between them. A burst of energy is released, crackling with power. The son of the plains and Ender Hanel continue their charge, the ground blurring beneath their horses' hooves. Another burst of energy erupts, the air shimmering with heat. The ground trembles as a thunder of hooves approaches, multiple horses charging forward in a furious assault. The air cracks with the sound of a brutal impact. A sword meets resistance, unleashing a blinding burst of emerald energy as it clashes against an unseen foe. The sound of steel on steel echoes across the battlefield, scattering debris in its wake. Mounted figures collide in a whirlwind of motion, their blades singing a deadly song of green and red energy. Another earth-shattering impact reverberates, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the glow of crimson energy. A cloaked figure's eyes blaze with malevolent red light, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. A fist clenches, the arms surging with raw, red power, ready to unleash its fury. A lone horse charges into the fray, its hooves pounding the earth as it kicks up a storm of dust and dirt. A cloaked rider clashes with an unseen opponent, the impact creating a shockwave of pure energy. The cloaked rider and their steed charge forward, kicking up dust as they close the distance. Realizing their flank is exposed, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster curses under his breath. The two combatants clash, energy blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The horse's eye reflects the intensity of the battle, its gaze sharp and focused. Caught off guard, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster cries out in surprise. The force of the impact sends tremors through the air. The cloaked rider brandishes a red energy blade, its crimson glow illuminating their determined face. The horse lashes out with its hooves, narrowly missing its target. The battle rages on, the two figures locked in a deadly dance. Breathing heavily, Charstar Fostered Swordmaster exclaims that the attack was dangerous. The horse snorts, its breath misting in the air. A voice expresses gratitude for being alive, attributing it to the horse's extraordinary nature and divine blood. A mounted figure rides through a desolate landscape, his back exposed. But to think it's this much, they're already moving. As if they're one, the rider and mount move with purpose. Some absurdly strong ones so far. That barbarian. With the sword, it's doable. The issue is, obviously, the horse riding technique. On top of that, you have neither a saddle nor a rein. Yup. This goes, the more disadvantageous it will become. But there are no countermeasures to flip this situation dash. Remember this well. When facing barbarians, you must kill their unique mobility. A stern figure emphasizes the point. He narrows his eyes, a spark of resolve igniting within him. Yes, that's it. A voice echoes, proposing a change of pace. Shall we have a mud fight then? Ender Hanel, cloaked and determined, rides atop a dark horse, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The horse's hooves pound the earth, kicking up clods of dirt as it gallops forward. The wind whips past, blurring the landscape as the horse continues its relentless charge. The horse races onward, its destination unknown, but its purpose clear, to reach its goal with unwavering speed. A gruff voice observes, its tone laced with concern. Those two. The same voice continues, a hint of desperation creeping in. They cannot do more. A figure, wreathed in crimson energy, declares with fierce determination, I have to cut them off here. The figure's power surges, a palpable aura of red energy crackling around them. A figure is engulfed in a torrent of crimson energy, the air crackling with raw power as they bellow, come. The crimson energy intensifies, its sharp edges cutting through the air like blades. A smirk plays on Ender Hanel's lips. In a flashback, Ender Hanel rides on horseback, recalling a time when he was told that people are born on horses. He remembers being stuck in the mud all that time. A man with red eyes questions the nonsense of the situation. Ender Hanel recalls doing all of this for someone. He thinks that they should do as he wants at least once, too. Hands clasped together, preparing for a fight. A figure steps forward, their cloak billowing behind them. Ender Hanel raises his arm, ready to strike. The figure is shown, ready for battle. The figure is shown, ready for battle. The man with red eyes questions where Ender Hanel thinks he's pulling some trick from. He plummets through the air, a desperate descent into the unknown. Crew, his face a mask of fury, prepares to strike. Two mounted figures give chase, their steeds thundering across the landscape, closing in on Ender Hanel. Krua's face contorts in rage as he bellows. Crew. A voice booms, inviting a brutal confrontation. Let's have a roll in the mud together. Ender Hanel and Crew lock eyes, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. A blinding flash erupts as the attack lands, sending shockwaves through the earth. The force of the blow sends Ender Hanel reeling, his body twisting in midair. He is sent hurtling across the ground, a cloud of dust billowing in his wake. The ground rushes up to meet him as he tumbles down a steep incline. Ender Hanel and Krua's faces are inches apart, their expressions mirroring each other's intensity. The impact reverberates, a deafening crash that signals the start of a brutal struggle. The ground crumbles beneath someone's feet. A shout rings out. Young master! A man yells in alarm. Another man exclaims, oh, damn it. He mutters that it doesn't matter how tough a night is. He plummets from the cliff's edge. A voice echoes, stating that if he falls down like that, his life will be. A sword stands upright in the ground. A voice whispers, huh. The old man stands on the cliff, looking down at the falling figure. He declares him an absolute rascal. A surge of energy erupts. He is surrounded by a swirling aura of blue and green energy. He wonders what he is supposed to do if someone steals it before he even tells them. The energy continues to surge. Aggie of the Budat tribe is being choked. He looks up, his blue eyes glowing, and asks, yeah? The armored figure stands, a massive sword held ready. He asks, so what? From within a grand building, a voice states, I understand that you would like to cultivate that squire. The man with neatly parted black hair warns, but you will have to be careful. A nun stares intently, her expression unreadable. A commanding voice booms, stop there. What is this scenario? Two figures stand together, one with red hair and the other with blonde. A voice exclaims, taking away a nun without any proper procedures? The blonde man with blue eyes declares, even if you're a Bayezid, you can't be this brazen. A voice acknowledges, even if? Thanks to that name, Bayezid. A group of nuns stand together, their expressions a mix of concern and apprehension. The blonde man's face is shown in close-up, his blue eyes glowing with intensity. A hand clenches tightly, the knuckles white with strain. It truly feels blasphemous even to say this. The nun speaks, her expression stern. Perhaps he was born of low blood. His temper was nothing but impetuous and vicious. She continues, stating that he is a child who will most certainly cause a problem at a later date. The man with dark hair listens intently, his gaze unwavering. The nun expresses her worry that he might sully the mayor's reputation one day. The man with dark hair responds, is that so? The man sits in a chair, listening as the nun continues. She mentions that Vlad committed quite the discourtesy at the nunnery and that they've had all the time in the world to come find him and discuss it. He considers the situation. But now they're taking that act as a problem and warning? Right at this moment, when the squire from the back alleys, who received the guarantee of the respected priest Andrea, received the approval of San Logino, the man with dark hair states that this is exceedingly intentional. And for those who can move the Mother Superior, there's only one person. A nun sits in silent contemplation before a towering, luminous figure. Bishop Pierre is revealed, his figure framed by a burst of energy. A red and white garment, marked with numerous black crosses, hangs suspended. The narration states that Shoera is moved by two people's hands. A set of golden scales hangs suspended, bathed in a celestial light. The narration continues, stating that it is by the Bishop of Shoera that the masses are looked after by the word of God. The scales are shown again, emphasizing the balance and judgment at play. A close-up of his eye reveals a sudden understanding. He realizes, yes, now I see the intent. He clasps his hands, a grim realization dawning on his face. I was the target from the start. The star-fostered sword master sits in a grand chair, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. He muses that there must be another hidden goal. Sir Joseph interrupts the meeting, excusing himself for the intrusion. The star-fostered swordmaster's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise or concern crossing his face. A stable hand, sent with Sir Lamond, has returned. The star-fostered swordmaster's expression darkens, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Joseph's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He clutches at his own neck, his face contorted in anger as he hears that barbarians have shown up. The star-fostered swordmaster's eyes widen, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. The access route that connects Shoera and Varna is mentioned. The report came in, they were ambushing people there. Vlad listened intently, his expression unreadable. A messenger urgently reported, Sir, Old Sir has ordered me to bring people. The messenger continued, Vlad is currently holding on by having the barbarians' boss hostage. The question hung in the air, what happened to the... The messenger asked, mercenaries guarding the merchant group? As for them, the messenger exclaimed, if it weren't for Old Sir and Vlad, we would have all died. In short, someone asked, are you saying those two are protecting the people ambushed by barbarians alone? The nun confirmed, that's correct, sir. Vlad stated, Jair, you lead our private soldiers. Vlad finished, got. A voice declares that someone is going to have to be the guide. The order is given to move swiftly. Sir Joseph receives confirmation and acknowledgement of the order. Vlad is described as commendable. The nun asks, what? It's noted that even if he is a lowborn, his temper is quick. Vlad sits with his hands clasped. The nun smiles slightly. Pierre thinks that if they are fated to face each other, it will be at least once. A message is to be relayed to him. The nun stands next to Vlad. The nun expresses gratitude for him worrying about her. A sound effect is displayed. A figure shrouded in shadow declares that they will visit someone soon. The cloaked figure stands tall, their hands clasped before them. The figure vows to face their opponent proudly. A large group travels across a barren landscape as the sun sets. He gazes into the distance, a slight breeze rustling his hair. A close-up reveals the intricate clasp of his cloak. He wonders if they are gathering in greater numbers. An older man confirms that quite a number of them have moved south. He muses that if they were ordinary mounted bandits, they would have run away the moment their boss was caught. It seems he's a warrior with higher status. A warrior sits bound, while an older man stands behind him, his arms crossed. The older man states that things are getting more and more problematic. At this rate, the sun will set before they reach Shoera. The journey continues, the destination still distant. Age wonders if the stable-hand boy is still not done. It seemed like the barbarians were spread around here and there, causing concern. The rider pauses, questioning if something has happened. It looks like God has finally arrived. Age and Char Star-fostered sword master observe the landscape, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Dust billows in the distance, signaling the approach of a large force. It was an unnecessary worry. The Shoera cavalry arrives, a formidable force on horseback. The cavalry charges forward, their horses kicking up dust as they approach. It's the Shoera cavalry. The group recognizes the approaching force. Damn it, they arrived pretty quickly, a voice grumbles, expressing frustration at the unexpected speed of the cavalry's arrival. Gott's expression is stern, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. It was an excellent judgment, old soldier, Gott reflects, acknowledging the strategic advantage gained by their arrival. The situation would have changed. Aggie reflects that experience comes with age. He states that now that he's accomplished his goal, it's time to ask his questions. Gott asks why they came here. He repeats the question, demanding an answer. The man with tribal tattoos states that they only needed the son of the plains. Aggie questions why they didn't just peacefully catch the horse, instead of pillaging. The bound man is seen sitting on the floor. He recalls that they were. The tattooed man says that the reason they've come down south has disappeared. He remarks on how practical the situation is. The blonde man on horseback didn't think the son of the plains would choose a boy from the empire. A knight rides on horseback. Gott wonders if they are struggling against only this much of a barbarian. Aggie is confronted by a knight on horseback. The knight asks what he means, adding that if he had a single military horse, they would have run away to Varna already. The man with the eye patch is glad that someone is safe. He will escort them to Shoera. The armored figure stands silhouetted against the horizon, contemplating a difficult decision. He asks, what will you do about them? The figure seems to acknowledge that they have their own stories. The armored figure, identified as possibly Char Star-Fostered Swordmaster, is seen riding in a carriage with Char H. A long line of soldiers stretches out behind them. The white-haired advisor urges caution. We should avoid tension with the barbarians when the times are chaotic. The armored figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, declares, I will try to persuade them to return. Meanwhile, a surge of energy crackles around a figure's hand, the air shimmering with emerald light. The figure, sweat beading on his brow, grits his teeth in determination. Tribal tattoos adorn his chest and arms, pulsing faintly with the same green energy. A swirling vortex of green energy envelopes him, one eye glowing with an unnatural light. A voice booms, like a civilized man. The figure's armor radiates with power, the metal itself seeming to writhe with contained energy. A group of onlookers watch with wide eyes, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The figure's eye burns with an intense, otherworldly light. A voice echoes, it's a world with a completely different depth. If this man decides to. The figure stands silhouetted against a field of pure green energy, the air crackling with destructive potential. It'll be annihilation. A figure on horseback stands over fallen soldiers, a green glow emanating from the scene. The back of a figure's head is shown, their hair pulled back into a long ponytail. A man yells, demanding they return. Two men shout for everyone to return. One of the men calls them stuffy bastards, questioning if they can't tell what's going on. A man, bound by ropes, shouts for them to cut the chatter and return. Someone wonders what they should do, suggesting that if they leave the young master behind like this, the chieftain would. The men on horseback are in Shora's front garden. They don't know when more reinforcements will arrive. A knight rides on horseback, a green glow emanating from his sword. Two men discuss promising for the future. Someone suggests that they'd want to avoid a war with them as well. The bound man is told to follow the young master's words. He rides through the landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows. The villagers express their desire to stay together. A voice questions the knight's civility. An armored figure states that the result is still clean. Someone shouts that they have left, and the barbarians are falling back. The villagers express their gratitude to the knight for protecting them. A voice exclaims to include them. The villagers cheer, raising their arms in celebration. A wild horse rears up, neighing loudly. The wild horse gallops forward, startling the villagers. A voice warns that it's dangerous. The villagers express their awe at the horse's fierceness. Someone suggests standing back since it's a wild horse. He soothes the large black horse, stroking its neck. The horse seems agitated, snorting and stamping its hooves. Ender Hanel speaks calmly, reassuring the animal. Aggie, standing nearby, eyes the horse with suspicion. He asks, what's up with the hose? Ender responds, oh, this one. He continues, explaining, it's the one I met when I faced the deathworm last time. Ender adds, it somehow found me. Aggie listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Ender continues, it's much larger compared to other horses. He finishes, and I can tell it's not ordinary at a glance. Aggie clears his throat. Ahem, he says, I'm gonna have to fit a saddle as soon as we return. Ender Hanel smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Aggie states, you're finally being worth your food. Ender and Aggie ride the horses, leading the way. The night sky stretches above a dark landscape. A large stone gate stands before them. He asks, what are you doing? Are you not going in? The horse rears back, resisting. About that. It's not budging at all. The horse's reluctance prompts Aggie to ask, why is it acting up now? Aggie glances back, his expression thoughtful. Aggie observes, that's why. He continues, it looked like it was in a bad mood when the merchants were getting close. Ender's expression darkens as he thinks, the bastard riding is hated by horses. The horse's dark eyes reflect its unease, and the bastard giving the ride hates humans. Aggie scratches his head, a troubled look on his face. I can't even begin to guess where I should fix you from. A voice muses, what a great pairing you two are. He stands beside his black horse, the animal snorting and pawing at the ground, clearly agitated. Elsewhere, Ender and Aggie sit by a crackling fire, the flames casting dancing shadows on their faces. Aggie sighs, oof man. The old man takes a sip from his cup. He sighs, finding the situation somewhat absurd. The young man looks on, his expression unreadable. Aggie asks if there was any effect. The response is a simple, well, a bit. The young man muses that the barbarian's words weren't just random crap. A voice notes that one likes the color red. The voice continues, stating that wild horses move, following climbing roses. The captive explains that the frozen plain gives them nothing. The young man reflects that the climbing rose that opens itself up to warmth is a sign directly linked to survival. A bouquet of vibrant red flowers is presented, though they seem insufficient. Aggie remarks that since the recipient has a very specific taste, it should be easy to find a solution. Ender Hanel gazes thoughtfully into the distance, his expression unreadable. He muses that it would be better to have as many red colors as possible, adding, most likely, and the bigger, the... Aggie sits at a table, while Ender Hanel stands nearby, cloaked in shadow. Aggie states that big things do serve better. Ender Hanel glances at Aggie, a question forming in his eyes. He thinks that they wouldn't have to look for anything else if it also moved. A close-up reveals a cascade of vibrant red hair. A woman is seen carrying a large stack of books. Aggie and Ender Hanel stand together, observing something out of view. Aggie simply says, "Oh ho." A close-up of the red-haired woman. A voice says that much is more than enough to be called a rose. The woman struggles under the weight of the books, her brow furrowed with effort. Aggie wonders if that would be all right. He adds that from what he can tell, it doesn't seem like the two of them are that close. A voice echoes, recalling a shared history of conflict. "We've been fighting often ever since we were kids." Ender Hanel smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. A voice commands, "Piss off." Lady Alicia, her brow furrowed, appears displeased. Ender stands behind her, listening as Alicia says, "I haven't said anything yet." Alicia, working at a table, tells Ender, "I'm working, so don't loaf around." A voice pleads, "I just need a minute. Hear me out." Alicia, her expression strained, demands, "Please tell that to Lady Alicia, because I'm busy." Ender, standing nearby, says, "Come on, let me ask you a favor." Alicia shouts, her face contorted in anger, I said I'm busy. Can't you see me?" The air crackles with tension. Her face contorted in fury, Alicia's voice was a venomous hiss. Ender held out a bouquet of roses, his expression unreadable. Alicia snapped, demanding to know why he hadn't asked her for help. Ender stood with the flowers, his blue eyes reflecting the light. Alicia's cheeks flushed red, her expression softening slightly. Ender looked at Alicia, confused by her reaction. What is it then?" he stammered. Alicia, flustered, told him to shut up. Meanwhile, two figures stood guard at the city gates, their spears glinting in the sunlight. Two figures stride down a dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing in the stone passage. Bare feet stand near the bars of a cell, the cold stone unforgiving beneath them. From within the cell, a voice declares, "I am the mayor of Shoera, Joseph Bayezid." Chained and seated, a figure of the Budat tribe is covered in intricate tattoos, his gaze fixed and unreadable. A voice wonders, the great mayor of the city making his way here himself? What a great honor it is. A thought echoes, I hope it was worth it to come all the way down here. A man's expression is unreadable, his eyes shadowed as he looks forward. A voice muses, I've met many who try to display their dignity or coldness forcefully. The voice continues, then a few who truly fostered them. But this man is real. A figure looks up at the seated, tattooed man, his expression hidden in shadow. One of the figures remarks, at first, I thought it may have been your tribe's tradition. A voice concludes, but I have not met more. But I've heard that handling wild horses is a taboo subject. It was quite interesting. For every world, there are zones that allow them to shine. And that the wild horses that can shine only through galloping must stay within the green plains. The tattooed man states that he heard that they are people who respect this principle. What is the true reason behind breaking a taboo and risking your lives to come here? The man behind bars asks about the region of the Iron Duke and the Budat tribe. The tattooed man is kneeling. He had a thought on his way to this cell, that this may have been a good thing. The tattooed man states there is only one reason he attempted to take control of the son of the plains. Even while breaking the taboo, he reflected, it was because they needed the fastest being they knew of. A man with tribal tattoos on his arms shouted, You! The tattooed man stood, his chains clanking. The tattooed man demanded, What have you done? The tattooed man stood, his fist clenched. The tattooed man glared. The man in the cell watched the tattooed man. The tattooed man stood, his chains clanking. The man in the cell looked down. The tattooed man asked, Just what did you do? The tattooed man exclaimed, That the dragon is rampaging? Endel Hanel stated, That has stayed calm until now. Endel Hanel asked, Is rampaging? A monstrous dragon looms, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. One man demands, his voice laced with urgency, What did you do with the shards of the dragon? The words shards of the dragon hang in the air, heavy with implication. The proof of the pact was safely turned over to the Iron Duke. A man stands before a backdrop of chains and a dragon emblem. The man wonders if there is a connection with the dragon rampaging. Behind bars, a prisoner orders someone to bring him the blonde boy that took him down. He states that the boy is the reason. The only one who can catch up to the quickest dragon is this son of the... There must be a reason son of the plains has chosen that boy over me. One of the figures in the dimly lit area states that he will consider it. The man urges someone to hurry, adding that they must know about it, too. It is thought that it must have lived without realizing it was a dragon until now. But it must have realized there was a certain change. When those things realize that they are a dragon, it shall. It will not be something that will end in our region. The man asks to be allowed to ask one more time. What have you done with the shards of the dragon? Snow falls heavily upon a fortress nestled amongst towering, jagged peaks. The Duchy of Baranov's capital, Vastopol, stands defiant against the harsh winter. A flag bearing a clenched fist wreathed in flames snaps in the wind. The snow continues to fall, blanketing the land. The snow-covered landscape stretches as far as the eye can see. The Iron Duke, Timur Baranov, speaks. The fallen dragon cries. Iron Duke Timur Baranov, a stern figure with white hair and a thick beard, stands resolute. A voice calls out, Sir Duke. An older man with a bald head and a long gray beard exclaims, The shard of the dragon. Timur Baranov's expression is grim, his red eyes narrowed. Surrounded by guards, Timur Baranov wonders, has it started again? A surge of power erupts, shaking the very foundations of the castle. He demands to know what the mages were doing. The order rings out to call a priest who will write a prayer. A guard confirms the order, replying, "Yes, sir." He asks where the holy knights are, adding that Grandmaster Gunther is expected to arrive soon and they should be guided to him. Another guard responds, "Yes, Sir Duke. It does not matter as soon as they arrive." Heavy footsteps echo through the halls. A large, ornate door swings open. The air crackles with anticipation. God observes that something certainly has a different vigor than before. A hand reaches out, seemingly towards the open doorway. A figure walks through the doorway, shrouded in shadow. A close-up reveals a face, obscured by shadow and intensity. A stern face, framed by a flowing white beard and hair, stares intently forward, his red eyes narrowed. A voice booms, declaring, "The shards of the dragon." Two stone objects, bound by chains, stand side by side, resonating with an unseen energy. The voice continues, "Are resonating with each other." Vlad calls out, her expression unreadable. The villagers celebrate, raising gifts in the air. Vlad explains that Sir Vlad is currently out as he has work to do. She sighs, a hint of weariness in her voice. The villagers lament that they were a bit too late, regretting not hurrying. Vlad wonders if she needed to add Sir to his name, caught up in the atmosphere. She decides that this is an opportunity. Rumors about Vlad saving the merchant group from barbarians are spreading quickly, and she must lift his presence up now. Vlad notes that he's been getting busy lately, since he's the promising talent of the Bayezid family, she supposes. The villagers agree, stating that he's someone who will do even greater things in the future. It's uncertain when he will be back, so the future is unclear. A woman gestures, asking people to write down their names. That would be great. This is definitely something to be happy for. It feels like he's getting further and further away for some reason. Oh. Yes, madam. What? The woman with red hair wonders if she can handle the guests who are visiting Vlad. The dark-haired woman states that from now on, they will only be able to contact Vlad through her. But they look like they had quite high ranks. The dark-haired woman thinks that Jemina doing it would be right, madam. If she ends up making a mistake, Vlad will be put into an awkward spot. The dark-haired woman looks at Jemina. If there's such thing as having the qualifications to greet Vlad's guests, is there anyone who has? If it weren't for her, they wouldn't be sure if the Vlad of today could exist. The dark-haired woman tells Jemina that she needs to become more confident. Jemina looks unsure. Jemina wonders if she should really do it. The dark-haired woman encourages her, saying, "Yes, you do it." She admits to herself that she's sure she'll make mistakes and doesn't know much about it either. The other woman dismisses her concerns, saying that Vlad should be able to handle it and that he still needs her. Jemina smiles, seemingly reassured by the other woman's words. The red-haired woman asks if he asked her to drag the horse this time. Looking at Jemina, the red-haired woman suggests they go to her room right now. The red-haired woman says that Vlad still needs her. The two women clasp hands. Jemina asks what she means. The red-haired woman says that men aren't the only ones who go onto the battlefield, and that women have their own battlefields, too. Jemina smiles, seemingly understanding the other woman's point. The red-haired woman says that it's just like Jorge put a dagger into Vlad's hands. The red-haired woman looks intently at Jemina. The red-haired woman tells Jemina that she will put a weapon in her hand as well. A chandelier hangs from the ceiling, its ornate design casting a soft glow. A voice declares that expansion requires stability. The man with the beard states that Count Gaidar should not be able to come up to the north immediately. A separate narration notes that the vigor spreading around is certainly fierce. The voice declares that Ravnoma, the previous alliance steward, still lingers throughout the west. It is also noted that the Dwarf Liberation Front is nestled in behind them. A warrior stands ready, a massive hammer held firmly in his grasp. A voice states that they must consider the situation before advancing to the north. The older man with white hair states that he will attempt to resolve the concerns in the back. The man drinking tea agrees, though he seems to have reservations. A close-up reveals the older man's weathered face, etched with concern. The younger man asks what the older man is referring to. The single ducat was all that was left. There was a reason he thought he should spend his final duty on the Bayezid squire. It was a cold evaluation, so he might be displeased, but if he were to earnestly provide advice. The young man's expression remained unreadable. The knights of the west had already surpassed those of the north. The old man's gaze was distant, lost in thought. As he thought, it seemed he had been too complacent lately. As he looked at the western knights while walking the lowest path, it made him think he hadn't finished everything he had to do. During that era, the north was tougher and more honorable than any region. Barbarians and monsters rushed in endlessly. The discrimination of the center was even colder than the ice-coldness of the northern wind. A group of figures stands silhouetted against the backdrop of a grand, illuminated city. The architecture speaks of a bygone era, a testament to the enduring power of the past. The older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, speaks of the northern knights. His long white beard flows down his chest, a symbol of his age and experience. The northern knights were people who resisted and fought against all of that. However, how about now? The older man stands beside the younger one, the Westerner's pioneering tendency becoming even stronger. A letter lies open, its contents a reminder of past obligations. The older man's words echo in the air. You cannot think of Baron Hainel's request so lightly. The younger man clasps his hands together, his expression thoughtful. The older man continues, before it gets too late, you must prepare as well, young master. I completely agree. Even the fact that the North of today has changed from the North of the previous generation. Yet, through the window, a city sprawls, a testament to the enduring spirit of the North. The North still manages to sprout tough fruits, does it not? The younger man bows his head, his hands clasped tightly together. The weight of responsibility rests heavily on his shoulders. The older man stands beside the younger one, their conversation continuing. The fate of the North hangs in the balance. A close-up of the older man's face reveals a hint of concern in his eyes. The sound of wind whispers through the air. Of course. He stands beside the horse, a silent promise hanging in the air, for a new era will always rise again. What's this? Why are there so many people here? They'll obviously come out when there's something entertaining to see. Of course, it's entertaining. Think about all the things you've done so far. In order to tame this one, you covered its eyes, tried pulling with your strength, tried to lead it with food, even bent down your head, saying please. I did. When the boy who's in the middle of rising in fame is attempting all sorts of eccentricities against a horse, it's obviously entertaining. But it's not something for this many to gather up for, is it? Hey, an unseen figure demands to know how much longer they will be made to wait. A woman in a flowing red dress stands with a young girl holding a bouquet of pink flowers. He wonders why she chose to wear that particular dress. It's the combat uniform of a woman, and her well-prepared appearance is impressive. A voice calls out, ready, Gemina. The woman in red exhales softly. He is surprised by something. The woman is surrounded by an orange glow. Gemina stands ready, her expression unreadable. A crowd of people watches with anticipation. He realizes why she was hiding it so hard. He also notices the horse reacting. He thinks that it's scarier to see it in person. The woman with pink hair notes that the looks from the people are overwhelming, too. A bouquet of red roses is held aloft. Gemina thinks that she has no qualifications to stay beside Vlad. Gemina, now in a red dress, calls for a good boy to come to her. The horse's hooves clatter on the ground. Two men watch as the horse moves. One wonders if it works. Someone shouts that it's inside. The horse is led by Char-Star fostered swordmaster. Someone says good work and to keep pulling it in. The horse seems to have a specific type. The horse's face is shown. Gemina stands with Char-Star fostered swordmaster and the horse. A close-up of the horse's eye. Gemina's face is shown in close-up. A hand reaches out, as if offering a blessing or greeting. Gemina stands beside a horse, holding a bouquet of red flowers. From beyond the archway, voices call out, chanting Gemina's name. A crowd gathers, their eyes fixed on Gemina as she sits atop her horse. A voice declares, she is the Lady of Red. The words echo, the Rose of Shoera. Harvin stands close to Gemina, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The crowd's voices rise in unison, chanting Gemina's name with fervor. The declaration rings out once more. She is the Lady of Red. Children shower the procession with flower petals, their faces beaming with joy. The words resonate. The Rose of Shoera. The procession moves through the town, Gemina at its head, celebrated by all. She is declared the Lady of Red, and the rose of something unspoken. From a bridge overlooking the procession, a woman wonders when Gemina prepared all of this. A voice urges everyone to look carefully, stating that it's a scene one cannot see even with millions of gold. Surrounded by attendants, Gemina appears to question something. A close-up reveals a flicker of something unreadable in Gemina's eyes. Children shower the procession with rose petals, their faces alight with joy. At the very least, today, Gemina's expression is unreadable. Gemina walks alongside a figure in armor, a horse following closely behind. Two figures trudge through the snow-covered landscape. A close-up reveals a bloodied corpse lying in the snow. The two figures survey the scene before them. An ominous declaration echoes, its annihilation. The figure gazes down at the carnage, able to realize their death. The figure with the wolf ears states that they were done in an instant, and that there's way more than 50 of them, too. The other figure responds with a somber, yeah. In a moment, without even being able to realize their death. The camera focuses on the dead bodies. The figure with the wolf ears confirms that Joseph's report was correct and that they are sure it has been realized. Legend speaks of a perfect being, one ultimately torn to shreds by the swordmaster. A dragon-like creature, bathed in a crimson light, appears to be in agony. Its blood, as it fell to earth, sprinkled into all parts of the world. From that blood sprang forth the remnants of the fallen dragon. A certain dragon has lost its wings. Another has lost its scales. A certain dragon has lost its eyes. And so, they were all scattered, having forgotten their origin. For this reason, there are select ones who realize they are dragons. A figure in the snow replies, yeah. A single being possessing the most perfect legs has. Two figures, cloaked against the falling snow, trudge onward. Chapter 45 unfolds under the watchful gaze of a full moon, its light painting the scene in shades of silver and shadow. Life, it seems, is a constant cycle of choices, an endless repetition of decisions that shape one's path. As no one can bear the burden for another, there comes a moment when one must face their trials alone. And in that moment of choice, one must endure it only by oneself. One realizes what kind of a being they truly are. They truly are. Do you plan to ignore the order? A stern gaze pierces the gloom, the weight of command etched into every line of his face. Jorge, you are not my liege, Siegmund. Two men stand face to face, their expressions unreadable, locked in a silent battle of wills. Eradicate the remains of the Dwarf Liberation Front, with nothing left behind. The command article bears Count Gaidar's brand, a clear indication of his involvement. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stoic contemplation. They are seen as nothing more than refugees, desperate and displaced. He must have judged that they're no different, seeing them as equals despite their status. There's no way Sir Count would do that, a sentiment of disbelief and defiance. That doubt is disloyalty, a harsh accusation hangs in the air. Are you about to betray the pledge of allegiance you did under the Gaidar flag? A question of loyalty and betrayal. I cannot follow that dog's hit of an order, a declaration of defiance against unjust commands. His face is etched with a grim understanding, a silent acceptance of the situation. How about you? A challenge to the others, a test of their resolve. Do you still plan to follow Jorge? A question of leadership and allegiance. I'm sorry, Jorge, a heartfelt apology hangs heavy in the air. Age of Budat tribe looks down, a deep sorrow etched into the lines of his face. He is sorry. Knights in red cloaks bow their heads, offering their deepest apologies. One knight declares that even if it's an immoral order, he cannot go against the order of his liege as a knight. The star-fostered swordmaster turns and walks away, his red cloak billowing behind him. His sword scrapes against the stone floor, the sound echoing in the silence. His eyes, usually filled with determination, now reflect a deep conflict. A comforting voice assures Godwin that it's okay. A knight stands tall in his armor, a silent sentinel. The swordmaster's face is etched with pain and resolve. Age of Budat tribe urges him to go. He lowers his gaze, his shoulders slumped with resignation. Into a world you can shine, even brighter in. The swordmaster stands, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that attention must be paid to the knights of the Iron Duke and Bayezid in the north, as expected. A long table is surrounded by figures in a dimly lit room. The swordmaster remains still, his gaze distant. A voice notes that intelligence indicates the Utman barony is also showing strange movement. A gloved hand presents a list of knights from the Iron Duke Baranov family and Bayezid family. The swordmaster's eyes are shadowed, his expression thoughtful. He holds the list, his fingers tracing the names. A voice states that Bayezid has no change in names compared to the report from a few years ago, implying they failed their generational transition. The swordmaster listens intently as another man speaks to him. A voice excludes the oldest son, Lutgeir, adding that there are none who bring attention among those who were knighted recently, but cautions against hasty conclusions. Three men stand in the shadows, their expressions serious. The weight of the name Bayezid, it is said, cannot be guessed by this mere single page of report. The document is held in a steady hand. An apology is offered. Three men stand, their expressions unreadable. Oh, now that I think about it. It looked like there's an unusual trend at Bayezid. And that is, about that. It's all right. Tell me. Age of Budat tribe has heard there's a boy who is distinguishing himself among the Bayezid squires. It's Vlad from Shoera. An exclamation of surprise. Age smiles knowingly. Apparently, he spewed out aura on the spot. A squire, using aura? Haha, even fake rumors have a limit to them. Seems like Bayezid, who failed their generational transition, is creating all kinds of rumors. Vlad, huh? It's definitely a name in my memory. Shoera. Vlad. You took the words. Yes, that plucky boy was Vlad. No way. No way. No way. He was only reminded of a name and a face in his memories. An older man sits with his hands clasped, a contemplative look on his face. Still, he possessed a shining potential that made me want to bring him in. A figure kneels, their expression strained. I wonder if he's still alive. A young man lies prone, his face pale. I think I'm gonna die. Stop whining and finish eating. What do you mean? Instructive sparring with Sir Jair in the morning. Aura and body strengthening technique training with the old Sir in the afternoon. And the training result debate in the evening. A sense of impending doom settles in. Joseph's face is etched with exhaustion, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He reminds himself to count his blessings. Joseph sits at the table, a meager meal laid out before him. He knows he must be grateful for even one person's teachings. He grits his teeth, enduring it all because he knows he must. Harbin approaches, a cheerful smile on his face, luggage slung over his shoulder. Harbin asks about the luggage. Sir Joseph told him to stay here from now on. The question hangs in the air. Why suddenly? Joseph's expression is pained, his blue eyes reflecting a deep inner turmoil. Harbin wonders if they didn't make a stable for him specifically in the backyard. Harbin adjusts his collar, a hint of unease in his movements. He thinks there must be a stable hand where a horse is. Joseph lies slumped on the table. Harbin asks if he thinks he can handle him. Joseph mumbles, wondering where the touch is. A voice declares that he is the stable hand of the Bayezid family. A man with a backpack wishes someone good luck. A man sitting at a table says that if someone has said all they needed to say, they can leave, adding that he doesn't even have the energy to speak. One man states that there's more, prompting another to ask what it is now. He is told that someone has been called for him. The man asks for what reason he has been called. Someone asks what else is needed. It's stated that he's obviously being called to be released from probation. The sky stretches above a distant building. A grand building stands tall. The name God is spoken. He curses himself for listening to that con man. A group of people stand in what appears to be a waiting room. An older man with a stern expression looks on. A man clasps his hands together, a contemplative look on his face. He stands before a group, stating that this is not the atmosphere for releasing him from probation. On that day, in one of the villages of Baron Uthman, the man recalls the events that transpired. You defied my orders and saved the children. Is that correct? The blonde-haired man looks up at the other. He confirms, yes, that's correct. If the same thing were to happen again, what would you do? The man with the dark hair looks down, his expression unreadable. Would you still defy my orders? The man's blue eyes glint in the dim light. He hesitates, searching for the right words. Loyalty is the theme of the stained glass window behind the dark-haired man. Therefore, I can't lie. Yes, I would. He clasps his hands together, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yes. A voice booms from above. This is why I chose you. The camera focuses on a piece of armor. The dark-haired man looks down at the armor. Conscience is a light that helps you shine. And the man walks forward. The disembodied voice continues. When you lose your way forward, it becomes your compass to the correct path. The dark-haired man stands before the armor. He looks at the armor with a serious expression. The camera focuses on the back of the armor. The dark-haired man looks at the armor. I hope this armor will help in protecting your conscience. The camera focuses on the chest plate of the armor. The blonde-haired man looks up. The armor was sent by Ison Rosino. As an organization, they crafted the most iron armors. This incredible armor was made with various techniques. Then, this armor. I know you can't bear to take it off. Aggie looks on. Because every scar on it is proof of the path you've taken up until now. However, this armor is proof of the path you've found. Come and look at it closely. Ender's blue eyes are visible. The knight who protected the breaths of children. Aggie watches. Ender Hanel stands with Aggie of Budat tribe, the two of them observing something out of view. Aggie confirms what they are seeing. Meanwhile, a blizzard rages across a mountainous landscape. A figure stands atop a ridge, a banner bearing a crest flapping in the wind. A voice declares that they have arrived. The speaker is Volkov Baranov, the Iron Duke's successor. Volkov Baranov gazes towards a distant fire, the flames licking at the sky. Volkov Baranov and his mounted soldiers charge through the snow towards the burning structure. The snowy landscape stretches out, marked by deep footprints in the pristine snow. A burst of energy erupts from the ground, scattering snow in all directions. The energy intensifies, streaks of power cutting through the falling snow. A massive, white dragon-like creature emerges, its head filling the frame. The creature's head is shown in greater detail, its blue eyes glowing with an inner light. The silhouette of the dragon-like creature looms against the snowy backdrop. Riders on horseback charge through the snow, their figures blurred by speed. Damn it, one of them shouts. We're dash. A rider urges his steed onward. Just a little dash. The dragon-like creature's head is shown again, its expression unreadable. Its massive foot crashes down onto the snow-covered ground. A line of spears points skyward, ready for battle. A figure stands ready, a weapon crackling with purple energy. A crimson eye flares with power, the air crackling with unseen energy. Below a swirling vortex of purple energy, riders urge their steeds forward, their destination obscured by the blizzard. A voice booms out, commanding, spread out. A beam of pure, violet energy erupts, tearing through the snowy landscape. The energy intensifies, a torrent of raw power unleashed. The white dragon's head emerges from the storm, its blue eyes gleaming with an ancient intelligence. The beam focuses, a concentrated blast of destructive force. The purple energy cuts through the snow, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The energy surges, a pillar of light reaching towards the heavens. The beam continues its relentless assault, a force of nature unleashed. Tendrils of energy snake outwards, adding to the beam's destructive potential. The white dragon stands tall, a majestic figure against the backdrop of the raging storm and the violet energy. A man's intense gaze pierces through the panel, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. He whispers, "Gotcha." The white dragon, Lindblom, bares its fangs, its blue eyes narrowed in anticipation. A surge of raw power erupts, coalescing into a beam of violet energy. The energy beam slams into Lindblom, the impact sending tremors through the dragon's massive frame. Scales shimmer and crack under the force of the blast, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt ice. A man observes the scene, muttering, "It dodged my arrow even when it was so close. I know it's fast." The voice continues, laced with surprise, "It's fast. But I wasn't expecting it to be this agile." The text declares, "The fastest dragon, Lindblom." Lindblom's powerful muscles ripple beneath its thick hide, the dragon preparing to retaliate. Its claws dig into the frozen ground, sending shards of ice and snow flying. From atop a snow-swept cliff, riders urge each other onward. Go, don't lose it. Meanwhile, the riders charge through the blizzard, their steeds kicking up plumes of snow as they pursue Lindblom. They thunder across the snowy landscape, the riders relentless in their pursuit. The riders attempt to cut off Lindblom's escape route, shouting, "Cut off its escape route." Lindblom's eyes narrow, a glint of defiance in their depths. A rider prepares to unleash a magical attack, blue energy coalescing in their hands. The spell surges forth, a beam of pure energy aimed at the dragon. The magical energy washes over Lindblom's scales. The riders spread out, attempting to encircle their prey. Another rider, eyes glowing with purple energy, sneers. "Do you think we'll just let you use it?" They gather power, preparing to cast another spell. A beam of purple energy streaks toward Lindblom. Lindblom roars in pain and fury, the magical attacks taking their toll. The magical energy explodes around Lindblom. He plummets through the air, a trail of purple energy fading behind him. Landing hard, Lindblom immediately breaks into a run, the snowy ground crunching beneath his claws. His blue eyes are wide with a desperate intensity. One of the pursuers narrows his crimson eyes, a malevolent purple energy crackling around him. Lindblom continues his desperate flight across the snow-covered landscape. His massive claws dig into the frozen earth, each stride a testament to his urgency. One of the armored pursuers shouts, "It's trying to run away. Go after it." Lindblom's powerful legs propel him forward, a blur of white against the gray and white landscape. The group of pursuers gives chase, their forms indistinct in the distance. The dragon's tail whips behind him as he pushes himself to the limit. Lindblom's breath comes in ragged gasps, the cold air stinging his lungs. Another pursuer exclaims, "We can't catch up to it." The white, dragon-like creature sprints across the snow-covered ground, its breath misting in the frigid air. A lone figure stands atop a snow-laden peak, gazing out at the jagged, mountainous horizon. The man's brow furrows, his red eyes narrowed in frustration. "Damn it," he mutters. The thick fur lining of a winter coat offers a small measure of warmth against the biting wind. Sunlight streams through the arched windows of a grand hall, illuminating a desk piled high with books and papers. The man speaks, his expression thoughtful. As expected. Mother really has good taste." He raises a delicate teacup to his lips, savoring the aroma. No other place has tea this good. His dark eyes are fixed on something unseen, his expression unreadable. He leans forward, his gaze intense. "What are you here for? I doubt you're so free as to come here for tea." He sets down his teacup, his eyes narrowed. "Why are you being so stiff?" A voice echoes, laced with a hint of defiance. "Must I have business to visit my brother?" The man's companion stands beside him, his face obscured by shadow. "It's not like we're strangers." The man, Charstar fostered swordmaster, holds a teacup, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looks off to the side. He sighs, saying, all right. Don't glare at me so intensely." It seems that what the barbarian said was correct. That means dash. Indeed. A dragon is coming. A massive dragon erupts from the earth, scattering debris in its wake. The north is said to be the home of the lindworm. Living in the coldest place, amid the ice-cold northern wind, it is the coldest and quickest dragon. The man's expression is unreadable. One of the men states that it shouldn't be the season for the lindworm to start migrating yet. It seems like there's some kind of change. Because the deathworm, the lindworm, has already tasted the blood of the gray orcs. One of the men says that they have to take it out before it rampages further. Which way is it descending from? A voice notes the difficulty in finding the lindworm's traces, as it moves too quickly. The camera focuses on Ender Hanel, his expression unreadable. A voice replies, "Of course, that's why he tasked me with the lindworm conquest." Ender Hanel listens intently, his gaze fixed on the speaker. A voice asks, "What could I help you with?" The voice continues, stating that Shoera will also provide as much support as possible, and demands an appointment of knights along with A. Shoera states that they will need thorough reconnaissance. Shoera sits with his legs crossed, awaiting a response. Ender Hanel, seated in a chair, acknowledges the demand as logical, then asks how many knights are needed. Shoera raises a finger, about to answer. Ender Hanel questions the number, thinking that more tenacious swords are needed to face a dragon. This is a situation that there is no justification to deny, even if he drags out all the knights under my command. Aggie wonders if one knight will really be enough. The cloaked figure states that a lindworm is different compared to deathworms, and a skilled sword works well enough. The cloaked figure's eyes narrow. The cloaked figure asks who he would like him to assign. The cloaked figure smirks. "It will be Sir Joseph." A question hangs in the air. The cloaked figure states that he has summoned him. Aggie apologizes, explaining that it felt urgent, so he called him without permission. Sir Joseph stands tall, clad in shining armor. The cloaked figure remarks that it has been a while. The greatest dragon herder of the north. Vlad sits with Gemina in a dimly lit room. Vlad states that it will take more than a month. Gemina says that it is good to be busy. Gemina tells Vlad that he is doing well lately. A hand touches a sword. Jemina thinks that the missus would have liked to see him like this as well. Vlad asks why she is talking about that suddenly. Jemina replies that it is just because it came to her mind out of the blue. He works with his hands, carefully manipulating a piece of wood. It's been over 10 years now. Jemina says that she doesn't remember her mom, but she does remember his. A memory surfaces, a woman embraces a child, both covered in blood. The memory continues, the woman's voice echoing. Mrs. did not abandon her child, unlike my mom. Jemina stands nearby as Vlad continues to work. Vlad says that he doesn't really remember his mom either. Jemina sits on the floor, holding a piece of white cloth. A hand holds a needle and thread, the task all done. A close-up reveals the crest, the third crest, San Logino. The crest is shown in detail, a golden cross. Jemina asks if it doesn't stand out too much. Jemina, revealed to be the countess, holds up the cloth, displaying the crest. A voice muses that skills were too good. Vlad replies with a soft, huh, stating that it doesn't stand out. Steam rises from a tea set as a voice questions if the dragon thing is dangerous. Vlad agrees, stating that they are called living disasters. Vlad continues, noting that if it's going to take more than a month, they're going to come during winter. Vlad holds a sword, seemingly inspecting it. Jemina hesitates, saying Jemina offers something to Vlad, saying to take this, too. Vlad sits, holding a sword. Vlad asks what that is. Jemina stammers, asking if he can't tell, and that it's a handkerchief. The soft, off-white silk of the handkerchief is presented in a waiting hand. He looks up, his expression unreadable as he gazes at the giver. You were thinking about that all this time? She sputters, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. What were you saying? I felt sorry seeing you carry around that silk handkerchief you can't even use. With a frustrated yell, Jemina throws something at Vlad. Her voice rising, she shouts, you can use it wherever. Turning on her heel, Jemina storms away. Anyway, have a safe trip. He watches her retreating form, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Ah, that mannish girl. Vlad sits down, a soft smile gracing his lips as he looks at the handkerchief in his hands. The blue of his eyes shines. A genuine smile spreads across his face. You made it to use. Why did you put your name on it? The camera focuses on a handkerchief, the name, Jemina, delicately embroidered upon it. Vlad's brow furrows. But he gave me 3, you know? The dark-haired man's expression is thoughtful. What could that mean? He hesitates, then offers. Perhaps it's out of consideration for his older brother? Vlad shakes his head, dismissing the idea. No, I know him. Well, Vlad continues, I'm sure he's got a problem with me. The dark-haired man's gaze drifts off into the distance. If that isn't the case, he wouldn't leave that combo to me, would he? Meanwhile, Vlad and the dark-haired man ride side by side through the snow-covered landscape, the wind whipping around them. The discussion begins with the mention of a barbarian warrior and an old knight of Bayezid. If used well, they'll certainly be a great help, but as it stands, they're not people who can ever get along with each other. The blonde-haired man listens intently as the dark-haired man speaks. The dark-haired man states, I'm not in a position to do that. Even if we ignore the barbarian, how am I supposed to order the knight of the previous patriarch? The dark-haired man looks off into the distance, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The blonde-haired man says, he's got a soft side with you. The blonde-haired man is told to do his best, to which he replies that he's already getting a migraine. A woman with animal ears stands behind them. What is best even supposed to be? It's not like I would have any good ideas. The blonde-haired man glances to the side. One of the men says, looks like you somehow crawled out of the prison without dying. The other replies, old man, looks like you've somehow managed to stay alive, surprisingly. Just being next to you gives off the stench of dirt. 2 small figures converse, their words echoing in the cold air. One cackles, stating that there is no order in getting buried in the ground. The other asks if he would like to be buried according to the order. The first figure retorts, questioning if he thinks he can. The blonde-haired young man asks if he would like his confiscated weapon returned. He continues, stating that his bare hands are more than enough to deal with the old man. The order is given to go ahead and take the lead. Footprints mark the snowy ground. A group of riders pushes onward through the snow-covered landscape, their breath misting in the frigid air. The star-fostered swordmaster's gaze is fixed ahead, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of the harsh winter. The scene of a massacre unfolds before them, the aftermath of violence rampaging boisterously across the snow. The snow is stained crimson, the silence broken only by the wind whistling through the skeletal remains of trees. The star-fostered swordmaster observes the carnage. He states that they're from a neighboring tribe they're acquainted with. The man's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning on him. Their descent north all the way here means his tribe has also moved. Age remarks that it's strange. The carnage bears the unmistakable marks of a sword's brutal work. The voice declares that it shouldn't be the doing of a northerner. Age and the star-fostered swordmaster stand amidst the grim tableau, the weight of the discovery settling heavily upon them. The voice agreed, stating that there was no reason to commit such an extreme massacre. It had been a long time since they stopped the struggle of washing blood off with more blood. It seems that silhouetted riders on horseback appeared amidst the raging flames. An uninvited guest had arrived. A close-up revealed a thick, luxurious fur collar. Through the heavy snowfall, a group of riders makes their way across the desolate landscape. The man in the fur-lined cloak observes their surroundings, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that they have reached the northernmost point of Bayezid County. Vernhem Fortress looms in the distance, a formidable structure against the harsh winter backdrop. The riders continue their approach, the fortress growing larger with each step. The blonde-haired youth gazes ahead, his blue eyes reflecting the cold light. The man asks if there are 2 flags. The youth responds with a questioning what. 2 flags flutter in the wind atop the fortress walls. A red flag bears the emblem of a black dragon. The man wonders why those people are here. He asks what flag it is, the wind whipping around them. The response comes, that it is the center's. Ender states that it is not central. But center? Aggie confirms that it is, indeed, the center. A cloaked figure's hand extends, a faint blue light emanating from their eyes. Knights stand in formation, their red flags bearing the symbol of a dragon. It's the symbol of the Dragonslayer Knight Order. A group walks towards a snow-covered fortress, the wind howling around them. The Dragonslayer Knights that were sent from the center arrived 2 days ago. What could the reason be? They're saying it's the Lindworm conquest. But that ain't their intel. Quick. Yes, Sir Lutgear. The young man's eyes narrow. The speaker remains silent. The man's expression is stern. I will execute that immediately. The group stands together. Aya, what's the Dragonslayer Knight Order? The 2 men stand side by side. Exactly as their name says, it's a knight order created to kill dragons. They've received the guarantee of the Empire's Emperor. The back of a character's head is shown. And are a group the center noble, Duke Dragonblood runs. In other words, it means that under Imperial law, they receive a guarantee for every activity if it's related to dragons. A dragon head is displayed. The star-fostered swordmaster and Age stand in the snow. So, such an amazing knight order has arrived. The star-fostered swordmaster looks up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The star-fostered swordmaster gazes towards a distant fortress, its silhouette stark against the snowy sky. He wonders, looks like there was a big fire? The entirety of the fortress is a beacon. Age explains, Vernhem Fortress is also called the Beacon of Bayezid. What are you? It was seized and retrieved. Rebuilding the fortress burnt pitch black. It was a giant wall for barbarians and monsters, but it was an indomitable will to Bayezid. That's what Vernhem Fortress is. And since they raised their flag in a place that is essentially Bayezid's pride without permission, Aggie listens intently. It's obvious he'd boil inside. Meanwhile, a figure approaches, their cloak billowing behind them. The doors open with a resounding boom. Light floods the entrance as the figure steps inside. The figure strides forward, their shadow stretching across the floor. The figure's face remains obscured in shadow. Elsewhere, a group stands in wait. We've been waiting. The figure reveals himself. I am the Dragonslayer Knight Order Grandmaster, Mirshe. Duke Dragonblood's heir, Mirshe Dragulia. Someone prestigious had arrived without him knowing. Lutgear Bayezid narrows his eyes. The figure before them is introduced as the acting captain of the Vernhem Fortress. The acting captain of the Vernhem Fortress stares intently. Elsewhere, a figure with piercing red eyes watches. A crowd gathers, their faces obscured in shadow. The acting captain of the Vernhem Fortress is visibly startled, his eyes widening. Sweat beads on the acting captain's brow as a sense of unease washes over him. The acting captain of the Vernhem Fortress wonders aloud, what's this? He reflects, the feeling he had when he saw the deathworm resurfacing in his mind. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy, the words coming from that man echoing in the air. The acting captain's blue eyes narrow with concern. His gaze intensifies, a growing sense of dread creeping in. The acting captain's jaw tightens, a silent acknowledgement of the impending threat. The figure in the red cape stands in a grand hall, questioning if the Dragonslayer Knight Order was responsible. A man with dark hair stands before several armored figures. The man states that ambushing barbarian corpses was something necessary. The blond man looks off to the side, a slight smile on his face. A speech bubble details that the Dragonslayer Knight Order was created under the permission of the founding king and has knowledge and experience built over many hundreds of years. The blond man is shown in profile as a voice states that the Lindworm is the fastest entity among the remnants of the fallen dragon. The dark-haired man is shown in profile as a voice states that those corpses are the bait for that. A man with gray hair and glowing red eyes stands with others behind him, shouting, "You imperial sons of bitches." The man continues to shout, declaring that tearing them to pieces wouldn't be enough. The man's hands clench into fists, ready for a fight. The man's face is contorted with rage, his eyes narrowed. The man's hands are shown again, clenched even tighter, ready to strike. A figure is forced to kneel, a sword held menacingly above them. The attacker demands that the kneeling figure move. The kneeling figure grits their teeth in pain. The attacker threatens to sever the kneeling figure's neck if they speak another word. Whispers carry on the wind, stating that the kneeling figure's anger is justified. The whispers continue, noting that anger is only valid if one has power, and that bravado is a dog's death. The kneeling figure grunts in pain as the sword is pressed closer. The son of Bayezid seems to be raising a mannerless dog, someone observes. A figure with animal ears looks on with concern. Someone wonders if they have trained them well, as armored figures stand at attention. The lowly ones sometimes forget their place, a voice muses. Still, they are standing at their place, are they not? So shouldn't you? A figure descends the stairs, his cape billowing behind him. He addresses the assembled crowd. Also find your own place. One of the armored figures asks, Mirshe? The man's gaze hardens. Standing before a backdrop of raging flames, the man's expression is unreadable. He strides forward, his boots crunching on the burning ground. The armored figure repeats, Mirshe? The armored figures stand silently, awaiting orders. The armored figures remain still. The man stands on the stairs, looking down at Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster. The armored figures stand still. Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster looks up at the man, his expression unreadable. He demands to know under whose permission the flag was raised. Aggie responds that he requested it, and as no one moved, his subordinates raised it. The Star-Fostered Swordmaster questions under whose permission he walked up to this spot. The tension between the two is palpable. Aggie's blue eyes narrow slightly. He asks if the Swordmaster was displeased with that. Aggie states that according to Imperial law, they, the Dragonslayer Knight Order, have the right to utilize the facilities and members within the Empire's law. The Swordmaster takes a step forward. He simply replies, yeah. Aggie's expression hardens. Aggie states that the Swordmaster has the right to do that. The soldiers stand guard. The text bubble above them reads, only under the premise that. A man stands amidst a fiery backdrop, declaring, you receive the permission from the owner. Aggie asks if that means the other party will not cooperate. A man with slicked-back black hair listens intently. The man states that he plans to cooperate, only if. Footsteps echo on the stone stairs. The man raises a gloved finger, emphasizing his point. He continues, stating that it will only happen if they go through the proper procedures. Aggie looks surprised by the man's statement. Outside, a red flag emblazoned with a dark emblem whips in the wind, snow swirling around it. The flag continues to flutter as the man speaks. The wind howls around the flag, a symbol of the nation's resolve. Armored figures stand in formation, their voices echoing with challenge. You dare lay your hands on the flag of the center? A grizzled man with piercing eyes scoffs, his expression one of disdain. This is the problem with the center bastards. The camera focuses on the fur collar of the man from the previous panel. A figure stands with a sword, the blade gleaming in the dim light. Past or present, they're ones you shouldn't associate with, you know? A line of armored figures stands at attention, their swords held at their sides. The air crackles with tension, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The grizzled man's gaze hardens, his voice a low growl. Nobody moves. A figure stands before a group of seated individuals, their voice ringing with authority. The owner of this place has not permitted it. The seated figures watch intently, their expressions unreadable. The scene shifts to a close-up of a figure, the text identifying them as Grandmaster Mirshe. Grandmaster Mirshe's expression is cold, his words laced with command. Request me to raise your flag. A figure stands before another, their faces obscured by shadow, the tension palpable. The figure with dark blue hair suggests a request for cooperation. The blonde-haired figure's piercing blue eyes narrow as he considers the next move, a subtle tension building in his expression. The words hang in the air, to catch the dragon on Bayezid's land. The dark blue-haired figure states, let's first. The blonde-haired figure stands before a gathering, his presence commanding attention as he declares they must start over from there. The blonde-haired figure's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. A thought lingers. I'm not sure if the nobles of the center have ever regretted something. The dark blue-haired figure listens intently, his expression thoughtful as the blonde-haired figure speaks. The blonde-haired figure reflects, but life is filled with them no matter what you choose. The dark blue-haired figure states, if that's the case, you should do what you have to do. A glowing orb displays the image of a hooded figure, identified as Vlad, a 17-year-old. The man sitting in the chair reveals that Vlad hails from Shora's slum district in Bayezid County. The man's expression hardens as he repeats the name, Shora. A voice muses on Shora's slum district. The star-fostered swordmaster considers the information. The blue eyes and blonde hair, the heartbeats he could feel immediately. He thinks it's correct, but the circumstances surrounding him are strangely twisted, the man observes. The man adds that he was born in a place too far away. That's correct, a voice confirms. The hooded figure is shown again. A voice admits, I can't tell. They say a seed with potential is bound to bloom its flower anywhere. A hand hovers over a map. But could he truly have spread his prestigious seeds in a place like this? The man states that they can't be certain with just this. The man expresses his desire to find out a bit more about this. They were able to find out the boy's outside activities, but they could not find out his movements inside Shoera. The hooded figure is shown once more. How come? A voice wonders. A disembodied voice suggests they should have the most spies spread in the north. Another voice responds, stating that all of their eyes in Shoera have been closed. It seems that this occurred after the new mayor was appointed. He was successful in completely controlling the city. It shouldn't have been long since the mayor changed, no? The case, but apparently, he demonstrated his influence quickly using the recent disappearance case as justification. A sword and power are alike. They must be sturdy, sharp, and flexible at the same time. A grand hall is shown. Joseph Bayezid. Joseph is seen drinking wine. It said that he's someone who cannot hold a sword, but he was someone who understood this property more than anyone. Bayezid has quite the capable brothers. Two figures stand together, one towering over the other. The larger figure has slicked back black hair and piercing red eyes, while the smaller figure has wavy dark blue hair and dark blue eyes. A glass filled with a reddish liquid sits undisturbed. The text above it reads, "They're both capable." The text continues, "But there's only one spot that they can climb up to, huh?" A map is stained with what appears to be blood, marking a strategic location. The text reads, "I should be able to shake this." The star-fostered sword master holds a glass of red liquid, a thoughtful expression on his face. A banner hangs in the background as a voice says, "There wasn't anything like a secret strategy during our time either." An old man with white, spiky hair speaks. "It wasn't intended, but since we took down one that was attacking a village." The text reads, "If we're only." A group of figures in black robes stand before a table with a map on it, listening intently. A man with neatly styled brown hair says, "Since we can't catch up to the lindworm, our best solution always circles back to trapping it, huh?" A close-up of the man's face reveals a determined expression. If they end up unable to catch the dragon, they could squat here with that as an excuse. But that would require at least half a month, the woman with animal ears remarks. "Correct," the man responds. "If they lose the chance to dispose of it to the Dragon's Lair Night Order, they'll end up letting the center use the dragon as justification to plant their intent in the north. That will lure it? There are no places that raise cattle nearby. It'd be best to have the cooperation of the Portly family. But that'd require at least half a month. How about capturing barbarians, even now? We could also rob the barbarians the Dragon's Lair Night Order captured as well." "That's an insane statement," the man with the gray hair exclaims. The man with the gray hair seems to be in disbelief. "The barbarians the Sinner's things have captured are Aggie's tribe. Whether you like it or not, the Northerners and barbarians are those who live shoulder to shoulder. If we turn the barbarians into bait, the North will be blanketed by the flames of war." Aggie and Vlad stand side by side, discussing the situation. It's all happening while they are just trying to catch a single dragon. They were not thinking enough. "The future is grim, you know? Grim. What Sir Lamont said is 100% correct." Vlad contemplates the situation. No matter which side they choose, the fallout won't be easy. Perhaps. A close-up of Vlad's eye reveals his intense focus. Even this situation is an outcome. Since the place that had welcomed the self-destruction of the North the most would be the center. A low-angle shot emphasizes the scale of the architecture. Vlad stands with his hand to his chin, listening to Aggie. He heard Vlad's horse is fast. Don't even think about riding that horse. Everyone in Shoera knows that bastard doesn't listen to others. Whatever you're imagining, it will be worse. The figure hunches over a detailed map, his brow furrowed in concentration. This approach yields no results. A voice muses on the possibility of borrowing a horse to defeat the lindworm, acknowledging the right to bear the title of Dragon's Lair. It's upsetting, but their methods are clear and without pause. A character grits his teeth, frustrated. Must we be toyed around as the center intends in the end? A voice expresses the need to find the lindworm's location. Someone calls out, "Es Sir Luckgear." A figure stands before a group, awaiting an answer. What is it? A voice announces that there are people outside the fortress requesting to open the gates. The gates loom large as a figure wonders who has come this time. The steel gauntlet. A hand rests, perhaps in anticipation of wielding the steel gauntlet. A flag bearing a gauntlet emblem flies high amidst the snowy landscape. The declaration rings out. These are the knights of the Iron Duke, Baronoff, clan. A knight sits astride his horse, spears held high, a banner bearing the clan's sigil fluttering behind him. The wind howls through a desolate, snow-covered landscape, the sound echoing off the jagged peaks. A bloodied hand lies limp in the snow, a stark testament to a recent struggle. A monstrous silhouette looms in the distance, its form barely visible through the swirling snow. A close-up reveals the creature's face, its scales marred with blood and battle scars. A guttural roar tears through the air as the beast's eyes ignite with a malevolent red glow. The creature's crimson eye burns with an unholy light, promising destruction. Its jaws gape open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth stained crimson with blood. Another earth-shattering roar echoes through the mountains as blood splatters from the monster's maw. The group makes their way through the city. The star-fostered swordmaster declares that the area is fine. Joseph looks concerned. A beast folk with animal ears states that faces are out in the open. Joseph asks why only he is receiving the armor treatment. Someone says that he will be riding the longest. The group discusses the dragon herder of Bayezid. The beast folk prepares a bow and arrow. Joseph is shown with a red mark on his face. Joseph appears concerned. The beast folk explains that the resistance engraving is not invincible, so he should avoid the breath. He states that he will put it on his horse as well. Beside him, a woman with animal ears listens intently. The man cautions to be careful not to get bitten, as horses stand behind them. The woman with animal ears questions if a horse is supposed to be a dog, wondering what he means by bite. The horse bites the man, who is trying to put the saddle on. Captain Hoover asks if Aggie is done with the preparations. Captain Hoover states that the scouts have returned, adding that they said the bait has bitten and the Dragon's Lair Night Order has set. Aggie reflects that the situation is an entangled mess. He adds that since he saw it, he will testify that it wasn't the doings of a northerner. However, the tension with the barbarians will continue for a while. In any case, they have no choice but to try their best for now. Captain Hoover asks if Aggie familiarized himself with the mission, wondering if there is anything difficult about it. Aggie replies that he just has to herd the lindworm to the planned location. He adds that when you herd that bastard toward the East Canyon, it is said that Sir Lutgear will come running out from hiding, and Sir Volkov's spears should. A voice echoes, insisting that they come flying at the same time. He stands with Captain Hoover outside the fortress walls. The captain prompts him to ask something. The captain emphasizes that he understands he is the core of this mission. The captain urges him to remember that this is not just a normal dragon hunt. He responds, simply what? The captain thinks to himself that the coming days of the North depend upon this conquest. A silent war between the North and the center has essentially begun. The young swordsman stands resolute, his blue eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Baranov of the Northeast is mentioned. Bayezid of the Northwest is mentioned. The captain considers that the next generation of these two families have personally joined the Lindworm conquest, not to mention. The text declares the figure to be the heir of the center's Duke Dragonblood. A figure stands with their back to the viewer, cloaked in red, surrounded by others. The text states that these families alone can threaten the Empire's very existence. A close-up reveals a character with light blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The text emphasizes that the gathering of these three families at a single spot is no small matter. The text simply reads, if the Dragonslayer Knight Order is mentioned, catching the remnant of the dragon, which the Pillars of the North. The text continues, stating that those center's bastards will ransack the North with dragons as an excuse. A stern-faced man with white hair declares that the Lindworm must be conquered by a sword of the North, ensuring this. The character from Panel 4 responds, yes, sir. The text states that only by doing that will they be able to save Aggie's tribe, who those bastards have captured. People on horseback ride through a city. The ground trembles as horses and soldiers gather, preparing for the march ahead. An older man with a long white beard looks towards Aggie. Aggie's expression is unreadable. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on some distant point. A voice declares that they have shown up, identifying them as the vanguard. Aggie, now clad in armor, strides forward, his cape billowing behind him. A voice asks if he is done with his preparations. The vanguard rides out of the fortress, their horses' hooves pounding against the stone. Aggie states that it's time to meet back at the canyon. His expression is grim, his eyes narrowed. The fortress gates open, revealing a snow-covered landscape beyond. The vanguard rides in formation, a long line of soldiers on horseback. Aggie's gaze is resolute, his jaw set with determination. He rides through the city on horseback. A voice wonders if that squire will truly be able to do well. Aggie thinks that he looked too. Someone assures Sir Volkov not to worry. A voice thinks that he was the best choice he could make. Even with his looks, he's the one who dragged the deathworm out of the ground, someone exclaims. Not to mention, he wasn't even riding a horse at the time, someone adds. A lone figure stands with a sword. Someone wonders what he's someone like that boy, Vlad, someone says. Every part of him is full of exceptions, someone thinks. Experience and skill, the achievement one collects will become the standard that decides a mission, someone thinks. One believed this man was the only talent to keep an eye out for in the current generation of the Bayezid family. Volkov listens intently. But there was another. Judging from the information the barbarian captives had and the direction they were tracking, this bastard should be beyond that point. It'd be better to call the current state of the Lindworm a rampage. It's descending south. While tossing aside its own territory and ignoring its nature to follow the cold, it's as if it has a certain goal. Volkov considers the information. Vlad asks, you mean the remnants of the dragon now has intelligence? In a normal scenario, it'd only have an animalistic instinct. But according to the mages, they say it's possible when it recognizes it's a dragon. The previous deathworm has also persistently aimed at the pilgrims. He wondered if it really ended up recognizing something. The captain stated that it looked like they found the right place. It seemed the snow from the previous night was divine luck. The field was clear of all other traces, leaving only the bastard's footprints visible. It didn't look like it had been too long since it passed by. They continued following these footprints. The group pressed on, the snow crunching beneath their boots as they followed the trail. The footprints led them deeper into the snowy expanse. The party continued their pursuit as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the snow-covered landscape. Aggie thought this was weird. They said it had been descending south while ignoring its nature, but the footprints were slowly heading north. And they're not going toward the plains, where it can move quickly, but toward the forest. Aggie's eyes narrowed, a sense of unease washing over him as he considered their quarry's strange path. He clicks his tongue, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Damn it, a monstrous, white, dragon-like creature with piercing blue eyes appears, its form radiating raw power. A claw descends from above, the shadow looming over him. A disembodied voice echoes, it's a trap. A cloaked figure stands ready, the air crackling with anticipation. The dragon-like creature's blue eye glares with predatory intent. Aggie shouts, spread apart. His expression is one of urgency and fear. The dragon-like creature lunges forward, its massive form a blur of white scales and sharp claws. The other members of the group watch in horror. The dragon-like creature's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Aggie's eyes widen in terror as the creature attacks. The cloaked figure leaps away, narrowly avoiding the dragon-like creature's attack. Aggie cries out in pain, the sound echoing through the cavern. The dragon-like creature's blue eyes burn with a cold, merciless light. He shouts in frustration, surrounded by his allies. The situation is dire, and the tension is palpable. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, preparing for the coming battle. The metal is cold and unforgiving against the skin. Flames erupt around the blade, engulfing it in a fiery aura. The heat radiates outwards, a promise of destruction. The man raises the flaming sword, his face grim with determination. The light dances in his eyes, reflecting the inferno. The group on horseback prepares to charge, torches held high. Their voices echo through the darkness, a defiant roar against the encroaching threat. Surround it, and split its attention apart. A lone rider spurs his horse forward, racing towards the monstrous foe. The wind whips through his hair, carrying the scent of pine and fear. The dragon-like creature stands tall, a behemoth of scales and teeth. Its eyes gleam with ancient malice, a predator ready to strike. A close-up reveals the creature's terrifying visage, each scale a testament to its power. The air crackles with anticipation, a storm about to break. The dragon-like creature is encircled by a ring of fire, a cage of burning fury. It snarls, its breath a plume of smoke and ash. A swirling vortex of fire consumes the area, a maelstrom of heat and light. The ground trembles beneath the inferno's wrath. The creature's head looms large, its blue eyes burning with cold intensity. It is a predator cornered, a force of nature unleashed. The dragon-like creature is once again surrounded by fire, a prisoner in its own domain. The battle is about to begin, and the fate of the group hangs in the balance. He focuses his gaze, a terrifying power building behind his eyes as orange flames dance below. The dragon-like creature unleashes a torrent of icy blue energy, the air crackling with destructive force. A shout pierces the air, a desperate warning against the approaching breath attack. Another voice cries out, urging everyone to scatter and evade the devastating blast. The icy blue energy intensifies, a swirling vortex of destruction aimed at its unseen target. The dragon-like creature's tail whips through the air, a testament to the immense power being unleashed. The blue energy explodes outward, consuming everything in its path with a chilling intensity. The breath attack continues its relentless assault, the air shimmering with its potent energy. A surge of blue magical energy erupts, crackling with raw power. The energy spreads, striking multiple targets with blinding flashes of light. The magical assault intensifies, the air shimmering with its potent force. A figure is engulfed in the azure inferno, their form outlined by the searing light. The magic contorts, coalescing into a monstrous visage of pure energy, its features sharp and menacing. The monstrous face of magic continues its relentless assault, crackling with destructive energy. A warrior cries out as the magical onslaught descends upon them. The warrior is struck by the full force of the magic, a blinding blue light engulfing their form. A close-up view reveals the raw power of the magical attack, its energy crackling and surging. A dragon-like creature's eyes widen in shock as the magical assault bears down, its voice a mix of surprise and fear. What the F-? We're only... One of the warriors shouts, demanding that the dragon-like creature be scratched. Another voice cries out, urging someone to dodge. The dragon-like creature roars, its breath a torrent of fire. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A mounted soldier charges forward, undeterred by the creature's display of power. A voice shouts, I'm taking the front. Another voice commands, maintain your distance and follow. Another mounted soldier races towards the dragon-like creature, a plume of fire erupting behind them. The mounted soldier closes the distance, their charge unwavering. A wave of mounted soldiers surges forward, a unified front against the massive beast. The ground trembles as the mounted soldiers advance, their numbers a formidable force. With a mighty swipe, the dragon-like creature sends a mounted soldier flying from their horse. Another mounted soldier presses the attack, their determination unyielding. The mounted soldiers converge, a relentless assault against the dragon-like creature. The dragon-like creature, immense and powerful, stands defiant amidst the chaos of battle. A mounted soldier charges forward, brandishing a flaming weapon, closing the distance with the beast. A man watches with glowing eyes, his expression unreadable. The dragon-like creature is struck, energy crackling around its form as the attack lands. The creature's jaws are bared, a silent roar of defiance. Smoke and debris swirl around the dragon-like creature, obscuring its form. The air vibrates with the force of impact, a shockwave rippling outwards. A pained groan echoes through the battlefield. Gathering its strength, the dragon-like creature begins to channel a surge of energy, a swirling vortex forming within its maw. A shout rings out, a desperate plea. Split up. The energy coalesces, a torrent of raw power ready to be unleashed. With a mighty exhalation, the dragon-like creature unleashes its breath attack, a wave of pure destruction. A voice expresses disbelief at someone being on the floor. A figure on horseback shouts. A cloaked figure stands amidst a flurry of action. A horse gallops through a snowy landscape. Someone curses under their breath. A rider realizes the attack is targeting the horse. Ice spikes jut from the ground. The plan having failed, a commander orders everyone to dismount. The sound of impact echoes. Soldiers advance on foot. A soldier shouts that they must cut off at least one leg. A subtle rustling cuts through the frigid air. A lone wolf, its fur thick with frost, surveys the desolate landscape with piercing blue eyes. The soldiers stand resolute, their swords glinting in the pale light, ready to face whatever horrors the snow conceals. Even though I'm not certain it'll be possible. The sound of steel echoes through the frozen expanse. The soldiers surge forward, a unified force against the encroaching darkness. A soldier clashes with a monstrous wolf, sparks flying as steel meets fong. A heavy boot slams down, crushing the snow beneath with brutal force. A sharp cry of pain pierces the air. The blade bites deep, severing flesh and bone as it strikes a horse's leg. A soldier's face is splattered with blood, his expression a mixture of shock and grim determination. A bloodied hand reaches out, a desperate plea echoing, "Here. The blood you want is here." Aggie holds out a bloodied hand, offering it to an unseen force. Clutching a blood-soaked knife, Aggie's expression hardens with resolve. A monstrous white wolf, wreathed in mist, materializes with a thunderous boom. The wolf's eye, a piercing blue, glows with unnatural intensity. Blood continues to cascade down Aggie's neck, fueling the transformation. A single, enormous red eye flares open, radiating raw power. Within a single drop of blood, a figure writhes, trapped in the crimson prison. The blood splatters, each drop a tiny explosion of raw energy. A monstrous face, teeth bared and eyes blazing, emerges from the depths. The monstrous maw opens, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Whoa, it's too effective, no?" Aggie's voice cracks with a hint of panic. Energy crackles around Aggie, a visible manifestation of the overwhelming power unleashed. He stands, a monstrous figure wreathed in arcane energy, ready to unleash his fury. The air crackles with unseen power. The ground shatters under the force of the impending blow. Aggie charges forward on horseback, a dark knight of monstrous power. A desperate cry rings out. "Vlad!" A figure with a flaming arm retaliates, unleashing a torrent of fire. The flaming arm burns with intense heat, searing the air. A voice shouts, "Go!" A figure responds, "Yes, sir." Aggie descends, his blade wreathed in hellfire. The flaming sword burns with furious intensity, ready to strike. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. A creature's face fills the view, its glowing blue eyes burning with intensity. A voice booms out, commanding, "Let's go, Noir." A figure stands ready, cape billowing behind them as they grip a sword. Noir, a creature on horseback, charges forward, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Spikes jut out from the ground, a silent warning. A narrow pass cuts through the snow-covered mountains. A lone figure stands on a cliff, overlooking the landscape. In the distance, a red light pulses, a beacon in the snowy wilderness. A voice cries out, filled with urgency, "They're coming." Two figures scan the horizon through a telescope, their faces grim. One wonders how long they will take, since they are right over there. Through the telescope's lens, the red light glows ominously in the distance. Through a scope, a target is centered as a voice echoes, counting down the time. For minutes. A man with dark hair pulled back into a bun shouts, "Minute." His red eyes gleam with intensity. A blonde-haired figure rides a horse, a flaming torch held high, cutting through the darkness. The man from before shouts, "What in the—" Fire the whistle arrow. The whistle arrow streaks through the air, leaving a trail of white in its wake. An archer, clad in armor, prepares to loose another arrow. The blonde-haired figure continues to ride, the flaming torch illuminating their path. A voice states, "The signal, just a bit more till the canyon." In there. The blonde-haired figure on horseback continues their charge, the wind whipping around them. A voice declares, "Sir Luckyer's world will be." The sound of an arrow being fired echoes through the air. The man with dark hair reacts, his eyes widening in surprise or alarm. He grunts, his face contorted in pain or effort. Someone cries out, noticing something is wrong. "Vlad, what's wrong?" A monstrous horse with glowing eyes appears, its presence radiating an ominous energy. This is. The creature's red eyes burn with malevolent intent as it focuses its gaze. Vlad clutches at his chest, a sharp pain piercing through him. "My heart." Red energy crackles around his hand as he grips tighter, the sensation unbearable. Something is grabbing onto his heart. Vlad realizes the nature of the attack. A bind. Chains of energy materialize around Vlad, constricting him. He struggles against the unseen force, confusion and pain warring within him. "What do you mean, a bind? Who would?" Sweat beads on Vlad's brow as he grits his teeth, fighting against the encroaching darkness. In the distance, a group of figures stand silhouetted against the stormy sky, their intentions unknown. The figures remain motionless, watching as Vlad struggles against his unseen assailant. Vlad strains against the binding, his body trembling with the effort as the energy chains tighten around him. He stares intensely, his blue eyes glowing. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. Vlad grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. You piece of... Another unseen blow lands with brutal force. A voice wonders what is happening. The star-fostered swordmaster questions why they stopped. Two figures stand in the distance. The star-fostered swordmaster grunts. A monstrous creature looms. Someone curses, realizing the lindworm is retreating. The star-fostered swordmaster orders them forward. An older knight commands the others to advance. The knights charge forward, shouting a battle cry. A rider urges the others to surround the lindworm and push it into the canyon. The knights declare they are heading out as well, warning each other not to give the enemy any openings. A large group of figures stands in the distance, ready for battle. A figure plummets from the sky, hurtling towards the dragon-like creature below. The white, scaled lindworm stands its ground, awaiting the attack. Volkov Baranov shouts, preparing to unleash his power. Sir Volkov. Volkov Baranov's voice booms with determination. Leave it to me. A surge of purple energy erupts from Volkov, crackling with raw power. The energy slams into the lindworm, creating a blinding flash of white light. Volkov unleashes another blast of purple energy, continuing his assault. The energy surges forward, a torrent of destructive force. Another blast of energy hurtles towards the lindworm, unrelenting in its attack. The energy explodes in a shower of blue sparks, engulfing the lindworm. A voice calls out, filled with anticipation. Did we get it? Two men shout, their faces contorted in anger or determination as the battle unfolds around them. An energy blast streaks through the air, a harbinger of destruction. A shadowy figure emerges from the chaos, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The lindworm is struck by a torrent of blue energy, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. An older man, his face etched with worry, bellows an order, spread out. The blue energy continues to pummel the lindworm, each strike more devastating than the last. The barrage intensifies, the lindworm struggling to withstand the relentless assault. The blue energy continues its relentless attack, tearing through the lindworm's defenses. The lindworm is engulfed in a blinding flash of blue energy, its fate hanging in the balance. A close-up reveals the lindworm's eye, a flicker of defiance amidst the overwhelming power. The blue energy continues to hammer down, the lindworm's silhouette barely visible through the blinding light. A desperate plea rings out. Vlad, come to your senses. The figure, clad in fur, declares that if not the best, then the second best must be chosen. Debris scatters across the ground. The virtue of the retired knight is on display. A figure plummets downwards. The figure remarks that the cold wind goes all the way into the joints once you get old. A hand reaches out, surrounded by a blue glow. Two figures stand in profile, their expressions unreadable. Two figures look forward, their faces etched with concern. There was a chance to take responsibility for the future. The ground is littered with debris. Vlad is urged to get it together. He plummets through the frigid air, the biting cold seeping into his bones. It's cold. The chill worms its way deeper, entangling him like icy tendrils, threatening to freeze him solid. He struggles against the encroaching cold, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. Me and entangling me like a spider web. I can't move. I drag myself out of that horrific bog of the back alley. His vision blurs, the endless expanse of white pressing in on him. Yet I can't escape this soft snow field. His feet sink into the yielding snow with a soft plop, offering no purchase, no escape. A voice echoes in the frozen air, urging him forward. Get it together, Vlad. Vlad continues to fall, the darkness closing in around him. A blinding light erupts, banishing the encroaching darkness with a radiant burst. A surge of surprise courses through him as the light intensifies. A comforting warmth spreads through his chilled limbs, a stark contrast to the biting cold. It's warm, just what is. He is enveloped in the brilliant light, a sense of peace washing over him. The world around him shimmers and reforms, revealing a new reality. It's the old knight's world. He stood bathed in light, a resolute expression hardening his features as he prepared to unleash his power. Vlad declared his intent, his voice echoing with determination. Now, sever the bind. A sharp, sudden sound pierced the air, signaling the beginning of the attack. A pained groan reverberated, hinting at the force of the impending blow. The sword pulsed with energy as Vlad gripped it tightly, ready to strike. His eye blazed with an intense, focused light, channeling immense power. With a guttural scream, Vlad unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding wave of power erupting from his blade. The sword, still clutched in his hand, crackled with the lingering energy of the devastating attack. He plummeted through the sky, the aftermath of his attack leaving him suspended in the open air. A cataclysmic energy blast ripped through the surroundings, the raw power of the attack unleashed. Silhouetted against the radiant light, Vlad stood as a figure of immense power, the force of his attack reshaping the world around him. His eye burned with unwavering determination, a testament to the strength and resolve within him. Raw energy crackles and surges, a symphony of destructive potential unleashed. The chaotic energy focuses, coalescing into a beam of pure, searing light. The beam intensifies, the air shimmering with heat as the light threatens to blind. The energy dissipates, leaving behind a faint trail of light, a ghostly echo of its power. A trickle of blood stings Vlad's lip as he smirks, tasting the metallic tang of defiance. Vlad's expression hardens, his blue eyes glinting with a cold determination. An unseen figure acknowledges Vlad's skill. He raises his sword, the steel catching the light as he prepares for the next exchange. He's pretty good. Vlad rides forward, the wind whipping at his cloak as his horse thunders across the frozen ground. A voice booms, "Old sir," as a figure is held aloft. A voice urges, "Go on ahead." Vlad prepares to strike, his sword a silver blur against the bleak landscape. "And now it is your turn." Vlad focuses his energy, his eyes burning with an intense, electric blue light as he prepares to unleash his power. A monstrous roar echoes as a dragon unleashes a torrent of blue energy from its maw. The energy slams into Vlad, the force of the impact eliciting a guttural scream. Vlad's face contorts in agony as the energy courses through him. A figure atop a dark horse urges their steed forward, shouting, "Let's go, Noir." The dragon's energy blast continues its descent, impacting the ground with tremendous force. Vlad grits his teeth, enduring the searing pain. The blue energy crackles and writhes, a destructive force unleashed upon the battlefield. The dragon's attack continues to devastate the area. Vlad cries out, struggling against the overwhelming power. A figure watches the battle unfold from a window, their expression unreadable. The observer thinks, since they have the engraving, they'll be able to resist the chill, but it'll be difficult for them to move at the moment. The figure continues their internal monologue. "If I unfold my world there, everyone will be caught up in it." He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "Damn it," Vlad thinks, questioning if they're going to fail because of a single step. A surge of energy crackles around him. Vlad's eyes narrow, focusing his resolve. Mounted on his spectral steed, Vlad is bathed in a radiant aura, ready to strike. He steels himself, a surge of power coursing through him. Pull out every ounce of strength you have. Unleashing a guttural roar, Vlad channels his energy. The dragon Lindblom bellows in response, its monstrous form radiating power. The air shimmers with raw energy. A blinding flash erupts as the attack connects. Grimacing, Vlad struggles to maintain his stance. It's too hard. The dragon's voice booms, acknowledging the blow. "It's still effective. You made a wound on the bastard scale." Once again, Vlad prepares for another assault, his resolve unwavering. He pushes himself, refusing to give up. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him to keep going. Rings of ice magic begin to form around the dragon, a shimmering blue energy crackling in the air. The icy rings tighten, drawing closer to Lindblom, the air growing colder with each passing moment. Vlad strains, his body trembling as he pours more power into the spell, determined to subdue the dragon. A guttural scream tears from his throat as he channels every ounce of his strength, the blue energy intensifying around him. Lindblom roars in defiance, his red eyes blazing with fury as the ice magic encroaches upon him. The ice magic flares, a blinding light erupting as Vlad's power reaches its peak. He grits his teeth, pushing through the pain, his focus solely on containing the dragon. The ice begins to take hold, encasing Lindblom's head and neck, the dragon's movements becoming sluggish. A surge of hope courses through Vlad. It's working, he thinks, he can catch the dragon. The ice spreads rapidly, a network of cracks forming as it solidifies, the sound echoing through the cavern. Vlad's eye glows with an intense blue light, a testament to the immense power he is wielding. "Am I?" He looks up, his eyes widening in disbelief. "A sword?" A massive claw slams down, pulverizing the earth. A figure leaps towards the lindworm, sword drawn. The lindworm retaliates, unleashing a beam of pure energy. The energy strikes its target, sending the figure flying. The lindworm roars, a sound that shakes the very air. The figure shouts, "I'll cover you." The figure now rides atop the lindworm, gripping its scales. The lindworm crashes into the ground, creating a shockwave. The lindworm charges forward, a blur of white against the snow. The lindworm's red eyes burn with fierce intensity. The lindworm continues its relentless charge. Vlad shouts, "Ride. Vlad, you're the..." He pants heavily, his expression a mix of determination and strain. Only one can chase it. Beings that reach their limit have no choice but to stop. You, who are trying to go forward, and that sword that must stop now, cannot be together forever. If that's the case, let it do what it must do. His brow furrows, a silent battle raging within. He grits his teeth, a surge of resolve hardening his features. "God damn it." Vlad stands, drawing his sword, a new light in his eyes. "Let's go, Noir." Noir stands ready, his own blade gleaming in the dim light. Vlad charges forward, his determination unwavering. Noir follows close behind, a loyal shadow at his side. He stands amidst a burst of energy, taking the form of a dragon-like creature. The dragon's head fills the space, its red eyes burning with menace, teeth bared in a silent snarl. Vlad grips his sword, knuckles white, preparing to meet the beast's challenge. He slashes his sword, the blade singing as it unleashes a wave of pure energy. The dragon roars, a sound that shakes the very air, yet the energy washes over it without effect. The dragon's roar intensifies, a primal scream of defiance. Vlad steels himself, preparing another strike, the air crackling with anticipation. He unleashes another slash, a more potent wave of energy surging forth to meet the dragon's might. The energy expands, a blinding aura threatening to consume all in its path. The wave crashes against the dragon, a visible impact that finally seems to register on the creature's face. Vlad shouts, his voice echoing with power, demanding an end to the conflict. Stop. He prepares to strike again, his voice rising above the din of battle. I said stop. A beam of light pierces through the snowy sky. Enraged, Vlad screams, you piece of shit, as he slashes at the dragon-like creature with his sword. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The dragon-like creature reels from the impact. The attack continues to batter the creature. He presses his assault, his blade a blur against the creature's hide. The dragon-like creature staggers, its massive form struggling to maintain its balance. The creature is engulfed in a cloud of snow and ice. A beam of intense light strikes the dragon-like creature. The creature roars in pain as the light sears its flesh. The beam continues to burn into the dragon-like creature. The dragon-like creature cries out in agony. Blood drips from a gloved hand, each drop a heavy weight. A voice echoes, counting on Vlad of Shoera. Vlad, cloaked and weary, gazes downward, his expression unreadable. A metallic screech pierces the air. The weapon, a spear, lies discarded, its purpose fulfilled. Vlad rides, his figure silhouetted against a cascade of light. The word hangs in the air, the last. A sword gleams, its surface reflecting the weight of finality. Vlad's blue eyes, filled with resolve, reflect the sword's light. He kneels, the sword planted before him, a silent vow etched in his posture. Vlad grips the sword, his knuckles white, his gaze unwavering. He stands, the sword raised, ready to face whatever comes next. A voice echoes, expressing gratitude. I thank you for helping me reach all the way here. He rides on horseback, a sword held high, his cloak billowing behind him as he charges forward. The landscape is harsh and unforgiving, a blizzard whipping around him as he continues his journey. A dragon of pure energy roars, its form a swirling vortex of power. His face is etched with determination, his blue eyes shining with resolve. Within a crimson eye, a figure stands silhouetted against a storm of energy. A blinding blast of energy erupts, searing the air with its intensity. A close-up reveals a face contorted in pain, a single tear tracing a path down the cheek. Another surge of energy explodes, illuminating the darkness with its raw power. He presses on, his grip tightening on the reins as he faces the storm head-on. The energy intensifies, crackling with untamed force. He rides onward, a lone figure against the backdrop of a world in turmoil. A group of onlookers gaze upwards, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. A single, piercing blue eye reflects the weight of untold stories. The face, etched with the passage of time, hints at a past both glorious and tragic. A luminous goodbye hangs in the air, a silent farewell to a chapter closed. Clutching the sword, he stands resolute, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The sword was still shining even if it wasn't the up and high night sky. For it was held by the boy who wished to shine himself. He races forward, the sword a blur of motion, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Finally, the name of the star left behind was the Dragon Slayer's sword. A vast, snow-covered landscape stretches out, the wind whipping across the frozen ground. A group of riders on horseback makes their way through the snowy terrain, their figures small against the immensity of the landscape. He sits on a ledge, surrounded by others, his posture suggesting a deep weariness. The Dragon Slayer's sword master remains seated, his head bowed, lost in thought. A voice booms out, well done. Concerned, the other man asks, is old sir all right? The man's expression is unreadable as he repeats the question, old sir? Someone wonders, he still not tell you his name? A voice responds, yes, he said he hadn't completed his. The Dragon Slayer's swordmaster's face is shown in detail, his blue eyes filled with a deep sadness. A voice says, well, it seems he'll tell you soon enough. The man looks down, his expression thoughtful. A voice declares, it broke. He holds the broken sword, its shattered blade reflecting the dim light. It did try its best. I don't know if this will comfort you, but I'll get you your next sword. Sharp swords are always bursting at the seams. There are countless swords that shine, or are tough, too. It'd be difficult to find a sword that's special, even if it's the Emperor. Don't be too sad. Just because you can't hold it in your hands doesn't mean you're leaving it. A title? You can be proud of it. Because in this generation, from Bayezid, it's just you and me. The dragon's head looms, a voice echoing that the sword is the witness of the title itself. The title of the sword is revealed to be Dragon Slayer, Vlad of Shoera. He grips the sword tightly, his blue eyes focused and determined. A hand presents a sealed letter. The letter bears a red wax seal. A voice declares that Baron Hainel sent this personally. A voice wonders if there have been any peculiar happenings. One man asks about trends in the West lately. A second man reports that there hasn't been any movement from the Gaidar County Army. The first man hums thoughtfully. The second man asks when Vlad is coming back. A voice says the last they heard was when he left for the conquest, and they haven't received any further details. It's been 1 month at minimum. The second man asks if that is something they need him for. The first man replies yes, the timing will be off for just a bit. The second man asks if the conquest party will return to Sturma after completing their mission. The first man says they probably will. A voice declares they'll have to go to Sturma. A fur collar frames a dark coat. A masked man declares he will start preparing immediately. A figure stands in a doorway, the light behind them obscuring their features. Someone notes that Gaidar is coming out like this. A man reflects that even if it's not a threat visible to the naked eye, it's a movement with a certain purpose. A man muses on coincidences, sometimes understanding them, sometimes not. He thinks that this precipitous moment would become the thread to resolve the problem that came. The text states that the mistake of that day became the best move. A blond man kneels, presenting something to another person. A snow-covered castle stands tall. The bottom of a sword is shown. The figure with the top knot acknowledges, well done. 2 chain boxes sit on a raised platform. Bayezid's help was very impactful. Present any justification for the Dragonslayer Knight Order. The spiky-haired figure asks, and the bastard? A snowy landscape is seen with a group of figures in the distance. Bayezid's knights have said that they will not avert their watchful eyes until the last moment. Since the White Dragon died and the Dragonslayer Knight Order left, there shouldn't be any reason for these to go berserk. Of course, it's only temporary. So this kind of problem occurs when you store 2 shards in one place. It should only be a matter of time before another dragon realizes its potential. We have to separate these things. However, a voice echoes, questioning to whom this tremendous duty and responsibility should be left. 2 figures stand guard over ornate, chained chests. Several swords stand upright, bathed in a fiery red glow, their hilts adorned with chains. A stern face looms above the inscription, the duty as the guardians of the pact. The sky stretches out, a canvas of blue and white clouds. A towering castle, its stone weathered by time, stands against a backdrop of distant, snow-capped mountains. A close-up reveals the aged face of a man, his eyes narrowed. The man's expression hardens as he spits out, "You bastard." A figure stands before a fur-covered form, a question hanging in the air. Are you transporting a corpse or something? The wind bites with cold, and the road to Sturma stretches long. The fur-covered figure is asked, how could a man of the north be afraid of the winter winds? The man is reminded, didn't you say the cold wind seeps into your joints when you get old? The old man, remembering the weirdest things, mutters, "You rascal." A voice echoes, "Stop tightening me up, you." A blond man in a red cloak stands with Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster, who is wearing a blue cloak. The blond man states, "Seems like the preparations are more or less done." He then asks, "No plans to go to Sturma with us?" Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster replies, "Since you're guest from a precious place." He continues, "I believe father will be delighted. That does sound like it'll be a rare opportunity." The blond man's red cloak is shown in detail as he thinks, but I'm not so sure if I can stay there quietly without getting excited. Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster looks off to the side. He says, "Well, if that's what you really want, I won't stop you." The blond man and Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster stand on a wall overlooking the city. A voice says, "Though, it's a bit embarrassing to send you back when you've come so far, since Sir Volkov took Lindworm's legs with the spear stuck in it." The voice continues, "Would you like to take the tail at least?" Char-Star Fostered Swordmaster looks on with a slight smile. Aggie of Budat tribe smirks, stating he will just take the thought. The man responds that he is going on a long journey, so he should reduce needless luggage. The man continues, saying they will take care of the barbarians he captured as well. A voice echoes, stating to leave the things of the north to the north and be on his way in peace. Aggie of Budat tribe replies that it sounds good. The Star-Fostered Swordmaster asks if he could give his greetings to the new Dragonslayer before he leaves. The man responds that if it's for a second, he will allow it. Footsteps approach. Aggie of Budat tribe warns that if he pulls a trick again, he will not forgive him. The man asks The man asks if he thought he wouldn't know. The man stands in a beam of light. A horse and rider are seen in the distance. What's going on? Why in the world did you stop? A figure stands in a hallway. A close-up of a face is shown. Be certain of this. There will be no second warning. I will be careful with my treatment. A figure stands in front of a castle. Seems like I was hurrying too much. It's very unlike myself. It was a chance to see that man's world. Well, there's no need to be broken up about it. Since I confirmed the most important thing. Aggie of Budat tribe is seen wearing a black cloak. The luggage appeared to be packed up. Had they forgotten anything? Since both old Sir and he didn't really bring anything. Aggie was pretty good. It was quite memorable. He probably would have done better if there wasn't a certain bastard present. Character B said he was glad to see Aggie, but it seemed it's not the same for him. There's no reason to be glad. But there are a lot of reasons not to be glad. Character B asked if that wasn't saddening. It seemed like his intent of telling Aggie not to enter a dangerous place wasn't conveyed properly. He should cut the bullshit and fuck off if he's nothing to say. Sharp but calm vigor, huh? He matured in that short period. Character B told Aggie that he should know to raise his head confidently wherever, because he is someone who must do so. He stands silhouetted against a bright light, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. Character B states that he will disappear after asking a few questions. A close-up reveals the glowing blue eye of the star-fostered swordmaster. The star-fostered swordmaster wonders if Character B's heart starts beating every time he sees a dragon. A bead of sweat trickles down the star-fostered swordmaster's face. A monstrous creature appears. A massive, white dragon materializes, its form crackling with energy. The star-fostered swordmaster stands before the dragon, his cloak billowing in the wind. The dragon's presence casts long shadows. The star-fostered swordmaster speaks of the blue blood of Lindworm. The star-fostered swordmaster asks if Character B was not getting parched after seeing it. Character B stands with his back to the star-fostered swordmaster. A voice echoes, questioning if he wouldn't want to drink the blood of the dragon. The star-fostered swordmaster stands beside Character B, listening intently to the question. The Bayezid County capital, Sturma, stands tall. A building looms in the night. Ender Hanel sits on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. His blue eyes reflect a deep contemplation. He is asked if he didn't want to drink the blood of the dragon. Bathed in a blue aura, Ender's expression is unreadable. He wonders what is that nonsense. But he knew his heart was beating harder whenever he saw a dragon. Not to mention, his heart resonated when he faced him. A silhouetted figure asks, "What exactly are you?" A figure sits in the darkness, questioning, "How do you know about things that I don't know about?" A series of knocks echo from behind a closed door. A man with slicked-back, white hair sits, leaning forward. He demands that whoever is knocking stop disturbing him and leave. A man with dark blue hair, slicked back, asks if the other is being too cold-hearted. In a room, support Lutgear apologizes, stammering his name. A blond man with spiky hair smiles, mentioning that everyone keeps asking about the last conquest. The dark blue-haired man replies, stating that he understands and was worried the other had something against him. The dark blue-haired man asks if he can come in. The white-haired man replies, "Ah, yes." The dark blue-haired man wonders aloud if squires stay in places like this. The blond man states that it's his first time coming into one. The blond man's blue eyes glint in the dim light. The dark blue-haired man states that he promised the sword. The narration states that the sword was personally made by the top blacksmith of Bayezid. The sword gleams, its hardness and sharpness undeniable. It is also light and well-balanced, a true masterpiece. The sword was forged by a master craftsman known not only in the north, but also throughout the empire. There shouldn't be anything lacking for him to use. He feels like it's too much. Not at all, the man replies. To a dragonslayer, a sword like this is not too much. If it had his way, he'd like to put the best master sword he could find in his hands. But that could cause all kinds of misunderstandings. There are no other intentions, so don't worry. It's not like he doesn't know his relationship with his brother. Yes, sir, the blond man replies. Then he will accept it gratefully. Joseph was here. Did he meet him? Of course, it was just a quick hello. He looked frantically busy, so? Thanks to someone. The man gets confused about who's serving when he looks at them sometimes, you know? He looks up, a question etched on his face. What? The unseen speaker continues. What? You haven't heard anything like that yet. Vlad stands beside an older man, both gazing in the same direction. The older man explains, an assembly was ordered for all the knights of Bayezid. A grand castle looms in the distance. The old man states, I plan to end my pilgrimage now. Vlad responds, you've decided then. The old man says, it was a choice I wanted, but it has been some tough years. Vlad replies, I understand. The last ducat will finally be handed over then. A white tiger's face is shown in close-up. The old man says, since he received the price of honor, that child's shoulders must be heavy. That's why I'm giving it to him. That rascal. The old man speaks of his role, both as a knight and as a retainer of Bayezid. He expresses his relief at having completed all of his duties. The sound of footsteps echoes on the stone floor. The other man expresses his gratitude for Vlad's devotion to Bayezid over the years. The man stands tall, his expression unreadable. The man apologizes for making the other try to match the temper of this old man. Vlad asks if he will return home now. Vlad responds that he should, adding that his garden will be very unfamiliar. The man states that he is even more certain as a giant who always appreciated the tradition is saying so. Vlad says that it just feels like this old one is receiving a retirement gift. A close-up shows the fur collar of Vlad's coat. Vlad states that it makes him excited. The moment a new honor is born, a knight's armor gleams in the light. 3 days later, a grand castle stands tall against a clear sky. Sunlight streams through the castle's arched windows. Guards stand at attention, their spears held high. The guards remain vigilant. He walks away, his cape billowing behind him. A man with a dark beard wonders, whoa there, did Lady Oksana cast magic or something? She transformed him into a completely different person. A figure stands tall, clad in shining armor. He wonders, is that so? Something feels awkward. Someone asks, you shaky? Just perplexed, he thought. It's very sudden too. Two figures stand cloaked, awaiting a decision. Because, at least for today, it's a door that opens only for you. A stern face observes. The squire of Bayezid Vlad. is standing in front of the door of knights by the order of Sir Count. Please approve his entrance. The two figures proceed towards the door. The door awaits. The door awaits. The door awaits. So this place is. The Hall of Knights stood in silent grandeur. The hall stretched onward, lined with statues. Footsteps echoed through the hall. Vlad paused, a realization dawning on him. He continued his walk, two figures ahead. As he walked, Vlad reflected. He thought of his inability to hold a sword. He could not even dare stand in front of that door. The hall stretched before him, the door a distant goal. Vlad believed it would be a line he could never cross his whole life. But he ended up pushing inside a single sword, himself. Vlad continued his walk, clad in armor and a blue cloak. He walked down the long hallway, the light shining brightly at the end. His blue eyes widened slightly. The red-colored path is the path of honors. The boy had been walking that path unbeknownst to himself. One step at a time. Escaping the mire of the back alleys and toward what he always dreamed of. The path ahead is clear, a crimson carpet unfurling before star-fostered swordmaster. Towards the shining star. The journey continues, each step deliberate and measured. And at last, has he finally reached that star? He kneels, his gaze fixed on the towering statue before him. A voice booms out, welcoming him. Well done coming all the way here. The voice continues. Hold the code of the sword master that shall unchanged eternally in your left hand. A document is passed between two sets of hands. The words echo into your heart. A knight stands tall, his gaze fixed upon a kneeling figure. The text declares that a knight must always foster potential. The first code of the sword master is revealed, stating that even though they met each other as enemies, they decided to protect the potential the boy fostered within him. A knight kneels, holding a scroll. For that was a duty a knight ought to carry out. A knight must always know to lend their ears to their conscience. That is the second code of the sword master. The knights who burned themselves with everything on the line at the village filled with fog. If you stand where you must stand. If you stand when you must act, do not hesitate. For the standards that decide such shall only be your conscience. A knight must always chase the honorable path. That is the last code set by the sword master. To be honorable, one must always walk forth looking up. Without a single drop of shame, only for a fair price. Vlad of Shoera swore in front of his sword and the code of the sword master. The boy had always gazed into the potential named the undecorated sword. The red-haired girl who stood next to him shall be able to testify. Even if that was the life of the back alley mire. The boy had protected what must be protected. The knight who watched over the rose's smile shall be able to testify about the boy's conscience. A knight's armor gleams, reflecting the light. And to grasp them with his hands, he walked forth. It was a code, even he did not know. Yet, he was still someone who protected it with everything he had. The undecorated sword that struggled alongside him all this time shall be able to testify. I swear that I shall protect the code of the sword master with all my strength. The master of Bayezid, I, Peter Bayezid orders. While you were a lowly squire when you kneeled, you shall stand as a dignified knight. The knight's armored legs stand firm. He is the knight of Lady Alicia. A crowd of people, young and old, stand together, their faces blurred in the sepia-toned memory. And the dragon slayer's name was called out by the blue blood of a lined worm. Swords stand in silent formation, a testament to battles fought and won. The knight Bayezid acknowledges. Vlad of Shoera. The rootless boy created his roots through his own will today, surrounded by his companions. A close-up reveals a young Vlad, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Vlad's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with determination. A lone figure walks down a long, brightly lit corridor. They were roots all the stars here shall be able to testify for, Vlad thinks. A ripple of energy emanates from a central point, the air shimmering with power. Well done. The title, sir, hangs in the air amidst a swirl of light. A close-up reveals it is Vlad. A suit of armor, trimmed with white fur, stands ready. The Gaidar County of Trinova is displayed, a castle dominating the landscape under a fiery sky. A symbol is displayed, accompanied by the declaration. It's time to move forth without hesitation. A voice expresses unease, but the dwarf bastards behind us are still making things quite uneasy. So this time, the speaker has decided to move slowly, bit by bit, like the other noble bastards, as he holds two nuts in his hand. A voice reveals, I heard that the only Hainel, Alicia, still does not have a consort. Siegmund Gaidar, tyrant of the West, sits in his throne, holding a nut. That is correct, a cloaked figure confirms, standing before Siegmund. Oh, how could that be? A voice wonders, continuing, how will she endure this tough world with the body of a woman alone? Godwin, the voice commands, I'll need you to flex yourself this time. A sinister smile plays on the lips of the man with the reddish-brown hair, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. The armored figure stands tall, awaiting instructions. Give me your orders, Lord Count, he says, his voice resonating with unwavering loyalty. A voice echoes, filled with resentment and a thirst for retribution. DMR with my damned son, and earn a fair justification. A figure contemplates the situation, their thoughts swirling with intrigue. Not violence or war, but a justification, huh? The man's gaze narrows, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. As you always did. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. The white-haired man stands in stoic silence, his expression unreadable as shadows dance around him. Sunlight streams through the grand windows, illuminating the opulent room. Sigmund Gaidar clasps his hands, his gaze intense as he considers the unfolding events. The man with the dark hair bows his head slightly. Thank you. A voice whispers of a looming political gathering. Soon, there will be a conference at which all the lords of the north will gather. Another voice wonders, is it the Great Conference? A figure responds, their tone laced with certainty. That's right. The Great Conference that hasn't been activated for more than 10 years is suddenly happening. Gaidar thinks to himself that he didn't feel any signs or even a scent. He wonders if they maintained the security that strongly, or if it proceeded so urgently that no one could realize. Gaidar considers just what reason is behind the conference. Peter Bayezid thinks that in that conference, he would like to seat Alicia Hainel as the Lord of Diamar. Gaidar remains silent, his expression unreadable. For a long time, the Hainel clan has benefited at the boundary between the south and central. A dark amber liquid is poured into a glass. To become the gate to the south, or become the abandoned land of the central. Gaidar raises a glass of amber liquid to his lips, his gaze intense. If the choice is late, they will become the prey of the Western Eagle. The age of peace has ended. It is now time for everyone to stick together for survival. It will become a harsh choice for Diamar, who maintain neutrality. He wonders if she will choose the north. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Peter Bayezid exclaims that they must create that choice. Gaidar's gaze is sharp, calculating. Peter Bayezid declares that he will support him with everything he has. Gaidar thinks that at least, in regards to Diamar, the conversation centers on Bayezid itself. Gaidar's expression is unreadable. Peter Bayezid's hands are clasped tightly, betraying his anxiety. Gaidar stands at the window, his back to Peter Bayezid, contemplating the scene outside. The figure outside is small and distant, almost insignificant against the backdrop of the world. Gaidar thinks that since he was not born with sharp teeth, a disembodied voice declares that someone must have resisted accordingly. The man, his expression thoughtful, finds the situation concerning. A golden sun rises over a mountainous landscape, its light reflecting off the water. Two cloaked figures stand atop a castle wall, silhouetted against the sunset. One muses, so this is how it looks. A voice declares, this at least once. A close-up reveals a character with a fur-lined collar and a stern expression. The imposing walls of Sturma's castle rise high, a banner displaying a sun-like symbol. A voice echoes, Sturma's walls grew up drinking blood, the blood of the enemies. The blonde-haired figure, with a determined gaze, states, I wanted to show you the blood of Bayezid. To protect something, you need someone's blood. The figure continues, the beings called knights are those who swore that they will gladly give out their own blood when that time comes. The character with the fur-lined collar stands with his back to the viewer, his cape billowing in the wind. An aged face, etched with wisdom and weariness, declares, someday, when the time comes. A voice booms, you will have to gladly give out your blood. He stands, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazes forward. Lamond is addressed by the older man. He states that it is Lamond. The younger Lamond asks what it is. The older man, Sir Lamond, instructs the younger man to call him Sir Lamond from now on. Sir Lamond offers a coin to the younger Lamond, telling him to take it. Lamond reaches out, a look of curiosity on his face as he wonders what it is. The coin glows faintly in the palm of a gloved hand. It is described as the price for the armor that was blown up. Lamond examines the coin, recalling that it was a gray orchide armor. Sir Lamond states that it is more than enough. Sir Lamond says that when the time comes, Lamond will know the worth of that coin. He then asks if Lamond received a mission as soon as he was knighted. Lamond confirms that he is leaving tomorrow. Sir Lamond tells Lamond that when the times that are troubled in many ways are finally cleaned up, he should come visit his manor once. Sir Lamond looks on with a knowing expression. He agrees. A voice states that they still need to receive the price. Vlad states that he will welcome a visit any time. The man is Sir Vlad. Vlad extends his hand to Lamond. Vlad pauses. Sir Lamond states that it has been fun. The sun sets. Vlad and Lamond stand together. Lamond looks on. Lamond confirms. A voice thanks someone for all of their teachings. Why? It's already been a month since I sent the letter. Isn't he here yet? Not just arrival. There isn't even a hint yet. Let us hold out just a bit more patience and wait. You have to always prepare for the worst. Only then can you respond to everything with a modest attitude. The worst. If you mean the worst. Will I have to follow what Count Gaidar sent? Marrying their eldest son. What do you think? Should I just get married to them, or what? A hand clenches tightly on the table. The marriage proposal letter felt like a notice. There wasn't even the slightest respect shown towards their clan. It was all wrapped up. With all kinds of sweet words, there were no promises for the future of Hainel. It's just a bunch of damn thieves all around us. Peter Bayezid says not to be too worried. So long as they have time, they should also have the opportunity to rise up on their own. Right. They have to try everything that they can. Hands rest on the table. Still, why is there no response from Bayezid at all? Is it so difficult to lend a single squire? It's likely they have already calculated. Since there's no way they wouldn't know the geographical advantage of Diamar, That's what Peter Bayezid is worried about. The two sit at the table. Lord Baron, they've been notified that the people from Clan Gaidar have reached their land. The advisor looks on, already concerned. Already? The advisor speaks to Bayezid. I'll try to reschedule the audience to tomorrow. The advisor looks down, worried. Let's try to buy some time with whatever we have. Bayezid looks on. A flag with an eagle on it waves in the wind. The text reads, as a hungry eagle is unstoppable. Another flag waves in the wind. Istvin Gaidar sits on horseback. It's a backwater town. The text reads, Count Gaidar's inheritor, Istvin Gaidar. Istvin Gaidar and another man are on horseback. Diamar has always been a place like this. The other man speaks. It's a fief based on farming rather than trade or industry. Diplomacy rather than war. Istvin Gaidar looks on. To simply put, not fun. Istvin Gaidar and other men are on horseback. I just have to sit still, right? You need to say hello, at least. Istvin Gaidar and the other man are on horseback. Then I just have to say hello, right? Please act like you're interested and bring up some small talk. He admits he's too lazy for that and hates doing things he doesn't want to do. Peter Bayezid states that Istvin Gaidar must fulfill the duty of the blood he was born with. Istvin Gaidar wonders why his father is making this one so cumbersome. The narration states that he lived with this plain and simple methodology. Plunder it if we want it. Istvin Gaidar asks if it's not like they, the West, can't take it. The narration states that the North has never been unable to protect. The West survived by plundering, as a group of horsemen ride across the land. The North survived by protecting, as a group of soldiers stand guard in the snow. The narration states that Lord Count is the leader of the West, and it's... Peter Bayezid looks on. The narration states that it is obvious that he is treading carefully on his first step outside of the West. Istvin Gaidar says, got it. A figure remarks that since it is something their father is serious enough to put them with, they heard she's beautiful. They say it's to the point there is no noblewoman who could even dare to hold a candle to her around here. A woman with long, light blue hair stands with her arms crossed, looking down. A character with red hair smiles, asking, really? A man with red hair and a sinister smile looks directly forward. Someone states they're finally getting some motivation here. A group of riders on horseback approach a walled city. A grand city is bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. The city of Brigantes is displayed. A red banner with a golden dragon hangs within a building. A figure announces that they have returned just now. A character stands in a room adorned with dragon statues. A voice echoes, calling out to their father. Duke Dragonblood, Sarner Dragulia, sits upon his ornate throne. The report arrives, delivered with solemn gravity. An apology is offered, the speaker's face cast in shadow. The report details lowly northern things, not knowing their place. Sarner Dragulia acknowledges the report, but insists it wasn't a needless trip. He reveals that they met a welcome boy in the north, a young dragon who is yet to open his eyes. The Duke's gaze is intense as he considers the implications. The speaker's expression is thoughtful, their eyes reflecting the light. Sarner Dragulia wonders if it could only be the north. He reflects on having spread his seeds all across the continent throughout his entire life. He declares that he will have anything. He reflects on the significance of his work, deeming it worthy of risking his life. The other man asks if his heart rang when he saw that child. Duke Dragonblood confirms that it did. The man then asks about the color. The man states that the child has blonde hair and blue eyes, like them. Duke Dragonblood thinks to himself that it was the colors passed down by Clan Dragulia. He continues to think that seeing as the shards of the dragon are not calling out. The man says that it seems he is yet to open his eyes, just as he said. Duke Dragonblood thinks that the work of spreading seeds is always arduous, and the time spent waiting for it is most painful. A sinister smile plays across his face. Duke Dragonblood thinks so. The camera pans down to Duke Dragonblood's hands. He thinks that he would like to meet that child once. Someone exclaims with surprise, suggesting that the rumors are just rumors. A man with auburn hair and a scar on his face looks on. A woman with light blue hair is described as a beauty that cannot be described through mere words. The woman's elegant attire is visible. Someone calls her Milady. Istvin of the Gaidar clan introduces himself. Istvin of Gaidar welcomes someone. An old man notes that someone is full of the signature haughtiness of the Western pioneers. He dares to call her Milady when the official title of Baron exists. The woman sits on a throne as the old man stands before her. Istvin looks surprised. Someone remarks that it must have been tough trekking through the long road, and it would have been better if they had given them up. 3 figures in cloaks stand in a hallway. One observes, "Oh, that's also." The white-haired man exclaims, "Wouldn't we have needed a prior adjustment regarding this marriage proposal as well?" The woman on the throne states, "The attitude Gaidar has shown me is a bit disappointing." The man with brown hair remarks, "Huh, look at you." The man with brown hair thinks to himself, "I thought she was a benign lady, but her tongue is cold as ice." The white-haired man says, "Our Lord Count often says that connections that begin within meetings are precious as well." The woman on the throne asks, "What kind of meeting between noble clans are you telling me would proceed this rashly?" The white-haired man wonders, how precious would he think of Lady Alicia for him to have sent his son himself? The white-haired man thinks, "We have to endure. There must be a purpose behind their brazen demeanor. It may be to build up a certain justification." The man with brown hair states, "We apologize for manners and procedures being somewhat skipped." The white-haired man bows his head slightly. The man with brown hair is identified as Sir Istvan, the successor of the Gaidar clan. It is said that he is someone whose existence itself can already replace those trivial procedures. Lady Alicia's eyes narrowed, a flicker of amusement dancing within their depths as she considered the situation. A soft, almost mocking laugh escaped her lips. "Ha ha, please." The man's grin widened, a hint of steel beneath the surface of his jovial demeanor. "Do not be so angry. We're people who came here with good news, are we not?" The man gestured expansively, his gaze fixed on Lady Alicia upon her throne. "We can talk about the details leisurely later. First, please have a good rest at the designated place your STA dashed." He paused, his expression shifting slightly. "Oh no." Lady Alicia's gaze remained steady, a subtle challenge in her light blue eyes. "I'd like to have a more private conversation with Lady Alicia rather than rest." The man stood before Lady Alicia, his posture suggesting a forced calm. "It would be proper manners to greet our parents, but the situation is not favorable." Patience was a valuable virtue for anyone. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as the weight of the situation pressed down. If one were to still endure even after the other side has crossed a line, then that is nothing but an act that lowers oneself. Lady Alicia's lips curled into a subtle sneer, her eyes gleaming with cold amusement. "You dare." A grim smile stretched across the man's face, a hint of dark satisfaction in his eyes. "So easy." The white-haired man stood beside the other, his expression unreadable as the justifications were read. "The Knights of Bayezid have arrived." Lady Alicia's gaze sharpened, a storm gathering in her light blue eyes as the news reached her. A man with slicked-back dark brown hair orders someone to tell them to come in. An older man with gray hair stands beside him. Massive doors swing open, revealing a blinding light. A group of knights, clad in heavy armor and fur-lined cloaks, stands silhouetted against the light. One of the knights steps forward, his armored boots echoing on the stone floor. The knight's gauntlet hand rests on the hilt of his sword, the metal gleaming in the dim light. The Knights of Bayezid greet the master of DMR, their voices a low rumble. The knights advance, their presence filling the hall. Lady Alicia, seated on her throne, welcomes them with a serene smile. "I welcome you." A knight with reddish-brown hair swept back from his brow apologizes for their tardiness. "Sir Knights of Bayezid, sorry for being late." A gloved hand clenches, anticipation hanging in the air. She is addressed as Milady Alicia. The voice continues, stating that he has come to answer her call. Only she has the right to call him Milady, because she was... Alicia kneels, holding out a folded purple handkerchief. She confirms that she has come to pay the just price for the handkerchief she handed him. Peter Bayezid looks on, wondering about the handkerchief. Alicia states that it is for that price. She will pledge her name alongside the honor of a knight Bayezid vouches for. Peter Bayezid and Alicia walk away. He struggled and crawled through mud. Finally, the figure finally possessed the right to stand in front of you. "My shadow has reached you." Witness. "Oh, Knight of Blue Moonlight." He, who finally possesses the right to stand in front of you. A vast, desolate landscape stretches out. A grand building stands against the sky. He thought things would proceed smoothly. But Bayezid brought out an unexpected move. "Vlad of Shoera, huh? That's a name I'm hearing for the first time." He thought he faced him, but he did not. Because his eyeballs stared into Godwin standing behind me. A pair of hands clench into fists, knuckles white with tension. It's the first time receiving an insult of this sort, but it's also fresh. Godwin sits in a large chair, his expression thoughtful. He wonders, do you know him? He was pretty arrogant. A close-up of a hand resting on a table. It was a sure connection. The man with gray hair reflects. I did not even imagine that I would ever face him somewhere like this. The white-haired man thinks. I didn't let him live on simple sympathy. The shining possibility he possessed had an attraction that makes you want to cheer for. A figure kneels, head bowed, even if it's a possibility that may come back and bite you in the future. The gray-haired man's lips quirk into a slight smile. It almost makes me proud. To think the person I previously received a report on is actually him. The man with the scar on his cheek asks, what will we do now? Father said to create a justification. The gray-haired man contemplates. There is a way. A close-up of a face, the words echoing in the air. The victor takes everything. The white-haired man thinks. It is a rule that applies anywhere. Sir Joseph has said he will prove the steadfastness of the alliance between the two clans. Since Sir Jair came here himself, it seems like any more proof would be meaningless. Here, he also sent a letter. The letter is sealed with a red wax stamp. She said that while Sir Vlad certainly does have Lady Alicia's handkerchief, it'd be difficult to refuse Gaidar's marriage proposal. So there was this way too. Sir Joseph is trying his best for DMR. Yes, this is certainly a possible way. Godwin adds that his grandmother was Clan Oscar, like Lady Oksana. The woman on the throne listens intently. The white-haired man exclaims that he, too, is someone that inherits the same blood as Lady Oksana. Oh dear. Godwin confirms that is correct, and as they're connected through blood, Bayezid has lent him its sword. The woman on the throne states that they could easily toss aside this marriage proposal, for if the eldest son of Gaidar wishes for a marriage with her, he'd have to receive the permission of the Countess. She worries about daring to put such a burden on the Countess. Lady Oksana has said that she welcomes Lady Alicia any day. It certainly sounds like goodwill. But this offer possesses the justification for Bayezid's interference with Hainal in the future. As he thought, it wasn't pure goodwill from Bayezid's side as well. However, as of now, there are no other ways left. No way. Did he even calculate this situation to push back the notice? Joseph Bayezid. DMR is already put on the field, he set up. The meeting is in session, though the air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Godwin and the star-fostered swordmaster exchange a look, the weight of their shared concerns evident. The speaker acknowledges that the current situation will become a burden to Lady Alicia. Alicia offers a polite, yet strained, expression of gratitude for the consideration. The white-haired man observes the scene, finding the situation awkward. A voice wonders if there is truly nobody that Lady Alicia can fully trust. Alicia's expression hardens slightly, a hint of resolve flickering in her eyes. Godwin remarks that it has been a while since he has seen her. Alicia is asked how the job she has taken on is, and if it is not too burdensome. The star-fostered sword master vows to try his best for Lady Alicia. The knight's voice echoed, stating that it was his order and he wanted to do so as well. Vlad stood with an older man, both observing the situation. The knight stared intently, his expression unreadable. A voice declared that there was one. From a distance, Vlad and the white-haired man were seen, supporting Lady Alicia without any condition or schemes. Vlad received thanks. The knight requested to see Vlad's handkerchief. A voice stated that it would need mending since he'd been carrying it all this time. The knight agreed. It looked like he'd been keeping it preciously deep in his breastplate. Vlad felt proud. A voice told him to go. The star-fostered swordmaster holds a handkerchief, a slight frown creasing his brow. A close-up reveals Alicia's piercing blue eyes. The camera focuses on the handkerchief, the name, Gemina, delicately embroidered on its fabric. The star-fostered swordmaster's eyes widen slightly. Ah, not this dash. He stares intently at the handkerchief. The star-fostered swordmaster examines the handkerchief more closely. Alicia sits, her expression unreadable. The star-fostered swordmaster's eyes narrow. I couldn't see her hand. Me neither. Alicia speaks, her voice low. This doesn't look like a handkerchief I gave you. Alicia's hands are clasped in her lap. The star-fostered swordmaster replies, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. It's nothing much, just something my friend gave, and it's... Alicia's expression remains veiled. Gemina, sounds like your friend is a woman. She confirms, yes. A chibi version of the star-fostered swordmaster recalls that they grew up together since they were young. Alicia speaks, but her words are not audible. The star-fostered swordmaster explains that it's pure cotton, so it's great to just use it however. Sarnerdra says that he's not supposed to do that. An unseen man calls someone a crazy bastard and asks them to shut up. A close-up shows the star-fostered swordmaster's neck and shoulders. Alicia is surrounded by other characters. The star-fostered swordmaster thinks that this one's pretty big. A close-up shows a man's face. Godwin says that someone is the stupidest bastard out of everyone he's seen. Godwin continues, saying that someone is ruining something Sir Joseph prepared so hard with just a single handkerchief. Aggie states that he believes Godwin's stupidity has already reached a level of pure talent. Godwin responds that he didn't know that's how it would work out. The green energy around him intensifies as Godwin clenches his fist, telling himself to hold. He thinks to himself that Aggie is turning 18 just after winter and that he should treat him as an adult now. Aggie states that Godwin became a knight, too, and tells him he can leave. A bead of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by a question mark. Aggie remains silent, his expression unreadable. Godwin asks what Aggie is standing there for and tells him to leave, won't he? Aggie asks if Godwin wants to get beat up like old times. He thinks that it would be better, to be honest. Aggie asks if he can't just get beaten up and tells Godwin to stop with the bullshit and please just piss off. Godwin thinks to himself that he doesn't think he can control his power today. Aggie's face contorts in a grimace, his hand pressed to his chest as if warding off a blow. Aggie wonders aloud what he should actually do with him. The sound of a door opening echoes through the hall as Aggie stands framed in the doorway, observed by others. Aggie's expression is quizzical as he looks off to the side. The others watch him from around a table, their expressions unreadable. Aggie asks what they are all looking at him like that for. One of the men remarks on the glamour of a hero. Another wonders about carrying two women in a single chest. One of the men tells Aggie that he respects him so much. Aggie states that he'd like to be alone. The men decide to give Aggie some room, remarking that he is totally unique from the start. Aggie says he'll just leave. The Hainal's maids must be warned, they say. Aggie's own worries supersede him for releasing a stallion. Lost in thought, he continues down the corridor. Why do things get tangled up like this? That just happened to be there. He wanted to do well since it was the first mission he got since becoming a knight. Sir Knights, too, Aggie thinks. Never mind comforting him, they're just making fun of him. It was nice to see. From what he saw, it was not contempt but affection. Seemed like the knights who used to follow Lutgear now completely acknowledge him as their comrade. I know. The same thing had happened before, whether it be the back alley hooligans or the high-class knights. Elsewhere, a crowd gathers in a tavern. I guess the way people live looks similar anywhere. Ugh. Well, no choice since it came to this. The water has already. Something has spilled. He thinks to himself that there's really nowhere else to go. Aggie wonders if it's been a while, and if he should go pray. Alicia thinks the more she thinks about it, the dumber it is. Even if he's lacking in common knowledge. Alicia asks how he could keep it with a handkerchief another woman gave him. Sarner Dragulia responds that it's just common sense. Alicia retorts that it's not common sense. Especially for boys his age. Alicia thinks to herself that he did make sure to keep it clean. The hooded man had taken on quite the rough missions all this time. Storing it that cleanly amidst all that must mean that he was taking special care of it. Sarner Dragulia states that it was a mistake born from ignorance. Perhaps, in other ways, it means that he's that pure. Alicia wonders if he did not act without any ulterior motives. She thinks that's true. Sarner Dragulia tells Alicia to look over there. At least, unlike others, he lifted his sword for Lord Baron within every single. Meanwhile, action like that must lie the. Alicia states that be it then or now, he hasn't changed at all. She seems surprised. A cloaked figure stands in a forest, wondering who that is. Sarner Dragulia appears shocked. The older man, his face etched with worry, calls out, Is anybody outside? Beside him, a woman with flowing blue hair looks on with concern. A desperate voice cries out, Sir Gyre, quickly! It's an emergency. A muscular man with short brown hair sprints forward, his expression grim. A white snake slithers through the forest. The snake continues its silent journey. The star-fostered swordmaster stands near the snake. The star-fostered swordmaster wonders if his memories are returning. The star-fostered swordmaster stands in front of the white snake, thinking that there seems to be some relation between him and spirit. The star-fostered swordmaster senses someone approaching. Gyre notices a grave in this place. Gyre thinks that someone he knows is buried here. Gyre looks at the grave with a somber expression. The star-fostered swordmaster and Gyre stand near the grave. The star-fostered swordmaster prepares for battle. The man with brown hair asks if the other can, but he cannot. A sinister smile spreads across a face. Permission has been received. The man with gray hair says that he is finally being looked at. He knows, right then. It felt like he became transparent because he was only staring at Godwin. Godwin told him to tell him. Two figures stand facing each other in a desolate landscape. If he gives up on Baron Hainel's handkerchief, he'll consider that as the price for the second. Jerky. A figure kneels in a pool of blue light. A close-up of the star-fostered swordmaster's face shows a look of determination. What's that supposed to mean? The man with brown hair stares intently. A voice declares that they are not curious about the relationship between two people, demanding that something be given. A man in a red coat extends his hand, awaiting a response. The white-haired man challenges someone to come and take it. A close-up reveals a stern gaze, the eyes narrowed in determination. The white-haired man speaks, questioning if someone is capable of doing something. The white-haired man's eyes glow with an intense blue light. A man in a red coat stands tall, the text stating that it is a world where only the greedy can survive. The white-haired man looks off into the distance, the text stating that it is a world where you can only survive by not letting things get taken away from you. Two figures stand in a field. One says, Yeah, he did say you won't listen. The split image shows two opposing figures, one with a fierce expression and dark hair, the other, Alicia, with piercing blue eyes. A metallic object gleams amidst the dust and debris. A blade is drawn, reflecting the harsh light. A voice declares, I have no plans to return empty-handed. A figure raises a massive sword, ready for battle. A voice booms, identifying the figure as a rookie from the north. The camera focuses on the sharp edge of a blade, poised for action. A crimson eye glows with intensity, promising conflict. A figure with piercing blue eyes requests, I request a duel for Alicia's handkerchief. Hands grip a cane, knuckles white with tension. The blonde-haired figure commands, do it again. A determined gaze hardens, ready to face the challenge. A voice echoes, questioning the situation. A declaration follows, he is Bayezid's knight, and Lady Alicia's knight. A knight clad in armor stands tall, a dragon-like creature behind him. He demands that if anyone wishes to request a duel, they must say his name properly. A figure with blonde hair is labeled a hooligan of the West. The scene focuses on a character with their arms crossed. A building stands under the night sky. It is stated that an organization of a city was annihilated, pushed out. A character sits on a couch, reading a document. He is referred to as the enforcer of a dark mage. Someone lured the Deathworm and took down Lindworm himself, it is said. It seems like Bayezid was too urgent. Standards and common sense exist, but they fluffed this too much. A character contemplates a manufactured possibility. He thinks that someone would have developed well on their own, even without all this. A close-up of a character's eyes reveals a piercing gaze. A lone figure walks down a sunlit path, sword sheathed at their side. The air is still, the only sound the crunch of their boots on the gravel. The text speaks of a mere display of possibility, not the level of a dragon slayer reached in a single year. The man strokes his beard, musing on the amazing fact that someone awakened aura. He sighs, deeming the situation unfortunate. The figure wonders if he should have brought him using whatever means necessary. The man sits in his chair, lost in thought. A voice announces, you're back. The text reveals that the handkerchief was. The man with the red hair states that the message was not received, then. The text states that he was not someone who listens at all. One man says he thought he would just take it away from him immediately. The other responds that he was about to do that, but the mood was spoiled. The red-haired man wonders how they picked up the scent. But Hainel's old knight and Bayezid's one-eyed knight came running over. In any case, a duel was requested. Istvan sits, relaxed, as he asks, "When is it?" "In 2 days," he is told. They said that they have to bring a priest to supervise the duel. "That's actually good," the white-haired man replies. "If a priest becomes the witness, they won't be able to say anything after. Justification and profit, they'll be able to have them all. And one more thing on top of that. That shitty face, contorting in fear, will be a bonus." Istvan smiles, anticipating the duel. Elsewhere, Peter Bayezid walks with Sir Lamund down a long hallway. "Will there be any chance of victory?" Peter Bayezid asks. "It won't be easy. Istvan is the oldest son of the conqueror of the West, the Gaidar family. He's a real deal who honed his skills. Previously, Sir Lamund has also highly rated the skills of the Western Knights. It is true that at the moment, Vlad's chance to win is low. I am thankful for telling me that honestly. But at this rate, Lady Alicia's handkerchief is. Don't worry too much. He's a guy who fought a knight with the identity of a squire, isn't he? And, regarding this case, Lord Joseph has officially received full authority from Lord Count. He didn't send us without any. Do you have a good plan? The duel is just a process." "Ooh, I didn't realize that you'd have prepared for it in many ways like this. If there's anything you need, we will support you, whatever it is. As a matter of fact, I have a request." "Yes, what is it?" "We would like to suggest the location for the duel to Lady Alicia." The man's expression is one of skepticism. Godwin asks if duels don't usually happen in the lobby or a hall. Godwin sits on a chair, surrounded by soldiers. The white-haired man states that there was a special request from Baron Hainel. The landscape stretches out before them. She said she would like 4. Gaidar responds with a questioning, "Really?" He thinks that it's not an unreasonable excuse. It's an eerie plain. Godwin asks if it rained this morning, but the white-haired man replies, "No, sir. The grass is wet even though it didn't rain. It's a duel that's happening." The white-haired man says that you have to endure this much. Constructing the battlefield ahead of a battle to be advantageous is one of the basic actions of a commander. He surveys the landscape, a small group gathered in the distance. Gaidar's gaze is intense. The group stands firm, their expressions unreadable. Gaidar's jaw is set, his determination unwavering. Gaidar's vigor is sharp. "We'll block it for even a moment, so get your breathing in check," one of the men says. The white-haired man closes his eyes, taking a deep breath. "You've endured well in front of your archenemy all this time," a voice echoes. "At the edge of that patience of yours, only your creed to protect your promise with Lord Joseph must lie." The armored figure sits, bathed in an ethereal glow. A sharp sound cuts through the air. He stares intently, his blue eyes gleaming with an unknown emotion. The white-haired man expresses his approval. "You're making me proud." The white-haired man continues, his voice firm. "Teach the usurpers what a just sword is." The woman on the throne considers the upcoming duel. It's possible to use aura for this duel, she thinks. The woman on the throne continues, however, as it is not a duel to decide life and death. If the duelists are in danger, they may intervene. From the stands, a voice asks if they agree with the current rules. A figure nods in agreement. Another voice booms, stating that God is watching over them under today's sun. A man in white robes raises his hand, holding a red book. A voice declares that they will begin the duel. A warrior stands bathed in a red aura. The warrior is asked if he is taking good care of the handkerchief. A close-up reveals the warrior's intense gaze, his one eye glowing red. A figure wonders what he will give. The Age of Budat tribe, clad in armor, asks what the other will give. The other responds that he will have to take Age's sword, at least. A close-up shows the sword. The man calls Age a bastard, his expression twisted with anger. Age remarks that he heard being used to robbing others is the Westerner's disposition, and asks if that's supposed to be something to take pride in. A crowd of onlookers watches, their faces grim. One thinks that there's a place where robbing is part of life. Another onlooker thinks that getting things stolen would soon result in death. The man thinks of Age, who robbed out of desire. Age thinks of the man, who robbed for survival. Age wonders who's greedier. The man stands his ground. The man wonders what even is that stance. He offers a subtle, knowing smile. "I hope you like it." A flash of light pierces the darkness. Armored figures stand ready, their presence heavy in the air. Godwin's gaze is intense, his blue eyes narrowed with anticipation. The light reflects off the edge of a blade. "Because it's something we prepared just for you." A silent army of swords stands at the ready. A figure in red armor stands bathed in light, while another man watches from the shadows. So they expected a duel from the beginning. The armored figure looks down at his opponent. "Let me see." The words hang in the air. How amazing Gaidars. The blond man's expression is unreadable, his blue eyes gleaming. "Successor is." A final flash of light. Godwin raises his weapon, the steel glinting ominously in the dim light. He narrowly avoids the blow, dirt and debris exploding around him as the weapon slams into the ground. Another swing comes, and he leaps back again, the sound of steel on stone echoing through the air. Age grunts, his expression hardening with determination. Godwin presses his attack, the blade whistling through the air towards Age. The weapon slams against the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The force of the impact creates a shockwave, dust and pebbles scattering in all directions. He dodges once more, the wind from the passing blade ruffling his hair. Godwin's face is a mask of grim focus, sweat beading on his brow. The edge of Age's sword catches the light, a sliver of hope in the desperate dance. Seizing the opportunity, Age launches a counterattack, his blade aimed at Godwin's exposed flank. The force of the blow sends dirt and grass flying as the sword cleaves through the earth. Another strike tears through the ground, the impact echoing through the air. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding Godwin's sweeping attack. Godwin thinks to himself, good, he's doing well. Godwin continues his internal monologue. Gotta keep going just like that. Just like that. Godwin analyzes the situation, thinking, dodging the attacks that use weight, and deflect the thrusts that use length. He's thoroughly prepared. Godwin notes, moreover, this slippery grass. Godwin observes, it's comfortable to move quickly, but it's not a good environment for swordsmanship that requires strong supporting steps. Godwin wonders, just who? Godwin muses, I need to elaborate. Godwin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing in concentration. Another powerful strike sends debris scattering. He swings his sword down with tremendous force, aiming to cleave Age in two. The blade cuts through the air, narrowly missing its target and instead slicing through the tall grass. Age's eyes narrow, his focus sharpening as he prepares to counter. Godwin's face contorts in anger, his teeth gritted as he presses his attack. Age shouts, you rat-like bastard. Godwin meets Age's furious assault, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. Age's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering as he pushes forward. His foot digs into the earth, anchoring him as he prepares another strike. Blurring with speed, Age launches another attack. The swordmaster swings his blade, aiming for a decisive blow. Godwin barely manages to parry the attack, the force of the blow sending tremors through his arms. Godwin's eyes widen in disbelief, muttering, the hell? A voice remarks that he is a rookie who has only held a sword for a year. Another voice wonders how he is able to take his sword. Age runs towards Godwin, his sword ready. Godwin grits his teeth, annoyed. Age swings his sword at Godwin, the blade whistling through the air. Godwin blocks the blow, sparks flying as their swords meet. With a roar, Godwin swings his sword down at Age. Age blocks the attack, the force of the blow sending tremors through his arms. Age leaps back, creating distance between himself and Godwin. Godwin shouts at Age to fight properly, demanding to know how long he intends to run away. Godwin's face contorts in frustration, his brow furrowed and teeth bared. Age smirks, his blue eyes gleaming with amusement. Who knows? Godwin grits his teeth, the tension radiating from his posture. This damn dual ground. Feels like fighting on top of a mud field. Age's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, his expression unreadable. If I drag this on for long, I will end up putting variables in his hands. Godwin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Against just an unnamed knight. Age's gaze remains fixed on Godwin, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Maybe because you crawled your way from a lowly place, the way you fight is nothing but disgusting, too. Godwin's face twists in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. If she sees that messy look of yours. Age's expression remains calm and composed, his eyes filled with a quiet confidence. Age's lips curve into a slight smirk, his gaze unwavering. A faint breath escapes Age's lips, his expression resolute. Not a chance. Age's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. If you knew even a little bit about life in the back alley, you wouldn't be able to say something like that. Godwin states his disappointment, remarking that he thought nobles made classier taunts. Age responds with a simple, things like that. The scene shifts to a flashback. Age swings his sword down with immense force. Godwin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Age retorts that such exchanges are essentially just greetings in the back alley. Godwin's gaze intensifies, his eyes narrowing. The flashback continues, showing Age standing victorious over a fallen opponent. Age smirks, stating that Lord Count Gaidar would jump in happiness if he saw how Godwin looks right now. Godwin's face contorts in anger, blood dripping down his face. Age simply says, you. Godwin's teeth grit together as he curses Age, calling him a fucking piece of shit. Godwin's rage intensifies, his eyes glowing with fury. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent prelude to the storm about to break. Orange energy explodes around Age, the force of the unseen blow sending him reeling. The impact sends dust and debris flying, a testament to the raw power unleashed. He is thrown backward, a cloud of dust marking his violent trajectory. Despite the brutal assault, Age stands once more, his resolve unwavering. A crimson light flares in his eye, a sign of the power he is about to unleash. He grips his sword, the steel a familiar weight in his hand, ready to face whatever comes next. A voice echoes, a dark challenge hanging in the air. Throw away any thoughts you have on dying peacefully. Godwin watches, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding battle. His foot shifts, a subtle movement that hints at the power he holds in reserve. Godwin states with a low voice, he held out pretty well, but it ends here. A voice muses, certainly, fitting as the successor of Gaidar. The depth of the world he assembled is different. He'll have to hold out well from now on. A drawn-out fight using greatswords eats oneself away, and the stamina would bottom out even faster if he uses aura on top of it. If he keeps evading him like this, he can. Lord Joseph thinks that he should at least end this in a draw. It's fine if he loses the duel. Sir Knights of Bayezid openly gave him a chance to spar, just for him. Sir Jairus' teacher. Lady Alicia left her honor with him. Everyone does not view his chance of victory to be high, because they wouldn't expect that someone from the back alley will be able to win against the son of a count family who grew up receiving the best education. Even if he loses, there will be its own kinds of gains he can obtain. But he wants to escape now. He reflects on avoiding, on running, and on promising for the next time. At the very least, he thinks of a distant figure. He thinks, standing in front of the knight who destroyed my nest. His eye glows with determination. He thinks, take a good look at it. He stands ready, his resolve hardening. He thinks, what I needed to obtain in order to approach you. A figure with glowing eyes stands in the darkness. He thinks, the fruits of my struggle. An armored figure plummets from above, hurtling towards the blonde swordsman below. The armored figure raises their great sword, preparing to strike. Bringing the blade down in a sweeping arc, the armored figure aims for the swordsman. The greatsword continues its descent, closing in on the swordsman. The armored figure's greatsword crashes down, a blinding flash erupting as it connects. The armored figure's heavy boots crash down, pulverizing the earth beneath him. Godwin roars, die, you lowly bastard. His greatsword descends, a crimson blur aimed at the star-fostered swordmaster. The impact explodes in a shower of blood. Struck, the star-fostered swordmaster grits his teeth against the pain. The armored figure presses his advantage, his greatsword a whirlwind of lethal force. The force of the blow sends the star-fostered swordmaster hurtling backward. He thinks, he's strong. It's my first time going against swordsmanship this rough and heavy. The star-fostered swordmaster realizes, in the range of a greatsword, the odds are absolutely not in my favor. Looking up, the star-fostered swordmaster steals his resolve. Then, he takes a determined step forward. The star-fostered swordmaster prepares to unleash a counterattack, his blade crackling with emerald energy. The one means to escape exists in only one place. A guttural roar tears through the air. Godwin brings his weapon down with furious speed, a crimson aura blazing around him. The star-fostered swordmaster is knocked to the ground, dust and debris swirling around him. A voice commands, forward. Godwin presses his attack, his blade descending towards the fallen warrior. Aggie's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. The command rings out again, even louder, more forward. Beyond the edge of life or death, the two warriors clash, their auras colliding in a burst of energy. Their faces are grim, locked in a desperate struggle. And into the enemy's bosom, they plunge, neither willing to yield. The clash of steel echoes as the star-fostered swordmaster's blade meets Godwin's, a blinding flash erupting between them. The two warriors exchange a flurry of blows, each strike carrying the weight of their power, sparks flying with every parry. Godwin grunts as he's struck, staggering back from the force of the blow. The star-fostered swordmaster grits his teeth, declaring, you're not getting away. Driven back by Godwin's counterattack, the star-fostered swordmaster is sent hurtling through the air. Godwin's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The ground erupts in a violent explosion as Godwin's power intensifies. Godwin descends, his blade crackling with energy as he brings it down upon his opponent. An agonizing cry escapes the star-fostered swordmaster's lips as the attack lands. Another explosion rocks the battlefield, the force of the impact threatening to tear everything apart. His eye glows with an intense, focused power as the star-fostered swordmaster prepares another attack. Bracing himself, Godwin plants his feet, ready to withstand the coming onslaught. A crimson barrier flares to life, deflecting the initial blow with a resounding crash. The force of the impact sends Godwin skidding backward, armor groaning under the strain. Godwin's eyes widen in disbelief. Armor technique? He grits his teeth, a question burning in his mind. How does he know the unique ability of the Holy Knight Order? Sweat beads on the star-fostered swordmaster's brow as he strains against the barrier. It's heavy. I couldn't completely deflect it. Godwin clenches his fist, preparing to unleash a counterattack. What is this trickery now? The star-fostered swordmaster's expression hardens. You think that's enough? Godwin is forced back once more, the ground churning beneath his boots. The star-fostered swordmaster presses his advantage, the attack relentless. Godwin struggles to maintain his footing, the overwhelming power threatening to break his defense. He is struck by a blinding flash of energy, the force of the blow staggering him. A guttural scream tears from Godwin's throat as pain lances through him. Godwin grits his teeth, his face contorted in agony as he struggles to maintain his footing. The star-fostered swordmaster smiles, a predatory glint in their eyes. A voice booms, declaring, now. The star-fostered swordmaster raises their blade, a surge of power coursing through it. Godwin braces himself, his muscles tensing in anticipation of the next attack. The sword descends, a blur of motion aimed directly at Godwin. The blade connects, erupting in a violent explosion of energy that engulfs Godwin. The star-fostered sword master watches, their expression unreadable. The explosion intensifies, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The dust settles, revealing a scene of devastation. The star-fostered sword master stands before Godwin, her expression unreadable. A sudden burst of energy crackles in the air. The star-fostered sword master's gaze pierces through the smoke. Alicia declares that she is justified. Godwin asks if that is right. Godwin wonders what the reason could be. The star-fostered sword master asks if she can receive a just reward. Another burst of energy echoes. Godwin's expression hardens. Godwin demands an answer. Godwin pauses, his gaze intense. Godwin finally speaks. A sword descends, bathed in moonlight. The disembodied voice declares, "My sword has reached you." The blade gleams, its surface reflecting the ethereal light. A mouth opens, ready to speak. The star-fostered sword master, his gaze distant, recalls, "Remember what you said to me that day." He remembers, the boy who guided me. The star-fostered sword master stands cloaked in shadow. He reveals, "My name wasn't Stanga, and my age wasn't 42 years old." A hand returns strips of cloth. "Since you've received an unjust reward, I will give these back to you." The star-fostered sword master declares, "A knight only takes just reward. However, I will take this with me." He claims, "As my just reward and the winner's right." The star-fostered sword master stands, his expression unreadable. As the reward for this battle, he begins to speak. The star-fostered sword master demands Istvin's sword. An exclamation mark punctuates the moment as someone reacts with surprise. Istvin's armored figure looms, a silent sentinel. A woman with light blue hair stares with wide eyes, her expression unreadable. Istvin stands alongside another figure, their faces etched with concern. A close-up reveals Istvin's grim determination, sweat beading on his brow. The star-fostered sword master declares his demand as his just reward and his winner's right. Istvin's face is partially obscured by light, but his resolve is clear. A grand, snow-covered building stands in stark contrast to the winter landscape. The message arrives, urgent news for Lord Joseph from DMR. The letter is carefully unfolded, its contents unknown. A man in a dark coat holds a glass, lost in thought. He hopes they have avoided the worst possible outcome. The man didn't expect this one. Two figures stand near a table, their conversation unheard. Borden asks if Istvin of Gaidar is an easy match. He's merely in his mid-20s right now, but there are no freshly appointed knights who show as much promise as him in the West. A knight stands tall, his sword gleaming. Greatest knight of the West. Right. A plan was made with that as the basis. There were no better options for Vlad's debut match opponent. If they're a known strong one, even if Vlad lost, it wouldn't taint his name. And if he pushes back Istvin even once, Vlad's renown will go up significantly. On top of that, if he ends up losing the handkerchief, Alicia would have had no other option but to grab Bayezid's hand. You never change, do you? Borden. Lord Joseph asks what he's ordered Borden to do. I've prepared it without a single neck. Joseph orders Borden to discard it all. Borden is surprised. He hears Godwin exclaim in disbelief, "I'll have to make the plan from scratch again." Godwin looks at Borden, who says, "We've prepared it all night for 10 days. The situation has changed. I've prepared for the worst." A figure encased in glass thinks, "Yet I didn't prepare for the best. I don't know if I should cry or laugh." Godwin's eyes glisten with tears as he thinks, "I think I do." A group of men stand together, their expressions grim. Two men stand side by side, their faces unreadable. A group of people stand in a grand hall. One says, "We would like to receive the sword back at the very least. I don't believe there are any issues in terms of the procedures." Someone wonders, "Still, wouldn't it be too overbearing?" A man with white hair stands with a stern expression. A man with a dark beard states, "That's a problem for us to handle ourselves." Aggie of Budat tribe looks up, a measure that certainly crosses a line etched on his face. Godwin states that it's not a mere duel, though. From the get-go, Godwin continues, "Aggie of Budat tribe is the one who crossed the line without thinking what would come next." Godwin declares that Aggie of Budat tribe can't ask that from him. A voice echoes, stating that Aggie of Budat tribe knows it well too. The reason is revealed as Aggie of Budat tribe stands with a sword. It is declared that he took the sword. A close-up of armor is shown. Aggie of Budat tribe states that the negotiations cancelled then. A voice declares that if Aggie of Budat tribe understands, then he should return now. Aggie of Budat tribe looks down at a document. Aggie of Budat tribe will see the other again later. A figure surrounded by green energy states that they should schedule a nice day then. Godwin declares that he will go greet someone himself. One figure asks another to bid farewell to someone in his stead. The other figure thinks that he's intertwined with a frightening bastard. A figure states that it's doable. A figure walks forward. A figure thinks rookie. A figure thinks that he's intertwined with a frightening bastard. A figure looks on. A building stands tall. One figure asks if they won't have to accept Lord Joseph's offer now, right? Another figure replies that's right, since they've defeated Gaidar's marriage proposal with their own. A figure thinks that's a relief. No matter how warm Bayezid's bosom is, handing them an excuse felt uneasy. A knight like Sir Vlad. Of course. How far do you expect him to grow? Growing just like this. He has the makings to represent the North in the next generation. That much. Even this is a very cautious guess. Because Sir Vlad's possibility is not on a common level. As I thought, acting as the patriarch all by myself isn't easy. It'd be better to have a backgroundless knight next to me instead. The old man considers the possibilities. Lady Alicia, are you? In some sense, it would also feel like a blood alliance, no? It's still a bit too early, is it not? Even if a knight is in a position of semi-nobility. You said he has the makings to represent the North, didn't you? It'd be quite a good offer to Bayezid as well, wouldn't it? It's better than getting married to a weird man, isn't it? That's true, but... And the things he does are admirable as well. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands beneath a sprawling tree, bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun. A viscous, golden liquid pours from a dark bottle, catching the light as it flows. A serpentine creature, shimmering with an ethereal light, rises to greet the offering. I guess the solution was to pay with whiskey as tribute. Since it's an alcohol made with barley, I felt that it'd be highly compatible with this one, a spirit of the earth. The spirit snake's blue eyes gleam with ancient wisdom as it awaits its tribute. She stands within the coils of a massive white serpent, its scales gleaming like polished ivory. The serpent raises its head, its blue eyes piercing the air with ancient wisdom. Alicia stands bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Her feet are planted firmly on the earth, surrounded by a gentle glow. Alicia reflects on the blessing of the white snake, considering it no different from an extra life, and how the pricey alcohol more than paid for itself. A hand gently touches the serpent's head, a gesture of reverence and gratitude. A voice whispers, "Thanks." Alicia stands beside the white serpent, a silent understanding passing between them. Meanwhile, the grand architecture of the estate rises against the clear sky. Alicia sits across from Godwin, who asks if there is anything making her uncomfortable, like an injury. She is asked if she was pouring alcohol atop the hill yesterday. Godwin confirms that he made his own greetings. As he continues to obtain shining victories each time he comes here, it seems that the masters of this place view him favorably. Alicia offers a slight smile. Godwin states that he has felt the warmth of a bloodline after a truly long time. The warmth of a bloodline is felt after a truly long time. A letter is presented, addressed to Lord Joseph. After experiencing the two trials that came from the center and west, Sir Vlad states that he could definitely tell where Diamar should stand. He acknowledges Alicia's understanding. He will relay it without any problems, and the knight who stood in place for his honor. Sir Vlad agrees with the statement that the previous patriarchs. They would like you as well, so? A chest sits on a table, hands holding it steady. The chest is opened, revealing a bright light. A voice echoes, "Permit me to give this, passed down through generations, to you." He recalls, "I have memories of seeing that." A voice says, "That's the camberstone of the elves." A figure holds the camberstone of the elves. Elves, another species, are mentioned. In the empire's outskirts in the east, elves stand together. A field of flowers sways gently in the breeze. Because the god they believe in is different, the exchange with the empire is only partial, but it's said that their first patriarch. It is said that this is a gem that was earned through that connection. A hand presents a glowing amber stone. "My father adorned the pommel of his sword with this amber stone." The woman with aqua hair says, "I think it'd fit very well with Sir Vlad's sword." The star-fostered swordmaster says, "I have to pay an expensive price for an expensive item." The star-fostered swordmaster continues, "Is it not a family treasure that's said to have been passed down from your first patriarch?" He asks, "How could I dare?" The woman with aqua hair responds, "You are more qualified than anyone else to receive this." She smiles, thanking Sir Vlad for protecting the Hainal clan twice now. Godwin holds out his hands, displaying a golden coin. He thinks it still feels like too much. Godwin asks him to bring it over if he can, please. Right. Vlad says he'll help him, and he'll help him. He thinks Sir Jair's dumbfounded too. He remembers giving his memories to him, and the sword to him. He came all the way here with that promise as the stepping stone. Since he's received the sword, he has to find his memories. Vlad takes the coin. For a knight must only take a just reward. Godwin looks on. He thanks him, Lord. He stands beside Godwin, the amber stone now in his possession. Vlad expresses his gratitude. He believes it will work out somehow, that it may end up being a clue to his memories. Vlad states that he will look at the amber stone through his world. The amber stone glows. The amber stone glows even brighter. Leaves fall from a tree. The amber stone glows intensely. Godwin remarks that the guy had some ambition. The other man asks Godwin to tell him about it, questioning if it is an ambition you can find everywhere. Someone agrees, stating that if you're a man, you should of course aim. Two soldiers cheer, celebrating the young knight. They remark on how promising he was from the start. Vlad looks troubled. He wonders what Godwin means when he says it wasn't a bad choice. On horseback, a group of soldiers ride through the plains. They've given him a treasure of the Hainals. Not to mention it's to the knight that she bestowed a handkerchief herself. The soldiers continue to celebrate. They exclaim that it's a shining possibility. Vlad urges them to continue. Godwin asks Vlad to say something, reminding him that he saw everything while beside him. Godwin will write up a report to Lord Joseph separately for now. Godwin admits that he can't decide on this one either. Vlad says okay, and that he understands. Godwin asks if they've already arrived. Vlad confirms that he is right. They already got to Shoera after messing with the youngest for so long. Godwin says that it's a shame. He asks if they can't camp out here for tonight and head inside tomorrow. A rider gallops forward, leading the group. A banner bearing a sword emblem flutters in the wind. The riders approach a large gate, the sound of hooves echoing through the stone passage. Godwin looks to Vlad, suggesting he try to open the gate this time. Vlad appears determined. Godwin believes Vlad should try to open the gate. Vlad wonders if he can do that, recalling his past experiences of secretly going in and out of small tunnels. Godwin advises Vlad to camp outside if he can't open the gate. A lone rider approaches the gate, determined to open it no matter what. A guard shouts, demanding they halt and identify themselves. The rider raises a hand, signaling a halt. Vlad declares that he is Bayezid's knight. Having returned after completing his mission, the one apparently knighted after cutting down the lined worm is back. A voice commands the guards to hurry and open the castle gates. The heavy gates slowly creak open. Godwin asks if it really opened, and Vlad confirms that it did. Godwin thinks to himself that a knight is a qualification, honor, and a title that only those who prove their existence can possess. Vlad looks forward, his expression unreadable. A voice calls out, apologizing and welcoming Sir Vlad. Godwin thinks to himself to raise his head and go forth confidently. Vlad rides into the castle on horseback, the guards standing at attention. The castle floor stretches out before him. A voice booms, declaring that someone should have given their head instead. A man with reddish-brown hair and a stern expression clenches his fist. The man apologizes, addressing someone as father. His red eyes narrow with intensity. The man's hands are clasped behind his back, his shoulders tense. His teeth grit together. He explodes, questioning the shit-show of a look and lamenting that they were finally settling in for once. The man continues his tirade, accusing someone of spoiling everything and dismissing that oh-so-great luck-gear bastard. He fumes about having to face a freshly green rookie who just received his knight title. The man's face contorts in fury, his voice booming. Do you think you've only lost a sword? His rage intensifies as he declares, you've just handed over all the influence over DMR to. The man's anger is directed at Godwin. What were you doing? He demands. His voice rises, laced with contempt. What the hell were you doing while my son was shamed like a dog? Godwin, bathed in an ethereal glow, bows his head. I'm deeply ashamed, he admits. The man's eyes narrow, suspicion creeping into his tone. Didn't you say he's someone you know? Godwin's expression remains downcast. To be precise. The man's voice drips with disdain. He's someone the deserter knight Jorge was raising. The man's fist clenches, his knuckles white. Jorge, he growls. His hand tightens into a crushing grip, the air crackling with suppressed power. The man's voice is a low, venomous hiss. That piece of shit fucks me over until the end. His anger simmers, a dangerous undercurrent to his words. From what he has, his talents were excellent, and the levels of the knights surrounding him were exceptional, too. The figure stands clad in armor, the dim light reflecting off the metal. He made great use of the advantages of his home ground. More than anything, there was one unexpected individual. He was at a level where he could face my vigor straight on. Godwin sits on his throne, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Damn shrewd northerners. Godwin's eyes glow red as he is remembered. Of course, do whatever you can to put what you have in your hands into your belly. Then use your remaining 2 hands to even take away what others possess. Only then will you survive this rough west. Godwin remembers, yes, he too, followed the teachings of our ancestors. Under this flag I've destroyed, demolished, and plundered my entire life. Gaidars are pioneers. We may take, but we must never let what is ours be taken. From this exact moment, the cloaked figures stand in formation as a voice echoes, stating that the eye of the eagle shall point towards the north. A stern command rings out. Retrieve my son's sword by any means necessary. Godwin's eyes burn with fierce determination as he extends his hand, ready to carry out the order. A hand carefully stacks several gold coins on a pristine white plate. The knight wonders if 4 gold is all he will receive. The knight asks what is wrong, disappointed that it is so little. Sir Jair tells him that he is still a rookie, adding that he knows why Sir Jair still carries him at his side. The knight thinks to himself that knights do not collect money through their salaries. Sir Jair states that knights must follow honor and owe duties. The knight thinks to himself, and take responsibilities befitting them. Sir Jair asks what that has to do with money. A hand snaps its fingers. He states that it all boils down to money. A hand gestures, emphasizing the point that a well-fed cat doesn't bother with mice. To gain both money and honor, one must achieve many accomplishments. The prize for honor will be given at the end of the year, under the name of special pay. Sir Jair stands across from Vlad at a table laden with food and drink. Sir Jair continues, saying that Vlad can expect a bit more, given his accomplishments this year. Vlad wonders about the price for duty and responsibility. Sir Jair says that he doesn't think that's something Vlad, the one who brought over the treasure of the Hainal clan, should ask. Sir Jair mentions that he heard Vlad got a new epithet following the Dragonslayer title. Vlad remarks about the man who put 2 handkerchiefs in his bosom. It's the debauchee of the north, Vlad of Shoera. Vlad tells Sir Jair not to forget him if he becomes a noble in the future. Sir Jair thinks that isn't what really happened. A tea set sits on a table, untouched as the conversation continues elsewhere. He takes a sip of tea before stating, I will assign you a patrol area, your class. Vlad looks up, a hint of concern in his eyes. One all by myself. Sir Gyre gestures with his hand. I will give you guards as well, but you alone will be in charge. Vlad considers the implications. As for the area? Sir Gyre raises his teacup. Obviously, the back alleys would be best, yes? Vlad nods slightly. Yeah, they're essentially my hometown. Sir Gyre continues, since Gregory, Maxim, and Kate are all using personnel. He sets down his teacup. I'll supply wages for up to 4 people. Sir Gyre advises, try and hire the people who will be under you yourself. Vlad listens intently, absorbing the information. Sir Gyre concludes, it's a completely different position compared to when you were a mercenary captain. The young man's gaze is intense. Vlad thinks to himself that a knight is one who leads. Vlad stammers, thinking that the only useful people he knows are back alley gangs and someone who can become a representative anywhere. Sir Gyre asks Lord Joseph if they wouldn't be trouble for him. Vlad thinks that is an admirable thing to say, but there's no need to worry. Vlad thinks that had he cared about that, he would have brought him out of Rose's smile from the get-go. Vlad sighs. Lord Joseph states that using people is much more difficult than cutting them down, and since it's Vlad's first time, he'll recommend and send him an employee. Vlad thanks him and is told that he can be on his way now. Vlad says all right and farewell. Vlad leaves. Lord Joseph watches him go. A voice wonders if they are planning to put them with Vlad, suggesting a strategic maneuver is being considered. A close-up reveals a subtle smirk, hinting at a hidden agenda or satisfaction with the unfolding plan. Someone contemplates taking a chance on his unpredictability this time as well, suggesting a calculated risk involving Vlad. A grand building stands tall, possibly the location where these plans are being hatched. A voice questions if someone is sure, addressing them as boss, indicating a subordinate seeking confirmation. Someone dismisses an idea, followed by a fervent shout of Sir Vlad, suggesting intense loyalty or desperation. Tears streaming down his face, a man pledges his loyalty, his voice cracking with emotion. Charstar Fostered Swordmaster tells someone to stop being so dramatic, annoyed by the outburst. Charstar Fostered Swordmaster sniffs the air, reminiscing about a time when he didn't run away during his mercenary era, suggesting a past filled with adventure and danger. A figure reflects on finally getting rewarded for something, hinting at a long-awaited payoff. A voice laments cleaning up after horses and meeting all kinds of weird things, suggesting a life filled with mundane and bizarre tasks. He rests his head on his hand while following his boss. As a result of those trials, Gyre has finally become a squire. He thinks it was a great idea to stick right next to his boss. Age asks what Gyre is talking about and what squire he means. Age tells Gyre that he is just an employee. Gyre is speechless. Gyre asks who knows, reminding Age that he started as just a mercenary too. Age tells Gyre to try his best. Age thinks he should keep Got next to him because he talks too much and gets scared too often, but he does his work properly. Gyre says that Age should take him with him as. Age asks what? Someone mentions him. They mean Otar. Age scoffs, remarking that it's a waste for someone of Otar's size to be staying in their shop and not even fighting. Rose replies that Otar got jacked immediately when she started feeding him well, adding that she can trust him. Age acknowledges that Otar knows the back alley circumstances well and is loyal, too. Rose wonders if it would be fine, noting that there always seem to be quarrels where there's alcohol. A voice booms, questioning who would dare. Rose chuckles. Age asks if Rose is still not aware of her own position. A voice states that Rose's smile is the safest place in the back alleys. The voice continues, saying that every customer comes here to drink and rest peacefully. The voice concludes that thanks to that, business is booming, too. Rose wonders what could be the reason. He thinks to himself that it's because it's the place where Sir Vlad stays. Rose states that they receive protection. And they obtain a base. Age replies that's nice. Age thinks to himself that of course, they've got to be clear about what they give and take. He thinks to himself, no, not that. Age thinks to himself that it's nice that he can protect someone without even lifting his sword now. Age's reflection stares back at him from the depths of a liquid. Rose looks off to the side, contemplative. Age thinks to himself that it's the thing he likes most after becoming a knight. Age stands with his arms crossed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Rose tells him that he's finally become slightly aware of his position. Age thinks to himself, then, the last spot. He considers something, his expression thoughtful. It can only be him, of course. A ship sails on the open sea. Someone exclaims that premium alcohol really is different. It's like night and day with the Captain Q boss made. One man asks if the other still makes that poison-like alcohol. It's the boss' only pleasure. They do die from the hangovers, though. In any case, it's quite refreshing. It feels like just yesterday when he fed and gave Jimina a place to sleep. They say not to take in black-haired animals. One man guesses blondes are different, though. Someone says whatever, and asks what the other came here for today. It wasn't a waste time, was it? Someone asks what it was, and if the other is still looking into navigation techniques and constellations. He holds a glass, a faint smile playing on his lips as he considers the past. A memory surfaces. Who'd hire a lame as their navigator? Harvin's voice echoes in his mind. Another voice, perhaps his own, whispers, this place and go somewhere far away one day. The words are tinged with longing. The memory continues. They say people should know their place. A back alley urchin ended up like this, so it's good enough. The conversation with Harvin continues. The blond man's words hang in the air. Harvin asks, "Do you really think so?" His expression is unreadable. Age's brow furrows slightly, lost in thought. Harvin's voice returns. "Harvin, did you know? A bird that's been locked in a cage for a long." A bird sits perched inside a cage, its silhouette stark against the bright sky. The cage door hangs open, yet the bird remains inside. Apparently forgets that it can fly, a voice observes. Age's gaze is distant, his expression contemplative. He sits alone at the table, the weight of his reflections heavy in the air. He grips the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with tension. The swordmaster's eyes glow with an eerie light as a voice echoes in his mind. "This damned place has been eating away at your dreams." He stands ready, the sword a silent promise in his hand. A figure shrouded in a dark cloak stands silhouetted against a bright light, their face obscured by shadow, save for a single, glowing blue eye. A beam of light pierces through the darkness, illuminating particles of dust and energy. The light intensifies, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound. A man's face is contorted in a scream, his eyes wide with terror. A voice calls out, "Hey, VLA-." A figure with white hair raises a sword, bathed in an ethereal blue light. Meanwhile, laborers trudge through a dusty town, their backs bent under the weight of heavy sacks. Another burst of light erupts, accompanied by a deafening roar. The light intensifies, illuminating the surrounding area with an otherworldly glow. One of the laborers cries out in alarm. Debris rains down as a voice shouts a desperate command, "Run." Panic grips the crowd. What is going on? Someone cries out that it's Captain Hoover. A figure pushes through the throng, barking orders to move and make way. The man's face is a mask of grim determination. The building groans under some unseen assault, more debris cascading from its shattered facade. Another man shouts, ordering someone to alert the boss and call in the entire gang. The man expresses his frustration, thinking they were finally getting some breathing room after the money grubber died. Just what kind of bastards are these? A man sprints away from the destruction, his face etched with fear. He cries out to someone, demanding to know who they are. "These damn dogs." A figure with silver hair stands silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. A voice echoes, a haunting reminder of something that has been eating away at his dream. Bathed in an ethereal blue light, the swordmaster stands resolute, his gaze piercing through the swirling energy. The voice continues, speaking of ridiculous walls that have been cutting him off and damming the river. His eyes, glowing with an inner light, reflect a deep-seated determination. The thing that has had Otar locked up for a long time. The main thing that made him forget the possibility. The voice urges, "If you can't do it." The swordmaster's face is etched with grim resolve as Otar looks on, his expression a mixture of concern and fear. "I'll take it out for you." The voice softens, a memory surfacing. "Because you did that for me as well. So that I wouldn't get consumed by the darkness." Consumed by the darkness of the back alleys, Otar stands with the swordmaster and a red-haired child, their faces reflecting a shared burden. He was enlightened by the fact that a goal exists. A grand castle stands tall, illuminated by the setting sun. Two figures stand atop a pile of rubble, overlooking the scene. A surge of energy crackles in the air, illuminating the figure's face. The energy intensifies, creating a blinding light. The light fades, revealing a scene of destruction and chaos. Meanwhile, a group of people react in shock and horror, gasping at the sight before them. One man's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape. A dream still flows, a vision of the past. The swordmaster stands alone, his cloak billowing in the wind. The crowd continues to react in terror, their faces etched with fear. A voice calls out, "Look, Harvin." The swordmaster gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable. The dream still flows. He gazes into the distance, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the golden light bathes his face. A shimmering expanse of gold stretches out, reflecting the light in a dazzling display. A ship sails through the sky, its sails billowing in the wind, a beacon of hope against the fading light. A figure plummets from above, falling towards an unseen destination. Age's eyes widen, a realization dawning on his face. "I can finally see now." The camera focuses on his neck and shoulder, the details of his clothing hinting at a change in attire. The scene shifts to a town at night, the buildings casting long shadows under the moonlight. A voice muses, "Being a knight really is nice, man." Age walks through the town with another figure. "Busted the shit out of the hideout and left with a gang member. But they gave you a gift instead?" The other figure, Captain Q, holds up a bottle filled with a dark liquid. "What do you mean, gift?" "This is Captain Q. He gave it so I would drink it and die." Age's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he considers the implications of the statement. He reflects that it feels strange now that he is actually about to leave. Even if their boss's alcohol brewing skills are terrible, he thinks. Harvin assures him that the mayor took in someone like him as well, so he shouldn't worry. Harvin continues, stating that Lord Joseph won't touch the captain either. He's someone who precisely differentiates between beneficial and harmful pests. Harvin is right. 3/10 of the back alley's economy was created through the captain's smuggling, after all. Age notes that the mayor this time certainly is different. He can tell how meticulous and smart he is. Harvin adds that being up in charge of the back alleys is meant to be a test as well. Age states that Captain Q didn't give him a detailed order. Harvin wonders what he should do from now on. Harvin asks if he is asking, because he already knew the answer. Age asks if he did. Harvin states that today, without cutting a single person down, they received Captain Hoover's surrender. Harvin asks what. Otar is surprised by something. The sign reads, Order of the Back Alleys. Age stands with his sword. Otar bites his finger, appearing anxious. Someone wonders why he isn't coming. Someone asks where the boss is. Someone runs towards Age, exclaiming that they have been waiting all day. Otar wonders what all the fuss is about. Someone tells Age that there is someone who came looking for him. Age says that it's just that. Age tells someone to send them to Gemina, as she is handling his guests. Otar pauses, considering something. He says, about that. An unseen speaker suggests, I think you have to meet him yourself, boss. A monstrous horse-like creature with matted gray fur and glowing eyes stands behind a barred gate. The creature makes a low, guttural sound. A voice declares, he's still excellent. Another voice questions, hey, who is it for you to bring them into the backyard? Age stands with two other figures, one of whom is cloaked. A voice asks, what if Noir? Age looks forward, thinking him. A man with a long gray ponytail and a fur-lined coat stands in profile. Age stands with the man, who asks, what are you here for? The man with the ponytail smirks, stating, the mayor's recommendation. A close-up shows the man's arm wrapped in bandages. A fire crackles in a hearth. The discussion continues, the flames of the hearth dancing between them. Otar wonders if he will properly bow down to Vlad. The star-fostered sword master states that he should know his circumstances, and that his offer contains the highest sincerity possible. Then, as Otar thought, the next move is. The star-fostered sword master confirms that they possess firm control over Diamar through Vlad. He mentions that he heard that Aggie's Budat tribe has quite the influence. The two stand in the room, the firelight casting long shadows. The star-fostered sword master reveals his plan to use him to control the barbarians. For a long time, many clans have challenged Bayezid's authority. It is now time for them to answer that with action as well. If the source of anxiety behind their backs disappears, Bayezid can fight back against any challenge without faltering. The man wonders if a freshly knighted guy could handle something. The possibility is more than enough. He rode the horse the barbarians deify, and he saved the barbarians by hunting the dragon of the north. If it's Vlad, no, can sever this everlong chain of hatred. This makes no sense. Marcella stood in the hallway, her expression troubled. It is far away, she thought. A knock echoed through the room. The star-fostered sword master opened the door, holding a bundle of cloth. What is it? He asked. Marcella looked at him, her eyes narrowed. She glanced back at the hallway. There's no one in there, she wondered. The star-fostered sword master shifted the bundle in his arms. What's up with you? A disembodied voice echoed. Why can I hear you talking when no one's here? Marcella's eyes widened. Wait, do you still talk to that ghost? The star-fostered sword master looked at her, a hint of concern in his eyes. No. Marcella's eyes narrow, her expression troubled. It sounded like she was talking to someone, but it's not a ghost. The star-fostered sword master, carrying a stack of folded laundry, tells her to move rooms. Marcella pauses, turning to face him. To where? She is told to go to the end of the corridor. Other people can't see that side of him. After that, Marcella will go to the room next to his. The star-fostered sword master sets the laundry down. He says that she is not someone who can hide around anymore. His eyes glow with a faint blue light. He thinks that they'll willingly become an accomplice for him. Marcella's expression is serious. The star-fostered sword master says that he is always only within her worries. He tells her to make sure to go to church. From above, Marcella and the star-fostered sword master stand in the room. Marcella stands at the table, folding laundry. The star-fostered sword master asks who says that. She tilts her head, asking what. Marcella looks at the star-fostered sword master. Marcella tells the star-fostered sword master to take care of herself instead, calling her a dummy. The star-fostered sword master tells Marcella to go buy herself this and that kind of equipment or something. The star-fostered sword master turns and walks away from Marcella. The star-fostered sword master says to just say anything. A man peeks out from a doorway, calling the star-fostered sword master boss. Another man says that they're all ready. The man from the doorway looks on. The star-fostered sword master looks up, a glint in her eye, as she asks, really? The star-fostered sword master walks forward, followed by a man in a blue uniform. A hand carefully places the ball onto the spinning roulette wheel, the ivory sphere a stark contrast against the red and black. The ball clicks softly as it settles into its track, the numbers a blur of potential fortunes. The wheel spins with a hypnotic rhythm, the sounds of its rotation filling the air with anticipation. Around the table, gamblers watch with bated breath, their hopes and fears reflected in the spinning wheel. A voice cries out, urging the ball towards a specific outcome, tinged with a hint of regret for not having arrived sooner. Alicia observes the scene, noting that there's no better place to hone one's visual acuity and reaction time than a gambling den. A voice agrees with her assessment, adding that they can utilize their body-strengthening technique in this environment. Time seems to slow as someone focuses intently, their perception sharpening with each rotation of the wheel. A murmur of confusion ripples through the crowd as the ball seems to defy the odds, its trajectory unexpected. Alicia notes that the ball's movement is outside the realm of predictable outcomes. Nearby, two figures engage in hushed conversation, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A keen observer spots something amiss, recognizing the telltale signs of a device and suspecting foul play in the gambling den. A man wonders what could be the reason for the current situation. Vlad's eyes glow with an intense light. The man from before looks surprised. A voice declares, "How nice." Vlad stands before a roulette wheel, thinking he needed a justification for throwing a big one. A man addresses Vlad, asking if he is having a good time. Two men remark that they would have escorted him had he told them ahead of time. Captain Hoover stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Vlad thinks that sounds like come here after getting permission. Captain Hoover says, "Haha, no way. Well then, we'll guide you upstairs." Vlad wonders if he is waiting for him to walk upstairs with his own 2 feet. Captain Hoover remarks, while he comfortably sits on a soft chair. He then says, "Hey." He demands, his voice laced with defiance, "Do I still look like a back alley vagrant to you?" Vlad's gaze hardens, his expression unyielding. Captain Hoover's eyes narrow, his face a mask of cold calculation. The captain barks, "You there?" Vlad retorts, "Even if you're a knight, any more commotion will." Before he can finish, Captain Hoover's fist connects with Vlad's face. Vlad collapses to the ground, a strangled gurg escaping his lips. Captain Hoover sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. "What commotion?" The captain continues, his tone mocking. "Can't you see Sir Knight executing his public duties?" Another blow lands, the sound echoing in the chamber. Vlad grits his teeth, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "Looks like we can, yeah?" Captain Hoover, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger, mutters, "Be barbarian? How did a barbarian get into Shoera?" Silhouetted against a bright light, one of the figures demands that their boss come down himself. Seated in a chair, a figure declares that the gambling den is ceasing operations immediately. A man with glasses reacts with shock, questioning what is happening. A close-up of Vlad reveals his cold determination as he warns that he won't say it twice. Vlad commands someone to bring out all of their books. A hand rests on a table, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, a grand building stands tall, its architecture imposing. A man greets Vlad, mentioning that he's heard he's been amazing the last few days. The man asks if Vlad dusted the heck out of 2 back alley organizations. Another man addresses Sir Gregory. A hand offers something, stating that it's the Canner clan's pride, Jamon, and asking if Portly gave it to him before. Vlad confirms that he ate it with Lord Joseph. He stands with Sir Gregory, who is holding a wrapped object. Vlad thinks to himself that there's no one who'd hate this. He'll gratefully eat it, but wonders why Gregory is giving it to him. Gregory asks if there is any other business Vlad has. Gregory wonders if his bribery was too obvious, and mentions that it's something in Vlad's region as well. Gregory thinks to himself that it'd look like he's doing personal business if he went about handling this publicly. Vlad tells Gregory that it's all right, and asks him to tell him comfortably. Gregory asks if it was Black Bear, and mentions the boss who runs the livestock business in the back alley. Vlad confirms that's right. The kidnapping case a few days ago too is mentioned. Gregory asks what Vlad says, and suggests they dust him together. Vlad realizes that this was what Gregory meant by looking like personal business. Vlad thinks to himself that he is the order of the back alley. He thinks about Sir Gregory and the expansion of the influence of the Portly family that does livestock business. What the two of them want all comes from the Black Bear. A man with glowing purple eyes and blood on his hands stands menacingly. Gregory asks what the method will be, a warning or submission. The man with the beard states that a warning will be too gentle for him. A woman lies with her hands clasped together. Vlad thinks to himself about something he was. Gregory says good, and asks to adjust the schedule of the force under him. He adds that they should be able to start in 2 to 3 days. Someone replies, "Yes, understood. All right." A man with a beard raises his hand. Gregory wonders if he could ask for a single bottle of whiskey. Vlad asks, "Whiskey?" Vlad states that he has to pay a bribe, too. A close-up of a person's arm and shoulder is shown. The town lay quiet under the dim light of the stars, its buildings huddled together against the night. A sign creaked gently in the breeze, its simple design marking the entrance to a blacksmith shop. He approached the door, his footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestones. "Huh?" The doors closed. A voice called out, followed by a series of knocks. "Old sir, is he resting today? Old sir, are you in dash?" Vlad tilted his head, a question forming in his mind. What could the reason be? Through the window, the interior of the shop was dimly visible, the tools of the trade laid out in their usual places. Vlad's brow furrowed, his blue eyes reflecting the ambient light. Something wasn't right. A figure knelt nearby, their presence adding to the sense of unease. The night deepened, casting long shadows that danced across the walls of the blacksmith shop. He glanced back at the window, his gaze lingering on the familiar tools within. The shop was usually bustling with activity at this hour. Rain began to fall, each drop a tiny hammer blow against the silence. The cool moisture traced a path down Vlad's cheek. His expression hardened, a sense of determination settling over his features. He would find out what was going on. He stood in the dimly lit room, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. Outside, rain lashed against the windows, mirroring the turmoil within. Vlad's expression was somber. "I brought the good alcohol and meat I promised you before." He stood over a bed, his shoulders slumped with regret. Seems like I came too late. A sigh escaped him, heavy with unspoken grief. Vlad's blue eyes reflected a deep sadness, a burden carried for too long. The fur collar of his cloak brushed against his cheek as he lowered his head. A flicker of resolve ignited in his gaze, a promise to honor the past. Vlad's thoughts drifted to a distant memory. I went to the edge of the north this time. He recalled the breathtaking vista. In front of a snowy mountain that rises as if it'll reach the skies, it's a beautiful place where white snowy fields stretch out endlessly. Vlad knelt in the snow, his cloak billowing around him in the frigid wind. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, a grim determination etched on his face. I fought a snow-white dragon there. He recalls the words, the weight of the sword in his hand a constant reminder. And this guy protected me until the end. Vlad's expression softens, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I have too many things I want to say. The memory shifts to hands carefully cradling a body, a final act of reverence. But this single sentence is enough, in the end. Vlad's voice is barely a whisper, filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. The sword, a symbol of their bond, is shown resting in the old man's hands. It all began from the dream of an old man. Vlad is seen holding the sword, a determined look on his face. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders. The narration speaks of the sword's creation, the sword without decoration that was completed in the boy's hands. The sword is shown again, its simple design belying its power. The star that was hung towards the sky. The sword is returned to the old man's embrace, a cycle completed. Finally returned to the old man's embrace. The sword gleams, a beacon of hope in the darkness. The narration speaks of a look that shone brighter than anyone. Vlad and the old man are seen together, their bond unbreakable, with a look that shone brighter than anyone. He carefully runs the blade along the grindstone, the rhythmic rasp of steel against stone filling the air. Water droplets fly as the sword's edge meets the spinning wheel, each pass honing it to a razor's sharpness. The three figures stand among the gravestones, the monastery looming in the background. The sky stretches above them. The trio pauses at a gravestone. One of them remarks, "Man, you really are something. Using your first salary to buy gravestones." The two figures stand side by side, their expressions thoughtful. A voice notes that they are at an expensive graveyard near the monastery. The group stands in the graveyard, the city visible in the distance. One of them reflects on wanting him to escape the back alleys for his last moments at the very least. The gravestone reads, "The best blacksmith in Skawara, huh?" One of the figures laments that there is no name to let the world know. He says that he asked here, there, and everywhere, but no one knew his name. The blonde-haired figure asks, "Is a name important?" A voice echoes, filled with determination, "I just have to remember him." Sunlight glints off a weathered tombstone, its surface worn smooth by time and the elements. Three figures stand beneath the archway of a stone building, the air crisp and cool around them. The trio is now surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. A voice questions, "What's up with them?" Another responds, "Who?" The crowd parts to reveal a group of children. A voice muses, "Oh, the kids? There's been more of them like that lately," the blonde-haired figure thinks, his gaze distant. He continues, "Come closer if you want to beg. They were just staring at me directly wherever I went." The blonde-haired figure turns to another, asking, "Can't you really tell why they're doing that?" The other figure responds with a confused, "Huh?" The other figure, his expression thoughtful, replies, "Looks like you forgot it all." Standing side by side, the blonde-haired figure and the other figure observe the surroundings. One of them remarks, "This winter's colder than last year." The blonde-haired figure's blue eyes narrow, a hint of unease in his gaze. A chill runs down his spine as the cold deepens. A large group of people huddle together, seeking warmth. The blonde-haired figure wonders if a single blanket would be enough to help. He is told to hold it, as the other man only has 1 gold left from this month's salary. This month is already doomed for collecting money anyway, the blonde-haired figure thinks, adding that this would be enough to buy blankets for them and their friends. A voice instructs them to tell the people to pray for the old sir once while they give them away. The brown-haired man hums in response. The brown-haired man holds a single gold coin. Marcella says she'll try telling Madam, too, wiping her eyes. The blonde-haired figure agrees, thinking he just has to change it bit by bit like this. The sword without decoration was buried with the old blacksmith. The three stand together, united in their purpose. But the star the old man made is brightening the black alley, even now. Even if its name and form has changed. A group of people stand with their feet visible. A landscape is shown. A footsteps in blood. A group of people are walking. Phew, it's a far more terrible place than I heard. Feels like an epidemic could break out all throughout the back alleys once it gets warmer. I was trying to do just enough and close down their business, but we're going to need to take a more proper measure. There's no need to contemplate. The black bear will create the justification to properly wipe. A close-up of a face is shown. Then, from the beginning, were you? He smirks, thinking that right from the start, they can't go easy on the back alleys. A low growl rumbles. The speaker finds it nice that it's so straightforward. He declares that he'll start now. He responds with a simple, "Sure." Vlad of Skawara shouts his name to the world. Vlad announces that he has come to arrest the black bear, who disturbed the order of the city. A scroll unfurls, revealing the charges: scam, human trafficking, and the crime of deceiving the honorable master of the city as well. A voice booms, demanding that the Black Bear come outside this second and receive fair judgment. Vlad's face is contorted with rage as he holds the scroll. Guards stand at attention, spears glinting in the dim light. The man with the blonde hair states that it's a fight, then. It was as they expected. The two figures stood before the imposing door, its aged wood and iron hinting at the secrets it guarded. The door's barred window offered a glimpse into the darkness beyond. A faint, ethereal light emanated from within, casting long shadows across the stone. A group of people huddled together, their faces etched with despair and resignation. Vlad of Skora's gaze hardened, a storm brewing behind his blue eyes. They would take the lead. Two figures stood ready, one gripping a curved blade, prepared to spill blood if necessary. Vlad of Skora, clad in armor, stood resolute, his expression unreadable. One man questioned the plan, wondering if they only needed to scare them like the gambling den. Vlad of Skora asked what the other thought. The charges revealed a horrifying truth. They had sold off a pregnant woman, along with the child in her womb, as an ingredient for black magic. He gazes with a piercing blue eye, while below, a red eye glares back, a scar marring the creature's face. A voice questions the situation with a simple, "Really?" Amidst a storm of red energy, a figure plummets downwards. The figure is engulfed by swirling red energy. A desperate scream pierces the air as someone is overwhelmed by the attack. A crimson blade flashes, poised to strike. A figure with long, dark hair stands before a crowd, a grim determination etched on their face. Won't be enough then. Panic rises among the onlookers. Be barbarian. How's a barbarian in Skora? The horned figure retorts, not a barbarian. Another figure falls, caught in the chaos. But the Budat tribe. The crimson blade descends once more. The crowd cries out, stop him. He swings the crimson blade, a blur of motion that promises only death. The blade finds its mark, slicing through flesh and bone with sickening ease, sending a spray of blood into the air. He continues his relentless assault, each swing of the red blade carving a path through the enemy ranks. Another foe falls before him, the crimson edge leaving a gaping wound in their wake. Spattered with gore, the star-fostered sword master snarls, "You beast-like fucker." The Budat tribe retaliates, a storm of spears and axes aimed at overwhelming their foe. One of the tribesmen grips his axe, preparing to cleave through anything in his path. Another leaps into the air, axe raised high, a silhouette of brutal intent against the chaotic backdrop. The red blade sings through the air once more, a deadly arc of crimson energy. One of the tribesmen is pinned, helpless, beneath the weight of an unseen force, blood blooming around him. An axe descends, a brutal hammer blow promising only oblivion. The axe connects, a sickening crunch echoing across the battlefield as another life is extinguished. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of bodies and weapons, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. The star-fostered swordmaster stands amidst the carnage, a whirlwind of motion. A Budat warrior observes the star-fostered swordmaster, acknowledging his skill. Captain Hoover barks orders, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "What are y'all doing? Only two of them came in here. Surround them and jump them at Ankh Dash." A surge of energy crackles through the air, the scent of ozone sharp in the nostrils. The clash of steel rings out, a high-pitched TMG that reverberates through the battlefield. The star-fostered swordmaster deflects another blow, his movements fluid and precise. More energy flares, the air shimmering with heat. The star-fostered swordmaster cuts down multiple enemies, his blade a blur of motion. Bodies fall like puppets with severed strings. The remaining Budat warriors press forward, their faces grim with determination. A warrior cries out, his face contorted in a mask of fear and desperation. The star-fostered swordmaster's blade glows with an ethereal green light, the air around him charged with energy. From this point onward, the bastards that are still standing on 2 feet. He declares, his voice ringing with conviction, "I'm cutting them all down." The remaining Budat warriors brace themselves, a wave of fear washing over them as they face the star-fostered swordmaster's wrath. He stands, the back of his head facing forward. The star-fostered swordmaster's eyes glow with power as he is told to kneel. Soldiers stand at attention within the fortress. Gregory suggests they leave the soldiers and head up themselves. A soldier agrees. Footsteps echo through the fortress. Vlad enters the fortress. Vlad's blue eyes glow. A man kneels before Vlad. Vlad is welcomed. Vlad asks who the speaker is. A man states he has come from the church on the Lord Bishop's orders. The man holds a book with a cross on it. A voice declares that it has come on the Lord Mayor's orders, stating that Black Bear is a clear sinner. Vlad denies the accusation. He claims there are no sinners here anymore. Gregory absolves a person's sins in the name of God. Gregory holds up a scroll, seemingly a document of absolution. A voice proclaims, "By the holy indulgence." A priest raises his hand, bathed in golden light, as if bestowing a blessing upon the crowd. A golden cross radiates light, symbolizing divine presence. A statement declares that divine light does not reach everyone equally. The text continues, stating that the light is given much more to those with much more, a sentiment echoed by those at rock bottom. People walk through a town, seemingly unaffected by the theological debate. Gregory holds a scroll and a book, representing the church's authority and doctrine, as the text questions what God and the church look like. A hand presents a bottle labeled indulgence, its contents promising absolution. The crowd wonders if this means that man is innocent now. The man assures them, stating that it is something the Lord Bishop published himself. The man questions if Bishop Pierre did it himself, wondering how that makes any sense and why he would do it for the trivial back alley boss. Charstar Fostered Sword Master reflects on being forgiven by God with that single mere paper. A voice questions if you can wipe away the tears of the countless women who died off in the false church. Charstar Fostered Sword Master declares that he is innocent now. The man states that it's all good now that he's been forgiven by God, no? Charstar Fostered Sword Master stares ahead, his expression unreadable. One of the men states that's right, sin is something that can be absolved through a faithful heart. The man said it, his gaze intense. He dripped with sweat, his breath ragged. You walked here for no reason, the words echoed in his mind. His blue eye, sharp and piercing, reflected a deep inner turmoil. You do this? The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation. The women you sold off. A woman, trapped behind bars, reached out with a silent scream. Died, shaking in fear in the darkness. Yet you who pushed the women and children to their deaths. How can you be smiling? A face contorted with rage, eyes burning with fury, stared out from the depths of his memory. The words echoed in his mind, a desperate plea. This is wrong. A dark abyss seemed to swallow him whole, the weight of his sins pressing down. Bishop Pierre held a book with a cross on it. So long as they have a faithful heart, can anyone truly be forgiven? Bishop Pierre stated, of course. If you receive forgiveness from God and the church, your guilt can be washed away, no matter what sin you have committed. He looks down, a contemplative expression on his face. The weight of his past actions seems to press heavily upon him. I see. Sir Gregory stands beside him, his expression serious. Sir Gregory, do you remember what? Gregory continues, reminding Vlad of a past event. You told me in the village full of fog? If there's no one in a position that should be filled. Vlad's eyes narrow, a dark resolve hardening his features. Takes responsibility when they should, you do it. Sir Gregory's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. Vlad's gaze intensifies, his blue eyes burning with a cold light. For that is. Sir Gregory's face contorts in a mix of fear and disbelief. W8. VLA dash. With a swift, decisive motion, he draws his sword, the steel glinting ominously in the dim light. The blade descends in a deadly arc, cleaving through the air with lethal precision. Sir Gregory is struck down, a crimson spray erupting from the fatal wound. Blood splatters across the ground, painting a gruesome tableau of violence and betrayal. Sir Gregory's eyes are wide with shock as he stares up at Vlad, his expression a mixture of pain and disbelief. Vlad's face is grim, his features set in a mask of cold determination. Two figures watch from the shadows, their faces unreadable as Vlad looks down at his fallen comrade. Blood splatters across the floor, a grim testament to the recent violence. Figures lurk in the shadows, their forms indistinct in the dim light. Bishop Pierre clutches a book with a cross on the cover, his expression unreadable. The bishop's face contorts in horror as he shouts, what is th dash? A sword drips with fresh blood, its point aimed towards the ground. Vlad stands over Bishop Pierre, bathed in an eerie blue light. A beam of light shines down from above, illuminating the scene. Hands grip a sword tightly, a plea echoing in the ethereal glow. Please grant me the chance to be absolved of my sins. Vlad's face is smeared with blood, his blue eyes piercing through the crimson mask. A grand building stands silhouetted against the night sky, its windows dark and silent. A figure sits hunched at a table, their face obscured by shadow. They murmur. He offers his apologies, regretting that he should have stopped Bishop Pierre. A voice expresses disbelief that Bishop Pierre would get an indulgence at all. The speaker clarifies that it wasn't gotten, but given. A figure wonders what is going on. Vlad wonders why the bishop would do it for a trivial back alley boss. Someone thinks that Bishop Pierre takes Bayezid for shit and wonders where Vlad is right now. Gregory states that Bishop Pierre is standing by in his office. A voice says that it felt best for him not to be seen, so that's good. Vlad clenches his fist. Gregory orders that Knight Vlad be arrested right this second. Vlad looks down, his expression unreadable. Gregory stands with Captain Hoover and another guard. Although it was a foolish choice, his action is fully understandable. And seeing as he intentionally granted the indulgence, it's certain that the bishop was targeting Vlad from the beginning. Therefore, this is the only way. Nodding, he seems to have made up his mind. Understood. Yes, Sir Gyre. I should do that inst. It is my fault for raising him incorrectly. So I'll take responsibility. He seems to be preparing to write a letter. The quill scratches against the parchment. It's all my fault. If only I didn't rush the job for the gain of my family. Sir Gregory. The disembodied voice declares that, as someone is directly involved with this case, they must also take responsibility. The man with the gray, spiky hair acknowledges the statement. He vows to take full responsibility, earning a compliment on his quick judgment. An unseen figure orders someone to head to Varna immediately and deliver a letter. Gregory holds a sealed letter, stating that the sooner it's delivered, the better. The gray-haired man questions who is being referred to. His eyes narrow, a sign of growing intensity. A voice declares an intention to ride without stopping, followed by an order to Borden to call a mage. Gregory sits at his desk, stating that he'll have to contact Father and San Logino. Maxim and Cade order the cancellation of all missions, instructing the selection of prominent soldiers to stand by. A man with a mustache stands with a stern expression. The camera focuses on Gregory's hand resting on the arm of his chair. Later, Gregory walks away, musing that Bishop Pierre has essentially sent him a declaration of war with Vlad as bait, surprised that he'd moved so openly. The man, gazing downward, resolves to act. He must respond as the righteous Bayezid. It's better this way, he thinks. A figure kneels before Bishop Pierre. The kneeling figure states that the bishop is correct. The bishop reads from a book, noting that Bayezid was much more hot-headed than they had heard. One voice asks if Bayezid's guarantor was Priest Andrea. Another voice confirms that they are aware of this. Another figure kneels. A hand holds a book. The speaker thinks that it was correct to shake him. If it goes well, they could blow them all away at once. The second son of Bayezid challenges him, believing solely in his blood. That eyesore of a bastard who pretends to be a faithful cleric. And the lowliest of the low vagrant-born knight, who has those two as his background. There shouldn't be any more reason not to intervene, for his will is soon the will of the papacy. And the will of the papacy shall be the will of God. Bishop Pierre's eyes glow with an eerie green light. A voice commands that someone be sent to the mayor. The figure in the red robe declares that the foolish knight, who ignored his indulgence, will be delivered to him. He orders that them be prepared as well. The man with short hair asks what he means. A voice states that it's something they've been waiting for since being assigned to Squara. Pierre's aged face is shown in a close-up, his green eyes gleaming. The narrative speaks of the boy who got hit by the black lightning. A voice declares that no matter how great his talents are, it's considered nonsense for him to spew aura and become a knight, not even after a year. A dark shadow could be endued within him, the voice says. Swirling patterns fill the air. A voice ominously states that when the truth is revealed, those who've been vouching for that rookie won't be left unscathed either, the voice warns. A man with slicked-back red hair and piercing red eyes stares intently. The title of the series, Star-Fostered Swordmaster, is displayed. The sound of marching echoes through the city streets as armored feet move in unison. A knight in shining armor, followed by soldiers, advances through the city. A gauntlet hand clenches into a fist. Soldiers stand guard, spears at the ready. A voice booms, "Hear ye, we've come here under Lord Bishop's order." The soldiers stand before a large building, their presence imposing. A man shouts, "Knight Vlad has ignored the indulgence published by Lord Bishop." A hand rests on a chest, the red cross emblazoned on the white cloth. For that is ignoring the will of God. It is a severe, the unseen speaker declares, act that could be called blasphemy. A group of soldiers stands outside a large building, their red banners stark against the stone. A voice booms, demanding the doors be opened immediately. The unseen commander threatens that if they do not open the doors, those inside will be regarded as blasphemous as well. The soldiers stand firm, their faces obscured by shadows, as the threat hangs in the air. A voice from within the building questions the source of the commotion, wondering who is yelling so loudly this early in the morning. A man in a white cloak, adorned with a golden cross, stands with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression stern. The man in the white cloak identifies himself as Maxim, Lord Joseph's knight. Maxim declares that by Lord Mayor's orders, they are investigating the Rose's smile. The voice from within retorts, stating that the people inside are being suspected for the sins of blasphemy. The speaker then asks who goes there. Maxim responds that it is a bit too much, questioning if blasphemy is the reason for being where Sir Vlad stays. The voice from within states that judgment, too, shall be made by the church. Maxim replies that it is an investigation, reminding the voice that there exists a line of inviolability between nobles and the church, and that they are not the ones who crossed the line. The camera focuses on Maxim's face, his expression unreadable as the tension hangs heavy in the air. Soldiers stand guard, their presence a silent warning. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the soldiers maintain their vigil. More soldiers stand guard, their spears glinting in the dim light. A soldier declares, "From this point onward, we activate our legal judicial power and blockade this place." Sir Vlad, surrounded by guards, states, "If you'd like to enter, get the permission of the Lord Mayor." The soldier, Cade, replies, "You'll regret it." Vlad wonders, can a mere knight handle the authority of the church? He resolves, "I'll have to try." A sinister smile plays on Cade's lips. A figure laments, "I'm in a lot of debt too, I have no choice." The figure continues, "Since I'll have to do this much at least." The figure, kneeling, vows, "To pay back the price for my life." Cade's gaze is cold and resolute. The area is silent. Guards stand watch at the gate. The man with the eye patch thinks to himself, always prepare for the next move. In the end, Lord Joseph ended up being burdened with cleaning up after all the mess you made. He says, "I'm sorry." The man with the eye patch thinks to himself, he's a smart guy, so if saw it a little bit wider. He wouldn't have fallen for a mere sly trap like this. No, it wasn't a problem of sight from the beginning, was it? Since he completed his mission while going around so frantically. He lacked experience in understanding the tightrope of a relationship between the nobles and the church. Bishop Pierre, he chose the right target. Lord Joseph is buying some time right now, but it'll last a week at best. The figure with white hair responds, yes, sir. The day's cold. Footsteps echo in the prison. Don't blame yourself too much. You've done what you had to. It was definitely the right thing to do, and even now, I don't get the thought that I did wrong, but still. Since the world of the back alley and the world of the knights are different, be certain of this. A knight's sword must be heavy because it's sharp. I think I finally understand what that sentence means now. A figure sits alone on a bench, lost in thought. A church steeple pierces the snowy sky. The church's architecture is ornate, covered in snow. Bishop Pierre peers through a window, the falling snow blurring the outside world. The bishop wonders, so this is why they held out for a whole week? The window panes rattle in the wind. Bishop Pierre continues to gaze out the window. Meanwhile, outside, a crowd of protesters gathers, one shouting, this trial is wrong. A bastard like that should have died already. The crowd continues to voice their outrage. He sold off pregnant women, one shouts. Another adds, yeah, how could you treat him like a criminal when he did what he should? A third cries, all while you gave away indulgences to a murderer. Fists clench in the air as the crowd roars, don't insult our knight. The crowd proclaims, Sir Vlad is the pride of Skora. We cannot acknowledge the bishop sent from the papacy. The church looms over the crowd. A sign declares, this is the North. The crowd's demand echoes, we want a bishop with northern blood. He scoffs, believing northerners are no different from barbarians. Bishop Pierre strides forward, convinced that no matter how much they try, they won't shake him through public opinion. He thinks it's nothing but trickery that will lower its tail when faced with the one true name. The symbol declares this trial shall be the place that represents the will of the papacy. A close-up reveals Bishop Pierre's disdainful expression. The ornate throne awaits. A figure stands before the throne, awaiting the bishop's arrival. The crowd murmurs as the man sits with his hands clasped. A man announces, Lord Bishop enters. Everyone, please arise from your seats. The man looks expectantly to the side. A close-up reveals the man's serious expression. A voice booms, Inquisitors. A figure in elaborate robes stands, their presence commanding attention. A gathering of figures, cloaked and hooded, observe the unfolding events. One of the figures expresses their discontent, a sense of foul play hanging in the air. They don't even do witch hunts like this. A face, etched with concern, betrays the weight of the situation. They were planning to push the trial in this direction from the beginning. The robed figures stand in silent anticipation, the question hanging heavy, is Gregory still not yet done? In the end, we get dragged down by the lack of time. Sir Vlad presides over the proceedings, his gaze unwavering. A figure presents a weighty tome, its pages promising truth. I will. The book lies open, its golden script demanding, tell only the truth. The robed figures gather in a circle, their forms illuminated by an ethereal glow. Hands cradle glowing orbs, their light casting an otherworldly radiance. A figure stands in shackles, their fate hanging in the balance. A radiant, golden figure stands bathed in light, its form almost ethereal. A group of men, their faces etched with concern, look on with apprehension. The Lord Bishop, seated in his ornate chair, declares, the prayer of vows has been inscribed. A close-up reveals a face, its expression unreadable, eyes narrowed. A voice echoes, stating, I'll have to consider, for the worst. The Lord Bishop's face is grim as he says, if you tell, take a good look, and feel for it. That oh-so-great northern bloodline. A golden inscription glows, proclaiming how powerless one is in front of the true name. A figure stands before the Lord Bishop, awaiting judgment. The announcement rings out. We will now begin the trial of Bayezid's knight, Sir Vlad. The narration states that Knight Vlad murdered a man named Black Bear, who had received an indulgence. Vlad stands before Bishop Pierre, the weight of the accusation hanging heavy in the air. The question echoes, is this statement true? The answer comes back, yes. Vlad holds a glowing orb, a hooded figure standing silently behind him. The orb pulses with an ethereal light, its secrets yet to be revealed. Bishop Pierre observes Vlad intently, his expression unreadable. So he himself acknowledges that he defied God's words. Vlad looks up, a question forming on his lips. What are you? Vlad insists, his voice strained, that he didn't defy God's words. Bishop Pierre states, his gaze unwavering. Next question. Vlad stands alone, the weight of the accusations pressing down on him. How vile. He plans to pin the crime on him through ridiculous leading questions, Vlad thinks, his hands clasped tightly together. No matter the answer, it would have reflected the will of God according to his interpretation. Bishop Pierre asks if Knight Vlad believes that every time he killed a person, like in this case, he made a just and righteous choice. Vlad answers, yes. He holds a glowing orb in his hand. Bishop Pierre states, lie. The bishop clasps his hands together, his expression unreadable. He's been had. No one can always make the right choice. By hiding this ambiguous standard within the question, Bishop Pierre is coercing lies. Next, question. 1 year ago, in the Scoara back alleys, there was a report about a boy who was supposedly struck by black lightning. The young man looks up, his expression unreadable. Bishop Pierre leans in, his gaze intense. Are you that boy, he asks. The bishop continues, yes. So you carried a bad omen. Vlad's expression hardens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The next question, a voice declares. Vlad's eyes narrow as the questioning continues. After you were hit by that lightning, did you start? A surge of black lightning crackles across the sky. A voice echoes, asking if he is hearing certain voices or revelations from an unknown being. Vlad stands, a faint glow emanating from his hands. The council members stand in their robes, observing the proceedings. A voice from the crowd wonders if a bad omen seeped into Sir Vlad. The crowd murmurs, one voice noting that he's unable to answer, isn't he? Another voice adds, if what he's saying is true, then all the accomplishments he's built up. He stands among the crowd, but something isn't flowing well. Certainly, it is true that he's shown growth beyond common sense. In contact with an evil being, he saw it many times with his own eyes. That his sword possesses a brilliant gleam incomparable to anything else. However, that does not serve as evidence of him being. Bishop Pierre's gaze is unwavering. The question hangs in the air, what do I do? And if he says no, he'll end up telling a lie. No matter how he answers, it will flow as the bishop wants. He must say yes. Right now, telling a lie is more dangerous. Make an excuse, saying that after you were hit by the lightning, you lost your mind for a bit instead. If you say no, it becomes a lie. If that happens, you won't even have the chance to defend yourself. We still have 3 questions left. If it gets to the worst case, we'll have to reveal your identity. Water swirls around a figure as they descend. A voice echoes, offering reassurance. Don't worry, there's a way for that not to happen. He looks up, a question hanging in the air. Bishop Pierre's face contorts in anger. Why can't you answer? He demands. The words, trust me, appear in a dark bubble. Vlad stands holding a wooden device, his expression unreadable. He looks down, a shadow falling across his face. If you are asking if I hear voices. Halt, booms a voice. Vlad stands in what appears to be a courtroom, a red-robed figure beside him. His eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. Bishop Pierre's face is grim as he looks down at Vlad. This trial is not fair, someone shouts. 3 figures in white robes stand in what appears to be a grand hall, the air thick with unspoken tension. Priest Andrea's brow furrows, a question hanging in the air. Priest Andrea? A stern voice booms out, laced with authority. This is not a place that can be entered by one who has not received permission. A surge of magical energy emanates from the speaker's hand. Another voice rises in defiance, countering the previous declaration. I am someone who vouched for Sir Vlad's name. The name echoes through the hall. Vlad of Scoara. The figure who vouched for Vlad continues, his voice ringing with conviction. I am the one who carefully picked up his name, which was rolling on the ground unnoticed. And I put it before God's. He presses a hand to his chest, his expression earnest. So if there was any doubt on his name. A frustrated voice cuts through the tension. It clearly should have gone through me first. The figure who initially restricted entry relents, a hint of resignation in his tone. I will allow your entry. The man who vouched for Vlad lowers his gaze, his expression unreadable. The camera pans out, revealing the scale of the hall and the numerous figures present, all watching with bated breath. Priest Andrea turns to the man who vouched for Vlad, a silent question in his eyes. Hands clasp, a silent agreement passing between them. You've worked hard, a voice acknowledges. Vlad stands beside Lord Bishop Pierre, the younger man's expression unreadable. Pierre says, leave it to me now. Lord Bishop Pierre's gaze is steady, his voice firm. Please ask your question once more. Pierre declares, I will answer in Sir Vlad's stead from now on. The camera focuses on Lord Bishop Pierre, his expression resolute as he speaks of Knight Vlad. It was confirmed that Vlad was the back alley boy who was struck by the black lightning in the past. Lord Bishop Pierre's profile is etched with determination as he prepares to speak on Vlad's behalf. Vlad listens intently as Lord Bishop Pierre speaks, his blue eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and concern. Pierre's expression hardens. Of course. Lord Bishop Pierre continues. All of Sir Vlad's actions, even in the future, will be accompanied by the voice. A group of onlookers reacts with shock and surprise, their faces a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. Lord Bishop Pierre's eyes narrow, his voice laced with a hint of anger, which means impure things were, for that voice. He gestures, his hand raised as if in supplication. The question hangs in the air. Must these abilities originate from a god who resides above us? The Lord Bishop's expression is earnest as he speaks of the source of Vlad's power. His gaze is intense, his words carrying the weight of conviction. The narration describes a past deed, Sir Vlad cutting down pitch-black darkness with blinding light. The text continues, stating that he protected pilgrims from the remnants of the fallen dragon. The Lord Bishop stands with his arms outstretched, as if presenting a case. The narration continues, adding that he protected the breath of young children from evil beings. The text emphasizes that there are not many knights who have received guarantees from both Ice and Lodgenoj and the Lord Bishop. The Lord Bishop's expression is thoughtful as he considers the implications of Vlad's past. A voice from the crowd responds, understanding that it is not impure things, but God's voice. Then, another voice adds that they believe that to be more fitting. The text reveals that his guarantor is the priest Andrea. The Lord Bishop, standing beside the star-fostered swordmaster, asks if they believe God's blessings are that of back alleys. The text adds that the great Frosine was also a child from a fallen noble. The unseen speaker continues, questioning what about the one who experienced countless hardships at rock bottom, referring to him as family. A vision of a knight in shining armor, sword raised high, appears, identified as the founding king of the empire. A narration states that the blessing of God is bestowed not based upon the seat one is born in. A lone figure walks away into the distance, the narration stating that it is the path they will one day walk. Pierre, his expression unreadable, simply states, next question. The narration states that Knight Vlad has lived by committing numerous crimes in Skora's back alleys. A voice asks if this statement is true. A voice states that it was just like emergency relief, followed by another voice questioning how crime could become emergency relief. Pierre's face contorts in what appears to be anger. The unseen speaker asks Lord Bishop Pierre if he has filled his eyes with the reality of the back alleys. A vision shows Vlad extending his hand to someone in need, the narration stating that it is where you have no option but to choose tragedy in order to survive. A voice states that it is essentially daily life not only for Sir Vlad, but all those of the back alleys. Pierre clenches his fist, a cross dangling from his neck, and grunts in frustration. Knight Vlad's rate of growth is deemed unacceptable. How could someone who hasn't even held a sword be considered? Awaken Aura, face a knight, and kill a dragon. The older man looks off into the distance, contemplating the situation. The single mercenary runs in pitch-black darkness for his duties. A miracle-like, pure, white light splits apart the night sky. I am not the only one who. The older man saw Sir Vlad's shining world. Pierre asks, are there any witnesses in here? If there are none, that is nothing but a baseless claim. Scrolls are held tightly in a hand. These are witness statements written personally, Pierre exclaims. Hainel's knight, Duncan, stands ready, a serene expression on his face. San Logino's holy knight, Yusja, stands with his sword, representing the Baranov clan, rulers of the north. Volkov Baranov is also among those who have witnessed the events. All of them have stood witness to Sir Vlad's accomplishments. A figure with a mechanical hand looks on, his expression unreadable. A hand holds several scrolls, their contents unknown. Suspicion of his faithfulness and lowliness of birth are whispered. Doubts linger about manufactured potential. A fine net has been created, and yet, in the end, will he have to pull that out? Bring in the seal. A looming figure with a cross around his neck watches. Holy knights carry a large, ornate object, its purpose yet unknown. The knights proceed with their solemn duty, bearing the heavy weight. A meeting is underway, the holy knights of the papacy gathered around a table. What could be the reason for their assembly? Pierre, the judge of this trial, declares that he still has one question left. The knights stand guard as the object is brought forward, its golden surface gleaming. A man exclaims, his voice filled with urgency. He wishes to clarify the suspicions about him not by throwing more questions, but through direct action. The knights stand ready, their armor gleaming in the light. Pierre gasps, his eyes widening in shock. This is, the mirror of Saint Morello is revealed. The mirror shimmers, its surface reflecting an unknown truth. That's right, it is the papacy's holy item that reveals all the truths about the person looking into it. He clasps his hands together, a subtle tension building in the air as he prepares for the ritual. Now, the figure declares, we begin the exorcism. A surge of power courses through him, his eyes igniting with an eerie, emerald light as the exorcism commences. Two figures stand in a grand hall, the reflection in a large mirror showing a glimpse of a figure in red. A voice booms, questioning whether Sir Vlad's innocence is being proven through honest answers. A figure declares their duty to shed light on even the slightest suspicion. A man reacts with shock, questioning the meaning of exorcism. It is stated that if he proceeds with the exorcism, something will happen. A voice declares that it will be branded on him like a symbol of dishonor and follow him forever, adding that the purpose of the trial has changed and the truth is no longer important. The intent to put pressure in the hands of all those who vouch for Vlad is all that remains. From the beginning, this trial was a justification to control the north. Banners hang in a snowy scene. Figures in red robes stand in the shadows. The Lord Bishop declares that they still possess a crystal orb capable of revealing the truth. A voice booms, questioning the light treatment of the papacy. The man in red robes shouts, questioning if discovering the existence of evil is something to be taken lightly. The man in red robes states that he simply has to stand in front of the holy item, does he not? The Lord Bishop explains that if he takes the existence of evil as the justification, it'll essentially be confessing that evil has seeped in him by refusing alone. The Lord Bishop tells Vlad that he cannot stop this for him, but he shouldn't worry. A voice explains that it's only a holy item that finds wicked beings seeped within. The Lord Bishop states that his belief is certain. The Lord Bishop says that he has been watching over his truthful side. Vlad looks down, a hint of worry in his eyes. A voice demands to know what he is hesitating for, ordering Knight Vlad to stand in front of the holy item. A large, ornate mirror stands bathed in ethereal light. He stands within a chamber etched with glowing runes, a weighty tome clutched in his hands. The air hums with latent power, a palpable tension clinging to the very stones. But it's okay. The thought echoes in his mind, a fragile shield against the storm of doubt that threatens to engulf him. A disembodied voice, or perhaps a directive from within, commands, go forth confidently. Like you've walked towards the shining place as you've done all this time. The words resonate, painting a path of light before him. Okay. The affirmation solidifies, a bedrock of resolve forming beneath his feet. He takes a step, a silent commitment etched into his posture. His foot breaks the surface of still water, the ripples spreading outwards like the echoes of his decision. He walks on, the water transforming into a radiant expanse, a testament to the journey ahead. The water continues to ripple, a silent promise of change and transformation. His face is a mask of determination, the blue eyes burning with an inner fire that belies the turmoil within. He continues his trek through the shining space, each step a deliberate act of defiance against the shadows that cling to his past. He strides forward, his sword a silent sentinel at his side, a promise of battles yet to come. Finally, the figure speaks, his words echoing in the vast space. He can understand what the emotion that flowed out of the old blacksmith's eyes was. He must have wished his unsightly sword to not drag you down. Vlad stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He says that he has told him everything that he could till now. To not be reflected by that mirror, Vlad must sink into a deeper world. Two figures stand on the water's edge, ready to descend. What are you? The world he's unfolded till now was only at a level of dipping. It is now time for him to advance to an even deeper place. He's still lacking to reach that deep world yet. He opens his mouth, perhaps to speak, but no words come out. A man with crimson hair looks off into the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. You will reach it one day, he seems to say. Vlad stands alone in a circle of light, the darkness pressing in around him. A voice echoes, it's now time to do it alone. He stands at the edge of a pool of water, the ripples spreading out from his feet. A voice whispers, for only you can create a world that is wholly yours. Vlad's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed. It's going to take a really long time, he thinks. The man with crimson hair smiles sadly. I might not be able to do it forever, he says. A disembodied voice resonates. I trust you. Another voice adds, let's meet again in a deeper world. The man with crimson hair looks directly forward, his expression unreadable. Vlad's blue eye reflects the light, a determination hardening his gaze. A blinding light erupts, a farewell to the world he knows. Farewell, until then, a voice echoes. A hand reaches up towards the light, a final gesture of acceptance. The light fades, leaving only ripples in the water, a sign of the journey to come. Bathed in the mirror's ethereal glow, he stands motionless. The mirror's surface swirls with an otherworldly energy. A stern voice booms, commanding, Knight Vlad, open your eyes. The voice continues, and look into the mirror. Vlad's expression hardens with resolve. Got it. His blue eyes narrow, focusing on the mirror's depths. The voice echoes, promising, I will make sure to see you again. The mirror's surface intensifies, the light growing blinding. The energy crackles around the mirror, a gateway opening. Vlad stands firm, his feet planted before the mirror's threshold. The figure's face is grim, his expression unreadable. A group of onlookers watches with bated breath, their faces etched with concern. He stared into the mirror, his expression a mixture of apprehension and resolve. A blinding light erupted from the mirror's surface, washing over him in a wave of pure energy. The mirror of Saint Morello shimmered, now tinged with the ethereal light of dawn. A voice echoed, declaring that it was a noble light, one only those without a single speck of embarrassment could possess. Bathed in the radiant glow, Vlad stood before the mirror, his form silhouetted against the brilliant light. The image shifted, revealing a towering church steeple piercing the swirling clouds. A man, his face etched with surprise, muttered, Huh? Oh, over there. The vision expanded, showcasing the grand architecture of the church, its ancient stones weathered by time. The scene dissolved into a bustling town square, filled with merchants and townsfolk going about their daily lives. The perspective shifted again, now overlooking a serene harbor, where ships bobbed gently in the water. Two women stood together, their expressions unreadable as they observed the unfolding events. Finally, the vision faded, leaving only the vast expanse of the sky above. A hazy vision of a city shimmers into view, its buildings shrouded in mist and an ethereal glow. He stands before a doorway bathed in blinding light, a figure silhouetted in the distance. A voice whispers, Gee goodness. An older man in religious garb appears, his face etched with confusion. He mutters, I can't see a single thing I did wrong. Another voice, filled with anguish, cries out, But why the hell can't you just leave me the fuck alone? Tears stream down his face as Vlad's voice cracks with despair. Why are you trying to take everything away? His voice rising in anguish, Vlad insists. It says that I did nothing wrong. His face contorted in grief. Tears continue to flow freely. A surge of energy crackles in the air, the sound of electricity filling the void. A blurry vision of a building flickers into existence, its details obscured by the distortion. He stands once more before the blinding doorway, his silhouette stark against the radiant light. The older man in religious garb reappears, his expression resolute. The boy did no wrong. The visions coalesce, the older man and Vlad merging into a single, ethereal image. He only survived and did what he must. The last witness who proved his innocence was the remnant of the voice that was always with the boy. A crowd of onlookers, their faces blurred, watch with bated breath. The holy item, once pristine, now lies shattered, its surface a web of cracks. Bishop Pierre stands before a grand mirror, its reflection showing the shattered holy item. The voice echoed, laced with disbelief. How ridiculous that the holy item, directly bestowed by the papacy, was now broken. Bishop Pierre's expression is grim as he contemplates the implications of the cracked relic. It had cracked because it reflected the soul of a mere rookie knight. Bishop Pierre stands before the mirror, his gaze intense. He wonders if anyone else witnessed what was revealed inside the knight's soul. The voice mused that it couldn't have been an evil being. If it were, the inquisitors would have surely noticed. Andrea, standing nearby, recounts that lightning struck the church's steeple. Bishop Pierre's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed. He really can't tell what's what. The voice continues, judging by how brightly it shone, it shouldn't be affiliated with evil. But the energy was far too fierce to be called God's blessing. Bishop Pierre resolves to report this to the papacy himself. The voice concludes that even if it isn't affiliated with evil, the papacy will surely have interest in an oddity of this level. He clenches his fist, contemplating putting someone on trial once more. A notice arrives, declaring that Ison Logino has sent it. An aide urges Bishop Pierre to read the notice. Bishop Pierre reads the notice, which demands he explain his relationship with the Black Bear and the Dark Mage, to whom he issued indulgences. The notice specifies that if he is non-compliant, Bishop Pierre will undergo investigation. Pierre fumes, calling the senders damned northern bastards. He wonders how they dare to do this to a member of the papacy when they are a mere northern parish. They must be so firm in their stance because the northern clans are backing them. If the north sticks together, the papacy's halo alone won't be enough to handle them. Pierre orders someone to call a mage. He decides he has to send a notice to Duke Dragonblood. He learns that San Logino sent a notice to Bishop Pierre. It seems like they had a lot of suppressed feelings. The papacy's mistreatment of the northern parish is already famous, isn't it? It's not bad. It wouldn't have been easy to get San Logino's support through political matters. Borden asks how Sir Priest is doing. He's stabilizing, but he'll likely need to rest in bed for a few more days. Treat him exceptionally. If possible, not sending him to Varna this winter would be good. He reflects that they might have used Vlad as an excuse to bring him here. The bishop considers that he's well enough known that it wouldn't be strange for him to become a bishop. Pierre's hands are clasped tightly. Lord Joseph announces his presence. Bishop Pierre stands with his hands clasped behind his back. The bishop is surrounded by three figures. Pierre wonders what to do with him. Lord Joseph offers his apology. The bishop reflects that he's the type of person who prefers bringing about results through meticulous plans. Joseph stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Pierre thinks that now, the papacy will be keeping a close watch on him. Joseph reflects that after all, he got in the way of their work. As Sir Priest said, Lord Joseph began. There could be God's blessing imbued within you. Even if it isn't, it doesn't matter. Because I will make it so. Aggie asked, what? Lord Joseph gestured towards a large bag. Take that with you. That's your special pay. Rather than a salary, it's a reward for your accomplishment. The price for honor will be provided once at the end of the year, under the so-called name of special pay. Aggie's eyes widened. Ah, it's that. Lord Joseph stated. It was over 300 gold. 300? Aggie asked, why so much? He stands before Lord Joseph, listening intently. The older man speaks of the responsibilities that come with knighthood. Lord Joseph continues, explaining that as a knight, Aggie naturally has the right to claim his past accomplishments. He is assured to be sure of this. Lord Joseph explains that having become a knight, Aggie needs a spot to take responsibility for. He asks if he understands. Aggie responds, thanking Lord Joseph. The older man continues, stating that Knight Vlad has ignored the indulgence which contained the will of God. Lord Joseph declares that he will hold Aggie responsible for that. The announcement is made, exile Knight Vlad from Shoera. Aggie's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His blue eyes reflect the shock of the revelation. Lord Joseph's expression remains stern, his gaze unwavering. The words echo in Aggie's mind. Exile? Aggie looks down, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. What does it mean? There's no other choice. If there's even a smidge of a mistake left, the papacy and the bishop would rear their teeth against you once more. Flames rise high. Sloppy generosity is poison. Shoera in a week. Mon, if only I had 100 gold. What would you do with that? Stop doing this shit, buy some land somewhere, and settle. You? Living through farming? Trading's better than farming. After I get a pretty reasonable building. Look at you. You think trading's easy. That's how you go completely broke. Should be better than being a sellsword, don't you think? The blonde-haired youth sweeps the floor. A voice asks what he would do with 100 gold. The youth pauses his sweeping, wondering who would give him that much. He continues to sweep, ignoring the sass. A man suggests they could just talk about it. The youth states that he'd have to pay his debt back first. The man is surprised, saying he owes a whole 100 gold, lamenting that the newbie's future is quite bleak. The youth clarifies that it's not a gambling debt. The man says that if it's 100 gold, there are a few things he has to pay back, wondering what they are. Not much time is left to leave. So it's time to pay back. A blonde-haired man sits with stacks of gold coins. A woman with dark hair says she doesn't need the lodging fee. He remarks on the high expenditure required to care for the vagrants, suggesting that she must have used all her money to convert the place into an inn. The man expresses confidence that if they can just get past the current difficulties, Rose's smile will do more than well. He eyes the small pile of gold on the table, noting that it's still a whole 50 gold. The man insists that they need funding to improve the quality of service, suggesting that she should think of it as an investment. He tells her to just return the profit to him later, or something. The woman states that she'll have to work hard then, since she can't bring losses to her investor. She admits that she was just thinking of leaving it to Gemina and resting. He declares that he can't stand still and watch Rose's smile going broke. Marcella retorts that if he's that worried, he should have been more careful. She adds that just when she was thinking he was finally back after everything, he's leaving again. The man says that he'll have a good trip this time, too. Marcella simply replies, right. He thanks Marcella. Marcella asks, huh? For what? The woman gazes thoughtfully into the distance. Elsewhere, Charstar Fostered Sword Master stands in armor, a young boy beside him. The text reads, for bringing back the color. The woman is shown again, with the young boy from the previous panel. The text reads, in my life full of ash and gray. The text reads, just for everything. The panel also contains the end credits. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. A young boy trudges down a long hallway, carefully carrying a wooden bucket filled with water. Someone follows behind him, their footsteps echoing softly in the corridor. The boy strains against the weight, muttering to himself about spilling the water. Sir Vlad approaches the boy from behind. Ah. Vlad's voice is gentle as he speaks to the boy. The boy and Vlad walk down the hallway. Vlad asks, is Sir Priest all right? He likely needs to stay in bed a bit longer. The boy sighs, thinking that it was already too much for the priest to move in the cold weather. But he went for one with Lord Bishop immediately after arriving so. Vlad nods, replying, right. Vlad offers, anything you need? Like, something I can help with. He walks alongside a young boy. Vlad states that nothing is happening specifically, and Lord Joseph is already taking care of everything. The boy asks if something is true. The boy asks what is true, adding that he heard Vlad received God's blessings. They say rumors get bigger the more it spreads around. Vlad says that it's not. The boy asks what Vlad is thinking. The boy looks up, tilting his head. The boy says that the priest still liked it since Vlad became a fully fledged knight. Vlad and the boy continue to walk. The boy says that of course, Vlad received God's blessing on top of that, but he told him it's not that. The boy wonders if he could brag to his churchmates that he's prayed with Vlad before. Vlad replies that he can if he wants to, asking if that counts as a brag. A hand reaches out to grasp the metal bar. A voice expresses gratitude for someone holding it for them. The boy hands something to Vlad. He walks down the hallway, thinking he was going to at least give his greetings, but he guesses he can't do much since he's still in bed. Vlad pauses in his tracks. He sighs. Vlad continues down the silent hallway. The sound of his footsteps echoes through the halls. There's no voice to answer him anymore. He doesn't know how long it's been. The feeling of being alone. He should. He was starting to get used to this now, walking down the long hallway. The man with the reddish-brown hair and beard sits at the table, a large mug in his hands. Every job they get together on ends up with them receiving disciplinary actions. Vlad takes a drink from his mug. Yeah. The man with the beard asks when he is leaving. Vlad replies that it will be after 5 days, but he's planning to leave early if he's ready before then. Vlad's companion acknowledges that the results weren't good, but thanks to him, everything that was planned is done. Since the Black Bears organization has now disappeared, their Canner family's Shoira market entry is set in stone. Arbitration with Lord Joseph is already done as well. Vlad smiles slightly. That's good. Since there's still a result in hand, he is indebted to Vlad heavily. The man with the beard looks on. Our patriarch. Someone wants to repay the debt by sponsoring Knight Vlad forever. It sounds like he'll eat sausages for it. Borden points a finger as he speaks to Vlad. Vlad chuckles. He says that he will provide them until they are sick of it. Borden pauses, considering something. The light shines through the window. Meanwhile, a voice declares that his actions were more knightly than any other knight's. Vlad stands tall, looking up at the sky. Back in the bar, Vlad says that he doesn't even remember when it was. In the past, a statue of a knight stands in a beam of light. A voice speaks of religion, politics, personal gains, and increasing status, and the time when without mulling over things like that. The knight kneels, and was executing only the code of the swordmaster. Back in the present, Borden looks down, deep in thought. He looks away, seemingly ashamed of himself. Vlad looks on, adding that he was also proud of him. The two men sit together, Borden wishing Vlad to be careful on his journey. A man responds, yes, Sir Gregory. Two mugs clink together. The harbor stretches out, filled with ships ready to sail. Vlad and Borden stand together, a man commenting that coming here is quite nice. The man wonders about a boat, pointing out that it's a Neo-class ship. The man notes that the captain is going to be antsy since the river's frozen. He seems confused. Harvin asks how long it will be, questioning if he still wants to ride a boat. He responds with a simple, yup. The question hangs in the air. Does he still want to venture far beyond Shoera? Borden replies, of course. He then asks why he's being asked that, noting that he's acting a bit weird today. Vlad smirks, stating that he's suddenly saying he wants to go see some boats. The ship is shown, and Vlad states that it's 200 gold. He confirms that it's a cog, and that it was cheaper than the others. Vlad confirms that merchants use this boat the most, and that's why he bought it. Borden looks on, sweat trickling down his face. Borden is confused. Vlad thinks to himself, remembering Gemina. A ship sails on the ocean, with the text stating that even if you limp above land, you shouldn't need to limp anymore in that long, distant ocean. Vlad presents the ship's certificate to Borden, telling him to sign it under his name. Borden looks at the ship certificate. The ship is shown again, with the text stating that it's his now. The setting sun casts long shadows over the city's towering structures. A voice echoes, trailing off. Aye, that's. The same voice continues, tinged with uncertainty. What are you? Vlad speaks with another man, the setting sun behind them. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, knuckles white with tension. Vlad smiles, a glint of determination in his eyes. The memory shifts to Captain Harvin. Tears stream down a man's face as he clutches a worn book. The sky stretches out, a vast expanse of blue and white. Vlad stands at a grave, paying his respects. He said his last goodbye to old Sir Blacksmith, who he won't see for a long time. The scene shifts to Sir Maxim, who protected Rose's smile in his stead, and to Sir Borden, who read the order note in his stead. He gave his thanks. And with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade, who protected the breaths of the children, he spent a simple time. 3 figures sit at a bar, their backs to the viewer. The air is thick with the smell of ale and unwashed bodies. He recalls, like so, I paid off every debt one at a time, and took off the names in my head, one at a time. The blonde-haired man stands before a grand building, its architecture imposing against the sky. He thinks, setting time aside for those I'd incurred a debt I could not dare pay back. The building looms in the night, its windows glowing with warm light. He reflects, I already talked it out with Sir Gregory. 2 figures sit by a crackling fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. A voice echoes, when the river melts, get the Canner clan's meat in Sturma. A voice booms, you won't be leaving to the great ocean, but it won't be too bad as your first voyage. The blonde man stands with another, the firelight glinting in his blue eyes. He says, I need to prepare for it when I can. A disembodied voice commands, Otar, help Harvin with his business. If you're next to him, it'll be a big help. Harvin stands close to the blonde man, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A voice hums in agreement, It's already going to be on tomorrow. Harvin looks on as the blonde man states, Yup, I'm going to leave in the morning. Did he say goodbye to Lord Mayor? The star-fostered sword master looks off to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips. He muses that he can't meet him since he's in the middle of pressuring the bishop, and that the papacy could have justification just by receiving his farewell. A man sits with his head in his hand, lost in thought. The star-fostered sword master thinks to himself, wondering if he has already met everyone he needs to. He realizes there's one person left. A woman sits with her head down, seemingly upset. Knocking echoes as Gemina sits with her head down. She is asked to open the door. Someone wonders how long she is going to be holed up in her room. The star-fostered sword master stands outside the door, stating that he has something to say and asking her to please open it. The star-fostered sword master's threat hangs in the air. He'll break in if she doesn't open the door. He presses, his gaze intense. You heard it from Harvin, right? Gemina, arms crossed, retorts, her voice tight with suppressed emotion, about what happened to Captain Hoover's hideout. The star-fostered swordmaster's expression hardens. You know me, right? If I say I'll do something, I'll do it. He warns, stay away from the door. I'll break it on 3. Footsteps echo as the star-fostered swordmaster moves closer to the door. The door splinters under the force of the star-fostered swordmaster's assault. The star-fostered swordmaster stands before Gemina, the tension palpable between them. Gemina, her eyes downcast, demands, what are you trying to say? She snaps, say it quickly and piss off. The star-fostered swordmaster's blue eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. He replies, his voice low, I was trying to relax and wait for you, but I'm the one without time now. The star-fostered swordmaster continues, so, do understand me. Gemina, her brow furrowed, asks, what? With a final, explosive burst of force, the star-fostered swordmaster shatters the door, leaving Gemina stunned. Whoa! A voice demands to know what is happening. He demands to be let go, insisting they go somewhere else. Gemina shouts. The star-fostered swordmaster continues to carry Gemina. The red-haired swordmaster's face contorts in a scream, her eyes wide with fury. The swordmaster, clad in heavy armor, strides down a darkened street, her expression unreadable. Yeah, and who's the one that was holed up in their room for an entire week? I have to drag you out, even if it's like this. A voice booms out, laced with anger and frustration. What the hell is this fuckery in the middle of the night? I'm leaving tomorrow. But now, you're getting kicked out. The blonde-haired sword master looks on with a somber expression. The red-haired sword master embraces the blonde-haired sword master, a silent promise passing between them. A voice echoes, tinged with regret. Yeah, you should have been better about it. You ran away before. The armored sword master carries the blonde-haired sword master away, their faces obscured by the shadows. The blonde-haired sword master thinks, I'm lucky I'm getting kicked out instead of dying. The red-haired sword master embraces the blonde-haired sword master once more, a final, desperate hug. The armored sword master carries the blonde-haired sword master away, the sound of footsteps echoing in the night. The blonde-haired sword master thinks, It's curfew. It's later than I thought. The red-haired sword master's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. What? She continues to fall, the wind whipping through her hair. The ground rushes up to meet her. The red-haired sword master screams, Hey, you crazy fucker. She yells, Put me down. The red-haired sword master falls through a swirling portal. Her eyes widen in shock. A dress shimmers with an ethereal glow. The red-haired sword master stands in a room filled with mannequins wearing dresses. Whoa. Meanwhile, a man exclaims, Oh my. Sir Vlad. He apologizes for being late. Vlad asks, Is the order finished? The other man replies, Of course. Vlad says, I was already planning to bring it to you tomorrow since you weren't coming. Let's have her try it then. A blonde-haired man stands in a room filled with dresses. The red-haired sword master looks surprised, asking if she is the one being addressed. Thinking about it, someone walks through the snow. A voice comments that the dress madam gave her suited her well. The red shoes click on the ground. The sword master and a white-haired man stand together, looking ahead. The white-haired man asks why she is being so awkward. The sword master looks down, a slight blush on her face. The sword master is now wearing a red dress. A voice says it's a good thing they got an exact size for her, since it looks like she won't get any taller. The white-haired man tells the sword master to start wearing her own things instead of borrowing from madam from now on. The sword master thinks about the necklace, earrings, shoes, and makeup, even fans, wondering how much that is in total. He inquired about the price of the sword that was hanging in the smithy. Gregory scoffed, asking if he was joking. He stated that just the shoes alone should be over 5 gold. It would have been nice to also get his hair done, the sword master thought. Gregory remarked that he had been way too busy lately, because he got kicked out like a moron. The sword master asked when he was coming back this time. Gregory responded that he didn't know, since the madam didn't tell him anything. Gregory clasped his hands together. Gregory asked if he wasn't going to be gone forever. Gregory asked if the sword master thought he was crazy. Where would he go if he left behind Rose's smile? Gregory asked, to me? Gregory stated that he would have to come back before it goes bankrupt at least, asking if the sword master knew how much he invested. The sword master was shocked. The sword master vowed to make sure to come back to recollect his investment. The clasp of a dark cloak is seen as a voice requests that someone take care of their home. A woman with red hair looks shocked, repeating the word home. The sword master stands with the red-haired woman, who looks at him with a questioning expression. A hand offers a white handkerchief. A voice says to take it, and another voice responds with a confused huh? The voice explains that it is the handkerchief that they made, adding that apparently this is what nobles do. The sword master looks off to the side, a slight smile on his face. The red-haired woman looks back at the sword master, her expression unreadable. The sword master kneels, his hand outstretched. The sword master kneels before Lady Jemina. A voice asks Lady Jemina to please hand them her handkerchief. The sword master looks up, his expression serious. Lady Jemina looks surprised, holding the handkerchief and questioning the request. There are 2 ways a knight could receive a lady's handkerchief. One is at the end of his sword, a hard-won prize. In a plaza without anyone, a solitary figure stands cloaked. A singular knight knelt down towards a lady, and her handkerchief was handed from hand to hand. The lady likely did not know, but through that action, the knight willingly put another responsibility on his shoulders. It was a vow saying, I will protect you. A town blanketed in snow. Footprints in the snow. A room with a desk and chair covered in snow. He rides through the snow-covered landscape, the only sound the rhythmic crunch of hooves. The horse's hooves sink deep into the fresh snow with each step. From a distance, the figure on horseback appears small against the vast, white expanse. The rider, bundled in thick furs, shivers against the biting wind, gonna freeze to death before even heading out. 2 figures stand in the snow, their boots leaving deep impressions. The knight, atop his steed, is approached by a man on foot. Why are you out here? The man asks. The knight replies, I'm Mr. Squire serving a bastard knight. Sit this one out. I'm an exiled knight. The knight's expression is cold, his blue eyes narrowed. You stay here and find your own way to live, he says. Whatever, man. The man on foot, his breath misting in the frigid air, retorts, What the? I've been investing in you for a while now, boss. It'd be too shitty for me to throw it all away here. The man continues, gesturing emphatically. And you know how many scammers are out there in the world? Boss, if you head out by yourself, you're gonna go broke not even after a week, you know. He pauses, adding, I don't think. That's something a scammer should say himself, comes the reply. The man smirks, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Even if you have more back alley experience, boss. The world works in ways that he understands all too well. Aggie hears that a boat was bought for his friend. He wonders if he'll receive the same treatment in the future. He smirks, stating that it depends on how things go. The other man asks where they are going. The answer comes back, east. The man questions the destination, simply east? Aggie wonders if their destination came out of nowhere. The pommel of a sword glows with an inner light. Leaves fall gently through the air. Sunlight filters through the branches of a tree, painting the leaves in hues of gold and amber. Aggie thinks to himself that there's something he needs to find there. The man replies, stating that it's better than wandering without any goals. Aggie looks off into the distance, a determined glint in his eye. He rides on horseback, the silhouette of a distant castle looming in the background. A voice calls out, "Take care." The sound of hooves echoes in the distance. Aggie and Gregory continue their journey through the snowy landscape. Aggie declares, "Let's go." The rhythmic sound of hooves on the snow fills the air as they ride onward. The two figures become smaller as they travel further into the distance, framed by the stone archway. Gregory remarks, "The day is cold." Aggie wonders to himself, "Is it as bad as my cold, empty heart?" Gregory replies, "No, it's so cold that it's sore now." The pair continues their journey, the snow crunching beneath their horses' hooves. Gregory observes, he's not turning around even once. Gregory thinks to himself, he probably has a goal set. It's going to be busy from now on, Gyre. He emanates a power overwhelming. Gregory states that he will follow. A man with an eye patch wonders if it will really be fine, noting that Aggie is already such an unpredictable guy. Two figures walk down a hallway, one musing that they could have given him a mission or set a destination. Aggie reflects that he cannot take away the precious experience of moving only by his own thoughts. A close-up focuses on the fur collar of Aggie's coat. The narration speaks of a man who lived his entire life taking orders. The man is named Gyre. The narration speaks of a knight who goes on a journey, raising only his own honor. The narration states that this is being repeated here, fostered by Squara. The narration continues, stating that he was raised by Bayezid. A figure rides on horseback. A figure in a red cloak stands before a grand doorway, contemplating a proposition. What do you think of Pierre's offer? A voice echoes, considering the potential gains. We can obtain both justification and benefits. The man with white hair and glowing blue eyes considers the benefits. A figure seated on a throne responds, "Yes, that old bishop had quite the commendable idea." The white-haired man's gaze hardens, a decision made. "We will take Pierre's offer." The figure on the throne declares their ambition. "Stick my flag in the north." A lone figure sits before a silent, kneeling crowd, their white robes stark against the dim light. The northernmost part of the Central Empire was shrouded in the dim light of dusk. A fist slammed down on a table, the sound echoing in the room. A voice booms, declaring that these shenanigans are happening. Baron Debrecti sat upon his throne, his expression unreadable. Two figures stood before the Baron, one questioning who the intruders were and why they would come in and mess up the fields as soon as they planted the barley seeds. One of the men began to speak about the matter. A voice thundered, demanding that no excuses be made, even if guards were posted the entire night, as soon as morning comes. Baron Debrecti's face contorted in rage as he roared his displeasure. One of the men offered his apologies to the Baron. Baron Debrecti sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, wondering how there could be nothing useful. The Baron sits in his chair, pondering the situation. Was there rich soil, or a warm climate here? The only thing they can lean on are the thick trees and barley farming. If they can't even sow during moments like this, they'll die of hunger, but with the soldiers on the land alone. A wine bottle shatters against Baron Debrecti's head. If they lack manpower, Debrecti thinks, they should put shackles on the peasants or something. They're about to die of hunger, so how's that a big deal? He is sure it's the doing of those monsters in the forest. Scrape together all the manpower they can and protect the barley fields. The Baron sits by the fire, two cloaked figures standing behind him. Debrecti clutches his head. Should he hire a mercenary or something? The Baron considers his options, his blue eyes narrowed in thought. The forest's gloom seems to weigh on him. He mutters about the goddamned forest. Aggie holds up a small, rectangular object. He wonders what it is. It's a pilgrim certificate, written for him by Sir Priest Andrea. A man with a buzz cut replies that he made sure to bring every single expensive and precious thing. The man with the buzz cut asks how Aggie managed to not think of bringing a single flintstone. Aggie sits on the ground, rubbing two sticks together. Aggie says that he was pretty busy that week, and that he only brought that flimsy flintstone as well. The man with the buzz cut shouts that at least he brought one with him, and that Aggie is the one who smashed it up like this, boss. Aggie replies that it was defective. Aggie asks what the man with the buzz cut means by defective, and that he was fully set on smashing it to pieces. He tells him to just get back to rubbing that, because they're going to freeze to death if they keep sleeping outside like this. Aggie's eyes are filled with despair. He thinks to himself that he can't do this anymore. A hand grips the hilt of a sword. The man with Aggie is surprised by something. The man kneels before Aggie, asking if he is tired. The man says he'll start spinning it now. The man looks off into the distance. The man asks to borrow a flintstone if Aggie has one. The man is confused, then realizes something. A large man with a beard and a necklace is seen hiding behind a tree. The man is shocked to see bandits. The large man says that the man should have run away immediately if he figured that out. The large man asks what the man is standing around for. One of the bandits questions Aggie. The money bags sit on the table. Another bandit speaks, telling Aggie that he will get paid the full amount wherever he sells him, given his pretty looks. The bandit asks if Aggie is a child of a noble, stating that if he tells them who his parents are, they could hand him back at a good price. The bandit asks if he has any or not. Aggie tells the bandit to check if he has any flints. The bandit asks what he is on about, calling him a crazy bastard. Aggie stares. Severed fingers hang from a string. Aggie thinks to himself, never mind, too much of a hassle to look for one. Aggie thinks to himself that there is one thing he promised when he left home. Aggie's eye glows. Two men stand together, the taller one with a thick beard and a stern expression. A surge of power emanates from an unseen figure, accompanied by the words, "Let's reclaim my dulled original intent." The figure is surrounded by a group of people, all seemingly ready to fight. A speech bubble reads, "Give me everything you've got." The two men from the first panel are now accompanied by others, their faces showing concern. A glowing sphere contains the words, "Including your lives, which are worth less than beasts." The figure is now wielding a sword, surrounded by green energy. A close-up of an eye reflects the figure with the sword, a look of determination in their gaze. A landscape is shown under the moonlight. A scream echoes through the night. Ag. A forest scene is shown, shrouded in mist. Two guards stand at a gate, their expressions grim. One says, "Ugh, this goddamned forest." The other replies, "It's especially dreary today." The guards continue to stand watch, one remarking, "It feels like something's gonna pop out." A voice warns against joking about something. The speaker notes that there are already creepy rumors circulating. Two guards stand alert, a sense of urgency palpable between them. The guards stand ready, spears in hand, their expressions grim. A voice booms through the forest, challenging the approaching rider. Who goes there? The horse's chest heaves, its presence imposing. The horse's face contorts into a monstrous visage, teeth bared in a silent snarl. The guards remain vigilant, their grip tightening on their spears. The figure on horseback reassures them. That's not something to bite. The horse's monstrous face is visible again, its expression unsettling. The figure on horseback orders, "Put away your spears." The figure on horseback declares, "I caught the bandits causing turmoil around here." The horse stands tall, its dark form silhouetted against the light. One of the guards asks if they are referring to the heinous criminals who massacred the nearby village. Bare feet, stained with blood, shuffle forward. A figure on horseback approaches, cloaked and mysterious. Bound prisoners are led forward, their heads hanging low. The guard's eyes widen in shock at the sight before them. A piercing scream echoes through the air. The knight on horseback raises his sword, declaring, "I am Vlad of Skora, a knight of Bayezid." A grand building stands tall against the sky. The text proclaims that the knight who proved himself has come to Debrecti. A man beams, his expression filled with anticipation. Vlad bows his head, stating, "Thank you for your hospitality." A man gestures, replying, "Is there any reason I, the master, would not show hospitality when you've also captured the bastards causing trouble near here?" He is told to dispense with the formalities and take a seat. The patriarch clasps his hands together, a wide smile spreading across his face. He notes that Vlad of Skora has brought over a total of 9 bandits. Vlad explains that if they include those who are only heads, it's 15, adding that they lost a few. The patriarch chuckles, calling it amazing. He promises to reward Vlad handsomely. Vlad simply says, "Thank you." A dark liquid is poured into a goblet. The patriarch tells Vlad to prove himself with something. Vlad acknowledges the statement, saying, "That's right." The patriarch continues, stating that there just happens to be something he wanted to task Vlad with. The patriarch explains that Vlad is a real-deal knight who chases honor. Vlad thinks to himself that the patriarch means he'll just use him for free. Vlad thinks to himself that they should just slip out after getting the reward for the bandits, but he has to focus on finding the trace of the voice. The patriarch states that something bizarre has been happening in their land recently, and they should currently be sowing barley all day. Even with guards posted and watching all night, they disappeared without a trace. Vlad muses if animals were responsible. The patriarch explains that some of the old-timers say it's the work of the spirits who live in the forest. The patriarch's cloak billows as he questions the existence of spirits. Meanwhile, a dense forest shrouded in mist stretches across the landscape. A hand reaches out to pluck some raspberries. The raspberries glisten, ripe and ready to be picked. The girl savors the taste of the raspberries, her cheeks flushed with delight. Tasty. She continues to gather the berries, placing them carefully in her basket. Mom's gonna like this, too. Suddenly, she stops, her eyes widening in alarm. Her breath hitches as she peers down, a growing sense of dread washing over her. What is? The forest floor is cast in an eerie blue light as the girl cowers, her basket of raspberries forgotten. Tears stream down her face, her body trembling with terror. A piercing scream echoes through the forest, disturbing the tranquility of the mountains. The dark forest stands silent, the trees like watchful sentinels beneath a star-dusted sky. A basket of freshly picked raspberries sits near a dark hole in the ground, the berries scattered around its edge. The man thinks this one's pretty hopeless. One of the men says that they don't even look like they have money to eat or die. The other man says he'll try his best. You can always promise things. He knows the physiognomy of money grubbers. Quite a bit, one of the men replies. The Lord here is exactly like that. He's going to be busy saying other things when it comes time to open his pockets, you know? One of the men says that they should have gotten a down payment or something. The other man replies that's something for him to do himself. The first man asks what? One of the men wonders why Lord Joseph would keep a knight who can't even wield a sword next to him all the time. He asks if the other man knows what Sir Borden's nickname is. The man replies no. Borden is called Swindler. He asks, huh? And wonders about that dopey-looking dude. One of the men guesses it works better since he looks like that. Anyway, he continues. Lord Joseph values just that by itself. He says everyone has their use. Whether it's a down payment or a reward payment, you figure that out on your own from now on, Gregory is told. Aggie asks me. Show the Baron of Central, the northern tongue, trained through scams. Gregory responds with a simple, oh. Actually, a child went missing this morning. They said that forest is where it happened. The forest of Debrecti has as many legends and stories as it does years. A deep hole was dug near the raspberry bush. Ah, he talks a lot. Covertness is one of the basics of stakeouts. Even if he's a knight from a small land, does he not have that kind of basic sense? Someone laments that she was such a well-behaved little girl. It's unfortunate. Aggie's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on her face. The speaker continues, mentioning that her mother was bawling her eyes out at the Lord's Hall. Gregory speaks, quite ashamed, but asks for help with finding the girl. Someone is being restrained, making muffled sounds of protest. Gregory's eyes widen in shock as he wonders what kind of. Aggie says, look is that. In the distance, a group of figures stand in a field. Aggie's eyes narrow, focusing on something in the distance. The group of figures remains in the field, their purpose unclear. Aggie begins to run towards the figures in the distance. Gregory yells, his expression a mix of concern and urgency. Everyone follows Vlad. Vlad leaps forward. Vlad's expression is grim. Why did you? Suddenly? What? How did? The seeds we spread as bait disappeared without a trace? Yes, here. A shovel digs into the ground. I definitely heard something, but I didn't see any movement. Not to mention, there aren't any footprints. He wonders how far away the place where the child went missing is. Gregory states that it's right next to this place, questioning why he wants to know. A dark, seemingly bottomless hole yawns before them. Someone plummets into the abyss, their scream echoing in the darkness. A sudden realization dawns, the air thick with unspoken dread. Gregory admits he can't even begin to guess how deep it is. A voice calls out, addressing someone as commander. A desperate plea for guidance pierces the silence. Vlad's expression hardens, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. Elsewhere, someone wonders what Sir Vlad has been up to. After going to the place where the child went missing, it's revealed that he's been collecting the village's elderly. The patriarch's brow furrowed, a question forming on his lips. The elderly? Gregory considered the implications of the question. It seems he's trying to ask about things from the past. The weight of history hung heavy in the air. The tradition passed down in this place. The geezers wouldn't say? The patriarch's gaze sharpened, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Anything weird, right? Gregory stood behind him. Gregory's thoughts raced. Asterisk, they must be as wise as they are old, no? They shouldn't say anything that'd rouse suspicion in front of a random knight. Asterisk. The patriarch massaged his temples, a low groan escaping his lips. A symbol of faith shimmered in his mind's eye. Asterisk, there was the emblem of San Logino on his flag as well. It should mean he has a deep connection with the church. Asterisk. A figure stood shrouded in shadow, their face obscured. It's not like I can tell him to stop now, after everything. The patriarch's expression hardened. Asterisk, I did ask for his help first. He's poking around too much. Asterisk. The patriarch's eyes narrowed. Put someone on him. A weathered wooden structure loomed in the distance, so he doesn't needlessly dig around for something weird. The village gate stood silent, a silent sentinel guarding its secrets. He gestures emphatically, his expression a mix of desperation and urgency. The man laments that the child must still be stuck in some hole, looking for a helping hand. The man's voice cracks as he thinks of that small, frail child stuck in the pitch-black darkness. His throat seizes up, tears drying on his face as he cries with his voice down. One of the old men recalls that barley disappearing used to happen before, too. Another old man agrees, reminiscing about the rites and stuff they used to have when they were young. One of the men explains that they haven't done them since the church came and forbade them. Another man scoffs, calling them damned bastards. He insists that still, no child got sucked into a hole, right? He suggests the child was caught by a wolf, sure. Alicia stares intently at the old men, his blue eyes narrowed. The old men exchange uneasy glances. The old men remain silent, their expressions unreadable. Alicia presses them, asking what the rites were for, insisting that they can't save the child if they don't tell him. The old men huddle together, one remarking that this winter is especially cold. One of the old men speaks of a ground ghost. Another old man states that the forest has an earth ghost. Alicia asks if they could tell her more. Gregory looks on, listening intently. Gregory is told that no matter how young he is, a knight is still a knight, not to mention he's a knight with the emblem of the church. The old sirs are really uncomfortable around him. Alicia tells Gregory to find out about it properly, and to leave it to her. Gregory and Alicia walk away from the building. Sir Vlad is approached by another man, who says there's something he has to tell him. The man stammers, saying that the right thing isn't anything weird. A button on a cloak is shown in close-up. Vlad looks off to the side, a serious expression on his face. He knows it's idolatry forbidden by the church. Gregory appears surprised, muttering that's. Vlad states he understands. Gregory asks what he means. Vlad closes his eyes, vowing to God. Vlad's eyes glow with determination as he tells Gregory to stop watching over him now. He is asked to relay the information to the Lord. Vlad replies that he understands and apologizes for displeasing them. Gregory places a hand over his heart. Gregory thanks Vlad for his kindness. Vlad is addressed as boss. Gregory explains that the ghost thing isn't evil and that it enriches the soil as long as they hold the right. Gregory says that it's not uncommon to dig deep in order to farm and that the ground ghost apparently did that for them. Gregory says that it's nonsense, though. Gregory mentions that something gave him goosebumps. The place Vlad dug up was the forest they used to hold the rites in. Gregory points a finger at Vlad. Gregory says that in any case, it seems like it likes barley and lives underground. He continues, if it's underground. Gregory finishes by saying that it must like dark places, too. Rites, earth ghost, tributes, spirits. They seem different, but their truth is the same. Gregory asks, why? I brought out something from underground before, right? Vlad's eyes glow with an eerie light. Gotta set up the playing field. Field this time, too. A voice wonders if the pile of seeds will be enough. One of the figures questions why they were told to put some seeds on a rock, when the ones they put on the road seemed fine. Aggie recalls feeling hard rocks when he was shoveling. Whatever it might be, it should be something that can't go through rocks. One of the figures wonders if it can go through rocks, but it just decided to dig through the dirt. Shushing the other, one of the figures says that it's here. Deep within the forest, a strange object glows. The group cautiously approaches a clearing in the forest. A pile of seeds rests atop a moss-covered stone, an offering of some kind. The seeds begin to tremble, disturbed by an unseen force beneath the earth. Aggie observes the seeds with a critical eye. As I thought, it can't go through rocks. A dark, chitinous claw emerges from the earth, its sharp edges glinting in the dim light. Aggie's gaze drops, following the disturbance to its source. The claw digs deeper, tearing through the soil with surprising ease. Aggie's eyes widen slightly. I can S-dash. A small, mole-like creature bursts from the ground, chirping happily as it emerges. The group watches the creature with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. One of the companions exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Did all those geezers go senile? Aggie attempts to downplay the situation, though a hint of uncertainty lingers in his voice. Ground ghost. It's just a mole. A close-up of Aggie's eye reveals a flicker of blue energy, betraying his true thoughts. It's not just a mole. The mole-like creature sits contentedly, surrounded by seeds. It thinks to itself, it's a shining mold. The forest floor is littered with seeds. The mole continues to eat. Aggie prepares to strike. He looks down at the mole. A black orb appears. Aggie captures the mole, who cries out. Aggie says, Gotch dash. The mole is captured. Aggie, holding the mole, wonders, Riding through the forest on horseback, he calls out, asking if the boss got it. The forest is silent as he continues his ride. The trees blur as he rides onward. The horse continues its steady pace. He looks around, confused. Where did they go? The horse's head turns as he calls out again. Bus. He pauses, a confused escaping his lips. Suddenly, he plummets downward. The horse falls with him. His eyes widen in shock. What the hell? Looking up, he wonders what this is. He falls into the darkness below. The sound of rushing wind fills the air as he plummets downwards. The wind continues to scream past. The sensation of falling persists. The wind continues to rush past him. The sound of the wind intensifies. The wind continues to rush past him. The wind continues to rush past him. The sound of the wind intensifies. The wind dies down as he lands with a thud. Whoa, shit, I'm alive, Aggie says relieved. I thought I was going to keep falling forever. Scanning his surroundings, Aggie wonders, what is this place now? He notices the walls around him. A tunnel. Aggie exclaims, there's a tunnel underground? Where the hell did you drag me, man? He finds himself surrounded by the small, spirit-like creatures, their presence grating on his nerves. A chorus of high-pitched squeals fills the air. Aggie grits his teeth, his patience wearing thin. If only they weren't like spirits, he thinks, his frustration palpable. Since he doesn't know what could be down here, he steels himself to be prepared for anything. Holding a glowing orb aloft, Aggie continues his descent into the darkness. His eyes glow with an inner light, piercing the gloom. One of the spirit-like creatures stares back, its expression unreadable. A surge of energy emanates from Aggie, illuminating the surroundings. The blue energy crackles around him, a protective aura against the unknown. A faint sound echoes through the tunnel. The orb glows brighter, casting a wider circle of light. He sighs, a wry smile playing on his lips. Nothing ever goes easy, he thinks. It looks like it's going to be impossible to climb back up there. He continues his trek through the dimly lit tunnel. Aggie detects a faint breeze. He growls, You're going to be my breakfast if I can't leave this place today, all right? The small creature in his hands makes a noise. Agi states, let's go for now. He continues deeper into the tunnel. Agi thinks to himself, man, what kind of a tunnel's this long? He sighs, there's no end in sight, no matter how much I walk. Agi says, hey, it's getting dark. He demands, light up while I'm still talking. A small, yellow creature makes a noise. Hands carefully place stones. Agi says, there you go? You'll be in trouble if it turns off again. Holding a glowing orb, he continues down the dark tunnel. You know, Agi says. The small creature makes more noises, its arms raised. Agi, holding the orb, asks, what are you saying? Agi thinks, first, the wind feels closer. There's definitely an EXI dash. The light from the orb illuminates the tunnel ahead. A beam of light shines down from above. A text bubble reads, a light. Haha, see. Agi walks forward, holding the orb. Speed lines indicate movement. Agi looks up, his blue eyes reflecting the light. The tremors are heavy as he continues forward. Agi pauses, holding the small creature up to get a better look. He wonders what the cause of the tremors could be. The creature whimpers, clearly scared by something. Agi glances down at the creature, noticing its fear. Is it afraid of that sound? The tremors are heavy, too, to the point where, even though he doesn't know what's behind it, he can tell it's a tremendous power. Agi decides to head up carefully for now. He'll know after he checks it. Looking up, Agi sees a small opening. He peers out of the hole, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Agi's expression hardens with determination. He takes in the scene, his gaze sweeping across the landscape. A large tree stands before him, its branches reaching towards the sky. Embedded in the tree is an axe. An axe swings down with tremendous force. A monstrous creature with glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth snarls, its fur bristling. The axe's blade gleams, ready to strike. Agi looks up, a question forming on his lips. What is that now? It's not a monster we have in the north. He holds a small, dog-like creature in his hands, its expression downcast. Agi looks down at the creature, a hint of amusement in his eyes. So you were afraid of that monster. His eye glows with a bright, ethereal light. Wait, then is that tree? The words appear. The origin of the spirit. A towering tree stands bathed in golden light, but a dark, shadowy figure lurks at its base. Arcane symbols flare with ominous energy. Agi's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his features. I wouldn't have had to deal with this if it wasn't connected to me. A voice declares, but I have to for this one. Heeding the instructions, he finds a hiding spot, clutching a small bird in his hands. You go hide and wait still, he whispers. Drawing his sword, he prepares for what is to come. The principle of one-strike kill. He lies in wait. Sword in hand, he prepares to strike. The monster swings its arm, ready to strike. The monster roars. The monster swings its arm again. He dodges the attack. Comes from the unexpected. The monster roars again. He strikes the monster with his sword. He slashes at the monster with a blade of pure green energy. The young man moves with blinding speed, continuing his assault. That attack, when in propel, Agi is sent flying backwards from the force of the monster's counterattack. A close-up reveals the shock and pain etched on Agi's face. The young man curses under his breath. Ah fuck. A deep, monstrous voice booms. You guys again? The towering monster looms over Agi, its presence radiating a menacing purple aura. The monster's massive feet stand ready to crush him. The wind howled through the trees. The man cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting, Can you hear me? Say something. The man knelt before a large hole, his horse standing beside him. The man screamed, Hey, you fucker. He thought, I'm gonna go nuts. What do I do? He wondered, would it be better for me to head down as well? He thought, no, what if I have to pull him up instead? He considered, maybe borrowing a rope from the village would be bet dash. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled with the decision. He called out to his horse, Hey, dude, Noir, where you going? Under the watchful gaze of the moon, he ventured deeper into the forest, his cloak billowing behind him. A strange cry echoed through the trees, unsettling the silence of the night. The words of the old men resurfaced in his mind, something from neither a person nor a beast. The forest path stretched before him, shrouded in shadow and mystery. He paused, the air thick with anticipation. Heeding the advice, he resolved to trust the mysterious figure and press onward. A guttural groan pierced the night, closer this time. For the love of, he gripped the hilt of his sword, a surge of purple energy coursing through the blade. The sword glowed with an ominous light, ready to strike. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them as blue energy crackled around him. The sword pulsed with dark energy, poised to unleash its power. He descends, blade crackling with azure energy, ready to strike. The blade flashes, a searing line of light cutting through the air. The glowing edge meets a wall of dark energy, a violent clash of light and shadow. The dark energy shatters, the blade finding its mark. There you go. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. It shouldn't be able to use its legs, any dash. A surge of purple energy erupts, coalescing into a blade of pure malice. The dark blade descends with a furious wah dash. The world explodes in a blinding flash as the dark energy slams into him. He is engulfed in a vortex of crackling purple power. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards through the air. He crashes into the ground with a strangled KRGH. The taste of blood fills his mouth, but his gaze remains fixed, burning with determination. It's an attack tinged with thick malice. A figure with light blue hair and glowing white eyes is depicted with the text, "Like that guy." A muscular figure with white spiky hair stands holding a large weapon, surrounded by dark energy. A lion-like creature with brown fur and yellow eyes lies on the ground. A dark, shadowy figure with black spiky hair stands in a grassy field. A close-up of a beast-like face with brown fur and yellow eyes, partially obscured by a hand. A dark, shadowy figure with white spiky hair, surrounded by dark energy. The text reads, "This bastard has the power of immortality as well." A figure with white hair and a green sword stands near a large, dark creature. The text reads, "A middling attack won't work." The text reads, "If that's the case." Below, a figure with white hair and green eyes looks on. The text reads, "Let's remember." Below, a figure with white hair and blue eyes stands with a cloak. A figure with white hair stands in water, with a sword at their side. The text reads, "The moment the voice permitted his world." Below, a figure with white hair and green eyes looks on. A torrent of lightning descends, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie, electric glow. An eye blazes with power, channeling the raw energy of the storm. The lightning intensifies, crackling with destructive force as it seeks its target. A cloaked figure stands defiant amidst the storm, seemingly at the epicenter of the chaos. The feeling of his and my world meeting. Lightning courses through a blade, turning it into a conduit of pure, untamed energy. The air crackles with the sound of a devastating strike, a symphony of destruction echoing through the storm. A hulking figure, muscle straining, prepares to unleash a mighty blow with a massive axe. The axe gleams ominously, promising a brutal impact as the warrior's grip tightens. The force of the strike rips through the air, a visual testament to its immense power. Energy explodes outwards, a shockwave of pure destruction radiating from the point of impact. The axe descends with terrifying speed, poised to cleave through anything in its path. The cloaked figure remains, a silent observer in the face of overwhelming force. Lightning crackles as the blonde-haired warrior strikes the monstrous figure with a powerful, arcing blow. He moves with blinding speed, each strike infused with the raw energy of the storm. The lightning tears into the monster's flesh, sending splatters of dark blood into the air. Another strike lands, the force of the blow amplified by the electric charge. Aggie's eyes blaze with determination. "I'll cut you down until you die." The air shimmers with raw power as lightning arcs and dances around the warrior. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, the battle rages on. Aggie unleashes another lightning-infused attack, the energy crackling as it slams into the monster. The monster recoils, its grotesque features contorted in pain as the warrior presses the attack. Blades of pure energy slice through the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. The warrior's blade finds its mark once more, sending a fresh wave of blood cascading down the monster's hide. Aggie continues the relentless assault, each strike bringing the monster closer to its inevitable demise. He grunts in pain, blood trickling down his face as the battle rages on. The sound of clashing steel echoes through the air as Aggie continues his assault. The young warrior's expression hardens, a grim determination etched onto his face. "If you won't die, even when I cut and stab you." Aggie's voice rises, a promise of brutal retribution hanging in the air. "I'll rip and tear apart each and every limb of yours." He gathers energy, a vibrant blue aura crackling around his hand, the air thick with anticipation. Across from him, a monstrous beast snarls, its eyes burning with savage intent. Aggie's voice drips with disdain, a chilling counterpoint to his earlier rage. "Don't smile, you fucker." The beast's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise in their depths. The young warrior raises his sword, the blade now wreathed in the same crackling blue energy, a weapon forged from pure will. Meanwhile, in the distance, a lone figure on horseback gallops through the forest, a silent observer of the unfolding conflict. The sword hums with power, the air vibrating with the force contained within its shimmering edge. The horse continues its relentless charge, hooves pounding against the earth, a symbol of impending doom. The beast's face contorts in a mix of confusion and fear, its primitive mind struggling to comprehend the power it faces. A blinding flash of blue energy engulfs the beast, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the surrounding forest. He unleashes a burst of purple energy. Another surge of power erupts. A spectral horse appears, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. The energy intensifies, bathing the area in a violet glow. The horse's head rears back, its eyes wide with an otherworldly intensity. Aggie laughs, a manic edge to his voice. Aggie asks, "How did you find this place?" He continues, "Let me see. Are you hurt anywhere?" The horse stands beside Aggie, both figures silhouetted against the swirling energy. A hand clenches, a silent exclamation of pain or frustration. A shadowy figure looms, its features obscured by darkness, but its eyes burn with a fierce, white light. Aggie questions, "What?" The wound festers, the flesh refusing to regenerate. A voice echoes, wondering if Noir's power of spirits works against him. Aggie stands beside a large, dark horse, his expression unreadable. A monstrous figure looms, its presence heavy with an unknown power. A voice declares that it is on guard now, a sense of determination in the air. If that's the case, Aggie rides on horseback, the monstrous figure fading into the distance. Aggie calls out, urging Noir to move forward. A close-up reveals Aggie's intense gaze, his eyes filled with resolve. A voice speaks of holding onto what shines, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. A warning echoes, stating that if you do not have the power to protect, it will be taken away. The monstrous figure reappears, a reminder that this world is full of those who are sitting atop stolen tears. A close-up of an eye, glowing with an otherworldly light. A voice speaks of those who raise their swords in the stead of those who do not have the means to protect themselves. The code of the Swordmaster calls that. Aggie rides on horseback, his sword raised high. The horse's hooves strike the ground with immense force. Landing with earth-shattering force, the star-fostered Swordmaster creates a shockwave of dust and debris. A massive, crude blade is held ready. The star-fostered Swordmaster, mounted on horseback, faces a monstrous figure, the air crackling with energy. Unleashing a swift and deadly strike, the star-fostered Swordmaster cleaves through the air with an energy blade. A booming voice commands, "Back off." With a blinding flash, the star-fostered Swordmaster's blade erupts in a burst of raw power. The monstrous figure's face contorts in a savage snarl. Channeling immense energy, the star-fostered Swordmaster unleashes a devastating wave of power. The energy intensifies, a torrent of pure force surging forward. The monstrous figure is engulfed in the blast, debris flying in all directions. The figure descends, blades flashing as they strike the monstrous form below. The assault continues, a whirlwind of motion and steel. Dust billows as the figure relentlessly attacks. The monster reels from the force of the blows. Each strike lands with brutal impact. Noir observes the battle. It works. Noir's attacks are working, he exclaims, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The monster cries out in pain, blood splattering from its wounds. The creature staggers, each hit taking its toll. Noir watches intently, his expression a mix of determination and concern. He shouts again, "Stop, Noir." The figure continues the assault, undeterred. The figure stands over the fallen monster, victorious but wary. The hulking monster, scarred and bloodied, bares its fangs in a menacing snarl. A guttural roar tears from its throat, shaking the very air around it. Its massive feet pound the earth, each step a tremor that echoes through the forest. A voice booms, filled with frustration, "Rather hold us down if you can't attack." The star-fostered Swordmaster, mounted on horseback, faces the monstrous beast, a grim determination etched on his face. The Swordmaster's piercing blue eyes narrow, a flicker of calculation within them. This wouldn't be easy, but to think this guy can reason that much. A disembodied voice observes. It precisely knows that Noir's the only one that's dangerous. The monster's face contorts in a savage grimace, its eyes burning with primal rage. The Swordmaster grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Not to mention, a voice echoes, filled with concern. The origin of the spirits will get hurt if we charge it like this. The Swordmaster's hand tightens around his sword hilt, his mind racing. What do I do? Should I charge or not? He grips the elf Amberstone tightly in his hand. The star-fostered Swordmaster continues to hold the Amberstone, Noir watching from nearby. The star-fostered Swordmaster looks up, a confused expression on his face. He wonders when this guy appeared. The star-fostered Swordmaster glances at Noir, concern etched on his features. He warns that it's dangerous. The star-fostered Swordmaster tells Noir to stay inside the hole. The star-fostered Swordmaster continues to hold the elf Amberstone, its glow intensifying. The elf Amberstone is resonating with power. The resonance intensifies, the light from the Amberstone growing brighter. The star-fostered Swordmaster realizes what is happening. A monstrous figure begins to materialize, bathed in golden light. The elf Amberstone continues to resonate, its power reaching a crescendo. The monster fully appears, its form imposing against the backdrop of the forest. Golden light erupts. The light illuminates the surrounding forest. The light reflects off the blade of a sword. A voice echoes, declaring the blessing of a spirit. A figure on horseback emerges from the light. The star-fostered Swordmaster, bathed in golden light, declares that he can cut it with this power. He adjusts his grip on the sword, preparing for the attack. A small, furry creature peers out from within the star-fostered Swordmaster's armor. The creature makes a strange noise. The star-fostered Swordmaster, his eyes glowing with determination, confirms that he's got it. Noir shouts, "Let's go." Noir prepares to attack. The hulking monster unleashes a guttural roar, the sound echoing through the cavern. Its eyes blaze with a malevolent purple light, promising destruction. A close-up reveals the monster's eye, a swirling vortex of chaotic energy. A blinding beam of golden light pierces the darkness, illuminating the battlefield. The light intensifies, a concentrated ray of pure energy. The star-fostered Swordmaster draws his blade, its surface shimmering with celestial power. The monster looms, a grotesque figure of raw power and primal rage. It bellows again, a deafening shriek that tears through the air. The star-fostered sword master prepares to strike, his stance firm and resolute. Another beam of golden light descends, bathing the scene in its radiant glow. The star-fostered sword master rides into battle, mounted on a spectral steed. The monster awaits, its eyes burning with anticipation of the coming clash. A pale expanse fills the void. A lone candle flickers, its light struggling against the encroaching darkness. A figure sits upon a throne, surrounded by the ethereal glow of numerous candles. The figure remains still, observing the scene with an unknown intent. A woman with long blue hair reports, Dobridi's light has gone out. The figure on the throne commands, go check it. A man with white hair and surrounded by purple energy declares, yes, great Lamishtu. A voice echoes, stating that only souls that have surpassed their limit can destroy the curses. The figure on the throne murmurs, surprised that someone of high enough class exists in that countryside. The blue-haired woman's purple eyes glow with concern. A woman wonders, who is it? A figure is engulfed in a blinding light. Lost in the dense forest, Alicia clutches her arms, a shiver running down her spine as the trees loom around her. Is this really the place? She wonders, her voice barely a whisper. Someone claims it is. A voice echoes from behind her. Man, you can talk to these things now. The voice continues, laced with impatience. Oh, come on. Just shut up and follow me. This guy's the one who found you pissing yourself in the forest. Alicia's eyes widen in disbelief. When was I pissing myself? She thinks, a blush rising on her cheeks. Seems like village people are looking for me. Her brow furrows, a sense of unease settling in. That's not a voice I recognize. A chilling thought crosses her mind. What if it's bandits instead? The forest seems to close in around her, shadows deepening. And that monster could be nearby, too. She worries. A rustling sound breaks the silence, the snapping of twigs underfoot sending a jolt of fear through her. Her hands flew to cover her mouth, eyes wide with terror. A looming figure descended from above, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The shadowy figure towered over her, a silent predator closing in. A voice echoed, laced with sinister intent. Found ya. The figure's face came into view, a cruel smile twisting its features. A piercing scream tore through the forest as Alicia cried out in fear. A voice called out, Jew. A figure with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared, holding a small, furry creature. Alicia stared, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. The small creature wiggled in the blonde-haired figure's arms. The creature held out a cluster of bright red berries, its eyes sparkling with innocence as Alicia continued to stare. Tears welled in Alicia's eyes, blurring her vision. The blonde-haired figure extended a hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Kid, let's go home. He ran through the forest, his cloak billowing behind him. Aggie of Budat tribe rode on horseback with Alicia, taking her home. Aggie hugged Alicia tightly, ensuring her safety. A statue of a warrior stands tall, its armor gleaming in the dim light. The statue remains, a silent guardian. Etched into the stone are the words, you must know how to protect it. All that's left to those who fail to do so is gruesome ruin. In order to survive, they must begin wandering without an end in sight. A group of weary travelers trudges away from the ruined city, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent testament to the devastation that has befallen this place. The ruined city stretches into the distance, a haunting reminder of what was lost. A lone figure stands before a fiery doorway, the heat radiating outwards. A voice echoes, this place's fire hasn't died yet. The figure remains silhouetted against the inferno, their purpose unknown. The figure, clad in armor, gazes into the flames, a grim determination in their eyes. Someone needs to see its end, they mutter. A figure in a cloak, their face hidden in shadow, breathes a sigh of relief. They are glad they aren't too late. The cloaked figure states that they have come to place an order. A gruff voice responds, questioning, right now. The master of the forge listens intently, his expression unreadable in the fiery glow. The cloaked figure presents a pile of shimmering, rectangular metal ingots. The blacksmith's eyes widen. That is. The metal gleams, its surface reflecting the intense heat of the forge. A narration box explains that it is a metal that only the eternal flame can tame. The blacksmith, addressed as master of the last forge, seems taken aback. The cloaked figure implores, please make it. The blacksmith leans forward, his brow furrowed. What exactly? The camera focuses on the cloaked figure's attire. The cloaked figure declares, the dragon killer's sword. A fiery glow emanates from an unseen source. A pair of intense, crimson eyes narrow, radiating a palpable sense of anticipation. A voice booms with unwavering resolve, declaring, I will kill the most perfect dragon. A magnificent dragon, wreathed in flames, roars its defiance. A figure stands silhouetted against the inferno, the dragon killer, sword gleaming in their grasp. The figure sits alone on a weathered pier, the dragon killer, sword resting beside them. The figure gazes pensively into the distance, the dragon killer, sword a constant companion. A voice calls out, questioning, boss. Another voice inquires, what are you doing here? Why'd you wake up so early? The figure sits on the dock, the dragon killer, sword beside them, as another man approaches. The figure thinks to himself, just couldn't fall. Age concedes that it was fair enough, wondering who could have expected to meet something wicked and central. Age states that he won't leave any traces, questioning if the monster corpse disappeared like smoke. Age could clearly see that intent behind the cleanup. Age states that it's definitely related to those things. Age states that he's going to have to report this case to Lord Joseph. Age states that they don't have a mage here, though, questioning if they should send it through a messenger. The blonde-haired man states that messengers won't work. The blonde-haired man questions which city east of here could have a mage. Age repeats the word east. The blonde-haired man states that it's going to have to be Tarnovo in the Vizcaya Viscounty. The blonde-haired man tells Age to prep everything so they can leave immediately in the morning. Age confirms that he got it. The blonde-haired man walks away. He was sure of it. He had some kind of dream. But like a mirage, there's nothing left in his memory. A fiery landscape flickered in his mind's eye. Figures stood silhouetted against the inferno. He would kill the most perfect dragon. He sat alone, the weight of his purpose heavy on his shoulders. Kill a dragon, he mused. That was a familiar tone. It could be a shard of memories left by the voice. The sword gleamed, a silent promise of vengeance. He focused his energy, preparing for the battle to come. He was still connected to him. Let's meet again in a deeper world. A man with burgundy hair gazes forward, a faint smile playing on his lips. Hands clad in white gloves grip the hilt of a gleaming sword. A lone figure sits on a wooden dock, sword in hand, under a moonlit sky. The words, "One day I will," hang in the air. A grand building stands bathed in sunlight, a flag bearing a tree emblem fluttering atop its roof. A crowd gathers outside the building. One man asks, "How about leaving when the weather gets better?" Another wonders, "Is there a reason you're in this much of a hurry? Was our hospitality disappointing?" A blond man replies, "Not at all, Lord Baron." The man states, "I've completed everything I must, so it's time for me to leave." Lord Baron muses, I was trying to let him go after getting a bit more of my money's worth." A man with a horse laments, "I lost so much gold to that guy's mouth." Lord Baron stands among others, listening intently. Lord Baron is reminded, "Please do not forget what I said yesterday." He exclaims, "Yes, I will make sure to." Lord Baron declares, "We'll stop burning down the forest and cutting down trees carelessly in order to widen the barley field. It would also be good to pay a small tribute to the forest from time to time." Lord Baron felt his will flowing inside the forest last night. He gives this tribute to God, who blessed his victory. He'll dress this up not as idolatry towards spirits, but a prayer towards God. How could a barbaric knight of the north be this noble? This is the tribute he gives. He expresses his gratitude for your faithfulness and kindness. Lord Baron will also engrave yesterday's conversation in his mind. He gazes up at the towering structure, its stone walls and wooden framework reaching towards the sky. A voice echoes, "You stay well, too," as the camera focuses on a flag atop a building, emblazoned with a green tree symbol. The flag ripples in the breeze, the tree symbol standing out against the clear blue sky. The tree symbol is superimposed over a lush green landscape, the roots reaching deep into the earth. Sunlight filters through the leaves of a dense forest, creating a dappled pattern on the ground. A tree stands tall, bathed in sunlight, as a voice narrates, "What a spirit needs to live is presence." Moss-covered branches intertwine, creating a dense canopy overhead. A basket overflows with berries, as a voice declares, "Allow spirits to exist above these lands." A small, furry creature sits contentedly, munching on a berry, surrounded by others scattered on the forest floor. The creature's nose twitches, its attention drawn to something nearby. The creature looks up, a question forming in its mind. "Jew?" A group of figures stands in the distance, silhouetted against the trees. A voice resonates, "Now, you don't have to be forgotten anymore," as a young girl stands before the assembled group in the forest. Today, the story unfolds in Dobrides forest. A single, shining, yellow star has returned. A gathering of figures in white robes stands beneath banners bearing a golden cross. Snow falls heavily around a grand cathedral, its spires piercing the sky. The snow continues to fall on the dome structure. A man gazes out through a window, his expression unreadable. The man behind the window is said to be the biological son of Duke Dragulia, the Dragonslayer Knight Order Grandmaster's brother from another mother, apparently. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, their features obscured. If it's the son of Duke Dragonblood. The man speaks of Merskia's brother from another mother. Two crimson banners bearing dragon emblems flutter in the snowy wind. Horses and soldiers march through the snow-covered landscape. The mounted soldiers advance, their red cloaks billowing behind them. The name echoes with ominous weight, Radu Dragulia. Radu Dragulia, clad in crimson armor, regards the scene with piercing blue eyes. Radu Dragulia is introduced. He is a crucial member of the Dragonslayer Knight Order, alongside Merskia Dragulia. Though he is young, he is an excellent knight with records of killing multiple dragons. And he's strong enough to be counted among the top 5, even within the Empire. Yup, the clan that inherited the dragon's blood, is it? By fame alone, he is definitely a step above Luckier. But, why did the Dragonslayer Knight Order come to the north again? The moving means it's either related to a dragon, or a danger of a similar scale as here. Have there been Any dragon-related incidents lately? Nothing that was reported. After the last conquest, the northern border has been quiet, too. He stares pensively into the distance, a storm brewing behind his eyes. What is this? A nagging feeling, like he's missing something important? A subordinate rushes in, his face etched with urgency. Lord Joseph. An emergency report from Sturma. The eyes of Bayezid say they've seen suspicious trends around the north. He examines the letter, his expression unreadable. Ah, that must have been it. The unknown nagging feeling. He reflects, his brow furrowed. My judgment was wrong this time. He wasn't even thinking of Squara's power in the first place. It was his mistake, not properly understanding a man who has lived his entire life as an exorcist. What are you? The churches of the north belonging to the papacy are on the move. He considers the flags of the papacy and the Dragonslayer Knight Order. A surge of purple energy crackles ominously. The figure sits amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. Forces are gathering towards Mos-I-Am of the Utman Barony. A man with an eye patch exclaims, wait, that means. Aggie of Budat tribe replies, yeah. What Bishop Pierre truly wants is a holy war. A red landscape stretches out, dotted with ominous structures. Two men devour their meal with gusto. The blonde knight sighs contentedly, savoring the warmth of the stew. Oh man, eat slowly. A voice assures him, no one's going to take that away from you. The grizzled man observes the group, noting, it looks like they were starving for more than just a few days, no? The spoon clatters against the side of the empty wooden bowl. Aggie smiles, feeling the life return to his weary bones. I finally feel alive. Another man speaks. We would have been in real trouble if we hadn't met you all. He looks at Aggie with a questioning gaze. The knight tilts his head, responding, oh, I guess you live and learn. The group continues to eat, the sound of slurping filling the air. Aggie looks up, a question forming on his lips. What's up with everyone? The auburn-haired man leans forward, scrutinizing the knight. Seems like you're not from Central, are you, Sir Knight? Aggie confirms, yes, I came from the north. The man acknowledges, ooh, the north. The auburn-haired man chuckles, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ha, not at all, Sir Knight. I'm just surprised since it's my first time. One of the men remarks that it's the first time bottom-of-the-barrel guys like them get a thanks from someone so high up, like the knight. He simply responds with a soft ah. The knight wonders if he was being too courteous. He muses that Central seems to have a much stricter hierarchical relationship between classes than the North. Another man asks where the knight is headed. The auburn-haired man wonders how there could be such a coincidence. The knight states that they were headed to Tarnovo as well. A voice suggests that they should be able to reach Tarnovo if they just follow these people. One of the men admits he was wondering if they were going to get lost in the forest and die of hunger. The knight, looking annoyed, thinks to himself to shut up, calling the man a crazy bastard. He wonders why the man would bite without knowing who they are. One of the men retorts that he's the one who said they'll end up becoming the targets of a crime if they look like bumpkins, and to just trust him. The knight clenches his fist. The knight stands with the other men. He introduces himself. The man with auburn hair replies that it's his honor to accompany him. The auburn-haired man is identified as Sir Vlad. The scene shifts to a view of Vizcaya, Viscounty Central City. Tarnovo is described as one of the key trading points with the elves in the east. The group walks through the city streets. Vlad explains that Tarnovo is a place where he knows a few good places. Even if he looks like a rookie, a knight is still a knight. If he can make a connection with a few bowls of soup and a few kind words, it's a more than worthy trade. Vlad asks if he would like him to find an inn, too. He replies that he'd just like some recommendations. As for Lord Count's mansion, you just have to find the biggest building in the city, Vlad explains. He states that they are planning on staying at the inn. Vlad gestures, indicating the crossroads over there. Vlad offers his assistance, telling Age to find them anytime if he needs help. Age nods, acknowledging the offer. Age expresses his hope that their paths will cross again. The sound of footsteps echoes through the town. Vlad thinks to himself that he really has to visit Age and buy him a drink later. Age suggests that Vlad ought to buy something a bit expensive. A man thinks about the equipment someone had on them. The man continues, thinking about how the inspection at the castle gate ended quickly, too. The man muses that they must be a mercenary group that's quite up there in Central, at the very least. Another man asks why. He agrees with an unseen person. Age thinks to himself that the information isn't bad to know at all, and suggests they go for now. Someone wonders if the buildings will be easy to find, since they're all so big. The large building looms in the distance. Age and Moore approach the building. The building is massive and imposing. A guard calls out, demanding to know who approaches. Vlad introduces himself as a knight of Bayezid. Vlad states that he has come with a special request to make of the Lord. Vlad explains to the guard that he has something urgent to relay to his liege and wishes to borrow the mage's telegraph, asking for his kind-hearted help for a knight in trouble. The guard agrees to tell him so and asks Vlad to wait a moment. Age asks if they should get the inn later, and Moore suggests they might get invited, agreeing to do that. Sunlight bathes the grand building, its architecture imposing and pristine. The building stands tall against a fiery sunset, its silhouette sharp and commanding. Under the pale moonlight, the building looms, its many columns casting long, dark shadows. Vlad and Age stand before the building, a guard visible in the background. The group approaches the entrance. Age reflects on the situation, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Oh, I think I experienced this situation not too long ago. A guard peers through the gate, his expression questioning. Well, who in the world? Age's brow furrows, his blue eyes gleaming. Knows, he wonders. No, or you can't. A disembodied voice echoes, its tone firm and unyielding. To hear that, at least, you have to wait. Vlad stands before the gate, a guard visible in the background. The voice continues, its words laced with a hint of condescension. Until the Lord Count looks for you, of course. Two guards stand watch at the gate, their expressions unreadable. One asks, what, who is it? The other replies, I dunno, says he's from the north. The guards continue their conversation, their voices hushed. Explains why there was a musty smell. So it was the smell of a barbarian, huh? Someone is going to hear about this. So what? What can a northern bum do here? Oh, is this what he meant? Those central bastards, especially the city ones. Both the ones above and below are the same. They believe the center of the continent isn't central, and that they are in the center of the world. The western bastards who dig up and eat dry dirt, or us northerners whose blood's mixed with barbarians. Central believes they possess nobility incomparable to ours. Remember this. What's colder than the cold snow of the northern winds is Central's discrimination. Hey, do you take me for a fool? What? He muses that he wouldn't go that far. A figure stands behind Age, looming over him. The flag is planted firmly, the pole gripped tightly. Age declares that he wasn't asking for permission. Soldiers stand guard, their expressions unreadable. The flag is planted, its presence a clear statement. One of the soldiers barks, questioning the audacity of planting the flag in front of the Lord Count's mansion. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorted in outrage. The flag bears a dragon emblem, a symbol of defiance. Age thinks that even if he's a mere knight, he should at least be able to get a response from the Lord Count. The flag stands tall, its intricate design a testament to its purpose. Age declares that he will wait for that response now, his gaze unwavering. A plate of food sits on a table, untouched. A voice asks how old someone said they were. Count Vizcaya sits at the table, enjoying a meal. Aggie states that he is turning 18 this year. Count Vizcaya is seated at the head of a long table, surrounded by several figures in cloaks, including Aggie. Count Vizcaya chuckles. Count Vizcaya asks if Aggie put the mark of the Dragonslayer Knight Order on his flag. Aggie confirms that he did. An unseen figure demands to know who permitted its use. Aggie recalls that it was Sir Mir Shea, the Dragonslayer Order Grandmaster. Count Vizcaya states the name, Dragulia. Count Vizcaya's meal sits untouched. The Count declares that the person he is speaking to is just a dirty barbarian from the north, and questions how they dare impersonate a noble. Count Vizcaya warns that if what he has been told is a lie. The words, you will die here, appear ominously. Meanwhile, Count Vizcaya sits at a table with Aggie and two other figures. Aggie stands, his expression unreadable. Aggie states that he killed the lindworm, and Sir Mir Shea watched him do so. He continues, declaring that there are no lies within his words. Aggie's blue eyes pierce through the shadows. Aggie sits, flanked by two armored figures. An unnamed figure exclaims in disbelief, stating that Aggie didn't even blink. Count Vizcaya confirms that he wanted to borrow a mage, and the other figure agrees that is correct. He states that he would like to send an urgent message to his liege. The Count is told that there is no precedent for a northern knight borrowing a telegraph from here, and that normally, it'd only be right to refuse. Count Vizcaya sits at a table with two other figures, stating that he is also curious. The Count asks what happened that Aggie needs a telegraph for, adding that it seems like quite urgent business. A few days ago, Aggie discovered something. He discovered a wicked being inside the forest of Debrecti. It was a monster they don't have in the north. Additionally, it was cursed to not die, even when he killed it. Count Vizcaya listens intently. Not dying, even when you killed it. What are you? A similar thing happened in the north as well. A disembodied voice speaks of something unknown slowly stretching its arms while it wakes. Aggie, flanked by two men, confirms that the monster is not dying, even if killed. The voice asks where that was, again. Count Vizcaya takes a sip of his wine. The guest from the north is shown. Aggie explains that because this place was the closest city, he came here without rest. He had his own things to do, but came here to warn the Count as well. Count Vizcaya continues to drink his wine, thinking that it's like Aggie is saying he treated him poorly even though he did all that. The Count says to lend the guest from the north the orb. The Count gestures towards the table. Aggie thanks the Count. Count Vizcaya apologizes for making Aggie stand outside. The Count explains that there have been many knights looking for a position lately, so he thought Aggie was one of them. The figure in the hooded cloak stands silently, hands clasped in front of him. The cloaked figure walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the hall. Count Vizcaya stands with another man, his expression thoughtful. The Count's companion agrees, stating that they will send someone to Debrecti. A man's face fills the frame, his expression furious as he shouts, "Not that, you slow bastard." The man questions whether he's a real Dragonslayer. Count Vizcaya sits at a table with two men, one of whom wonders if he's really Bayezid's knight. The order is given to find out everything related to him. The man from before orders everyone to leave. A figure sits in a chair, exhaling slowly. The man from before wonders what good is spending so much money. The man's face is shown in close-up, as he thinks that it was rough, but he had elegance. He didn't know his place and showed arrogance, but he had confidence befitting it. The memory of the man flickered in the mind of the Count. He could be a pretty useful one. The star-fostered swordmaster asked, "Could you say that again, please?" The telegraph operator stated, "It's 1 gold per letter of the telegraph. It gets more expensive the further the distance." The telegraph operator exclaimed, "Isn't that insane?" "Gold from Baron Daltamia." The Count stated, "Ah, don't worry about the cost." The Count said, "Since you're Lord Count's guest, you can use it for free." The star-fostered swordmaster said, "I thought we were going to go broke from a single telegraph." The Count asked, "Please tell me the wavelength number of Scora." The star-fostered swordmaster asked, "Wave? What?" He explains that for magic telegraphs, they need the target region's wavelength number. The Count looks at him, questioning if he knows it. A man with a strange expression appears to be in deep thought. A voice expresses surprise. Vlad states that if they were looking for any random mage, they would have been sitting on their hands. The Count agrees, asking why it's so complicated. A voice says that after leaving Bayezid's walls, they get it. A voice declares that one can't become a knight just by knowing how to use a sword. Vlad seems to be thinking about something. The Count says that the beginning wasn't that fun, but he thinks they did well by getting to know the Lord Count. A man asks what the other means by that, stating he asked the servants a bunch of stuff just now. Vlad hears that apparently all these decorations were gifts from elves, and he asks what? The Count and Vlad stand in a decorated hall. Vlad asks all of this. The Count's hall is filled with strange and wondrous artifacts, each meticulously displayed. The Count's companion remarks that the Count does not allow just anyone into their land. The Count wonders if Lord Count must have a trade route going. In other words, the Count is curious about the economic activity. Vlad and the Count stand before a painting of a woman bathed in light. The pair walk through the halls. Meanwhile, a grand building stands under a night sky, a lone figure visible through a window. Elsewhere, Vlad's eyes glow with an ethereal light as he gazes at a glowing, ornate object. His gaze intensifies, a faint electrical energy crackling around him. The object pulses with a fiery energy, its intricate design shimmering. A lone tree stands bathed in sunlight, its leaves rustling in the wind. Vlad, holding his sword, thinks that it looks intense, beautiful, and strangely sad. He focuses, sweat beading on his brow as he attempts to deepen his connection. Vlad thinks to himself that maintaining this state is still difficult for long. He can see it bit by bit now, though it's still much hazier than seeing it through the voice's world. Vlad believes that if his world deepens, he should be able to see it more clearly. The sound of knocking echoes through the room. A voice calls out, "Sir Vlad, do you have some time?" Vlad turns to see who has come. The knight asks what he came for. The knight apologizes for interrupting Vlad's rest. The knight asks, "How about a spar?" Vlad looks at the knight, who asks about a spar. The knight explains that just because he calls it a spar doesn't mean it's anything big, and that Vlad should just think of it as a light exercise before sleeping. The knight continues, stating that here, in Tarnovo, a visit from northern knights is very rare, and so. A voice speaks of the honor of experiencing the Sword of the North. Vlad's piercing blue eyes are shown in a close-up. The figures state that there is only one way. A voice declares the intention to smash unfounded discrimination and ignorance. Vlad stands before 2 cloaked figures. One of them says that he sent the telegraph and provided a comfortable bed, and the other responds with understood. A voice states that they should pay a just reward for that as well. Vlad stands with a sword, a voice declaring the need for proving one's own self.